moving. That night, Dayo returned to the studio instead of going home. Not because he felt trapped there, but because he wanted to be. The album would also be released around the same time as the movie, and that was one of the reasons he was working hard to complete it on time. Chapter 302, Movie Date Released. Dayo got home late that night. There was no energy left for anything else as they had discussed almost everything possible concerning the movie. He dropped his bag, took a quick shower, and lay on the bed without turning on the lights. His body was tired in a quiet way. Sleep came quickly. The next morning arrived without ceremony. Dayo followed his usual routine OD exercise and breakfast without thinking much about it. By the time he was ready to leave the house, his phone rang. Jang-wook. He answered while reaching for his keys. Good morning, director. Morning, Dayo replied. What's up? We've released the news, Jang-wook said. The official announcement. Editing is completed, and the movie is scheduled for release in 6 weeks. Dayo paused briefly, then nodded even though Jang-wook couldn't see him. All right. Keep the promotion steady. No rushing just keeps everything cool, and if you notice a pushback, call me immediately, as I might not be online due to my current project. Understood, Jang-wook replied. We'll monitor reactions and adjust if needed. Good. Keep me updated. The call ended, and Dayo slipped his phone into his pocket. Before stepping outside, the news spread faster than expected. Within hours, articles started appearing across entertainment platforms and film forums. Some were short announcements. Others went deeper, analyzing timelines and questioning decisions. Headlines began circulating. Train to Busan director announces film release in 6 weeks. Industry split as controversial director sets early premiere date. Confidence or recklessness? New film sparks debate. Can quality match the speed? Audience reacts to upcoming release. Director claimed to have finished edit and is rushing to release hype or true. Below the headlines came the comments. Some readers were excited. If he's confident enough to set the date, then maybe the movie is ready. I'd rather watch something bold than wait 2 years for perfection. I am rooting for director Dayo. He is soon handsome and cool. Yeah, apart from that, he is talented. Check out, he is an Olympic world champion. What FR? Yup, and he holds 3 gold medals that nobody JS held together, so yes, I believe the movie is going to be a hit. As there those who were praising, there were also those who were skeptical. 6 weeks is too short. This feels rushed. Movies like this usually need more time. I'm not convinced. I mean, right from the start of the movie, almost nothing went right, from only making the movies with debuted actors to him allegedly bullying his actors. I don't know what to believe. A few simply waited. I'll decide after the trailer. Let's see what the promotion looks like first. Yeah, I would rather wait than eat my words later, haha. The discussion kept growing. Whether positive or negative, attention was building. By the time Dayo arrived at the JD label building, the atmosphere had changed. People still worked as usual, but there were more glances than before. More whispers. Some staff members looked at him twice, as if trying to confirm something they had read earlier. Inside the studio hallway, one of the junior staff members hesitated before speaking. Director, can I ask something? Dayo stopped with a smile, already guessing what she wanted to ask. Go ahead. I saw the news this morning, she said carefully. The movie. Your name was there. Are you really the director? Yes, Dayo answered simply. Her eyes widened. So you sing, produce, and direct movies too? He gave a small smile. That's how it turned out. She laughed softly, still surprised. That's amazing. It's just work, Dayo replied, already walking forward. But the way people looked at him didn't go back to normal. Inside the studio, Yura noticed it too. She watched him set things up calmly, giving instructions as usual. When there was a short break, she walked over. Director, she said, can I ask you something? Sure, Dayo said, already laughing. How do you manage everything? She asked. Music, directing, producing, it feels like different worlds. Dayo thought for a moment. They're not that different. Planning is planning. Listening is listening. Whether it's a song or a scene, you just need to know what you want. Yura nodded slowly. That makes sense. She smiled. You're really smart. Dayo waved it off lightly. I just pay attention. She returned to her place, clearly thoughtful. Asterisk. Elsewhere, the news caused a very different reaction. At the Virex headquarters, the CEO sat in his office, scrolling through an article with a deep frown. His assistant stood nearby, tablet in hand, and handed it to his boss. Sir, the assistant said, The announcement went public this morning. I can see that, the Virexio replied coldly. What I don't understand is how this passed without any notice. The assistant hesitated. What do you mean? If the movie is ready for release, that means distribution is already secured, the CEO said. Cinemas don't accept projects without preview checks. Someone should have contacted us. I had put an eye out, so how did he evade? But no one did, the assistant said carefully. That's the problem, the CEO snapped. No calls. From my source means there is something we're missing out, which is not good. He leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. This shouldn't be possible. The assistant spoke again. Could it be handled privately? The CEO scoffed. Even private deals leave traces. He paused, then said, find out who's distributing it. Local and international. I want names. Yes, sir. And check cinema chains, the CEO continued. If they've already agreed to screen it, someone approved it quietly. The assistant nodded and turned to leave. What Virex didn't know was simple. Dayo didn't need to go through the usual channels. Years ago, long before this project, he had invested quietly. Small shares here and there with cinemas. Strategic stakes there. Local Asian distributors. Regional cinema groups. A few international partnerships that didn't draw attention. Some of those companies were built for moments like this. When the movie was ready, approval didn't require announcements or negotiations. It moved forward as a personal project backed by ownership, not requests. That was why no calls came. That was why the industry felt caught off guard. Back at the studio, Dayo continued working like nothing had changed. Music played softly in the background. Voices recorded. Notes were corrected. Progress continued. The movie was on its path. So was the album. And while questions were starting to form inside, everything was already in motion. Chapter 303, Digging Deep. Dayo woke and did his usual before exercise before leaving his home. He had a tip sleeping at the office after him, and Min-jae went out. He reached his studio. The session started. They worked through takes, corrections, timing, and delivery. Dayo kept it straight. No long speeches. When someone missed a part, he corrected it. When someone got it right, he moved on. About an hour into the session, Dayo's phone buzzed again. He checked the screen and saw Jang-wook. He stepped out to answer. What happened? Dayo asked. Jang-wook's tone had changed. Director, we have a problem. Dayo didn't panic. Say it. Since last night, articles started dropping. Not just movie criticism. Real dirty ones. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. About what? About the cast, Jang-wook replied. About you. About the set. They're pushing it like there's drama behind the scenes. They're calling it a toxic production. They're dragging old things again. Dayo stayed quiet for a second, listening. Jang-wook continued. Some of the articles are clearly pushed. Like a coordinated hit. Dayo's voice stayed even. Stop promotion. There was silence on the line. Jang-wook sounded shocked. Stop promotion? Yes, Dayo repeated. Pause it. Now. But director. Listen to me, Dayo said, firm but controlled. If they want noise, don't feed them. Pause the push. Let the internet talk to itself. Jang-wook hesitated. That will slow the momentum. It won't, Dayo said. It will reset the angle. And it will annoy whoever is paying for the attacks. Jang-wook didn't argue after that. Okay, we'll pause and hold. Dayo added. I already sent someone to investigate. I'll get the source. Don't stress the team. Keep everyone calm. Jang-wook exhaled, like he was forcing himself to trust. All right, he said. I'll wait. The call ended. Dayo put the phone down for a moment and looked at the hallway wall, thinking. It wasn't the first time someone tried to drag his name. But the timing wasn't accidental. Someone wanted the movie to look dirty before it even touched the screen. He returned to the studio and continued work like nothing happened. He didn't show it on his face. Later that afternoon, another call came in. Unknown number. Dayo answered immediately. Talk. The voice on the other end sounded calm and confident. Got him. Dayo's expression didn't change. Who? Kong Min-ho. Dayo's eyes hardened slightly. The investigator continued. He's the one who leaked it. He didn't leak it as himself. He passed it through someone else, but he's the root. Dayo leaned back in his chair. You're sure? Yes, the investigator said. And I have evidence. Dayo's voice dropped a bit. What kind? A video, the investigator replied. Clear enough. Kong Min-ho handing over materials. Another clip shows Jang-wook's assistant receiving it, watching it, talking about it. And I also have a recording when he talked about it. Dayo stayed quiet for 2 seconds. Then he asked, "So the assistant is involved?" "Either involved or careless," the investigator said. "But it's enough to destroy credibility." Dayo didn't sound happy. He sounded focused. "What is Kong Min-ho doing now?" "He's trying to cash out," the investigator replied. "He thinks he can sell you the real video and keep acting innocent. He wants money." Dayo let out a short laugh, no humor inside it. "How much?" "Enough to be bold," the investigator said. Dayo replied with a dead voice. "We're not paying him anything." "Understood." Dayo's voice sharpened. "Set a meeting. Face to face. You do the talking. Let him think he still has power. Then crush it." The investigator chuckled softly. "Already planned." Dayo added. "If he refuses, tell him we would sue him to court. Tell him the evidence is enough to take everything from him. Don't bluff. Mean it." "Okay," the investigator said. "I'll update you once I have the video in my hand." The call ended. Dayo placed the phone down and stared at the studio screen for a moment, before throwing himself back to work. After work and he was home. That evening, Min-jae called. It was a video call. Dayo answered and saw Min-jae's face immediately. Min-jae didn't smile. "What's going on?" Dayo looked calm. "What do you mean?" Min-jae frowned. "Don't do that." I saw the sudden pause. The team stopped pushing. Something happened. Dayo didn't deny it. "They're trying to ruin the movie early." Min-jae's eyes sharpened. "Virex." Dayo nodded once. "Most likely." Min-jae leaned back slightly. "So what's your move?" "I already handled it," Dayo said. Min-jae stared for a second. "Handled how?" "The investigator you helped me keep on ground," Dayo replied. "He found the source." Min-jae's expression softened just a little. "Who?" "Kong Min-ho." Min-jae clicked his tongue. "That rat." Dayo's voice stayed steady. "He's trying to sell the real clip back to us for money." Min-jae scoffed, already guessing Dayo's next move. "So you'll sue him?" "Yes," Dayo said simply. "Or he hands the evidence over quietly and disappears." Min-jae nodded slowly. "Good. Don't let it drag." Dayo added, "I won't. I'm still recording. I'm not letting this distract me." Min-jae watched him closely. "You look calm," Min-jae said. Dayo replied, "I'm calm because I'm ahead." Min-jae gave a small smile. "All right. Keep me updated." The call ended after all. Min-jae had a stake in the movie also, so he was worried about the sale of the movie. At the same time, in a quiet corner of the city, Kong Min-ho sat in a small private room at the back of a restaurant. He kept checking his phone. His fingers tapped the table like he was impatient. He wasn't alone. Across from him sat a man dressed simply, nothing flashy. Calm eyes and a serious demure. Kong Min-ho leaned forward. "Let's be direct," Kong Min-ho said. "I'm not doing charity. If you want that video, bring money." The man across from him nodded like he understood. "You're talking like you still have leverage." Kong Min-ho smirked. "I do." The man reached into a folder and placed his phone on the table. Then he played a short clip. It was Kong Min-ho's voice. Clear. "Yeah, I sent it. I sent it to the assistant. He said it was good. He said we can push it and make it look real." Kong Min-ho's face changed instantly. His smirk froze. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. The man didn't raise his voice. "That's your confession." Kong Min-ho's hand moved like he wanted to grab the phone, but he stopped midway. "You recorded me?" he said angrily. "You recorded yourself," the man replied. Kong Min-ho's chest rose and fell fast. "That's illegal." The man looked at him like he was tired. "You sold private footage and tampered it. You extorted. You pushed fake information. You ruined reputations. You think you're clean enough to shout illegal?" Kong Min-ho swallowed. The man leaned forward slightly. "Here's the simple part," he said. "Give the real video. Give every file you have. Every message. Every proof of who paid you. If you do that, you walk out of here quietly and we handle the rest." Kong Min-ho's eyes widened. "And if I don't?" The man opened the folder and pushed it forward. Inside were printed screenshots. Messages. Transfers. Call logs. Kong Min-ho stared at it like his mind couldn't accept what he was seeing. The man spoke calmly. "If you don't, we sue you. We take everything you have. We freeze accounts. We drag your name in public with evidence. You won't just lose money. You'll lose your life in this industry." Kong Min-ho's mouth opened, then closed. He looked around like he expected someone to rescue him. No one came. The man didn't rush him. "Bring it," the man said. "Now." Kong Min-ho's shoulders dropped. Slowly, he reached into his bag and brought out a small drive. He placed it on the table like it was heavy. There, he muttered. That's it. The man picked it up carefully and stood. Kong Min-ho's voice shook. You people are insane. The man looked at him once. No, he said. You were just stupid. He walked out. Kong Min-ho stayed seated, staring at the table, breathing hard like he just lost a fight he didn't even understand. Back at the studio, Dayo received the confirmation message. Got it. Drive secured. Full package. Dayo read it once, then locked his phone. He didn't smile. He didn't celebrate. He only turned back to the mixing board and adjusted the volume slightly. Outside, people were arguing online. Headlines were flying. Virex was pushing dirt. Inside, Dayo kept working. He already knew the next move. And Kong Min-ho's mistake was going to become the proof that ended the whole fake story. Chapter 304. 2 songs left. The studio was quieter than it used to be. Not because people were absent. Everyone was still there. Engineers behind the console. Assistants moving in and out. Artists sitting with notebooks and water bottles. Staff checking cables and screens. The same setup. The difference was in the air. A few weeks ago, every small mistake used to make the room stiff. Even breathing too loud felt like a problem. Now, the fear had reduced. People still took Dayo seriously, but it was different. They respected him. They understood him. They knew what he wanted, and most of them had started to meet him there. Dayo stood in front of the main monitor and looked at the tracker on the screen. 12 songs. 10 were already marked as completed. Only 2 remained. He didn't smile wide. He just nodded to himself and rubbed his eyes lightly. His face still carried the tiredness, but it didn't look like the tiredness of someone drowning anymore. It looked like the tiredness of someone pushing toward the finish line. One of the engineers leaned closer and lowered his voice, like he didn't want to disturb the moment. 2 more, and we're done, director. Dayo nodded without looking away. I know. Behind him, Yura was sitting with her headphones resting around her neck. She was watching him when she thought he wouldn't notice. Then she looked away quickly, pretending she was focusing on the lyrics on her phone. Dayo noticed anyway. He had noticed for the past 1 hour. Her eyes kept lifting. Her fingers kept tapping. She kept opening her mouth like she wanted to speak, then stopping herself. It wasn't panic or confusion. It looked like someone holding in words because she didn't know how to say them without looking weak. Dayo didn't rush her, neither did he didn't ask. He only continued with the session. From the second hook, he said calm. Yura, stand by. Then we do 1 take. Yura stood immediately. Yes, director. The take went well. Not perfect, but close enough that the room didn't feel heavy. Dayo stopped the playback halfway and pointed at the screen. Your timing is good, he said. But you're pulling back too early. Don't fear the note. Hold it, then release. Yura nodded fast. Okay. She did it again. Better. This time, Dayo didn't need to talk much. He only raised 2 fingers, signaling the engineer. Save it. The engineer saved it. A few staff members exchanged looks and smiled lightly. It wasn't loud. Nobody was celebrating yet. But they all felt it. They were close. They were almost done. Dayo stepped back and checked the session notes. He made 2 quick corrections in the file, then closed the tablet. Break, he said. 10 minutes. People moved quickly. Someone went for coffee. Someone went to the restroom. Others sat down and stretched. Yura remained standing near the booth entrance, hesitating like she was waiting for permission to exist in front of him. Dayo was about to walk back to the console when he noticed her step forward. She stopped in front of him and bowed. Not a normal bow. A deep one. The kind that meant she was serious. The kind that was not done for show. The room quieted slightly, not because Dayo commanded it, but because people felt the weight of the moment. Even staff who were walking slowed down. Yura straightened up and looked at him. Her hands were clenched lightly at her sides. Her eyes didn't look teary or dramatic, but her voice wasn't fully steady. Director, she started, then took a small breath. I learned more here than I learned in years. That was all. No long speech. No begging. No dramatic confession. Just that one line. Her voice shook slightly at the end, like she was fighting the emotion in her throat. She forced it back down and kept her face calm. Dayo looked at her for a second. Then he nodded once. Good, he said. Keep it. Yura swallowed and nodded hard. Yes. She bowed again, smaller this time, then stepped back like she didn't want to take too much space. She returned to her seat quietly, holding her phone with both hands like it was the only thing keeping her stable. Dayo didn't chase the moment. He only moved back to the console and checked the tracker again. 2 songs left. He glanced at the time, then picked up his phone. He called Min-jae. The line rang twice before Min-jae answered. "Where are you?" Dayo asked immediately. "Studio," Min-jae replied. "Where else?" Dayo's tone stayed flat. "Come to the private studio. We're recording today." A pause. "Today?" Min-jae asked. "You're serious?" "Yes," Dayo said. Min-jae exhaled loudly. "Okay, give me 10. Dayo ended the call without extra words. He returned his phone to his pocket and turned to the engineer. "Prep the private studio," he said. "Minimal staff. 1 engineer, 1 assistant. That's all." The engineer nodded. "Got it." Dayo looked toward the room and spoke again. "Everyone else, continue. Practice. I'll be back." The artists nodded. No one questioned him. The studio kept moving like a machine that had learned its rhythm. Minutes later, Dayo was in the private studio. The space felt cleaner and more contained. This was where Dayo and Min-jae used to record, and it was exclusive to them only. Min-jae arrived shortly after. He walked in with confidence in his shoulders, but Dayo could still see it. The small nervous habits. The way Min-jae kept clearing his throat like something was stuck. Dayo didn't call him out directly. After all, it'd been a while he sang, so he could understand that he was nervous. He only looked at him and said, "Warm up. Your ego won't save you." Min-jae blinked, then scoffed. "Just press record, director. Don't cry when I carry your song." Dayo's mouth lifted slightly. "You're talking too much." Min-jae pointed at him. "You're scared." Dayo turned to the engineer. "Set it." The engineer pressed buttons and adjusted the audio levels. Min-jae walked into the booth and put on the headphones. He took a breath, then nodded. The first take started. Min-jae was good. His voice had strength. His control was clean. His tone carried confidence. But halfway through the verse, he slipped slightly on a line. Not enough that a casual listener would notice, but enough that Dayo noticed immediately. Dayo lifted his hand. "Stop," he said. Min-jae removed one side of his headphones quickly. "Why?" Dayo spoke calmly. "You rushed the line. You jumped into the word." Min-jae frowned. "No, the beat." "The beat is fine," Dayo cut in. Min-jae's mouth opened, then closed. He sighed. Dayo leaned forward slightly, still calm. "You're trying to prove something. Don't. Just do it clean." Min-jae stared through the glass. "You're acting like I'm the new trainee." Dayo shrugged. "Right now you are." Min-jae scoffed, but he laughed under his breath too. "Fine," he said. Again. They recorded again. This time, Min-jae improved. He held the timing better. He delivered the line with more patience. Dayo still stopped him once. "Your breath," Dayo said. "You're taking it too late. Take it earlier so you don't squeeze the last word." Min-jae looked annoyed. "Do you enjoy suffering?" Dayo answered plainly. "Yes." Min-jae rolled his eyes. "You're insane." Dayo didn't deny it. Again. The third take was the one. Min-jae hit the verse cleanly. The chorus entrance was smooth. The delivery matched the mood of the song. The control didn't drop. Even the engineer raised his brows slightly, impressed. The take ended. Min-jae removed the headphones and looked proud. Dayo didn't clap or praise him like a fan. He only said, "Good." Again. Min-jae's face dropped. "Again? Are you mad?" Dayo leaned back in his chair. "You want it perfect, or you want excuses?" Min-jae stared for a second. Then he laughed, short and helpless. "You're really a problem." Dayo's smile showed slightly more than before. Again. Min-jae went back into position. They recorded one more. By the time Dayo finally stopped the session, Min-jae was sweating lightly. Not from dancing. From focus. From pressure. From the fact that Dayo treated him like every other artist, except with more teasing. Min-jae came out of the booth and sat down heavily. He looked at Dayo. "You know you're lucky I like you." Dayo replied calmly. "You like yourself too much. Don't give me that BS." Min-jae laughed again, then drank water. The engineer saved the files and backed up everything. The assistant quietly wrote notes. Dayo checked the tracker. One of the 2 remaining songs was now done. He was closer. And for the first time since he started the album, he felt like he could breathe without forcing it. But the world didn't rest. Not when people were watching. Not when enemies were waiting. Asterisk. At Virex, the CEO sat in his office with his tablet in his hand. His face was tight. His assistant stood in front of him, holding a folder. The assistant looked careful, like every word mattered. "Sir," the assistant said slowly. "Their promotion," it paused suddenly. The CEO's eyes narrowed. Paused. Yes, the assistant replied. They stopped pushing the movie news hard. It's like they're waiting for something. The CEO leaned back and tapped the table once. He hated waiting. He hated not knowing what the other side was planning. Release more scandals, he said coldly. The assistant hesitated. Sir, he started, then paused again. What if they have evidence? The CEO's eyes sharpened. They won't, he said. The assistant nodded quickly. Yes, sir. But when he turned to leave, his hand tightened around the folder. He didn't look convinced. And that small doubt followed him cause he felt the pause was too sudden. Chapter 305, Shocking Gathering. Weeks passed, and there was now a week and a few days to the release of the movie. And Dayo had just completed the album creation and the cover. Everything was on point, and all that was just delaying was the release. Dayo had made all the necessary arrangements, and the day for the execution was near, so he called Min-jae. You brother, it's time, Dayo said dramatically. Min-jae on the other side acted confused. Time for what? Oh, come on, don't try that with me, Dayo said with a deep voice. Haha, unless what, eh? Dayo smirked and said, nothing, but you keep forgetting that I am your boss and I have my way around your moan. Oh, fine, someone can't play with you and the next thing you do is threaten me. Hee, I got you. Anyways, joke apart, it's time, so summon all of them today and let's get this movement on the way. All right, I would do that now. After the call ended, Dayo called Jang-wook and told him to inform all the actors to be at JD Label. The private conference room at JD Label Korea was full. Not full like an award meeting or a company event, but full in a serious way. The kind of full that meant something was about to happen and everybody in the room knew it. And there were unfamiliar but familiar faces to the artists of JD Label as they saw actors and actresses in their midst. Dayo sat at the front with Min-jae beside him. Around were all the label artists. Some of them looked confused. Some looked tense. Some looked excited but were trying to hide it. Min-jae looked around the room first, then spoke calmly. Before anyone asks, yes, you are all here together for a reason. A few people exchanged looks. One of the actresses leaned forward slightly. Is it about the movie date? It's about the movie, Min-jae said. And it's about the bigger problem around it. Dayo didn't waste time. He tapped the tablet on the table and connected it to the screen. A folder opened on the big display. Inside were multiple files. A video clip, a second video clip, a few screenshots, audio logs, and a document titled Timeline and Verification. Dayo looked at them with all seriousness. I'm going to explain what we're doing, he said. You will not improvise. You will not add extra drama. You will not go off script. The room went quieter as they could hear the seriousness in Dayo's tone. He tapped again, and the screen showed the plan. Live stream, 24 hours. Start, tomorrow. Goal, control the story. Format, talk, show, verify, end. Dayo pointed at the first file. The video you all know, he said. The one they used to push the story that I assaulted an actor. He clicked play. A short clip filled the screen. The room felt uncomfortable immediately. Some of them had seen it online. Some had seen it in private. But watching it again in the same room still felt ugly. Dayo stopped it before it ended. That is the fake, he said. He clicked the second file. The original clip played. Same location. Same people. Same angle. But the mood was different. The context was clear. The words were clear. The movement was normal. No violence. No intimidation. And a clearer picture in quality. When the clip ended, one of the staff members released a small breath like she didn't realize she had been holding it. An artist beside her muttered, so they really cut it and twisted it. Yes, Dayo said. And they pushed it like truth. Min-jae leaned forward slightly. Tomorrow, we take back the narrative, he said. We do it cleanly. We do it once. And we do it in a way that nobody can bend again. One of the PR staff raised her hand. Sir, the public doesn't trust statements anymore, she said carefully. They think every statement is a cover-up. Dayo nodded. That's why we will not argue, he said. We will show. He clicked another file. A screen recording appeared on the projector. It showed an AI detection tool running analysis on the fake clip. Result: high probability of AI usage. Another tool. Another result. Same conclusion. Then Dayo switched to the original clip. The tool ran. Again. Result: no AI use detected. The room reacted immediately. Quiet sounds. Small murmurs. Heads nodding. One of the artists said under his breath, "This is crazy." Min-jae looked at the table. "This is what we will do tomorrow," he said. "We will play the fake clip. We will run the checker live. We will show the score live. Then we will show the original. Each and every one of you will run it again." One of the handlers spoke up. "People will ask how we got the original." Dayo answered without blinking. "We own the footage," he said. "It's our production. We don't need permission to defend our own project." The legal staff nodded slowly, agreeing. The PR staff asked another question. "What about the leaker? People will ask who did it." Dayo's eyes stayed calm. "We don't need to mention names tomorrow," he said. "Not yet. The focus is the truth of the video. The name comes later." Min-jae looked at Dayo for a second and understood. He didn't argue. One of the actors raised his hand. "So what do we say on the live?" Dayo clicked the timeline and verification file. A simple outline appeared. "Greet viewers. Explain there's been misinformation. Play fake clip, briefly. Run AI check live. Show result. Play original clip. Run AI check live. Show result. Explain context short. Explain why the movie will still release. End with calm confidence. No insults. No fighting with comments." Dayo looked at them again. "You don't need big speeches," he said. "Just short sentences and clear words." One of the featured artists nodded quickly. "Understood." Min-jae stood up. "Now listen," he said. "Tomorrow is not a normal live stream. If you laugh too much, people will think you are unserious. If you look too angry, people will think you are guilty. So we stay balanced." He pointed at the PR staff. "You will be in charge of the pinned messages," he said. "We already wrote them." He pointed at the legal staff. "You monitor what we can and can't say live. If something risky comes up, you message me immediately." Everyone nodded. Dayo finally spoke again. "And one more thing," he said. "No one goes rogue and tries to be a hero. You don't argue with trolls. You don't insult Virex. You don't call anyone names. We are not begging. We are correcting." A short silence. Then one of the actresses asked softly, "Director, are you sure they won't counter this?" Dayo looked at her. "They will try," he said. "But they won't win if we don't panic." The meeting continued for another 30 minutes. Everything was structured. Everything was controlled. Before they left, Min-jae said one last thing. "I don't want any leak. This is company top secret, and if it gets leaked, there will be deep consequences. So keep mute and we act fast and decisively." They all stood up and bowed. One by one, they left. When the room became quiet again, Dayo remained seated. Min-jae looked at him. "You're sure about this?" Min-jae asked. Dayo nodded. "Yes." Min-jae hesitated. "It will be loud." Dayo replied. "It's already loud. We're just taking control." Min-jae sighed and leaned back. "All right. Tomorrow then." Dayo stood up and picked his tablet. "Tomorrow," he repeated. As he left the room, his phone vibrated once. A message from one of his staff. "Distribution teams confirmed. Cinema slots confirmed. Promotion scheduled." Dayo read it, then replied with one word. "Proceed." He didn't look worried. He didn't look excited. He looked focused. Because tomorrow wasn't about fighting. Tomorrow was about making sure everyone saw the truth with their own eyes. Chapter 306. Charity Work. Dayo woke up earlier than usual. He checked the time, sat up, and reached for his phone. He did his usual routine. Before he even left his room, he called Min-jae. Min-jae picked up quickly. His voice sounded normal, like he was already awake. "You're up early," Min-jae said. "You ready?" Dayo smiled. "I'm ready. I just wanted to be sure you didn't change your mind." "Me?" Min-jae scoffed. "You're the one that made the whole plan yesterday. I'm just following your script." "Good," Dayo said. 1 hour. "I said 1 hour yesterday, and I meant it," Min-jae replied. "Relax." Yeah. You said that when you promised me last time and failed." "Hee. All right, fine. You win again. I won't be late." "Hee, all right. I'll be waiting for you." Dayo ended the call and got ready fast. He dressed. In nothing flashy, just a plain shirt. Cap mask in his pocket. He wasn't trying to hide like someone guilty. He just didn't want the whole street to turn into a crowd before they even start. Outside, the team was small. One camera guy. One staff member handling money and logistics. One driver. That was it. No extra people. When Min-jae arrived, he looked fresh and cool. He eyed Dayo's outfit and laughed. "You're dressed like you're running away from debt." Dayo replied, with a smile. "I'm dressed like someone that wants peace." Min-jae shook his head. "Peace while walking with me? Good luck." They got into the car. As they drove, the staff member opened a folder and confirmed the plan again. We are biding our time, so I have decided we settle for things that have an impact. Street food packs first, she said. Then vendor support, then supplies for an orphanage. Min-jae nodded. Good. Dayo added. And hospital to the list. We would find time to go there. Remember, we are here to give back to society. The assistant nodded and added hospital to the list of places to go. The car stopped near a busy street food area where vendors were setting up grills and pots. The smell of broth and spices was already in the air. Steam rose from big silver pots. Workers were shouting orders. People were already lining up. Min-jae stepped out first. Immediately, two girls on the sidewalk froze. One whispered, "Is that Min-jae?" The other held her phone but didn't raise it yet, like she was unsure. Dayo stayed calm. He let Min-jae take the lead. They approached an older vendor who was stirring soup in a large pot. Min-jae greeted him politely. "Good morning, sir." The man looked up, squinted, then his face changed. "CEO Min-jae," he said, voice shaking. Seeing Min-jae was a blessing for those that knew him. He was well known for charity, and he was like the dream of every parent in Korea that wanted their child to be like Min-jae. Min-jae smiled. "Yes, we want to buy food packs. A lot." The vendor blinked. "How many?" The staff member stepped forward and opened her notebook. "Everything you have. Pack it well." The vendor's eyes widened. "Everything." Dayo nodded once. "Yes." Min-jae added, "We pay now at normal price. No bargaining." The vendor was almost rolling on the ground at this point. He was so emotional it took a while before he could get himself together. Dayo nodded, and the assistant quickly brought out the money. 4,640,000 Korean wons. The vendor tried to push some of the money back like he didn't believe it. Min-jae's smile disappeared. "Take it." The vendor bowed quickly. Thank you, thank you." Within minutes, the place became busy. Containers, gloves, extra rice, extra soup. People moved faster. As the first packs came out, Dayo pointed quietly toward a corner where a few homeless people were sitting with their backs against a wall. "Start there," Dayo said. Min-jae nodded. "Let's go." They didn't throw the packs. They walked over and handed them out one by one. Each and everyone had a different reaction to it. A man received one and stared at it like it was not real. He looked up. "For me?" Dayo replied, "Yes. Eat while it's still hot." The man bowed so hard his head almost hit his knees. Thank you, thank you." Min-jae crouched slightly. No, don't bow. Just take care." They moved to the next person. Then the next. Some people spoke quietly. Some didn't speak at all. One old man held the pack close to his chest like someone would snatch it from him. The camera stayed respectful. No zooming into faces too close. No pushing. When they finished the first batch, Dayo went back to the vendor. The staff member was already calculating. Min-jae said, looking at Dayo who nodded at him, "Add extra." The staff member added another 600,000 Korean wons on top. The vendor's hands shook again. "Oh, CEO, this is too much." Min-jae answered, "It's not." Then they moved to their second stop, which was to support a vendor. Min-jae picked this one himself because he knew it would connect with regular people online. Small business. Struggle. Simple life. They walked to a woman selling fruits. Her table was small. The stock wasn't much. She looked tired already, even though it was still morning. Min-jae greeted her. "Good morning, ma'am." She replied slowly. "Good morning." Min-jae pointed at the table. "How much is everything here?" The woman blinked. "Everything." "Yes." Min-jae said calmly. She laughed nervously. "You want to buy all?" Dayo stepped forward. "Yes, everything." The woman stared at him like she thought he was pranking her or something. "Why?" Dayo replied simply. "So you can rest today." The woman's face tightened and her eyes got wet immediately. Then she broke out. "I've been standing here every day," she said quietly, "even when my body is shouting." Min-jae nodded, feeling emotional, at the staff member. "Pay her." The woman tried to price low like she was scared they would change their mind. 180,000 Korean wons, she said. The staff member didn't argue. She handed her 1,500,000 Korean wons. The woman's hands started shaking. No, this is too much," she whispered. Min-jae said, "It's fine. Close shop for today and rest." Both Min-jae and Dayo bowed to her. The woman covered her mouth and bowed deep. Thank you. Dayo added, "Buy yourself food. Not leftover food. Real food." The woman nodded repeatedly, wiping her face. They didn't eat anything there. They carried the fruits and handed some to people nearby, instead of leaving it to waste. When they got back into the car, Min-jae tossed an orange toward Dayo. Dayo caught it. Min-jae said, "At least eat something before you collapse like in the studio again." Dayo shook his head. "You're acting like my mother." Min-jae leaned back. "Good. Somebody has to." Dayo peeled the orange slowly as the car moved. They went to different vendors, especially those struggling, and gave them something to pick up again. Third stop was supplies for an orphanage. They had already made the necessary research on which orphanage and what they needed, so it was just a clean drop. They went to a small community center that supported children and struggling families. The coordinator greeted them and almost shouted when he recognized Min-jae, but Min-jae quickly signaled him to calm down. "We're not here for noise," Min-jae said. "Just show us what you need most." The coordinator nodded fast and brought out a list. Rice, noodles, milk, diapers, baby food, toiletries, and more. Dayo didn't talk much. He listened, then signed the donation forms. The amount was 8 million Korean wons. Boxes were delivered immediately because Dayo had already arranged it quietly before today. The coordinator bowed and kept thanking them. A little boy ran up and stared at Min-jae. "Are you really Min-jae?" the boy asked. Min-jae smiled and crouched. "Yes." The boy's eyes widened. "My sister listens to you every day." Min-jae laughed. "Tell her thank you." The boy looked at Dayo and asked, "Who is he?" Min-jae paused, then answered casually, "Family." The boy nodded like that explained everything. They went around and played with the kids before moving to another orphanage. Then the last stop. Hospital. This one was quiet. The camera stayed low and far so as not to disturb people, and they avoided filming sick faces. They met a staff member who already had files ready, as they contacted the hospital to get files of those who needed help. They didn't walk around telling patients, "We are paying your bills." They stayed in the billing office. They paid. One bill, 3,800,000 Korean wons. Second bill, 5,200,000 Korean wons. Third bill, 9,700,000 Korean wons. Then Min-jae saw one and frowned hard. "This one is crazy. 14,600,000 Korean wons. Dayo glanced at it and said calmly, "Pay it." The staff member hesitated. "Sir, are you sure?" Dayo nodded. "Yes." When they finished, they stepped out into the corridor. People were moving slowly. Some looked lost. Some looked tired. Hospitals always carried that kind of heavy air. A woman sitting near the wall looked up. Her eyes were swollen like she had been crying for days. Min-jae walked closer and greeted gently. "Hello." The woman stared at him, then recognized him and gasped. Min-jae quickly said, "Please, don't shout." The woman nodded fast, still shaking. Dayo asked softly, "Are you waiting for someone?" She swallowed. "My father. He's inside." "Why are you here?" Dayo asked. "Well, I am here because I am looking for the remaining funds for my father." Dayo and Min-jae sighed but nodded and quietly waved goodbye, but not before paying the bills. He didn't ask more. He didn't want to dig into her pain on camera. He only nodded at the staff member beside him. The staff member understood and quietly went back inside with the file. Min-jae watched Dayo as they walked out. "You know you're doing a lot today," Min-jae said. Dayo replied, "We planned it. So let's finish it." Min-jae sighed. "You always talk like your heart is not tired." Dayo looked at him. "It's tired. I'm just not stopping. If I know I can help someone avoid a struggle, then I don't mind the tiredness." They got back into the car in the afternoon. Dayo's energy wasn't high, but his head felt clearer. Min-jae leaned back and said, "So what next?" Dayo answered, "We edit." They went back home and did a quick edit. Clean cuts. No dramatic music, just real moments. By late afternoon, it was ready. They posted the video. Chapter 307. Let head roll. They posted the video. It went up quietly at first, like any normal upload. Nothing spectacular, just a clean title, a short description, and the clip. Dayo sat in his living room with Min-jae, both of them leaning toward the TV screen like two students waiting for results. The first few minutes were slow. A few thousand views. Some likes. A couple of comments. Then it started climbing. 5 minutes later, someone clipped the street food part and reposted it on X. 10 minutes later, a fan page posted the hospital bill moment with the caption, "Even if you hate him, people ate today." 20 minutes later, Korean forums picked it up. 30 minutes later, It was in international spaces. Min-jae glanced at Dayo. You satisfied now? Dayo didn't answer immediately. He was watching the comments scroll like a live feed. He wasn't smiling, but his face looked calmer than it had been in days. It's moving, he said. It'll move, Min-jae replied. You're not a small name. Even with all the nonsense, you're JD, the artist that broke the most sold album in a week and the 5th most followed person on YouTube. Dayo nodded once, still watching like he already knew, until Min-jae knocked his head and shouted, Yeah, I just praised you and you're acting nonchalant. Dayo looked at Min-jae and laughed hard. I knew you would fall for it. Min-jae just shook his head and laughed alongside Dayo. The comment section turned into a battlefield almost immediately. Some people were happy. Some people were suspicious. Some people didn't care about the reason and only cared that food and money reached the right places and people. And then the old clip came back, like a stubborn sickness. At first it was small. A few accounts reposting it. A few people quoting it under the charity video. Then Virex CEO saw that Dayo's name was getting clean and gave a simple order, pushed it harder. The timing was too clean to be coincidence. 1 minute the charity video is trending. The next minute the fake bullying clip starts showing up again under every repost. Even the PR staff noticed it. Messages started hitting the group chat created for this whole situation. Un SEO, they're pushing the clip again. With the same pattern and account. Jihoon, they're replying to every post with it. Like bots. Sujin. People are arguing in the comments. US fans versus Korean fans. Min-jae leaned over and read the chat. Of course they're pushing it. They don't have anything else. Dayo finally put his phone down and exhaled. Let them, he said. Min-jae looked at him. You sure? Dayo nodded. They'll push too hard. That's what I need them to do, like I always say, it's free promotion. Min-jae didn't fully like that answer, but he understood it. And knew Dayo was right. The comments kept piling up. Under the charity video, a US fan wrote, I followed Dayo for years. He's always been like this. He just doesn't post everything. A Korean comment replied almost immediately. If he's so kind, why did the bullying video exist? Another reply came. Because people edit clips. It's not new. Then another Korean comment. You foreigners always defend him because you don't live here. In Korea, we saw what he did. A US fan snapped back. You saw a clip. That's not the same as living the truth. Another comment cut through the noise. Even if it's PR, those vendors got paid and people got food. So what are we fighting about? That one got thousands of likes in minutes. Still, the arguments didn't stop. They only evolved. Some people started focusing on Min-jae. CEO Min-jae is the real angel. Min-jae is using his money to cover JD's scandals. Min-jae always does charity, so this is normal. Who is the guy with him? Why does he look familiar? That last question came. Again and again. Some people recognized Dayo from music spaces. Others only knew him as the man attached to the controversy. A few knew him as the person behind the upcoming movie, but most of them were still processing that idea. Because the movie date had already entered the public space. 1 week remaining of the 6. That announcement alone had made people restless. Some were excited. Some were complaining it was too early. Others were predicting it would flop. Others were praying it would be good because the cast list looked solid. Now with the charity video blowing up, the movie got dragged into the conversation too. He's doing this because the movie is coming. He's trying to clean his name before release. Even if he's cleaning his name, he's using his money for good, so I don't care. What if the movie is actually good and they tried to ruin him early? Or what if the movie is trash and this is distraction? Dayo stared at that one for a long time. Min-jae noticed. Don't even start. Dayo looked at him. I'm not starting anything. You're thinking too loud. Dayo gave a small laugh. Since when do you read minds? Min-jae pointed at him. Since you started living in studios like a ghost. Dayo didn't deny it. His phone buzzed again. It was PR head. PR staff. Sir, it's getting messy. The fake clip is trending again. People are pushing it under every repost. Dayo typed a short reply. Dayo, don't respond, wait for the stream. A few seconds passed. PR staff, okay, but they're calling it a cover-up. Dayo answered. Dayo, give it a few hours. They'll regret it. Min-jae watched him type, then leaned back. So the live is today? Yes, Dayo said. Min-jae looked at the TV again. You sure we're not rushing it? Dayo didn't look away. If we wait, they control the week. The movie is close. I'm not giving them that time. Min-jae nodded slowly. All right, then let's move. They went back to the label. Instead, Dayo set it up like a control operation. A small monitoring room inside JD label. Screens on the wall. Laptops on the table. A live dashboard showing names, locations, viewer count, and status bars. Min-jae sat with him. 2 PR staff. 1 legal staff. 1 tech guy handling stream stability. On the dashboard, boxes were labeled. Park Hyung, mainstream. Yura, secondary stream. Tae-woo and Goda, duo stream. Ji-hoon, artist stream. Un Seo, actress stream. There were more. Green dots beside each name. Ready. Dayo checked the timer. 5 minutes. Min-jae leaned back. Everybody's in position. They all answered. 1 box flickered slightly. Yura's camera angle adjusted. She looked calm, but you could tell she was nervous by how still she was sitting. Another box showed Park Hyung fixing his collar and checking the pin messages. Dayo tapped his phone and sent 1 broadcast message to the group. We go live now. Stick to the plan. Short words, no names, and no need to reply. Just say your piece and leave the rest. Min-jae looked at the big screen. Start it. The tech guy clicked. Park Hyung's stream went live first. A second later, the other streams followed. One by one, the green dots changed into moving view counts. 10,000, 20,000, 30. The numbers climbed fast like people had been waiting. Comments started pouring in immediately, rolling too fast to read one by one. The PR staff switched on slow mode, but it barely helped. On Park Hyung's stream, the first wave looked like this. Show the proof then. PR stunt face with tears of joy. If this is another fake apology, I'm done. Why are all JD artists going live? This is serious. They don't do this normally. Drop the original video now. Is the movie still coming out or not? They're trying to distract us with charity. Wait, why does that guy in the leak chain look like Virex's assistant? That last one came again. And again. Same idea, different accounts. In Yura's stream, the comments were softer but still sharp. Yura looked stressed. What's going on? Please don't lie for the label. If this video was fake, why didn't you clear it earlier? I don't care, just prove it. That face. I swear I've seen him with Virex CEO before. Back in the monitoring room, Dayo's eyes stayed steady. He didn't talk. He just watched the pattern. Min-jae leaned forward. They're already saying it. Dayo nodded once. Good. On the mainstream, Park Hyung started. Speaking. Calm voice. No drama. He greeted them. Hello guys, I am not here to argue, but to show proof. Then he played the fake clip for a few seconds. The comments went crazy. See that? That's the video. He did it. Why are you replaying it? Stop talking and prove something. Park Hyung stopped the clip quickly and shared his screen. He opened an AI checker tool opened. He ran the fake clip. Result popped up. High probability of manipulation. He opened a second tool. Same result. The comments slowed for the first time, like people were forced to actually watch. Wait. Hold on. Is that real? Run it again. Do the original then. Nah. Tools can be faked. But why would they risk showing this live if it's fake? Park Hyung didn't celebrate. He just said, now let me show you all the original. He played it. He ran the checker again. No AI manipulation detected. On the dashboard, Dayo watched the reaction hit in real time. View count jumped again, like people were sharing it out of shock. The comment section shifted hard. So director Dayo was being framed. So this whole time, Virex is behind this. Look at the assistant face again. That guy looks like Virex CEO assistant, no joke. JD label came prepared. I take back what I said, this is proof. But if they had evidence, why did they not release? Where's the person that leaked it? Min-jae looked at Dayo. Still no names. Dayo replied, simple. No. Names. He nodded at the PR staff. Pin the AI results. Pin the original clip timestamp. That's all. The PR staff did it immediately. On the wall of screens, Yura's stream, she did the same thing with the same result, showing it was AI related. But she didn't say much. She didn't need to. The results were already glaring enough. In another box, Tae-woo whispered to Goda, both of them staring at the comments like they couldn't believe how fast the crowd was switching sides. Dayo leaned back in his chair, calm. Now let the heads roll, he said. Chapter 308, Table Turns. The live stream ended, and the internet went crazy. It got louder. By morning, the story had changed shape. It was no longer only about a bullying video. It became a bigger question that people could not ignore anymore. Who made the video? Who pushed it? Who benefited from it? And why it always showed up every time Dayo's name started moving in the right direction. Articles started dropping like rain. Not one, not two. Every entertainment site wanted to be the first to explain and break the news of what happened, and every media page wanted to sound like they knew it all along. The headlines were different, but the meaning was the same. JD label exposes manipulated clip in live verification. AI tools flag viral director Dayo's bullying video as edited. Viewers notice familiar face in leak chain. Virex link. Who is Dayo really, and why does he have this kind of control? Movie release still on schedule despite online attacks. Shock as the industry finds out that Dayo has been bullied. People clicked. They watched the replay. They argued again. Then they watched again, because the proof was right there on screen. Screenshots from the live stream spread everywhere. The fake clip paused at the exact moment it looked worst. Then the original clip paused on the exact moment it looked normal. Then the AI check results sat beside both. That was what made it hard to dismiss. Some writers tried to stay neutral. They wrote careful sentences, acting like they were not picking sides. Other writers did not bother pretending. One article zoomed in on one detail that kept coming up in the comments. A face. A man in the chain of the leak. It was the same man people were saying looked like someone they had seen around Virex. The article didn't accuse directly. It did not need to. It quoted what people were already saying. Many viewers are claiming the man seen in the leak chain resembles an assistant tied to the Virex CEO. The claim has not been officially confirmed, but the pattern has sparked widespread speculation. Speculation was a polite word. People were calling it what it looked like. A setup. Another article focused on Dayo instead. It asked a question that people had been whispering inside the industry for a long time. Who exactly was Dayo? Why did he move like someone who had more authority than his title? Why? Did he have the entire label roster go live in different locations at the same time? That was not normal, even for a powerful label. The article talked about Min-jae, of course. Korea knew Min-jae. Everybody knew his status. Then the article talked about Dayo like he was an unknown problem the industry had been avoiding. He is credited as a music producer in the United States. He also has an international sports background that made him famous in the West. Yet he operates quietly inside the Korean industry with unusual influence. A lot of readers did not even know Dayo had anything to do with film until the movie news dropped. And now, the same name was moving through music, film, and a public war with a competitor. So the attention shifted. People stopped asking only, did he bully someone? They started asking, how deep does his reach go? Then came the comments. The apology comments were everywhere. Not small apologies. Full paragraphs. People sounded embarrassed because they had been loud before and believed the internet without looking for sources. On the replay of the live stream, the comment section kept refreshing and the top comments changed every hour. One comment had thousands of likes. I dragged him when the video came out. I'm sorry. That video ruined his name, and I believed it without question. Another comment. So someone edited that clip and pushed it for months? That is wicked. Another comment. The worst part is how it always returns anytime he is trending for something good. Yeah, which is weird. And this is where I would be plain and say it outright. The Virex agency knows about this. We need an explanation. Some people were angry at themselves. Some were angry at the accounts that pushed the fake clip. Some were angry at how easy it was for a lie to live online. A few people still try to fight it. They said AI tools could be faked. They said big labels could buy anything. They said the live stream was too clean. But those comments started getting swallowed. Swallowed by the minute as positive comments dulled them. Because more people were watching the replay and seeing the checks with their own eyes. And another thing kept spreading. The Virex assistant face theory. It turned into its own fire. People clipped that moment. They zoomed in. They posted side-by-side pictures. They compared. Nobody used the official language anymore. They spoke like regular internet users. That's him. I swear that's him. I've seen that man behind the Virex CEO before. I'm not crazy. So Virex has been behind this. That's insane. People in Korea were already heated. Then the story crossed fully to the United States. That was when it became a different kind of problem. Dayo had fans there who were not casual. They were loyal in a way that did not feel normal. Some might call them toxic. They were the type that held grudges, and moved like a group of lionesses going to hunt. A few American sports pages posted it first, framing it like a scandal that finally got corrected. Then the entertainment pages picked it up. Then, bigger media accounts started talking about AI manipulation and viral misinformation. One clip that circulated heavily was the part where the AI checker result appeared live on screen. People in the US loved that moment because it felt like evidence, not talk. And once US fans got the confirmation they were waiting for, they went to work. A fan account posted, "He was framed. Do not let them bury this again. Share the replay." Another posted, "Find the accounts that pushed the fake clip and report them." All of them. Then the more aggressive ones started moving. They didn't stop at reposting. They started digging into every page that had pushed the clip before. They started mass reporting. They started replying under Korean pages, even though half of them did not speak Korean. Some of them used translators. Some did not care. They posted anyway. A Korean comment under one trending post said, "Why are foreign fans here?" A US fan replied, "Because y'all tried to ruin Dayo. We're not watching quietly, and now it's time those who offended him feel his fans' anger." Then the VPN talk started. It became almost funny, the way they spoke about it like a mission. Set VPN to Korea. Find Virex CEO accounts or any account related to Virex. Report. Repeat. That energy moved fast. Some Korean fans were shocked by how aggressive US fans could be. Others were happy to have extra soldiers. Some called them crazy. Some called them useful. But either way, it created pressure. Virex started trending in spaces they were not used to trending in. Not for their actors or actresses, but for accusations. For "Are you behind the fake clip?" For "Who is your assistant and why is his face in the leaked chain?" Even people who didn't care about Dayo started caring because the pattern looked dirty. Inside JD Label, the atmosphere felt different. Not calm, not relaxed. More like a storm had shifted direction. People were moving with purpose. Dayo saw most of it from his office. He wasn't scrolling like a fan. He was scanning like someone checking results. Min-jae walked in holding his phone like it was heavier than usual. He didn't sit immediately. He stood near Dayo's desk and stared at the screen in his hand. "Bro," Min-jae said, voice low, "your US fans are mad people." Dayo glanced up. They were patient for too long. Min-jae shook his head slowly. "No, I mean mad. They're in Korean spaces arguing with full confidence. They're reporting accounts like it's a job." Dayo leaned back slightly with a small smile. "They've always been like that." Min-jae laughed once short, not fully amused. More like disbelief, because to have fans like this was every star's dream, fans that would stand at your back no matter right or wrong. "I've seen fandoms," Min-jae said. "I've seen crazy fans. Your fans move like they're doing military training." Dayo didn't smile much, but his eyes softened. "They don't like injustice." Min-jae walked closer and dropped into the chair opposite him. He put his phone on the table, screen facing up. The trending chart showed Virex's name climbing again, but not in a good way. Min-jae tapped it. "Even people who don't like you are asking questions now. The face thing is spreading. Everyone is saying the same thing. They're saying it looks like the Virex CEO's assistant." Dayo nodded. "People notice patterns when you stop feeding them confusion." Min-jae stared at him. "How did you even think of the dashboard livestream setup? Multiple streams, different rooms, same proof, same timing." "It was too clean." Dayo answered simply. "Because one stream can be dismissed. 10 streams are harder to dismiss. And mind you, it was for the movie. I used them as a sacrificial lamb as he took the bait to spoil my reputation. This was why anytime you asked me for action, I always said just calm down, let them do it. And now this is the result." Min-jae exhaled like he was looking at an alien. "You're sick." Dayo raised an eyebrow. "In a good way or bad way?" "In a scary way," Min-jae said, then smirked. "But I respect it." Dayo leaned forward a bit. "They pushed the fake clip every time something good happened. The only way to kill it was to force the truth into the same space they used for lies." Min-jae nodded slowly. "So that's why you didn't mention names?" "Yes," Dayo replied. "If we said Virex, they'd turn it into a war story. People would split into teams and ignore the proof. Let the public notice the face and facts themselves." Min-jae stared at him for a moment. Then he shook his head again, smiling now like he couldn't help it. "You're not normal," he said. Dayo shrugged. "Neither are they." Min-jae leaned back. "And this is only the beginning. The movie release is close. The industry is watching. The internet is watching. Dayo's phone vibrated on the desk. He checked it. PR updates. Viewer counts. Replay stats. Articles tagged. He didn't look excited. He looked satisfied that the direction was correct, as he wanted the hype to reach the movie. Min-jae spoke again, more serious now. I won't lie, he said. I'm curious. How do you think they'll react when they find out you're dropping an album too? Dayo looked at him. It's going to be loud. Min-jae smiled. Loud is not even the word. That's an understatement. They would freak out, man. Dayo smiled. Well, time would tell how they would react. Chapter 309. VREX on fire. While the whole internet was on fire, the VREX agency was calm until it wasn't, and the first person to see it was the assistant. He saw the clips first, then the replay, then the screenshots of the AI checks. He sat in his office for almost a full minute, staring like his brain refused to accept what his eyes were showing him. His head started pounding. His mind didn't even go to Dayo first. It went to the source of the video, Kang Min-ho, the man he bought the video from. The moment the assistant remembered Kang Min-ho's face, his stomach turned. He wanted to pretend he was just a random paparazzi and nothing more, but the truth was simple. Kang Min-ho was not a newbie. He was someone who lived off cameras, angles, timing, and patience. It was stupid to think a man like that wouldn't keep evidence, or wouldn't plan, or wouldn't protect himself. The assistant stood up sharply, grabbed his tablet, and walked straight to the CEO's office. He took a deep breath as he already knew what was to come, but he had to do the needful so as to try to salvage the situation. He didn't even wait for permission. He knocked once and entered. The CEO was inside, sitting with someone else, a man who looked like a business partner or investor. The assistant didn't care. His eyes were hard, urgent. Sir, this is important. The CEO frowned and raised a hand slightly, signaling the other man to step outside. The man hesitated, but the CEO waved again, firmer, and the man left. The door closed. The assistant walked closer and placed the tablet on the table. The CEO leaned forward, already annoyed. What is it? Why are you rushing him like this? The assistant swallowed. It's about the Dayo issue, sir. The live stream. The CEO's face changed immediately. He took the tablet and watched. He watched the clip. He watched the AI results. He watched the comments showing people pointing out the face in the leaked chain. Then he watched again. His fingers tightened around the tablet. His jaw locked. For a second, he looked like he was trying to breathe properly. Then he slammed the tablet down on the table. What the hell is this? He snapped. The assistant tried to speak, but the CEO didn't allow it. He stood up, anger rising fast, voice getting louder with every word. Are you out of your mind? The CEO shouted. Do you know what you've done? Do you know what this means? I told you to use backups. I told you. I told you to use people that cannot be traced back to us. And what did you do? You put yourself in the chain. Why did you allow your face anywhere near this mess? The assistant's mouth opened, but no good explanation came out. The CEO hit the table again. Hard. A pen rolled off the edge. He kicked the chair back like it offended him, then paced once, then twice, like someone trying not to break something. His voice dropped, but it became even more dangerous. You have been with me for what? Almost 10 years, he said. 10 years. You should know better than this. You should know that once your face is attached to a setup, it becomes a stain that does not wash off. You think the industry forgives this kind of thing? The assistant's voice finally came. Sir, I didn't think they would do something like this. I didn't think they had the original clip and AI verification ready. I didn't think. Stop, the CEO cut him off. You didn't think. That's the problem. His hands went to his head briefly, then dropped. He looked furious, but under the anger was something else. Fear. Because he understood the politics. He was the CEO, but he wasn't the owner of everything. He held shares, yes, but there were stakeholders that mattered more than him. People who cared about one thing only: stability, profit, and reputation. And right now, VREX looked dirty. His phone rang. The assistant froze. The CEO stared at the screen. He already knew who it was. It was the group of agency executives. The same group that had met before. The same people he had tried to look reasonable in front of. The same people who had already agreed, at least publicly, that they would let Dayo be. The CEO didn't want to answer, but he couldn't ignore it. He picked the call. The room went quiet. There were multiple voices on the line, but nobody spoke immediately. It was the type of silence that meant they were waiting to see if he would confess first. Then one of them finally spoke, cold and disappointed. Are you going to say anything? The CEO's eyes narrowed. Say what? Another voice replied, sharper. Don't act stupid. You're trending everywhere. The assistant chain is all over the internet. Your man's face is being clipped and compared. Do you understand what you've done? The CEO gritted his teeth. You don't know what you're saying. A third voice jumped in. We do know. We warned you. We warned you to keep everything under control. Even if your label plays dirty, you keep it silent. That was the only rule. Now Dayo is everywhere, his movie is everywhere, and the entire industry is watching us like fools. Then someone added, like they wanted to stab the point deeper. Was it because of Minjai? Because she left your agency? Is that why you went behind everyone and did this? The CEO's face tightened. What do you mean by that? He asked, but his voice lacked confidence now. A different voice sighed, like they were tired of him already. It means we should have known you would ruin everything. We thought you had control. We thought you had sense. But you let your personal emotions drive business. Now you've exposed all of us to a mess we didn't create. Another person spoke, and this time the tone was final. I'm done. I don't care what your excuse is. This ends now. The call ended. The CEO stood still for a moment, staring at his phone. Then it rang again. This time, his blood went cold. Because this number was not from the executives. This number was from the person who actually mattered. The major shareholder. The one who had the power to remove him without discussion. He picked up immediately, like his life depended on it. A female voice came through, calm but poisonous. I'm disappointed in you. Highly disappointed. The CEO swallowed. Ma'am, please. You have 1 week, she cut in. Clear this. Fix it. If you can't, pack your things and leave. Before he could say another word, the call ended. The CEO stood there, phone still in his hand, like someone had punched the air out of his lungs. He didn't sit down. His breathing became rapid, and he turned slowly and looked at his assistant like he was seeing him clearly for the first time. And then he snapped. Get out, he shouted. Get out of my office. The assistant flinched and stepped back. Get out, the CEO repeated louder. Let me think. The assistant rushed out. The CEO paced again, hands in his hair, eyes wild, mind racing. His pride was wounded. His control was slipping. And worst of all, it wasn't just Dayo that was winning the public. It was the fact that the public now had a face. A link. A pattern. It was no longer only maybe. It was now it looks like Virex. After a few minutes, he shouted again. You, he yelled. The assistant rushed back in quickly. The CEO didn't even let him speak. I don't care how you do it, he said. Call everyone. Call our media connections. Call bloggers. Call pages. Pay whatever. Money is not the problem. Push harder. Push anything. Twist anything. Scatter everything. Make noise until people forget what they saw. The assistant nodded fast. Yes, sir. The CEO pointed at him aggressively. Now go. The assistant turned to leave. And before he could even reach the door, another staff member rushed in, pale and sweating. Sir, we have a problem. The CEO spun. What problem? The staff member swallowed hard. Our accounts. Many of them have been banned or restricted. The CEO stared. What do you mean banned? Flagged, sir. The staff member continued quickly. Social media accounts tied to us are being mass reported. Some are down already. Some are limited. Even some of our actors' accounts are getting called out. People are spamming their comments. They're dragging them. They're tagging them in the scandal. The CEO's eyes widened slowly. How? The staff member showed him the screen. It was clips, screenshots, posts from US fans and Korean fans. Instructions being shared like a campaign. Report anything connected to Virex. Mass report. Don't stop. Use VPN if you need to. The CEO's mouth opened slightly. For the first time since the livestream, he looked genuinely shaken, because he understood what it meant. This wasn't only Dayo's plan. This was Dayo's fanbase, turning it into a war. And war did not play by industry rules. The CEO's voice dropped, quieter now. 2 days, he said, staring at his staff. You have 2 days to stop this and stabilize our accounts. If you can't, then all of you should start preparing yourselves. Nobody spoke, because everyone in that room understood the truth. Virex was no longer pushing Dayo into a corner. Virex was now the one being cornered. And the worst part was this. They didn't even know what Dayo planned to do next. Chapter 310, Deeper troubles. Dayo and Minjae were done talking and were walking downstairs. Minjae was the first one to notice the reporters. He didn't say it loudly. He didn't even stop walking. He just glanced ahead, then glanced at Dayo like he had just found a new way to annoy him. Dayo was already stepping toward the quiet side route when Minjae reached out and caught his wrist. "Where are you going?" Minjae asked, smiling. Dayo narrowed his eyes. "Don't start." Minjae pointed forward with his chin. "You always escape. Today, you're not escaping." Dayo looked ahead properly. The entrance area was not crowded like an award show, but it was crowded enough to be trouble. Cameras. Microphones. 2 vans parked awkwardly. People standing like they had been waiting for hours. The moment one reporter saw Minjae's face clearly, her eyes widened. "CEO Minjae." Another voice followed immediately. "Director Dayo." That one hit harder. Dayo stopped for half a second. He didn't even know the media would recognize him so fast. Minjae leaned closer and whispered, "I got you." Dayo breathed out slowly. "You're wicked." Minjae laughed. "Go and greet them. You said we are clean. So act clean." Dayo wanted to turn and walk back inside, but it was already too late. They had been spotted. People were already rushing forward. Security moved fast, but reporters moved faster. A mic pushed close to Dayo's face. "Director Dayo, are you confirming that the viral clip was fully manipulated?" Another mic came from the side. "Is Virex behind the smear campaign?" A third voice cut through. "Are you taking legal action?" Dayo raised a hand slightly, not aggressive, just a signal. "Easy," he said, calm. "One person at a time." They didn't listen. They never listened. Minjae stayed beside him, hands in his pockets, watching like he was enjoying the chaos he created. Dayo turned his head, scanning faces. They were not random bloggers. These were real press people. Some had press tags. One woman leaned in again. "Director, the public is asking, was that man in the leak chain truly connected to Virex?" Dayo kept his voice polite. "I'm not here to accuse anyone today." A reporter frowned. "So you won't deny it?" Dayo's eyes held steady. "I won't confirm anything I didn't confirm myself." Another voice shouted. "Why did JD label go live from different locations? Who planned it?" Dayo looked at the mic. "I planned it." That surprised them. "Why?" someone asked quickly. Dayo answered simply. "Because people don't trust speeches anymore. People trust what they see." A reporter tried to push closer, almost stepping into Dayo's personal space. Dayo's expression did not change, but his shoulders tightened slightly. He was used to pressure, but didn't like this kind of crowd pressure. He liked one-on-one conversations. He liked calm questions. This one felt like noise. Minjae noticed it and leaned in. "Okay," Minjae said loudly. "That's enough." The reporters ignored him too. A man shouted, "Director, are you still releasing the movie on schedule?" Dayo nodded. "The movie is still coming out on schedule." "Date?" the man pressed. Dayo hesitated. He wasn't trying to give them extra fuel, but he also knew silence would create another headline. He gave them the safest version. "In a week time as scheduled, nothing is changing," Dayo said. Some of them laughed like he was dodging. One lady tried again. "Director, why do you have so much influence inside JD label? Who are you really?" Dayo's mouth twitched slightly, almost a smile. "I'm an employee," he said. "I work." They didn't like that answer. Someone shouted, "You're not just an employee." Dayo nodded once. "Maybe. Still, I work." A camera flashed close. Security finally pushed forward properly, forming a stronger line. Minjae turned to one of the guards. "Get him inside." The guard nodded and stepped toward Dayo. Dayo didn't fight it. His patience was already thinning. A reporter tried to throw one last question. "Director, if Virex is innocent, why is their assistant's face being mentioned everywhere?" Dayo looked at her. He kept his tone calm. "Ask Virex." That was the last line they got from him. Minjae grabbed Dayo's sleeve and pulled him back toward the entrance doors. Dayo muttered under his breath, "You set me up." Minjae laughed quietly. "You needed fresh air. You got it." They got inside. The doors closed. The noise reduced instantly, but it didn't disappear. You could still hear voices outside, muffled, like bees trapped behind glass. Dayo rubbed the back of his neck once. Minjae looked proud of himself. "See? You survived." Dayo stared at him. "Next time I'm trapping you." Minjae smirked. "Nah, you will never again." Dayo walked off without another word, heading deeper into the building. Minjae watched him go, then turned to security. "Keep them out," he said. "No pictures inside." The guards nodded and moved. Inside Virex, the assistant was sweating. He didn't sweat because of work. He didn't sweat because of meetings. He was sweating because his face was everywhere. He sat in his office, staring at his tablet like it was insulting him. Replay clips, screenshots, zoomed-in comparisons, side-by-side pictures of him standing behind the Virex CEO in past events, next to the leak chain image. The comments were not gentle. That's him. Why is he in the leak chain? So Virex really pushed the clip? He kept scrolling, hoping it would stop. It didn't stop. His mind kept flashing back to one name. Kang Min-ho, a paparazzi, a man who lived by selling moments. He had bought from him before. He thought he was smart. He thought he was careful. He thought he had power. He forgot paparazzi people recorded everything, even their breathing. His tablet almost slipped from his hand. He stood up suddenly. His head felt hot again. He remembered his boss's voice, "If you don't find a solution, you're finished." The assistant didn't go home. He went straight to Kang Min-ho's place. He didn't plan it. He didn't even think. His body moved on anger and panic. He knocked hard. No answer. He knocked again. Still nothing. He knocked the third time, harder. The door opened slightly. Kang Min-ho didn't even check properly. He just opened it like he was tired. The assistant pushed the door wider and stepped in. Kang blinked. You. The assistant's eyes were red. "How dare you record me?" Kang leaned back like he expected it. "Record you? You want to buy videos and you think I don't record my buyers?" The assistant grabbed his collar. "You ruined me." Kang shoved his hands away. "You ruined yourself. You threatened me and expect to go scot-free. You wish, and now you came with your arrogance to my house." The assistant stepped forward like he wanted to hit him. Kang's friend stood up from the couch. The assistant didn't notice the phone in his hand at first. Kang laughed. "Hit me. Do it. Then your face will trend again tomorrow." The assistant froze. He finally saw the phone. The friend was recording. The assistant lunged for it. "Give me that." The friend stepped back quickly. Kang grabbed the assistant's shirt and pushed him hard. They stumbled. The assistant tried to push back, but Kang was used to messy streets. Used to fights. Used to chaos. They crashed into a table. A glass fell. The assistant lost balance and hit the floor. Kang stood over him, breathing hard. "You people think money makes you untouchable," Kang said. "You forget the street has eyes." The assistant stood up quickly, embarrassed and furious. He pointed at Kang. "You're finished." Kang pointed at the door. "Leave." The assistant was shaking. His pride was bleeding. He didn't say anything again. He rushed out. Kang locked the door and leaned on it for a second. His friend lowered the phone slowly. "You see why I said we should leave Korea?" Kang exhaled. "Not yet." The friend frowned. "Kang, this footage is gold. But your face is in it." Kang nodded. "Blur your face." "Blur my face. We sell it." The friend hesitated. "To who?" Kang's eyes narrowed. "To the ones that can pay." He called the investigator, the one that framed him, and got the record for free. The investigator answered calmly. Kang spoke fast. "I have something bigger." The investigator didn't sound surprised. "Talk." Kang lowered his voice. "The Virex assistant came to my place. He attacked me. He said too much. He mentioned his CEO's name during the fight. It's all on video." Silence for a second. Then the investigator asked, "What do you want?" Kang swallowed. "Money. Enough to disappear." The investigator replied, "How much?" Kang paused. Then he said a number that sounded bold. The investigator didn't argue. He just said, "Wait." He ended the call and called Dayo. Dayo was still resting. He answered on the second ring. The investigator spoke plainly. "Kang Min-ho has new footage. Your competitor's assistant came to confront him. It turned physical. The assistant mentioned his CEO during the fight. Clear audio and video." Dayo didn't speak immediately. He was quiet for a moment, calculating. Then he said, "How much?" The investigator said, "He wants big money." Dayo answered calmly, like he was ordering food. "Pay him 30 million Korean wons." The investigator paused. "You sure?" Dayo replied, "Yes." "Pay him. Get the footage. Tell him to disappear after." The investigator nodded, even though Dayo couldn't see him. "Understood." Dayo ended the call. He didn't look stressed. He didn't look excited. He looked like someone who just picked up the final piece on a board. Because Virex had pushed too hard. And now the next hit would not be a rumor. It would be proof again. Chapter 311. Outsource. The Virex building looked normal from the outside. Glass. Clean floors. Security at the front. staff walking in and out like nothing was happening. But inside the CEO's office, nothing felt normal. He stood near the window, jacket still on, phone in his hand. He was scrolling clips and headlines to see how bad the damage was, and that face again. His assistant's face. He locked his jaw and forced his shoulders down. If he stayed inside, the story would grow without him. If he hid, people would treat hiding like admission. He turned and walked toward the door. The head of security met him in the hallway. "Sir," the man said quickly. The CEO didn't slow down. "Talk." "Reporters are outside," security said. "A lot. They've been waiting." The CEO's expression did not change, but his eyes tightened. "How many?" "More than 20, security replied. "And they're calling more. They're waiting at the main entrance and the side gate." The CEO adjusted his cuff like he didn't care. "We go through the main entrance," he said. Security hesitated. "Sir, it will be tight." "That's fine," the CEO replied. "Let them see me." He moved forward. The elevator ride was silent. Security stayed close. 2 more guards joined at the ground floor. The CEO fixed his tie once, not because it needed fixing, but because he needed his hands to do something. Then the doors opened, and the noise hit him immediately. Cameras, microphones, shouts. The moment he stepped out, they rushed him like they were starving. "CEO, sir, is it true your assistant was part of the leak chain? Did Virex fund the fake bullying clip? Are you behind the smear campaign against Director Dayo? Why is your assistant's face trending? Did you instruct your team to push the video again and again?" They crowded closer. Flashing lights. Phones raised. People stepping into his path just to force an answer. He kept walking. Security pushed lightly, clearing space, but the crowd was stubborn. "Sir, are you denying it?" The CEO didn't look at any single reporter for too long. He didn't want one face to become the face of his humiliation. "No comment," he said. "Are you saying Virex has nothing to do with it?" "No comment." "Then why is your assistant's face in the leak chain?" He stopped for half a second, just enough for them to smell blood. He looked at the microphones and cameras like they were objects. "You'll get an official statement," he said. "Not here." "That's not a denial," one reporter shouted. "Sir, did you pay someone to manipulate the clip?" He started walking again. "Wait for the statement," he repeated. "I'm not doing this here." A reporter pushed forward. "Are you worried about legal action from JD Label?" Security stepped in harder this time. They formed a wall and moved him through the gap. The CEO's face stayed controlled, but his breathing had shifted. Shorter, sharper. He reached the car. Security opened the door. He got in immediately. The door shut. The outside noise went muffled, like the world was suddenly underwater. The CEO stared straight ahead for 2 seconds. Then he grabbed his phone and slammed it against his palm. "Idiots," he muttered. His driver didn't speak. Security got into the front passenger seat. The CEO opened his messages again. More clips. More comparisons. The assistant's face being zoomed in from different angles, people circling his jawline, his eyes, his posture, acting like they were investigators. The CEO closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened them and made a call. "Come to my house," he said the moment the call connected. "Now." His assistant's voice sounded thin. "Sir, I'm already on my way." "You better be," the CEO replied, and ended the call. The drive home felt longer than it should have. Not because of traffic, but because the silence inside the car was heavy. When they arrived, the gate opened fast. Security cleared the driveway. The CEO walked inside without greeting anybody. His wife appeared near the hallway. She was already calm. She had seen this version of him too many times. "You're home," she said softly. "Do you want water?" He didn't answer properly. He just removed his jacket and tossed it on the chair like the chair offended him. She waited a second. "You should eat something." He finally looked at her. His eyes were not gentle. "Not now," he said. His wife nodded once, like she expected it. "All right," she replied. She didn't try to argue, nor she didn't try to comfort him with long words. She just turned and walked away. Because she knew him. When he was angry like this, anything you said became fuel. The CEO went into his office room at home and shut the door. He paced back and forth. Then he stopped. His assistant arrived 10 minutes later, almost running. He knocked, opened the door, and bowed quickly. "Sir." The CEO didn't tell him to sit. He didn't even tell him to stand properly. He just pointed at the screen on his tablet. "Look," he said. The assistant stepped closer and swallowed. His own face stared back at him from a trending clip. The assistant's mouth opened slightly. Sir? The CEO cut him off. You, he said. You did this. The assistant's eyes widened. Sir, I didn't know they had proof like that. I didn't think they could trace it back to me. The CEO's voice rose. You didn't think, he said. That is the problem. I told you from the start. Use backups. Use clean hands. Use people that cannot be traced. The assistant's voice shook. I was careful. I met Kong Min-ho privately. I paid cash. I didn't use company accounts. The CEO slammed his palm on the desk. And yet your face is everywhere. The assistant flinched. The CEO leaned forward slowly. Do you understand what this means? He asked. The assistant swallowed again. Yes, sir. Say it. The assistant forced the words out. It links us to the smear. Not just links, the CEO said. It makes us the obvious suspect. He stood up and walked around the desk like a predator circling a weak animal. You have one chance, the CEO said. One. The assistant looked confused, like he still wanted to negotiate. The CEO continued. You will go out, he said. You will claim everything. The assistant froze. Sir, you mean? You will take it, the CEO repeated. You will apologize. You will bow. If they want tears, you will cry. If they want disgrace, you will eat it. The assistant's eyes widened in panic. Sir, that will destroy me. The CEO's stare turned cold. If I go down, you go down, he said. But you go down worse. Because I will survive in another room. You will not survive outside. The assistant's lips trembled. Sir, please. I have been with you for years. 7 years. Almost 10. Don't throw me out like this. The CEO didn't blink. You should have remembered your value before you showed your face, he replied. The assistant's voice got desperate. I can't walk into the media and say I did all of it. They will ask who told me. They will ask why. They will ask where the money came from. That's your problem, the CEO said. You solve it. The assistant shook his head fast. Sir, I can't. I can't carry this alone. The CEO leaned in closer. You can, he said. Because if you refuse, I will make sure you never work again. I will not protect you. I will not hide you. I will not answer your calls. I will let the industry eat you alive. Silence filled the room. The assistant's shoulders dropped. His pride had nowhere to stand. The CEO stepped back and spoke like he was giving business instructions. You will apologize and say you acted alone out of personal resentment, he said. Say you got greedy. Say you made a stupid choice. Say you regret it. The assistant stared at the floor. The CEO continued. My PR team will push another story at the same time, he said. While you are taking heat, we flood the timeline. The assistant looked up slightly. Flood it with what? The CEO picked up his phone again. Scandals, he said. He made a call and put it on speaker. A voice answered almost immediately. Sir. Talk, the CEO said. What do you have on ground? The voice sounded calm, like this was normal business. I have 3 packages ready, the man said. 1 actor, 1 actress, 1 director. The CEO leaned back. Explain. First, the man said, a popular actor sleeping with a married sponsor. I have footage. Clear footage. 2 angles. That package is 12 million Korean wons. The assistant's eyes flickered hearing the scandal. The CEO didn't react. Second, the man continued. A female idol caught using illegal prescriptions. Not hard drugs, but enough to trend. I have clinic proof and a staff member willing to talk. That one is 8,500,000 Korean wons. Third, the man said, a director collecting money for roles. It's not direct footage, but I have voice notes and a meeting photo. That is 15 million Korean wons. The CEO's fingers tapped once on the armrest. How fast can you push it, he asked. Tonight, the man replied. If I get the money now. The CEO looked at the assistant. This is what you caused, he said quietly. Then he spoke to the phone again. I want the actor package, he said. And the director package. The assistant's mouth opened slightly. That was 27 million Korean wons already. And I want 1 more, the CEO added. Something lighter. Something that trends fast and distracts. The man on the phone replied. I can throw in a dating scandal, idol, and businessman. It's weak, but it spreads. 3,500,000 Korean wons. The CEO didn't hesitate. Add it, he said. He ended the call and sent a transfer through a clean route. 30,500,000 Korean wons. He looked at the assistant again. By morning, the internet will have something else to chew, he said. and you will be outside bowing and apologizing. The assistant's voice sounded small. Sir, what if it doesn't work? The CEO's eyes narrowed. Then we buy more, he said. Money is not the problem. The assistant swallowed hard. And what about Dayo? Are we sure there's nothing on him? The CEO picked up his phone again and called the same outsourcer back. One more thing, he said. Any dirt on Dayo? The man paused. Sir, he said carefully, that guy is clean. The CEO's expression tightened. Clean how? Clean like he was built for cameras, the man replied. US side is clean. Sports background is clean. No charges. No scandals that can stick. Even his personal life is locked. The assistant looked shocked, like he wanted hope and got none. The CEO's voice went colder. So you're telling me the man has nothing? Nothing that I can sell with confidence, the outsourcer replied. If I find anything, I'll call. The CEO ended the call and stared at the wall for a second. That kind of clean record irritated him more than any insult, because it meant this fight would not be won with simple dirt. He looked at his assistant again. You hear that? He asked. He's clean. The assistant nodded slowly, fear in his eyes. The CEO stood up. Then we don't attack his past, he said. We attack the timeline. He moved closer to the assistant and spoke like a final warning. You will do what I told you, he said. You will take the blame. You will kneel if you must. And you will not embarrass me again. The assistant's lips shook. Yes, sir, he whispered. The CEO opened the door. Leave, he said. The assistant bowed and walked out like a man going to the gallows. The CEO stayed alone in the room. Outside, the world was still loud. Inside, he was calculating. He sat down, looked at the trending pages again, and watched Virex climb for the wrong reasons. Then he typed one message to his PR team. Push everything tonight. No gaps. He sent it. And he stared at the screen like a man who refused to lose quietly. He would fight to the very end. Chapter 312. Scandal out. The Virex assistant stood in front of the cameras like a man who didn't sleep, and he didn't really sleep. He had dressed shabby, hair scattered, face controlled, but his eyes kept moving too much, the kind of movement that made people feel something was wrong even before he spoke. He bowed, not the casual type, a deep one. Then he raised his head and tried to keep his voice steady. I'm here to apologize for my actions. I made a mistake. I got involved in something I shouldn't have. I take full responsibility. It sounded like a prepared statement, and the reporters didn't let it breathe. One mic pushed closer. Where did you get the clip from? Another voice came immediately. Who gave it to you? Who told you to push it? Why did it keep resurfacing every time Dayo trended? The assistant swallowed and tried to stay inside the apology. I'm not here to talk about details. I'm here to apologize for doing all that's accused of the Virex label. It was my personal doing. That answer didn't help him. It made it worse, because the internet had already watched the live stream. People had watched the leak chain. People had watched the AI tools get run in real time. Nobody wanted a soft apology anymore. They wanted a straight explanation. A reporter stepped in harder. You said nobody else was involved, but people are saying during the video that you made a call suspected to be your boss. Are you denying that? The assistant's face twitched. It was small, but the camera caught it. He tried to fix it fast, tried to smile like it was a stupid question, but his body language betrayed him. I can't speak on any speculation, he said, and immediately the reporters reacted. So you can apologize, but you can't explain. Are you protecting someone? Are you protecting your CEO? No, he blurted too quickly, and that no sounded like panic, not confidence. They kept pressing, not letting him reset. How did you get access? Who paid for it? Who benefited? Why was the timing always perfect whenever Dayo's name started moving? The assistant tried to hold the line, but the line was slipping. He bowed again, deeper this time, like humility could replace facts. I apologize, he repeated. That's all I can say. He turned to leave. The cameras followed. The questions followed. Even when security tried to open space, the crowd still shoved microphones forward like knives. The apology didn't clear anything. It made him look guiltier. Online, people clipped the exact moments his voice shook, the exact moments he avoided the key questions, and the comment section started writing their own conclusion. He went back inside Virex with his head low, and the CEO watched the whole thing on his screen without blinking. He didn't look shocked. He looked irritated, like someone watching a tool break in his hand. He called the same outsourcer he always used when he wanted the internet dirty. The call connected quickly. The man's voice came casual, almost cheerful, like chaos was his normal job. You saw it right. The apology didn't land. The CEO didn't waste time. Released the scandals. There was a pause. You want full flood? Yes, the CEO said, tone hard. Drop enough to split the timeline. I don't want one big story. I want 5 different fires. Do it, the CEO replied, then ended the call. By midday, the internet started choking on new headlines. A director exposed. An actress dragged into a sponsor rumor. An idol's chat logs revived like ghosts. A cheating scandal, a contract scandal, a leaked hotel clip, a staff assault accusation. It was messy, heavy, distracting enough that regular people started clicking out of curiosity, even if they didn't care. For a few hours, the flood worked the way floods always worked. People jumped from story to story, reacting fast, sharing, arguing, forgetting what they were arguing about 5 minutes ago. But then the other side of the internet woke up. The timing was too clean. The drop rate was too aggressive. Under the scandals, new comments started appearing, and they weren't even about the scandals anymore. This is distraction. Address the AI proof. Nice try. We didn't forget. So you think we're stupid? Even people who enjoyed gossip started noticing the coordination, because it wasn't just one scandal trending, it was too many at once, like somebody was paying for noise to block something. And once the public starts calling a distraction, the distraction loses half its power. Inside JD label, Dayo didn't look angry. He didn't look excited either. He watched it like someone watching a predictable move. Min-jae walked into Dayo's office with his phone already open, and he didn't sit down first because the energy in him was restless. Bro, Min-jae said, voice tight. Are you seeing what they're doing? Dayo glanced at the phone and nodded once. I'm seeing it. They're flooding everywhere, Min-jae said, scrolling fast. It's like they opened a tap. Scandals on scandals. They want people to forget the live stream. Dayo stayed calm. Let them try. Min-jae's brows pulled together. That's your answer again. Let them try. Dayo leaned back slightly. Because the moment they start flooding, they expose themselves. Min-jae scoffed. Expose themselves how? Dayo tapped his desk lightly. People are already saying it looks coordinated. People are already saying it's distraction. That's not good for them. Min-jae stared at him like he wanted to argue, but he couldn't because the comments were right there. Even under the scandal posts, people kept dragging the conversation back to the AI proof. Min-jae exhaled. So what now? We just watch. Dayo looked at him properly this time. We keep the plan. Min-jae hesitated. And if the noise starts winning? It won't, Dayo said, simple. Not with what I have. Min-jae's eyes narrowed. What do you have? Dayo didn't say Michigan, he just said it like it was another file on his laptop. New evidence. Concrete. Min-jae paused. New evidence that ends this. Dayo nodded. Yes. Min-jae leaned forward, voice lower. So why are you holding it? Dayo answered in the same flat tone that always made Min-jae uncomfortable when things got serious. Because if I drop it now, they'll absorb it. They'll reframe it. They'll create new noise immediately. Min-jae blinked. So, you want to time it? Yes, Dayo said. Let them waste money. Let them flood. Let the public notice the desperation. Then when the movie is close, we drop the bigger proof and it sticks. Min-jae's mouth opened slightly, then closed again, like he didn't know whether to be impressed or scared. You're ruthless, he said finally. Dayo's face didn't change. They pushed the fake clip every time something good happened. They wanted to poison every win. If they didn't touch me, they wouldn't be in this position. Min-jae shook his head slowly. You're actually waiting for the perfect moment to spike their heart again. Dayo nodded once. Exactly. Min-jae leaned back, staring at the screen again. And right now we keep pushing the movie. Yes, Dayo said. PR stays on movie. We don't chase scandals. We don't argue with distractions. We let the timeline tire itself out. Then we hit. Min-jae was quiet for a moment. Then he muttered, half to himself. They think they're escaping. Dayo replied, calm. They're walking deeper. Min-jae stood up, still shaking his head like he couldn't believe the level of calculation. All right. I'll tell PR to stay locked and not panic. Dayo nodded. Good. Min-jae paused at the door and looked back. And when you drop that evidence? Dayo's eyes stayed steady. They'll understand this wasn't a fight. It was cleanup. Chapter 313, Calm Before the Fire. The week went on with the news online still fire, but with less burn as. Other news came to replace it. And Ven 8th at UT was still on people's tongue and tomb. 2 days to the release. The ticket numbers were already moving in a way that surprised even the people that were supposed to look calm. Not just regular sales, but that kind of rush that only happens when a movie becomes bigger than the movie itself. Everyone wanted to be part of the moment. Everyone wanted to say they were there from the beginning. And Dayo understood that. That was why he called them in. The meeting wasn't big. It wasn't one of those long table meetings with too many useless heads. It was just the people that mattered for this particular move. Dayo sat at the head of the table. Min-jae sat beside him. Jang-wook was there too, phone in hand like he had already been working since morning. Min-ji sat across, quiet, listening more than talking. She was representing the movie side, but her face already showed she knew this was bigger than a movie meeting. Dayo didn't waste time. He opened his laptop and connected it to the screen. A folder appeared. Inside were files as a short video. Min-jae leaned back and exhaled once. So this is the tomorrow you've been talking about? Dayo nodded. Yes. Jang-wook asked. We're really dropping it tomorrow? Yes, Dayo said again, still calm. Min-ji's eyes stayed on the screen. Why not today? Dayo looked at her. Because today is still building. Min-jae scoffed, and aide like Je already knew Dayo, he means he wants the heat to stay hot. Dayo didn't deny it. He only clicked the first file. The screen showed the new footage. It wasn't polished. It wasn't a staged clip. It was raw, clear enough, dirty enough. 2 people in a tight space, voices raised, bodies tense. The kind of argument that didn't need subtitles to feel real. Kong Min-ho's name was already in the transcript file, but Dayo didn't need to read it out loud. Everyone in the room already knew who he was. The clip ran. The assistant's voice was shaking, not because he was scared of Kong, but because he realized he was losing control of the situation. He was trying to sound bigger than he was, trying to force confidence through his throat. Then it happened. The assistant said the name. Not the company. Not my boss. The actual name. The Virex CEO. It slipped out the way truth always slips out when people are angry enough to forget caution. The room didn't react loudly, but the shift was obvious. Jang-wook's fingers stopped moving on his phone. Min-ji's eyes widened slightly. Then she looked away like she was processing what that meant. Min-jae sat forward now, elbows on the table. His face wasn't playful anymore. He watched the last part of the clip again when Dayo rewound it. The name hit twice. Min-jae stared at Dayo after it ended. So it wasn't just that idiot assistant. Dayo answered, no. Jang-wook swallowed. This is direct involvement. Min-ji's voice came out low. If this goes out tomorrow. Dayo cut in calmly. It goes out tomorrow. Min-jae let out a short laugh, not because it was funny, but because he couldn't believe the timing. You held this, Min-jae said. All this time you held this. Dayo nodded like it was nothing. Yes. Jang-wook asked carefully, you're sure it's safe? Dayo glanced at him. We paid for it. We verified it. We have backup. Nothing about it is shaky. Min-jae leaned forward a bit. And the reason you didn't drop it earlier was? Dayo didn't over-explain. Because they needed to think they were winning. Min-jae shook his head slowly. You're not normal. Dayo looked at him. You're acting like you didn't know who you became friends with. That made Min-jae smile, but it didn't last. Jang-wook cleared his throat. So tomorrow. We post the clip. Then what? Dayo clicked another file. A short plan on the screen. Not complicated. Post the footage. Push it through every media partner. Let the conversation catch fire. Keep promo steady. Keep the movie in front. No panic. No back and forth. Min-jae read it, then looked up. So we don't respond. We don't argue. We just let the proof do the work. Dayo nodded. Yes. Min-jae tapped the table lightly. And tickets? Jang-wook answered that one. They're already high. Some locations are almost sold out. Min-jae looked surprised. Already. Jang-wook nodded. Yes. People are buying in advance. Online. Apps. Cinema sites. Some are even buying for next week's showing already, just to secure seats. Min-jae looked at Dayo. So your timing makes sense. Dayo didn't reply like he wanted praise. He just looked at the screen again and closed the folder. Oh, and we would let it slip up that my album would release 2 days after the movie. That's brilliant, making the media been forced to talk about the situation. Dayo just smiled and said nothing. The meeting ended quick. They stood up one by one. Jang Wook left first because he always left first. He already had people to call and things to confirm. Minji bowed lightly and left after him, still quiet, still thinking. Minjae stayed back for 2 seconds, watching Dayo pack his laptop. "You're sure you want to do this tomorrow?" Minjae asked again, like he was trying to confirm if Dayo was human. Dayo answered without looking up. "Yes." Minjae sighed. "All right." He walked out. When the room finally became empty, Dayo sat back down. He didn't move immediately. He just stared at the screen in front of him like he was counting steps in his head. Then he got up and walked back to his office. Virex. The atmosphere there was different. Not peaceful, but lighter than it had been during the peak of the livestream chaos. The CEO had been angry for days, but now the anger was cooling into something else. That kind of cold irritation that comes when you believe you've survived the worst part. His phone wasn't ringing as much. The pressure wasn't fully gone, but it had reduced enough for him to breathe without feeling like someone was choking him. He sat behind his desk, staring at reports and messages like they were sand. He still hated how much money had moved, how many favors had been used, how many people had been dragged into the mess. But at least the noise was not swallowing him again. His assistant stood in front of him, tense, waiting for instructions like a dog waiting for the next slap. The CEO didn't even look at him. He spoke like he was tired. "Keep the media on standby." "Yes, sir," the assistant answered quickly. The CEO finally looked up. "And stay away from cameras." The assistant nodded fast. "I will, sir." The CEO waved him away. The assistant left. The CEO leaned back. For a few minutes, he just sat there, convincing himself that it was settling. He didn't know tomorrow was already locked. Back at JD Label, Dayo woke up early the next day. Not because he couldn't sleep, but because he didn't like wasting time when the moment was already here. He got to his office alone. No noise or much people. Just him and the screen. He opened his system. He went straight to the file. The video was ready. The transcript was ready. The backup copies were ready. He clicked through the final confirmation like someone signing a document he already read 100 times. Then he sent a short message to the media and PR channel. "Post it." That was all. One line. The video went out. And then he made the ultimate move that would make sure it goes according to plan. System activate Global Spotlight card. This was part of the mystery gift he was given by System after he participated in the Olympics. Global Spotlight card, 1 month. Status, unlocked. Effect, maximum popularity amplification for a continuous period of 30 days. Global exposure increased to peak sustainable visibility. Public recognition, media coverage, and organic reach maximized. Dayo stared at it. He only moved his eye to the option use. And the moment he pressed it, the screen flashed once. Then it went quiet. But Dayo already knew. The quiet would not last. Chapter 314, Spotlight card working. The clip hit the internet like an unexpected atomic bomb. For a few minutes, the world still looked normal. People were still scrolling other news, other scandals, other fights, other gossip. Then the algorithm did something that many couldn't explain and would never be able to explain. It locked in anything related to Dayo. It was like the whole timeline turned its head in one direction and refused to look away. The title of the post was simple. No long caption or any emotional speech. Just the video and the internet answered. And that was enough. Within half an hour, it was everywhere. Not everywhere, like trending for fans only. Everywhere, like even people who didn't know Dayo were seeing it because somebody they followed reposted it with a caption like, "Hold on. What?" People paused mid-scroll as what they were seeing made them unable to understand. Because the assistant had been apologizing days ago, bowing, acting like he was the only reckless idiot in the room, was now here caught in a video, angry enough to forget caution, saying the Virex CEO's name like it was normal. It didn't feel like AI. It didn't even sound like it. It sounded like the kind of slip that happens when someone thinks they're safe, when someone thinks the other person won't ever have proof. That's why it hit harder. The first wave was shock. Then the second wave was rage. Then the third wave was embarrassment. Because everybody remembered how loud the internet had been, how confident people had been, how quick they had been to call Dayo to forgive without waiting for anything. Now, they were staring at the evidence with nowhere to hide. The comments flooding out fast. At first it was just the usual noise. PR again. Another edit. Y'all still protecting this man. Then the replies started burying those ones. Not with insults. With certainty. Because people were already doing what they always do when they smell blood online. They were downloading the clip, checking frames, checking audio spikes, comparing voice prints with older interviews, running it through AI detectors just to be sure so as not to be in the wrong side again like the last side. Posting screenshots of results. One person wrote, "I hate to admit it, but this is real. The mouth matches the sound. The room echo is consistent. There's no synthetic distortion. I ran 3 checks. This is not AI." Another person replied under it, "So why did we spend weeks letting them drag him like a dog?" Someone else said, "Because people love a villain story more than they love truth. This is just how the industry operates. The head would do something, and the assistant takes the fall. This is so sad. I was watching the clip where he apologized the first time, and I have to tell you it was clear that he was forced. Now that the truth has been revealed, what now? LOL, I already knew he was involved, and it would only be about time before he is caught. Right now my mind is on the movie releasing tomorrow. Let's go Train to Busan." Then the fight started. Korean fans arguing with Korean fans. International fans stepping into Korean spaces like they owned the comment section. People who didn't even care about Dayo arguing just because Virex smelled dirty now. And the global spotlight card was doing it work. You'd see a comment like, "You're telling me he had this the whole time? That's evil." And another reply, "Not evil. Smart. He waited until it would hurt." Someone else said, "Waiting is why the lie lived so long." And the reply came fast. If he dropped it earlier, they would have screamed, fabricated, and used confusion to split it. Now the public is already watching them like hawks. Timing matters. Then the next comment would cut through all of it. "Stop arguing. Address the name," he said. "Address the CEO." That line kept repeating everywhere. "Address the CEO. Address the CEO. Address the CEO." It became the main point. The needle that kept returning no matter how people tried to pull the conversation sideways. And the articles started dropping. Not the cautious ones first. They posted headlines like they were throwing punches. Virex CEO named in leak argument video. The apology was a front. New clip links CEO directly. Who is really behind the smear campaign against Dayo? Public questions Virex after JD label reveals new footage. Movie release 2 days away, sales spike again. Rumor has it that Dayo is releasing a Korea album. How true is this? It wasn't one site. It was 10, 20, 50. Even the ones that hated Dayo couldn't ignore the click value. They wrote about him like they were annoyed that the truth was now profitable. They quoted the same lines. They replayed the same moment. They froze the same frame. Then they wrote paragraphs around it like they were discovering oxygen. A lot of writers try to sound professional. They used careful words like alleged and speculated and unverified. But the internet didn't care. The internet had already decided what it smelled like. A setup, a company move, a dirty industry war. And the thing that made it worse was the pattern. Because this wasn't the first time Dayo's name had been dragged. People started reposting timelines again. Not JD Label's timeline this time. The public's timeline. Fans dug out dates. They posted screenshots of bullying clip resurfaces every time Dayo trended for something good. When the movie cast got announced, the clip resurfaced. When a teaser dropped, it resurfaced. When ticket sales started moving, it resurfaced. Then after the live stream cleared him, it tried to come back again. And now this, a new clip, a direct name. No hiding behind assistants anymore. So the comments changed tone. They stopped sounding like gossip. They started sounding like people who felt used. One top comment under a reposted article said, "I defended Virex for weeks because I thought it was just online drama. Now I feel stupid. This is not drama. This is sabotage." Another comment said, "So the assistant bowed and apologized, and people thought it was finished. Meanwhile, the CEO was sitting there like a saint?" Nah. Someone else replied, "Assistant was the sacrifice. CEO thought he could survive behind the curtain." Then you'd see a reply with a different energy. "Not anymore. So am I the only one seeing that Dayo is rumored to be releasing an album in Korea? Nope, brother, above I am as surprised as you are. It has to be fake, right? From the look of things, no, I am just excited to see how he would sound like haha grinning face with sweat." The US side went even crazier. Because Dayo's name didn't just mean director to them. It meant national pride. It meant a hero story. It meant somebody that had won in front of their eyes, somebody they had watched carry medals, Somebody they had claimed as theirs before Korea even knew his face properly. So when the clip started trending over there, it wasn't just entertainment pages. Sports accounts posted it like it was personal. One big page posted a short caption. They tried to frame him. Again, here's the clip that ends it. Then the fans did what they always did when they felt like someone touched their person. They moved like a unit. Not one or two accounts. Thousands. They flooded every comment section that mentioned Virex. They spammed CEO named under every post that tried to distract. They started making simple graphics like protest posters. Virex, CEO named. Address it. Stop hiding. Some of them didn't even care about language barriers. They jumped into Korean threads with translation screenshots. They replied to Korean reporters' posts. They replied to Korean gossip pages. They replied to any account that had pushed the bullying clip before. And when those accounts tried to delete old posts quietly, fans screenshot the deletion notices and reposted them with captions like, "Deleting won't save you." That was when it stopped feeling like a single scandal. It started feeling like a public hunt. And while all of this was happening, something else was happening too. Tickets. Ticket numbers moved again. Not in a slow, steady way. In a rush. Because now the movie wasn't just a movie. It was an event attached to a war. So was the album. People wanted to see what Dayo made. Not just because they loved film. Because the story behind it was now bigger than the poster. Fans started posting screenshots of their confirmations like they were bragging. I got mine. 2 seats. Saturday. Sold out in my area. I had to buy next week. I don't even watch movies like that, but I'm going. Some people admitted it straight. I'm buying because I want to support him after what they tried to do. Then the talk about the album leaked into it like smoke. Not officially, but enough. It was the kind of whisper that spreads faster than announcements. People started commenting under the clip. Wait, I heard he's dropping an album too. Another reply. If he drops now, it's over. This month is his. And because the spotlight was on him, the algorithm helped that whisper move. Every Dayo-related word started dragging attention toward itself. The clip, the movie, the album rumor, the livestream replay, the timeline screenshots, the charity video from earlier. Everything attached to him started pulling views like gravity. Inside JD label, Dayo didn't sit there celebrating, he already expected this. He watched it like a man watching numbers rise, because he already knew the math. Min Jae came into his office with his phone in his hand again. But this time his face wasn't amused, it was maxed with. Unbelievable. Bro, Min Jae said, voice low. They're not letting it breathe. It's everywhere. Dayo didn't look up immediately. Good. Min Jae stared at him like he wanted to argue. Then he just exhaled. This is the nail. It's not even the nail, Dayo said. It's the hammer sound. People hear it now. Min Jae walked closer, scrolling as he spoke. They're saying his apology was fake. They're saying the CEO used him. They're saying Virex built the whole thing. Dayo finally looked up. They're not saying it because I told them. They're saying it because they saw it. Min Jae shook his head slowly. I don't even know how Virex survives this. Dayo leaned back. They'll try. They always try. Min Jae looked at him, eyes narrowed. And you? Dayo's expression stayed calm, but his voice had weight. I'm not trying. I'm finishing. Min Jae watched him for a second, then nodded once like he understood the difference. Outside, the internet kept burning. Articles kept dropping. Comments kept fighting. Fans kept moving. And somewhere in the middle of that noise, the Virexo was still sitting in his office thinking the storm had passed, not knowing the real wave had just hit shore and the world had already turned its face toward him. Not with curiosity anymore. With hunger. Chapter 315, Assistant Crack. The assistant thought the worst had passed. Not because the internet forgave him, but because the noise had finally thinned out. The first apology had been swallowed by other trending stories. The reporters stopped camping outside his building, and his phone only buzzed sometimes now instead of every 5 minutes. It felt like the kind of calm that comes after a storm, the kind that tricks you into believing the sky is safe again. That morning, he told himself he would do something normal. Just once. He wore a cap low, pulled his hoodie on, checked through the peephole, saw nothing, and exhaled. He opened the door. He barely stepped out before the hallway filled. Not one person. Not 2. 8. Maybe 10. Reporters surged forward like they had been waiting for that exact click of the lock. Cameras lifted. Microphones pushed into his space. Somebody called his name like they were calling a criminal to the stand. Sir. Over here. Have you seen the new clip? Did you threaten Kong Min-ho? Is it true you mentioned the Virex CEO? His body moved before his brain caught up. He flinched back, slammed the door, locked it once, then twice, and leaned against it like the metal could protect him from the noise. His chest rose and fell too fast. His palms were wet. His ears were ringing from the sudden burst of voices. What the hell? He muttered, voice thin, almost cracking. He stumbled toward his living room, grabbed his phone, and his feed was already full of it. Not the old, edited bullying clip again. Not the livestream replay. Something worse. Something rawer. A shaky video. A tight space. A door. Opening. His own voice, loud and angry, cutting through the room like a blade. Kong Min-ho's house. That was the clip. The one he had tried to forget and didn't mention to his boss. The one where he went to Kang's place thinking he could scare him into silence. Thinking he could talk like he had power. Thinking the world would never see him lose control. In the clip, he was arguing with Kong, spitting threats through clenched teeth. Then he noticed it. A phone. Somebody filming from the side. His face in the clip changed instantly. The anger turned wild. Give me that, he shouted in the video, lunging toward the camera. He could hear himself, desperate, not calculated anymore. He could see it too. The moment his hand reached out. The moment he shoved. The moment the camera tilted hard like the person holding it nearly fell. The internet didn't need subtitles. The internet didn't need explanation. The internet smelled guilt. He watched the video twice, then a third time, like replaying it would change the outcome. His stomach twisted harder with every second, because now he remembered the part he never told anyone. He never told the CEO this existed. Not the full version. Not the part where his voice slipped. Not the part where his mouth got reckless. His throat went dry. He whispered it like a curse. I'm finished. Then he scrolled again. And something else hit him, quieter but sharper. The comments. They weren't blaming him the way they used to. The tone had shifted. The internet was done treating him like the mastermind. People were saying it openly now, the same way they had started saying it during the live stream. He's just an assistant. He didn't invent this alone. He's a pawn. Look how scared he is. Who sent him there? He said the CEO's name in that argument. Why is nobody talking about that? That was when his breathing slowed, not because he calmed down, but because a thought came into his head and refused to leave. If the blame could move higher, then the weight could leave his neck. He sat down slowly, elbows on his knees, staring at his phone like it was a weapon. His mind replayed the past weeks in quick flashes. The orders. The pressure. The way the CEO spoke to him like he was disposable. The way he was forced to bow and apologize while the CEO stayed hidden behind walls and lawyers. He remembered one moment clearly, the one he had tried to bury. He had tried to warn the CEO. Just once. Quietly. Carefully. Sir, we should stop. This is going too far. And the CEO had looked at him like he was dirt. Stop, the CEO had said. You want to stop now that it's working? Don't be stupid. Do your job. He swallowed. He looked at the door again. The banging hadn't stopped. Voices were still outside, louder now, energized because they knew he was inside and scared. His fingers tightened around his phone. He wasn't suddenly brave. He wasn't suddenly righteous. He was cornered. And cornered people either die quietly or bite back. He stood up, walked to his room, dressed properly this time. Not to hide. To face it. If he was going to burn, he would push the fire somewhere else first. He adjusted his cap, stared at himself in the mirror, and his eyes looked haunted. Then he took one deep breath. He opened the door again. The hallway exploded. They rushed him immediately, cameras close, microphones everywhere, questions overlapping so fast it sounded like one long shout. Have you seen the clip? Is it true you tried to grab the phone? Why did you go to Kong Min-ho's house? Did you threaten him? Did Virex order you to do it? He lifted his hands slightly, not dramatic, just a gesture to slow the swarm. Calm down, he said, voice rough. Let me speak. They didn't calm down, but they quieted enough to hear him. He looked straight at the nearest camera first, then the next, like he wanted the message to land everywhere. Yes, he said. I've seen the clip. A reporter pushed forward. So what do you have to say about it? He swallowed once. Then he did it. First, I apologize to the public, he said, and his voice shook for half a second before it steadied. I apologize because I lied before. I took blame that wasn't only mine. The reporters leaned in harder. A woman's voice cut through. So you lied during your apology? Yes, he answered. I was told to. A loud murmur ran through the group. Another reporter shouted. Told by who? His jaw clenched. He didn't try to protect anyone anymore. It wasn't me leading this whole thing, he said. I'm an assistant. I don't have that kind of power. The instruction came from my CEO, the Virex CEO. For a second, the world paused. Then the reporters erupted like they smelled blood. Say that again. You're accusing the Virex CEO? Are you claiming the CEO ordered the smear campaign against Dayo? Do you have proof? He held his ground, because backing down now would kill him worse than the truth. Yes, he said again. The CEO instructed it. The CEO pushed it. The CEO wanted it kept alive. A reporter shoved a mic closer. Then why did you do it? His laugh came out ugly, almost bitter. Because you people don't understand what it means to work under someone like that, he snapped, then forced himself to breathe. Because I was told if I didn't cooperate, I would be finished. Because I thought it would end, and it didn't. Because I thought taking the blame would protect the company and protect me, and all it did was make me the face of it. Another reporter asked, sharp, so you're saying you were forced to bow and apologize while the CEO stayed hidden? He nodded once. Yes. Then why speak now, someone asked. Why flip now? He looked at them, eyes narrowed, voice flat. Because my life is already destroyed, he said. And I'm not dying alone for someone who would throw me away without blinking. That line landed. You could see it in their faces. The hunger, the excitement. This wasn't gossip anymore. This was premium news. This was the kind of confession that turned into headlines before the video even finished uploading. They kept asking. He kept answering. Not perfectly, not calmly, but honestly enough that it sounded real. And that was the most dangerous kind of truth. When he finally stepped back, the reporters were already turning, already talking into their cameras, already sending clips to their editors. The swarm didn't feel like a crowd anymore. It felt like a machine that had found new fuel. He stood there in the hallway, staring at nothing, and the only thing he could think was this. The CEO is going to kill me. And he didn't even care anymore. Because at least now the blame had a direction. At Virex, the CEO was in his office, trying to behave like the world wasn't laughing at him behind his back. The pressure had eased slightly these past days, enough for him to sit without feeling like the air was choking him. Enough for him to convince himself the scandal could be managed. His desk was still full of reports, calls, and numbers, but the ring of his phone wasn't constant anymore. He was reading something when the door opened too fast. His new assistant rushed in, breath tight, eyes wide like someone who had just seen an accident. The CEO's head snapped up. What is it? Sir, the assistant said, voice shaking. It's happening again. The CEO's face hardened. Instantly. What is happening again? The assistant stepped forward, held out the tablet, and the CEO saw it. A clip of his former assistant in a press scrum, surrounded by microphones like knives. The CEO watched, silent, as the man spoke. He watched the moment the man said it. My CEO, the Virex CEO. The CEO's breathing changed. Slow at first, then heavier, like his chest couldn't decide whether to explode or collapse. What? He said quietly. Then his hand slammed the desk so hard the tablet jumped. What the hell is wrong with him? The CEO snarled. Is he insane? The new assistant flinched. Sir, it's already spreading. They're posting it everywhere. Articles are coming out. They're saying it's a direct confession. The CEO stood up so fast his chair scraped the floor. That idiot. He hissed, pacing once, then turning back, eyes burning. That useless idiot. After everything. After I let him take the heat. After I let him live. His voice rose. His control started cracking. He went to the media and said my name. He barked. My name. The assistant swallowed. Yes, sir. The CEO's fist clenched. He looked like a man trying to swallow panic with anger and failing. Call PR, he snapped. Now? Call legal. Now. I want every media partner we paid on standby. I want counterstatements drafted. I want his credibility destroyed before midnight. The assistant nodded quickly. Yes, sir. The CEO's eyes narrowed into something colder. And find out where he is, he said. If he thinks he can walk around freely after doing this, he's stupid. The assistant hesitated. Sir, should we deny it? The CEO stared at him like he was slow. We don't deny what's already on camera, he said, voice low and sharp. We change what people believe about the person saying it. He turned back to the tablet, replayed the confession again, and his jaw tightened so hard it looked painful. Then he spoke, almost to himself. Fine. The words sounded like a decision. If he wants war, he'll get it. And in that moment, the office didn't feel like an office anymore. It felt like a man getting ready to burn a city just to save his own name. Chapter 316, another shocker. The CEO stayed frozen in his chair long after the clip ended. It wasn't the shouting that disturbed him. He'd shouted at people before. He'd heard worse. It was the ease of it. The way the truth slipped out of the assistant's mouth like it had been sitting on his tongue for a long time, waiting for the right moment to fall. And the worst part was the angle. The phone was placed properly. Not shaky. Not accidental. It caught the assistant clearly. Caught the room clearly. Caught the moment he lunged for it like a fool. For 7 years. 7 years the boy had walked behind him, carried his files, memorized his habits, learned how to read his face from a distance. 7 years, and he still walked into a trap like an amateur. The CEO's jaw tightened until it hurt. He picked up his phone and called. The first ring went. The second rang. The third. No answer. His eyes narrowed. He called again. Immediately. Still nothing. A small vein in his temple started beating. He stood up so fast his chair rolled back and hit the wall. He tried the assistant's number again. No answer. Idiot, he muttered, voice low and sharp. You're hiding now. His fingers moved without thought. He switched to the other line. The private one. The one only a few people knew. The one that usually made everyone pick up, even if they were bleeding. The call connected. A breath came through the speaker, heavy, tense. Then a voice, rougher than usual. What? The CEO didn't even greet. You think you can ignore me? He snapped. A short silence. Then the assistant laughed once. Not happy, nor was he polite. Something bitter and ugly. Look at you, the assistant said. Now you remember my number. The CEO's nostrils flared. Where are you? He demanded. In my house, the assistant replied. Where you sent me to hide after you used me like a shield. The CEO's fingers tightened around the phone. Watch your mouth, he said. You forget who you're speaking to. No, the assistant replied, voice cutting. I remember exactly who I'm speaking to. That's the problem. The CEO's chest rose slowly. You embarrassed us, he said. You dragged our name into mud with your stupidity. You went to that paparazzo's house like you had nothing to lose. You fought like a street boy. You let yourself get recorded. Now your face is everywhere. The assistant didn't deny it. He exhaled slow. And whose order put me in that position? He asked quietly. You want to pretend you didn't push me? You want to pretend I woke up one morning and decided to destroy someone like Dayo on my own? The CEO's eyes flashed. You're my assistant, he said. You do what you're told. The assistant's voice hardened. You told me to take the blame, he said. You told me to go out there and apologize so they would stop looking at you. You sat in your office while I stood outside like a criminal. While they cursed me. While they threw cameras in my face. While they called me names. And you watched. The CEO's lips pressed into a thin line. I protected the company, he said. That's what leaders do. The assistant laughed again, sharper this time. Protected, he repeated. You protected yourself. Don't dress it up. The CEO slammed his palm on the desk. Enough, he barked. Listen to me. You have one job right now. One. You keep quiet. You don't speak to anyone. You don't make another mistake. The assistant's tone shifted, almost calm, like a man who had already crossed a line in his head. You're funny, he said. You're telling me to keep quiet after you left me to drown. The CEO leaned forward as if the phone could feel the threat. You think you can threaten me? He said. After everything I've done for you. The assistant went silent for a second. Then he spoke, low, deliberate. For 7 years, he said, I cleaned your mess. I carried your sins like files in a folder. I protected your face. I protected your name. I even protected your pride when you were too proud to protect yourself. And the first time the fire touched your skin, you pushed me into it. The CEO's throat moved. Don't be dramatic, he said. But his voice wasn't as clean as it was meant to be. The assistant continued anyway. I warned you, he said. I told you to leave Dayo alone. I told you the internet was changing. I told you people were noticing the pattern. Every time his name rose, the clip came back. I told you it was suspicious. You ignored me. The CEO snapped. Because you're not paid to advise me, he said. You're paid to execute. And I executed, the assistant replied. Until you sacrificed me. The CEO's eyes squeezed shut for a second, then opened. "What do you want?" he asked, trying to sound in control. The assistant's answer came quick. "I want out," he said. The CEO's brows pulled together. "Out," he repeated. "Yes," the assistant said. "You want someone to carry the blame? You already got it. But don't think I'll stay here and keep smiling while you pretend I did it alone." The CEO's voice dropped. "Dangerous. You think if you leave, you'll survive?" he said. "Do you know what happens to people who betray?" "Stop," the assistant cut him off. The CEO froze. The assistant spoke slowly now, like he was choosing every word. "You don't scare me anymore," he said. "Not after I saw what you did. If you want to keep your hands clean, then you better start cleaning this properly. Because if I go down, you're coming with me." The CEO's face tightened. "So that's it," he said. "Blackmail." The assistant didn't deny it. "Call it whatever you want," he said. "I call it survival. Don't forget I have been your assistant for 7 years. I have all your dirty laundry." The CEO stared at the wall like he could punch a hole through it with his eyes. "You don't understand what you've started," he said. The assistant's voice went colder. "No," he said. "You don't understand what you started. Dayo is not like the others you bullied quietly. He's not like the rookies you crushed and paid off. He's the kind of man that waits. And when he hits in public." The CEO felt his stomach twist. He could hear the truth in it and hated it. The assistant exhaled again. "You didn't even tell me about this clip," the CEO snapped suddenly, desperate to grab something. "You forgot. You forgot the evidence existed. You forgot to warn me. Do you know how stupid that is?" The assistant's laugh this time was tired. "I didn't forget," he said. The CEO blinked. "What?" he asked. "I didn't forget," the assistant repeated. I didn't think he would use it. I didn't think Dayo would have enough reach to make the whole world stare. I thought they would argue for a day and move on like they always do." The CEO's mouth opened, then closed. He didn't even have an insult sharp enough for that. The assistant's voice softened, just a little. "You trained me to believe the public forgets," he said. "That's what you taught me." The CEO's hand trembled once around the phone. "You're going to fix this," he said, forcing the command back into his voice. "You will go out and say what I tell you to say. You will deny whatever needs denying. You will." "I'm not denying anything again," the assistant replied. The CEO's eyes widened. "You're not?" "No," the assistant said. "I'm done being your mouth." The CEO's voice rose. "You ungrateful." The assistant cut in one last time. "Listen," he said. "You have money. You have PR. Use it to protect yourself if you can. But don't call me again to threaten me. If you want my silence, then you give me safety. A clean exit. A relocation. A future. Anything. Because I'm not going down for you." The CEO's breathing turned heavy. "You think you can demand terms from me?" he hissed. The assistant answered without hesitation. "Yes," he said, "because you already demanded my life from me. I'm just negotiating the price." The line went quiet. The CEO stared at the phone like it had insulted his bloodline. Then the call ended. Not politely. Not with respect. Just cut. The CEO stood there for a full minute, phone still in his hand, listening to nothing. His chest felt tight. His office suddenly felt smaller. And then his desk phone buzzed. A notification, not a call. He glanced at it. An email. A formal header. A law firm's name. He opened it, and the first sentence made his stomach drop. Legal notice. Defamation. Coordinated manipulation. Interference with business operations. Demands for preservation of evidence. Immediate cessation. Damages. He scrolled. It wasn't emotional. It wasn't begging. It was the kind of cold language that meant someone had already decided to crush you and was simply informing you of the method. The CEO's jaw clenched. His mouth went dry. He sat back down slowly, like his legs had stopped trusting him. For the first time since this whole war started, he didn't feel anger first. He felt cornered. A knock came at the door. Not a soft knock. A quick, urgent one. He didn't answer. The door opened anyway. His new assistant stepped in, face pale. "Sir," he said, voice shaking. "The board secretary just sent a message. Emergency meeting. They want you on site in 1 hour. The shareholders are joining on Zoom." The CEO stared at him. "What?" he asked, as if the word could change reality. The assistant swallowed. "They said it's urgent," he repeated. "They said it can't wait." The CEO looked down at the legal notice again, then at the phone in his hand, then at the empty air where the assistant's loyalty used to be. His lips parted slightly. No words came out. "Because he finally understood something he should have understood from the beginning. This wasn't a scandal anymore. This was removal. And the worst part was that he could already feel the room turning against him, even before he entered it. Chapter 317. CEO fired? While Virex CEO was battling with how he would survive the scandal and legal issues, a private Zoom meeting was being held, quiet and controlled, the kind where everybody acted like they were calm, even though fear was sitting in their stomach like stone. Faces filled the screen, big names, big agencies, the same people who hated being seen in the same room. But today they didn't have a choice because the mess had gotten too loud. This was the same pool who came together to deal with Dayo at first before backing out. One of them spoke first, voice low, like he didn't want the words to leave the screen. "I'm just happy we moved our hands early." Another nodded immediately, eyes sharp. "If this stain touched us, we are done for. Finished. No partnership will touch us, no investors will trust us, no one will sign under our name again." Someone leaned forward, irritated. "We warned him. We warned him not to mess with that boy. We warned him the moment the first clip started moving. We said stop, cool it down, keep it under wraps. Don't keep poking someone you don't understand." A short silence followed, not because they had nothing to say, but because everybody was thinking about the same thing and nobody wanted to say it first. Then someone asked, bluntly, "What about the Virex CEO?" A man on the call scoffed like the answer was obvious. "What about him? If he cannot survive this, he should resign." Another voice added, calm but cold, "Emergency board meeting already means they're preparing to cut him off. Boards don't call emergency meetings for sympathy. They call them for removal." A third person sighed, irritated. "And from the look of things, he might even be forced to sell his shares. Because this is beyond a personal scandal now. This has turned into Virex as a company being painted as dirty." Someone else shook his head slowly. "The worst part is that the person backing Dayo is huge now. Bigger than we calculated. And that assistant already went outside and spoke before. So the public has a face. They have a chain. They have a story. We cannot be tied to this." A woman on the call spoke calmly, like she was reading a final memo. "So we agree. No public support. No soft statements. No, we stand with him. If anyone asks, we distance ourselves completely. Let the board bury him. We just stay clean." Nobody argued, because this wasn't friendship, it was survival. The meeting ended with one final line, blunt and final. "Let the board bury him." Screens went dark one after the other. At Virex HQ, the building didn't feel like a company anymore. It felt like a place waiting for a verdict. Even the air inside the corridors carried something tight, like everyone was holding their breath. Staff walked carefully, phones kept buzzing then going quiet. Eyes avoided each other like eye contact could drag them into the fire too. It wasn't chaos, it was worse than chaos, it was controlled fear. The emergency board meeting had been scheduled fast, not as a discussion, not as a brainstorming session, but as the kind of meeting companies call when their name is bleeding and they need to stop it by cutting something off. Executives were already seated in the main conference room, suits too neat, faces too blank. Some of them were Virex men, some of them were not, and you could tell the difference because the outsiders weren't tense. They were offended, like their reputation had been insulted personally. A large screen at the front showed multiple Zoom boxes lined up in rows. Major shareholders, board members, people who weren't in the building but still owned the building, people whose voices didn't shake because they had no reason to fear the CEO. Documents were laid out on the table in clean stacks. Screenshots, headlines, engagement graphs, sponsor emails, partner concerns, internal memos showing risk assessment in bold, as if bold letters could stop the public from talking. They weren't meeting because they wanted to understand him. They were meeting because the company's name had become the headline. Because PR had failed. Because no matter how much noise they pumped into the internet, no matter what other scandals they tried to flood the timeline with, the public kept dragging everything back to the same thing like a hook in the mouth. Because the assistant had already stepped out and flipped the attention toward the CEO. And now, with the new clip, it wasn't even speculation anymore. It was people repeating his name like it was confirmed truth. The CEO walked in and felt it immediately. Not the respect he was used to. Not the fear that fed his ego. Just a room that had already decided he was the problem. He sat down at the head of the table because that was his seat, but the seat didn't feel like power anymore. It felt like a spotlight. A board member spoke first, voice smooth, corporate calm, the kind of calm that sounded like a knife. "We are here because the company cannot carry this anymore." Another one followed without even looking at him properly. "Our reputation is being treated like a villain's brand. We are losing control of the narrative. We are losing trust." A shareholder on the Zoom screen cut in, voice sharper. "You were given time. You were given resources. You were given PR support. You were given money and influence. Yet the situation escalated. It didn't reduce, it escalated." The CEO's jaw tightened, but he kept his face straight. Someone else spoke, flipping through documents like he was reading charges. "This is no longer CEO versus Dayo. This is Virex as a whole being accused of coordinated manipulation. Our partners are scared. Our investors are calling. Brands are pausing discussions. Artists are being dragged online for simply being under our roof." Another executive added, slower. "And we have a specific issue you have not been able to answer in a clean way. Why did your name appear in that clip?" The room didn't raise voices. They didn't need to. The tone was already a verdict. The CEO finally spoke, forced calm, but the irritation was sitting under every word. "You're acting like I woke up and decided to destroy the company. You're acting like I'm the only person who has ever done dirty work in this industry." No one reacted. That silence annoyed him more than shouting would have. He tried again, voice rising slightly. "I have given more than half of my life to this company. I built relationships. I defended this name. I brought deals. I brought talent. And now you're all sitting here like strangers judging me like I'm disposable." A board member replied, still calm. "This is not personal. This is risk." The CEO laughed once, bitter. "Risk? You were not complaining when the company was growing." A shareholder's voice cut through the room, impatient. "Enough. You keep talking like this is about feelings. This is about value. This is about survival. You became the face of something that is now poisoning the company's name." The CEO leaned forward, anger leaking out. "So what? You want me to take all the blame while everybody else pretends they were innocent? You want me to be your sacrifice so you can continue smiling in interviews?" That was when the founder spoke. Not loud, not dramatic, just authority. A voice that didn't argue because it didn't need permission to speak. "Shut up." The room went still. Even the CEO froze, because that voice wasn't a board member trying to sound powerful. It was the real power. The founder's face was on one of the Zoom screens, eyes steady, expression flat, like the CEO was a disappointing employee rather than a man who once ran the building. "We gave you resources. We gave you coverage. We gave you access. We gave you time. You wasted it," the founder said, voice tight. "You didn't just fail to control the narrative, you made the company look like it operates like a criminal outfit." The CEO swallowed, but the founder didn't slow down. "You will step down." The CEO's mouth opened, but the founder spoke over him immediately. "No negotiation. No speeches. You will step down, and you will be forced to sell your shares if you want this to end clean. If you refuse, we will remove you the hard way, and you will not run another major entertainment operation again, and also don't forget to apologize to the public and Dayo, because we would have to foot the bill for the legal battle." The CEO's face tightened. The founder's eyes didn't change. This is not a threat. This is the company protecting itself. For a moment, the CEO looked like he wanted to explode, like he wanted to throw the table, like he wanted to remind them who he was. But he didn't, because he finally understood the power gap. He wasn't being questioned anymore. He was being removed. And the silence he fell into wasn't acceptance. It was the cold realization that the industry had already moved its hands off him. And now even the company he thought he owned was treating him like a stain it needed to wipe off fast. The meeting didn't end with shouting. It ended with something worse. People calmly preparing the paperwork, like he was already gone. Chapter 318, Opening Day. Today was the opening. Today was the release date. And from the moment Dayo woke up, it felt like the entire day was wrestling him. Not with noise exactly, but with pressure. The kind that sits behind your eyes and refuses to let you breathe properly. Even when he saw the tickets moving earlier in the day, even when he saw the screenshots fans were posting, he still couldn't relax. Because seeing people buy tickets was one thing. Seeing what happens when the movie actually plays was another. The whole day his mind stayed busy. Calls, updates, short meetings, staff running in and out. Every few minutes, somebody would mention a new cinema adding a showing, or a fan page posting seat maps, or a reporter asking for a short statement. Dayo didn't give any statements. He didn't want to talk like someone begging the public to watch his film. He just kept saying the same thing in his head. Let it play first. Let the work speak first. By evening, his office felt too quiet for how loud the day had been. The sun went down, and instead of relief, the tension doubled. Because night meant numbers. Night meant the first real proof. He sat in his chair and stared at the screen like it could bite him. He tried to work, tried to read other updates, but his focus kept snapping back to the same thought. What if it doesn't land? He laughed once at himself, short and dry. It was his first movie. Of course he was scared. It didn't matter how confident he acted outside. Inside, he was still that person waiting at the edge of a door, listening for the sound of either applause or silence. He checked his phone again. Then again. Then again. He didn't even realize he had called Min-jae until Min-jae picked up. "Don't tell me you're still awake," Min-jae said. Dayo's voice came out calm, but his body wasn't. "Are you sleeping?" Min-jae scoffed. "Sleep? On opening night." There was a pause. Then Min-jae added, almost softer, "You want me to come to the office?" Dayo didn't deny it. "Yes." Min-jae sighed. "All right, I'm coming. But if I see you pretending you're fine, I'll slap you." Dayo smiled faintly. "Come and try." The call ended. 10 minutes later, Dayo texted Jang-wook too. Jang-wook replied instantly like he'd been awake the entire time. "On my way." And that was how the office filled again, not with staff, but with the people that mattered. Not a crowd, just the ones who could sit in silence and understand why the silence was heavy. Min-jae arrived first. He walked in with that usual cool face, but Dayo could tell he was tense too. He just hit it better. He dropped into the chair opposite Dayo and glanced at the screen. "You look like you're waiting for exam results," Min-jae said. Dayo's eyes stayed on the dashboard. "That's what it feels like." Min-jae leaned back and exhaled. "Okay, then we wait together." Jang-wook came in a few minutes later, phone in hand, laptop bag over his shoulder, like he was a soldier reporting for duty. He didn't waste time greeting too long. He just moved straight to the side table, opened his laptop, and linked into the system. "Some cinemas are already posting their early ticket scans," Jang-wook said. "Not full official box office yet, but enough to see the direction." Min-jae turned his head. "You mean, tickets scanned, people actually inside?" Jang-wook nodded. "Yes, people watched. They're leaving reviews already. The night shows are still running." Dayo's throat felt dry. He swallowed and forced himself to breathe normally. The dashboard refreshed. Then refreshed again. Numbers changed in front of them. Not slowly. Quick, like something accelerating. A few halls that should have been half full were nearly packed. Some locations were adding late-night showings. And some screenshots were already trending. Fans posting seat maps going gray, captions screaming about sold-out halls like it was a sports match. Min-jae leaned forward. He stopped joking. Jang-wook scrolled and read aloud without looking up. "I didn't expect that scene to hit me like that." Another refresh. "The pacing is crazy. No dull moment." Another refresh. "Park Hyung's performance? I'm shocked." Min-jae's mouth opened slightly. "It's landing." Dayo didn't speak immediately. He just stared at the moving stats like he didn't trust his eyes. Then Jang-wook made a sound, half laugh, half disbelief. "This is bigger than we projected." Min-jae looked at Dayo. "Bro." Dayo finally spoke, voice low. "Don't say it yet." Min-jae frowned. "Why?" "Because if you say it, I'll believe it," Dayo replied. Jang-wook glanced up. "You should believe it. This is opening day night. This is not pre-ticket hype. This is people actually watching and reacting." Min-jae picked up his phone and opened social feeds. And the comment section wasn't theory anymore. It was raw emotion. People talking like they just stood up from their seats and couldn't wait to type. Someone wrote, "That rescue scene. I cried. I didn't even know I could cry in a thriller like this." Another wrote, "The way Park Hyung smiled at the kid. That wasn't acting, that felt real." Another wrote, "I came because of the drama online. I stayed because the movie is actually good." Then more. "I'm from Japan. Please release it here. I'm in France. Why is this only in Korea? US fans here. We need this in theaters. Europe release when?" Min-jae scrolled and laughed. Not playful, more like relief cracking through tension. "They're begging for it," he said. Jang-wook nodded. "It's not just begging. It's demand. And the timing is perfect." Dayo leaned back slowly, finally allowing himself one full breath. His head still felt busy, but the fear had shifted shape. It wasn't what if it fails anymore. It was how do we move fast enough to catch it? Min-jae tapped the desk lightly. So what's next, director? Dayo looked at both of them, and his voice steadied. We move in 2 to 3 days. Jang Wook's eyes narrowed. International? Yes, Dayo said with a smile. We don't let the heat cool. In his mind, he knew it wouldn't cool off till the 29 days now, so he was calm a bit. Min-jae nodded slowly. We push to Asia first. Japan, Philippines, Singapore. Those markets will carry it hard. Jang Wook opened a file on his laptop. I have contacts in the Asian side already lined up. We can fast-track distribution talks if we move immediately. Dayo turned to Min-jae. You handle Asia. Min-jae blinked. Me? You, Dayo said. Your name opens doors. You don't even need to beg. Just show the numbers and ask for screens. Min-jae exhaled and nodded once. Fine. Asia is mine. Dayo looked at Jang Wook. You handle Europe. Jang Wook didn't hesitate. Already on it. I'll start making calls in the morning. If we get the right partner, we can lock dates. Fast. Dayo's gaze returned to the dashboard one more time. The numbers were still climbing. The comments were still multiplying. And across the feeds, it kept repeating in different languages, different slang, different energy, but the same message. Release it here too. He nodded to himself, then said it out loud. I'll handle the rest. Min-jae smirked faintly. America. Dayo didn't smile, but his eyes had that calm edge again. Yes, he said. America. And everywhere else that thinks Korea is the only place that matters. They sat there for a moment, the three of them, staring at the proof while the night kept moving. Opening day night. First numbers. First reactions. First real weight. And for the first time all day, Dayo didn't feel like the world was wrestling him. It felt like the world was finally turning in his direction. Chapter 319. Good news? Another day passed, and the movie movement didn't slow down its speed by another leap. People were shocked. Some were happy, some were regretting. And there was the Virex CEO. The Virex CEO had been sitting in his own house for hours, but it didn't feel like rest. It felt like exile. His phone kept buzzing, again and again. The same voices, the same tone, the same warning dressed as advice. Apologize. Fix it. Go and kneel if you have to. Because if the pressure didn't stop, the next call wouldn't be a suggestion. It would be a decision. He barely touched food. He barely spoke. His wife watched him from across the room like she was trying to measure how far his temper had gone, and that alone irritated him more. Not because she did anything wrong, but because he hated being seen like this. Eventually, he stood up, grabbed his keys, and left without saying much. He didn't take his driver. He didn't take staff. He didn't want a convoy. He didn't want attention. He wanted to go to MD quietly, do what he needed to do, and leave before the world turned it into another headline. But the world didn't wait for his plans. The moment he got close to MD, he saw them. Cameras, microphones, people standing in clusters like they already knew he'd show up. And for one hard second, his foot eased off the accelerator like he was about to turn the car around. Then somebody spotted him. A voice shouted his title, and the whole entrance woke up. Reporters rushed toward the car like it was a prize. They surrounded him from the front and both sides, bending low to push microphones closer to his window, cameras flashing through the glass. Sir, are you here to apologize? Is it true your name was mentioned in that recording? Did you instruct your assistant to push the clip? Are you confirming involvement by coming here? Why did you refuse to speak earlier and now you're here? His jaw tightened so hard it hurt. He didn't roll the window down. He didn't give them eye contact. He stared straight ahead, hands firm on the steering wheel, trying to pretend the noise was not crawling under his skin. When the shouting didn't stop, he leaned slightly toward the window and spoke without warmth. No comment. That only made them louder. Then why are you here, sir? Is the company forcing you to do this? Are you meeting the director? Are you trying to settle this before the movie peaks? He didn't answer. He didn't explain. He only repeated it again, sharper this time. I said no comment. Security from inside MD started pushing through the crowd, clearing a path with their bodies and firm hands. The reporters didn't stop, but they had to step back as the line opened just enough for his car to move forward. He drove in slowly, not because he was calm, but because he didn't want the car to jerk and give them more drama. When he finally got past the gate, the noise dulled behind him, but his breathing was still heavy. He parked deeper inside, away from the entrance, and sat for a moment without moving. He told himself he was doing this for the company. He didn't admit that he was also doing it for himself. He stepped out, adjusted his jacket, and walked in like he still owned the air around him, even though he could feel his control slipping. Staff he passed greeted him carefully, like they weren't sure what his mood would do to them. Nobody asked questions. Everybody just looked away too fast. He kept walking. Inside the building, the world was quieter, but the tension felt louder. Across the country, in a different kind of room, Valerie was on the phone, her voice low and steady, her mind already on the next move. Dayo was the one calling this time, and he didn't waste minutes. "Valerie," he said, "give me the update. How close are we to pushing the movie into the United States?" Valerie leaned back in her chair and stared at the notes on her desk. She sounded calm, but there was pressure in the way she spoke, the kind of pressure that came when momentum was rising too fast to mishandle. "It's moving," she said. "They're watching the numbers. They're watching the noise. They're waiting for the right angle to announce it without looking like they're chasing hype." Dayo exhaled. "We don't have time for slow." "We're not doing slow," Valerie replied. "But we're also not doing desperate. We need the deal to look clean." Dayo paused, then asked, 2 or 3 days? Valerie nodded, even though he couldn't see it. "That's realistic. If the negotiation doesn't drag. If they stop trying to overcharge because they know the movie is hot." Dayo's voice lowered. "They're asking for stupid numbers?" "Some of them are," she said. "They want to take advantage. They think we'll panic and pay anything just to say we released in the US. Dayo scoffed. "And will we?" Valerie's tone stayed level. "We'll compromise. But not for nonsense. If they want to play greedy, we can pick smarter partners. There are always people who want to win like this." Dayo went quiet for a second, then said, "The demand is already here. People are begging for it." "I know," Valerie replied. "That's why they'll come back to reality. The movie has too much potential. They can't pretend they don't see it." Dayo sounded more relieved now. "All right, push it. Keep the pressure on them. But keep it controlled." Valerie smiled slightly, but it wasn't soft. It was business. "I will," she said. "And Valerie? Tell them we're not asking for permission. We're offering opportunity. There's a difference." "All right, I would make sure to emphasize that. That's what I like to hear," Dayo said. They ended the call, and Valerie immediately typed a short message to her team, sending instructions and asking for the next round of confirmation. No wasted time. Back at JD Label, Dayo's office was quiet, but the kind of quiet that meant work was happening. Min-jae was there, seated like he had been trying to relax, but couldn't fully settle. Jang-wook stood near the side with his phone in his hand, eyes sharp, scrolling through updates, sales graphs, headlines, anything that moved. The movie had released today. That simple truth was still sitting in Dayo's chest like weight. All day, it had felt like his mind was running laps. Even when he smiled, it didn't reach his shoulders. Even when he spoke, there was that small edge of watching, listening, waiting for the world to respond. Now it was night. Now the numbers were coming in. Jang-wook's thumb paused. He looked up slowly. "This is bigger than we expected." Min-jae leaned forward immediately. "How big?" Jang-wook didn't answer with a number. He didn't need to. His face said enough. Dayo stared at the screen, eyes steady, but inside he felt that sharp, clean hit of relief. Not the kind that made you celebrate. The kind that made you breathe properly for the first time in hours. Min-jae laughed once, short and tense. "So it's really happening." Jang-wook nodded. "The seats are moving fast. People are posting their tickets, sharing confirmations. Some cinemas are already warning they're close." Min-jae looked at Dayo like he was searching for cracks. "You can't tell me you're not shaking inside." Dayo didn't deny it. He only said, "It's my first movie." That line sat heavier than anything else. Min-jae's expression softened, then he shook his head. "Crazy. You're acting calm like this is normal." "It's not normal," Dayo replied. "But we prepared for it." Dayo voiced the turn serious. "So how is the disturbing process coming along?" Min-jae smiled and said, "Minus already done. I have called the right poll, and all that remains is just to put the signature, and voila, all is done." He made his hand in a dramatic way. Dayo nodded and turned toward Jang-wook without needing to say anything. "Well, I have a few friends there, so within a maximum of 3 days there should be good news. I can almost guarantee that." For a brief second, the room felt lighter. Not because the stress was gone, but because the direction was clear. They weren't just hoping anymore. They were executing. Dayo smiled and nodded, satisfied with the replies. It would be a waste if he doesn't make use of the full potential of the global spotlight card. Then someone knocked. Not casual. Quick. Firm. Jang Wook looked up. Min Jae's smile faded. Dayo didn't move at first. He only said, "Come in." A staff member stepped inside, breathing like they had rushed down a hallway. "Sir," she said, "the Virexio came to MD." Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. "He came there?" "Yes," she replied. Reporters were outside. They tried to question him, but he refused to speak. Min Jae let out a low sound, half disbelief, half irritation. So he finally crawled out. The staff member added, "He's trying to enter quietly, but it's not quiet anymore." People saw him. Dayo leaned back in his chair slowly, his expression unreadable. He didn't look shocked. He looked like someone who had expected this step and was only calculating what it meant. Min Jae watched him. "Bro, you pushed this guy to the wall." Dayo's voice stayed even. "He pushed himself. I just stopped him from hiding." Jang Wook's phone buzzed again, and he glanced down. The internet is moving too fast. If he came to MD, it means pressure from above is choking him. Min Jae looked at Dayo. "So what now?" Dayo stood up, slow and controlled. "Now we keep moving." Min Jae frowned. That's it, Dayo said. "He can wait. The movie can't." Min Jae stared at him for a moment, then shook his head like he didn't know whether to laugh or curse. "You're not normal," he said quietly. Dayo didn't respond like always. He just grabbed his phone, checked a few notifications, then looked at Jang Wook. "Start the calls tonight," Dayo said. "No delay." Jang Wook nodded. "Already on it." Min Jae stood too, rolling his shoulders like he was trying to release tension. Dayo's gaze stayed calm, but his mind was already ahead, already counting days, already preparing for the next hit. Outside, somewhere at MD, a man who thought he was coming to control damage had just walked into a building full of silence. And Dayo finally understood one thing clearly. THR saying that Karam is only a step behind is no lie, and it was evident. Chapter 320, Deeper Mess. Dayo was on his way out when another message came that Virexio was downstairs. Dayo was already on his way out of the corridor. He stopped, looked once at the staff member, then though for a bit, and nodded. "Bring him in." The staff member hesitated. "Sir, are you sure?" Dayo didn't answer with drama. "Bring him." They led him through the quieter route, not the loud hallway, not the place where people could glance and start whispering. MD's office floor was already tense these days, and Dayo wasn't interested in adding another headline to it. The door opened. Kwon Songjin stepped in like he owned the air. He was dressed clean, controlled. The kind of suit that didn't wrinkle even when the man wearing it was burning inside. His eyes moved quickly, taking in the office, the layout, the stillness. Then they landed on Dayo. For a second, something flashed in Kwon's expression. Surprise. Dayo looked younger in real life than he did in pictures. Not boyish, not soft, just too young to be able to play the game the way he did like this, too calm to be sitting at the center of a storm. Dayo didn't stand up to greet him. He didn't disrespect him either. He simply kept the same neutral posture and pointed at the chair opposite him. "Sit." Kwon's jaw tightened slightly, but he sat. Silence settled between them, tight and deliberate. The kind of silence that made every breath sound like a decision. Kwon finally spoke first, trying to sound measured. "How did you do it?" Dayo blinked once. "Do what?" Kwon leaned forward a little. "How did you arrange all of that? The timing, the exposure, my assistant, the footage, that leaked chain. How were you able to pull those things together?" Dayo's face didn't change. "That doesn't matter." Kwon's eyes narrowed. "It matters to me." Dayo's tone stayed flat. "If that's what you came for, you can leave." Kwon paused, irritation slipping through his control. "You're enjoying this." Dayo didn't respond to that. He only looked at him like he was waiting for him to spill the real reason he came. Kwon tried another angle, more direct, more entitled. "You need to remove the lawsuit. Drop it. This has gone far enough." That was the moment Dayo's gaze sharpened, not angry, just clearer, like the room had finally turned into what it was meant to be. "Who are you to tell me what I should do?" Kwon's lips pressed together. "You're making an enemy of a company you cannot fight forever." Dayo leaned back slightly. "I'm not fighting forever. I'm ending you." Kwon's breath came out heavy. He still didn't understand the position he was in. Even after everything, He still carried himself like authority was automatic, like being older and richer meant truth would bend. He spoke again, louder now, frustration building. You think you're clean because you're trending. You think because you have a movie that people like, you can do anything. But this industry has order. Dayo didn't argue. He didn't interrupt. He simply let Quan keep talking. Quan took the silence as permission. As a newcomer, you were supposed to respect your seniors. We gave you a list. Dayo's eyes stayed on him. A list of what? Quan's voice rose without meaning to. A list of people you were supposed to work with. Actors, actresses, connections. The kind of support you don't get unless you know how this works. His fingers flexed on the arm of the chair like he was restraining himself from slamming the table. And instead of you to follow it, you went behind our backs. You took Minji. You pulled her out of my agency. You pulled people into your project. Without permission, without structure. Dayo's face stayed calm, but his mind clicked. So that was it. Not morality. Not justice. Ego and control. Quan was breathing harder now, the words rushing out like he'd been holding them for too long. You're telling me you did nothing to me? Quan snapped. You undermined the structure. You embarrassed people who don't get embarrassed. You made it look like we were powerless. Dayo's tone stayed even. So you attacked me. Quan stared at him. Attacked you? Dayo didn't raise his voice. You pushed that clip. You allowed that lie to live. You let it return every time something good happened to me. You don't do that by accident. Quan's eyes flashed. You deserve to be checked. That was the confession without him realizing it. Dayo nodded once, like he'd just gotten exactly what he wanted. So you're admitting it. Quan's chest rose. Fell. Then anger flooded him, because he realized too late he'd stepped into a trap he didn't see. I'm not admitting anything, he barked. Dayo tilted his head slightly. You just said I deserved it. That means you did it. Quan shifted in the chair like he wanted to stand, like his body wanted to push forward the way his pride always did. Dayo stood up calmly, not in a threatening way, just enough to change the balance of the room. Quan froze for half a second. Dayo wasn't bulky. He wasn't trying to be intimidating. But he was built, and there was something in the way he stood that said he had spent years in real pressure. After all, more than 5 years in the army was no joke. Dayo's voice remained soft, controlled. You came here to force an outcome. Quan swallowed, then tried to recover. I came here because you're acting like you're untouchable. Dayo didn't flinch. You came here because you think you can still command me. Quan's face tightened. Drop the lawsuit. Dayo's answer was instant. No. Quan stood up sharply, chair scraping. Dayo didn't step back. He looked him in the eye, calm, steady. In fact, Dayo continued, I'm going to sue for more. Quan's hand twitched like he wanted to point, to grab, to do something childish and physical out of pure rage. He stopped himself at the last second, because something about Dayo's stillness made him remember where he was. Dayo's voice stayed level, but it carried weight. Sit back down, Quan Songjin. Quan's eyes widened slightly. Not because Dayo said his name, but because Dayo said it like he had the right to. Quan didn't sit. Dayo didn't care. He reached for the phone on his desk and pressed one button. 2 seconds later, the door opened. Security stepped in, along with Dayo's assistant. Dayo didn't look away from Quan. Take him out of my office, Dayo said. Quietly. Quan snapped his head toward them. Do you know who I am? Dayo finally let a trace of emotion touch his voice. Not anger, just cold certainty. Yes. Then he added, still calm. And I know what you did. Quan tried to speak again, but security moved in. Not violent. Not rough. Just firm, professional, unavoidable. Quan resisted with his shoulders at first, then stopped when he realized struggling would only make him look smaller. They guided him toward the door. Dayo's assistant opened it. As Quan was taken out, his eyes burned back at Dayo like a promise. Dayo didn't respond. He watched him leave. Then he sat back down like nothing happened. The office fell quiet again. A minute later, Minjae walked in. He took one look at Dayo's face and knew something had happened. What was that? Minjae asked, voice low. Dayo exhaled calmly. Quan Songjin. Minjae's brows lifted. The Virex CEO came here? Dayo nodded. Minjae stepped closer. For what? To command, or I don't know what exactly he hoped for. Dayo said simply. To force me to drop the lawsuit. Minjae scoffed softly. And? Dayo didn't smile. He talked. Minjae paused. He talked how? Dayo reached to his desk and tapped his laptop. He opened a file. Then he turned the screen slightly so Minjae could see. Min Jae's eyes moved across it, and his expression shifted from curiosity to something sharper. You recorded it? Dayo's voice stayed casual. My office records. Min Jae stared at him. He admitted the motive? He didn't say, I ordered it, like a cartoon villain, Dayo replied. But he said enough. Min Jae, the list, the industry order, the part where he said I deserved to be checked, the part where he couldn't stop himself from explaining why he was angry. Min Jae's lips parted slowly. He looked up at Dayo like he was trying to understand where the limits of Dayo's patience ended and where the limits of his planning began. Bro, Min Jae murmured, this is it. Dayo nodded once. Yes. Min Jae's tone turned serious. We can't waste time with this. We won't, Dayo said. Send it to PR, send it to legal. Min Jae swallowed. This is a nail. Dayo corrected him quietly. This is the coffin. Min Jae looked at the screen again, then back at Dayo. And you're sure we don't let this leak outside the office before we're ready? Dayo's eyes were calm, focused. We control the timing, he said. Always. Min Jae nodded and pulled out his phone immediately. Dayo didn't stop him. He only added one more instruction. Firm, final. Tell the lawyers to calculate everything. Defamation, business interference, emotional damages, industry sabotage. Add it all. Min Jae's fingers moved fast. Okay. Dayo leaned back in his chair, the same calm expression, the same controlled breathing. Kwon had come in thinking he could threaten his way out of the fire. He left realizing the fire had already been recorded. And now, the next move wasn't noise. It was a strike. Chapter 321, Figure Behind Virex. The PR department didn't waste time and did a quick edit and the video was out. And because of the global spotlight card still running, it didn't drop like normal news. It detonated. It didn't matter what other headlines were trending. It didn't matter what scandals people were trying to push. The moment that footage hit the internet, everything else got swallowed. The timeline turned into one conversation, one name, one question repeated in different fonts, different languages, different anger. Virex. Kwon. And the proof people had been waiting for. The video was raw. Not the polished kind that could be argued as PR. It was the kind of messy truth that made people pause mid-scroll. The assistant's voice. King's space. The struggle. The panic. And then the part that stabbed the deepest. The name being said out loud. Not my boss. Not the company. The actual name tied to the chain. People didn't need anyone to interpret it for them. They heard it. They saw it. And the comments came like a storm. Some were shocked. Some were furious. Some were laughing like the industry had finally been exposed for what it was. People who had doubted before started writing like they were embarrassed they ever doubted at all. And the ones who had been dragging Dayo for months started apologizing again. But this time it wasn't soft. It was loud, aggressive apologies, the kind where people blamed themselves for being used. The articles followed immediately because the media didn't even need time to investigate anymore. The video did the investigating for them. Headlines refreshed every minute, and each one sounded more confident than the last, because now they weren't relying on allegations or speculation. They were pointing to footage. Virex trended again, but it wasn't that clean, corporate trending that brands like. This one was accusation trending. Disgust trending. How dare you, trending. Even the international fan bases that usually watched Korean industry drama, like entertainment, stopped treating it like gossip. The American side especially moved like they'd been waiting for permission to go feral again. They didn't just quote tweet. They dug. They archived. They reported accounts. They found old posts that pushed the smear. They stitched timelines together like prosecutors. It became one of those days where the internet didn't feel like random people anymore. It felt like a crowd. And crowds didn't care about PR. They cared about blood. Inside Virex, Kwon didn't feel that yet. Not fully. Because for the past few days, he had been surviving off a lie he told himself. That the worst part had already passed. So he kept moving like a man, trying to look normal. But the building was already changing around him. Staff who used to greet him confidently now greeted him like they were afraid of being attached to him. People avoided eye contact. Phones kept buzzing, and nobody smiled while checking them. Even the air inside the hallway felt different, like everyone was waiting for something to finally land. Kwon was in his office when the first real crack hit. A call came in. Not from an underling. Not from PR. Not from a board secretary. It was one of the major shareholders. And for a split second, Kwon actually felt relief. because in his head, this call meant guidance. Strategy. Damage control. He picked up. The voice on the other end was cold. Quan. Quan straightened. Yes. The voice didn't soften. You're done. Quan blinked once, like he didn't hear properly. What? You heard me. The man continued. Your shares and your position. You are finished. Quan's throat tightened. Sir, with respect, I. Don't speak. The man cut in immediately. Don't defend. Don't explain. I don't care what excuse you've built in your head. The company is bleeding because of you. Quan's heart began to thud harder, the kind of beat you feel in your ears. What happened? He asked, voice sharper now. What exactly are you referring to? There was a pause, and that pause felt like disgust. You still don't know? The man said finally. That's the worst part. You are blind while you're dragging everyone down with you. And then the line that froze Quan's blood completely came next. Go online. The call ended. Quan stared at his phone for a moment like it had become something unfamiliar. Then he moved fast. He grabbed his tablet. His hands didn't shake yet, but the anger in his chest started twisting into something else. Something uneasy. Something like instinct warning him that his body was about to be humiliated. He opened the feed, and the answer was there, waiting, everywhere. The clip. His clip. Not some fake. Not some edited accusation. Not some rumor. The video of him in Dayo's office. The camera angle was clean, like it was always meant to catch him. The audio was clear enough to recognize the tone in his voice, the entitlement, the anger, the way he spoke like a man who thought he could order reality around. Quan's mind went blank for a second. Then the panic came like heat under his skin. His fingers swiped again and again, like refreshing could change the truth. But the truth only multiplied. Reposts, screenshots, zoomed clips, translated captions, threads breaking down his words line by line. People writing. So he really came to threaten him. People writing. This is not a CEO. This is a bully with a title. People writing. He's finished. Quan inhaled deeply, and his breathing came out heavier than he expected. He remembered the moment inside that office, the way he'd been trying to force Dayo into giving him something, the way he'd assumed the room was his, the way he'd assumed power was enough. And now he understood the real insult. He hadn't even managed to record Dayo. He had walked in hoping to trap someone, and he had been the only one caught. His eyes snapped to the comment section without even meaning to. He didn't want to read it, but he did, because humans were foolish like that. And the comments were brutal. Not poetic. Not clever. Just blunt cruelty from strangers who felt like they were watching a villain get exposed. How dumb do you have to be to walk into his office and talk like that? So the assistant was telling the truth. This was the one behind everything. Take his shares. Strip him. He's a liability. Apologize? He didn't come to apologize. He came to intimidate. You deserve what's coming. Quan's jaw clenched so hard it ached. He threw the tablet onto the desk like it offended him. Then he stood up, pacing once, twice, like movement could reduce the humiliation boiling inside him. His phone buzzed again. Another call. Another shareholder. Then another. He didn't pick any of them, because he already knew what those calls were going to sound like now. Not strategy. Not support. Verdicts. As if they had not given him out already. And in the middle of his anger, the worst truth settled on him quietly. This wasn't a scandal anymore. This was removal. Asterisk. Dayo sat at his desk checking how everything was moving and was satisfied. Then his phone rang while he was still at his desk. A private line came through, and the caller ID wasn't saved, but the number itself carried a weight that made the room feel smaller, a special number. Dayo stared at it for a second, then picked. Hello. The voice on the other end was calm, older, and firm. The kind of calm that didn't come from peace, but from power. Director Dayo. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't speak immediately. The man continued, like he already knew silence couldn't intimidate him. My name is Han. Dayo kept his tone even like he already knew he would call this, is the major shareholder of the Virex agency. Chairman Han. A small pause. Like the man on the other end noted that Dayo knew exactly who he was. Yes, Han replied. I didn't expect you to take this call so quickly. Dayo leaned back in his chair, voice controlled. If someone like you calls, it means it's important. Han didn't waste time. I'm calling because what happened should not have happened. Dayo didn't respond with emotion, just a quiet breath. Han continued, measured. Quan acted outside what any sensible leadership should allow. I won't insult you with excuses. I won't say we didn't know when the evidence is already public. I won't pretend this is a misunderstanding. Dayo's face stayed calm, but his eyes sharpened. Han spoke again. I am apologizing to you directly. For the damage. For the smear. For the foolishness that was allowed to grow. Dayo's voice stayed steady. Your apology is noted. Han paused again, then said carefully, and I'm also calling to ask what you want. Dayo's reply was immediate. I want accountability. Han's tone didn't change. Meaning? Dayo answered like he had said it 100 times already. The lawsuit stands. The damages will stand. The public apology will stand. No private settlement that erases what was done. Another pause. Then Han spoke, slower. You're firm. Dayo replied, I've been patient. That doesn't mean I'm soft. Han exhaled once, like a man who respected principle even when it cost him. I expected your demand would be heavy, Han said. And I understand why. Dayo's voice stayed flat. Good. Han continued. The company will cooperate. Quan will not be protected if he cannot be defended. Dayo didn't react. He didn't celebrate. He just listened. Then Han said, I would like to meet you. Dayo's eyes shifted slightly. To discuss settlement? No, Han replied. To speak properly. Face to face. I want to understand the man I'm dealing with. And I want to end this in a way that doesn't stain the company longer than it already has. Dayo's tone remained respectful, but unmoved. A meeting is fine. Han asked when. Dayo answered, send the time and place. My people will confirm. Han sounded almost amused, but still controlled. You don't sound flattered. Dayo replied simply, I'm not here to collect compliments. Silence again. Then Han said, good. I like this. Dayo's voice hummed. Han's last words came with finality. We will speak soon, Director Dayo. Dayo ended it clean. Chairman Han. The call dropped. Dayo stared at the screen for a moment, then placed the phone down gently, like nothing happened. But the air in the room had changed. Not because Dayo was scared, because now the real power behind Virex had stepped into the light. Chapter 322. 3 days number. Today made it 3 days since Train to Busan opened in Korea, and the numbers finally came in. There had been such a heavy crowd that they didn't have an exact figure until now. It was a well-detailed report because it came directly from the major cinema chains and the distribution tracking team, with every region broken down and every ticket counted. They sat in Dayo's office that night. Min-jae was there. Jang-wook was there. The screen was on. The report was open, and the room was quiet for a moment because nobody wanted to talk too early and spoil the feeling. Although they already knew the movie sold well, they didn't know how well. The first line everyone looked at was the budget. The investment was $9 million, and in Korean won, that was about 13.18 billion won. Then the next lines hit harder. Because the movie had already crossed the point where people stopped saying good opening and started saying phenomenon. Korea 3-day ticket numbers and money. By the end of day 3, the confirmed Korea admissions were about 3,200,000 tickets. It was not a soft number. It was the confirmed collected admissions across all chains. Total Korea box office gross after 3 days was about 44 billion won, which in dollars was roughly $30 million. $30 million dollars. The numbers were split day by day, and that was where it became scary even for the composed Dayo. Day 1 opening day admissions came in at 1,100,000 tickets, and the gross for that day was about 15.5 billion won. Day 2 admissions rose instead of dropping, which was where the executives started cursing under their breath because that was not normal. Day 2 came in at 1,050,000 tickets, gross about 14.7 billion won. Day 3 should have cooled, but it still stayed violent. Day 3 came in at 1,050,000 tickets, gross about 13.8 billion won. That meant the movie did not just open strong, it held strong, and it held with repeat viewing energy, the kind that makes people come back with different friends just to watch reactions. Jang-wook scrolled slowly and read the next part out loud, because he knew Min-jae would not believe it unless it was spoken. The theater footprint was wide. The movie was on about 1,700 screens in Korea. This was just Korea alone, not to talk of the market not tapped yet, and Korea had more than 50 million people. Even though not all would watch, at least a quarter meant there was still room for growth. The average seat occupancy stayed high for 3 straight days, with primetime sessions packed and late sessions still strong enough to embarrass movies that usually dominate weekends. Now, many of the movies wanting to release decided to hold off their release in order not to clash with Train to Busan. After all, the momentum didn't seem to be coming down anytime soon. Min-jae leaned forward, eyes stuck to the admissions line like it was personal. 3 days, he muttered. This is 3 days. Dayo did not smile big, but the satisfaction sat in his eyes because he knew what this meant. The movie already earned its capital. Now all he had to do was sit and wait for the profit. The profit angle, explained clearly inside the story. Jang Wook opened the next section and explained it properly, because revenue did not all go back to the producers. The total gross was not their take-home. Cinemas kept a large percentage, distribution took a slice, marketing had its own cost line, and only the production side received the final settlement after the splits. Even with that, the early settlement estimate on the production side was already above the budget line. After theater split and distribution split, the production side expected to pull around 19 to 22 billion won from Korea alone on the first settlement cycle. That was already around $13 to $15 million. Meaning Korea alone had already covered the full $9 million budget in real terms, and everything after that became profit that would keep compounding as the weeks rolled on. And note that the number was just for 3 days, not even a week. Min-jae looked at Dayo like he wanted to insult him for being calm. You invested $9 million, and 3 days later, you are already standing above the budget line. Dayo breathed out once. It is still the beginning, he said. The real wave is what happens after Korea, because now the world wants to copy what Korea is doing. Jang Wook nodded immediately. That is why the international deal timing matters. Korea has already proven demand. Now we sell the demand. The Korean articles, real headline style, heavy and multiple. Korean entertainment sites did not just report it as box office. They reported it as a cultural event, and the tone shifted from curiosity to disbelief. Articles started dropping in stacks, and Dayo's name was inside most of them because the industry could not pretend he was not part of the engine anymore. Train to Busan shocks Korea with 3-day surge. Rookie cast pulls millions. The biggest surprise is not the zombies. It is the audience returning twice. $9 million risk turns into 40 billion won opening weekend fire. Who is Dayo really? How did a first film open like a franchise? Cinema chains add extra late-night slots as demand refuses to cool. Industry watching closely as rookie actors become overnight names. Just 3 days and they have earned this much. What should we expect in a week and internationally? Min-jae scrolled on his phone and laughed once because it was the laugh of disbelief. They are using the word overnight, he said. They are really saying overnight. Dayo just smiled. Yeah, after all they didn't know. How much we struggled to get here. Yeah, right. Well, all the stress was worth it. You're right. All right, drinks on me. Nobody leaves sober. We drink tonight, Dayo said, as they all cheered, and all the cast had to come too. Another 4 days passed, and the movie had fully landed in the international space, not as a small foreign release, but like something that arrived with its own storm already waiting for it. After all, the internet didn't seem done with the movie. Japan, China, parts of Europe, and selected cities in the United States had screenings rolling, and what shocked people wasn't just that it opened, but that it was being received like a local hit. The entrance of some cinemas looked like premiere night, lines forming early, fans holding tickets like proof, and people coming out loud, excited, arguing about their favorite scenes like they had been part of it from the beginning. The strangest part was the repeat viewings. It wasn't romance. It wasn't a soft genre. It was tension, blood, fear, and survival, yet people were going back again, dragging friends, buying extra seats, and treating it like a must-watch experience, not a try-it-if-you-have-time movie. Numbers were still being gathered and verified across regions, but the tone online already made it obvious that whatever the official report would show later, it wouldn't be small. And because of that, the international headlines changed immediately. Japan headlines. Train to Busan hits. Japan screens, and the crowd response is not normal. Viewers return for second watch. Korean zombie film becomes a word-of-mouth monster in Japan. Ticket lines grow instead of shrinking. Shock as rookies lead a film Japan audiences can't stop discussing. Late-night sessions stay packed. China headlines. Train to Busan opens in China, and the reception turns wild. Cinema entrances packed by midday. Korean film with rookie faces pulls unusual repeat viewings in China. Audience buzz refuses to die. China box office trackers watch closely as Korean zombie title moves like a domestic blockbuster. United States headlines. Train to Busan arrives in the US, and the reaction looks like a cult hit becoming mainstream. Foreign horror title surprises US screens as viewers return twice. Social clips flood timelines. US theaters report strong walk-ins and high occupancy for Korean zombie film. Weekend demand builds. Dayo's movie Train to Busan doing better than expected, and the question now is, will Dayo direct a movie in Hollywood? Europe headlines. Train to Busan breaks expectations in Europe, a Korean title playing like a local event. European screens report crowd energy and repeat tickets for Korean zombie film. Momentum spreads city to city. Not romance, not comedy, yet it's pulling people back. Europe watches Train to Busan surge. And the tone across all of them carried the same message. Not curiosity anymore, but disbelief, because this was one of the rare moments where a Korean movie didn't just travel, it landed, and it stayed. Even without the official international totals yet, the movement alone was already shouting the truth. This thing was not slowing down. Chapter 323, Old Rival. Michael's office was quiet. Not the normal quiet of nothing happening, but the quiet of a man who owned too much power for noise to be necessary. He stood by the glass wall, looking down at New York like it belonged to him. His suit was clean, his tie straight, his face calm. But the calm was thin, the kind that only held when nothing touched your pride. A knock came. "Come in," Michael said without turning. Clara stepped in with a tablet and a slim folder. She moved carefully, like she had learned his moods over time. "Sir," she said, "the Korea file you asked for. Updated it." Michael finally turned. He walked back to his desk, sat, and took the tablet without rushing. "Korea," he repeated, like it was a foreign word he didn't want in his mouth. Clara nodded. "Yes, sir. But it's not just Korea anymore." Michael's eyes flicked up. "Explain." Clara tapped the screen and opened the report. Numbers, headlines, screenshots, clips, and then the name. Dayo. Michael's fingers paused on the tablet. Not because the name was new, because it wasn't supposed to be here. Dayo was supposed to be a problem that stayed in music and had gone quiet for a long while. Why was he appearing here? A headache that could be managed with pressure and time. But this was different. Michael scrolled again. Korean film, he read out loud, slowly. Train to Busan. He looked up. Dayo is behind it. Clara nodded. He's one of the core names attached to it, the director and investor. And as you can see, the reception is not normal. Michael leaned back. For a moment, he didn't speak. He just stared like the report was insulting him. Then he chuckled once. "Dry? You're telling me?" He went to Korea, made a movie, and it's now making noise in my country and every other place. Clara stayed quiet. She didn't interrupt when Michael got like this. It was safer to let his mind finish its own conversation because she knew that Michael's temper seemed to flare any time Dayo was mentioned, although it'd been a while since it happened, but not that long for her to forget. Michael's eyes went back to the tablet. He scrolled through the headlines, the comments, and the clips circulating. It wasn't just news. It was that same energy, that same takeover effect, the kind that made people forget other topics, the kind that made a product bigger than the product. Michael's jaw tightened slightly, and his mind pulled him back to a night he had not forgotten. Inside his limo after the global stage finals, Dayo is sitting across from him with that calm, disrespectful courage. And Michael asked him a question he had never asked anyone before. How did your album do that? How did you dominate the entire internet? And Dayo, smiling like it was a joke, said he didn't know, saying it was luck, saying it just happened. Michael's eyes narrowed. He looked up at Clara. "Where is this trending?" he asked. Clara answered quickly. "Everywhere, sir. Multiple U.S. clusters, sir. It started as niche foreign film buzz, but it's crossing over. The clips, the reactions, the comments. People are treating it like an event. And this is only what is happening with U.S., sir." Michael gave a quiet laugh. "That boy," he said. "He's doing it again." Clara hesitated. "Sir." Michael looked back down at the report. He didn't answer immediately. He only scrolled until he saw something that annoyed him more than the headlines. A comment. One of the American accounts said something like, "How is a Korean film moving like this in the US?" Michael stared at it for a long moment. Then he dropped the tablet on the desk like he was done playing. He stood up and walked back to the window again. "This isn't normal," he said. Clara stayed behind him, hands folded. Michael spoke without turning. The album was not normal. And now the movie is not normal. Clara chose her words carefully. He could be lucky. Timing. Momentum. His fan base. Michael cut her off. No. His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. "There is luck," he continued. "And there is a repeated pattern." He turned to face her. Now, he could remember he believed it was luck, but now the same thing was happening with the same energy. This could hardly be called luck. And when a pattern repeats across different industries, different countries, different markets, it stops being luck. Clara nodded slowly. Michael's phone buzzed on the desk. Once. Twice. The screen lit up with a name that made Clara's posture tighten. Jennifer. Michael stared at it as the phone had insulted him. He didn't pick the first ring. He let it ring a little longer, like delaying would change the reality. Then he picked. "Yes," he said. The voice on the other side didn't greet him with softness. "You are seeing it," Jennifer said. Michael's eyes stayed on the city outside his window. "I'm seeing something." "Do not play with words," she replied. "You are seeing exactly what we told you would happen." Michael didn't respond. Jennifer continued, calm and sharp. "The first time, you said it was luck. You said it was a fluke. You said the internet is unpredictable." Michael's jaw tightened. "And now," Jennifer added, "he is doing the same thing again. In another country. With another product. With another market that shouldn't be accepting it this fast." Michael breathed out once through his nose. "Yes," he said. "I'm aware." Jennifer's tone stayed flat. "Good. Because now you will stop watching and start working." Michael's eyes flicked. "What exactly do you want me to do?" Jennifer answered like she had been waiting for him to ask. "You will find out what he is using." Michael didn't move. Jennifer went on. "Whatever algorithm, whatever method, whatever advantage, it doesn't matter what you call it. We want it." Michael let out a small laugh. Not because it was funny, but because it was irritating. "You're acting as if he'll just hand it over." Jennifer's voice didn't change. "That is your job. You are the one with the access. You are the one in the industry. You are the one with the reputation and the leverage. We have built you for cases like this." Michael's fingers tightened slightly around the phone. Jennifer's next words landed more heavily. "And do not forget who built your foundation. We didn't give you everything so you could start failing at the exact moment we need results." Michael's eyes hardened. He didn't like being reminded that he didn't like being owned or ordered. But he knew what she was saying was true. Jennifer didn't stop. "We warned you years ago. We told you to secure him early." Michael's voice dropped. He refused. "Then make him accept," Jennifer replied immediately. "Or break him until he has no choice." Silence stretched. Michael's pride burned quietly. Jennifer softened nothing. "If you cannot handle this, we will find someone who can. But you and I both know what happens when we replace people." Michael's throat moved once. He hated this part. He hated the calm threat that didn't sound like a threat. He forced his voice to stay steady. "Understood." Jennifer ended the call without saying goodbye. The line went dead. Michael stood still with the phone in his hand for a moment. Clara watched him carefully. She didn't speak first. She waited until he put the phone down. Michael's face looked calm again, but this time the calm was colder. The earlier irritation was gone. Now it was focused. He turned back to his desk, sat, and picked up the tablet again. He scrolled the report one more time like he was memorizing it. Then he looked at Clara. "Pull up everything we have on Dayo," he said. Clara blinked. "Everything?" "Yes," Michael replied. "Not the public nonsense. Not fan pages. I want his patterns. His movements. His connections. Who moves around him? Who benefits? Who does he talks to in Korea and here in the United States, his circle and schedule." Clara nodded quickly. "All right, sir." Michael tapped his fingers once on the desk. He spoke slowly, like he was talking to himself more than her. "The first time, I tried to sign him." He paused. He said no. He looked up. "Now he's forcing my world to look at him again." Clara swallowed lightly. "What's the plan, sir?" Michael stared at the tablet, then looked away. "We don't rush," he said. "This isn't Korea. This is the United States." He leaned back. "And here, we don't just fight talent." His eyes sharpened. "We fight visibility." Clara nodded. Michael's voice stayed calm, but the meaning was heavy. If he wants to dominate my market again, then I want to. See what happens when the market turns its back on him. He stood up again and walked toward the window. Below, the city moved like nothing was wrong. Michael's reflection appeared faintly in the glass. A man with power. A man with control. A man who didn't like losing. He spoke quietly. Dayo thinks he can keep calling it luck. He smiled a little. Fine. His smile disappeared. Let's see how long luck survives when I start touching the right wires. Chapter 324, 1 Week Numbers. Dayo was sitting in his office, unaware that he had once again attracted the attention of Michael. Not that if he was aware, he would be shaken or anything. His mind was on one thing, the movie, of course. It had been 1 full week, if he were aware, since Train to Busan opened in Korea. The noise never reduced. If anything, it only changed shape. The kind of change that happens when something stops being new and starts being a habit. People stopped treating it like a weekend plan and started treating it like something they must do. Some went again. Some went with friends. Some went with family. Some went just to watch other people's reactions. That night, Dayo was back in his office with the same small circle that always mattered when numbers were involved. Min-jae sat on the couch, restless, pretending he was calm. Jang-wook stood close to the screen, already in work mode, already holding the report like he had been waiting for it all day. The screen was filled with charts, admissions, gross, region breakdowns, currency conversions, settlement estimates. Nobody spoke for a moment, because 1 week numbers were the kind of numbers that could change a career forever. Jang-wook finally cleared his throat. Okay, he said. Now we have the full week for the Korea release and 4 days since international release. Min-jae looked at the screen like he wanted it to lie. Dayo only leaned back and said, "Read it." Jang-wook scrolled once, then started. The investment was $9 million. In Korean won, that was about 13.18 billion won. That part was already familiar, but the next line was not. Korea 1 week ticket numbers and money. By the end of day 7, confirmed Korea admissions had climbed to about 6,800,000 tickets. 6.8 million. 6.8 million ticket. Koreans were about 51 million in population, so that was huge number. Looking at the stats, that number alone made Min-jae sit up straighter. Because at that point, it stopped being opening momentum. It started looking like a national event. Total Korea box office gross after 1 week sat at about 92 billion won. In dollars, that was roughly $63 million. $63 million in 1 week, from Korea alone. That's an extra 6 million again after the last time. Min-jae blinked slowly. Then he let out a short laugh that was not even laughter, just disbelief. Bro, he said. 1 week. Jang-wook kept going, because the breakdown was what made it worse. Day 1 admissions were 1,100,000, gross about 15.5 billion won. Day 2 came in at 1,050,000, gross about 14.7 billion won. Day 3 held at 1,050,000, gross about 13.8 billion won. Then it should have cooled, but it refused. Day 4 came in at 950,000, gross about 12.8 billion won. Day 5 came in at 880,000, gross about 11.5 billion won. Day 6 came in at 830,000, gross about 11 billion won. Day 7 came in at 940,000, gross about 12.7 billion won. Jang-wook paused and looked up. Do you see the problem? He asked. Min-jae answered for Dayo, voice low. It did not die. Jang-wook nodded. It did not die. It stabilized high, then surged again. That means word of mouth is not slowing. Repeat viewings are not slowing. And weekends are still violent. Min-jae stared at Dayo. How are you still sitting like this? He asked. Dayo's voice stayed calm. Because we have not even finished the first wave. The profit angle, Korea settlement estimate. Jang-wook opened the settlement section because gross was loud, but settlement was real. The 92 billion won is not our money, he said. Cinemas take their split. Distribution takes their split. Marketing costs still get deducted. Then production gets the settlement. He scrolled slowly. Even with that, he continued, Korea alone is already beyond the budget in real terms. After cinema split, distribution split, and early deductions, the production side estimate for first cycle settlement from Korea sits around 34 to 38 billion won. That was roughly $23 to $26 million. Min-jae's mouth opened slightly. So Korea alone, he said, already covered the 9 million, and now we are sitting on profit. Jang-wook nodded. And the week is not even over in terms of momentum. This is just the first full report. Dayo finally smiled, small. All the stress was worth it, he said. Min-jae shook his head. I'm going to insult you later, he said. Let me enjoy this first. International 1-week movement, country breakdown. Jang-wook switched tabs. And now, he said, international. The room went quiet again. Because this was the part that would confirm something bigger than Korea. The movie had landed in multiple regions, and it did not behave like a foreign title that gets polite applause. It behaved like a local hit that people felt proud to discover. Jang-wook read it out, country by country. United States. Selected cities, limited screens, but packed sessions. 1-week admissions sat at about 1,900,000 tickets. Total gross sat at about $26 million. Japan. 1-week admissions sat at about 1,300,000 tickets. Total gross sat at about $14 million. China. 1-week admissions sat at about 1,500,000 tickets. Total gross sat at about $18 million. Europe. Multiple cities, mixed rollout, but growing. 1-week admissions sat at about 1,100,000 tickets. Total gross sat at about $12 million. Min-jae stared at the United States line again. America is the highest, he said quietly, like he was making sure he read it right. Jang-wook nodded. Yes, the United States is currently the highest international market. Total international combined and Korea total. Jang-wook scrolled to the summary line and read it slowly so nobody missed it. Total international gross, combined, sat at about $70 million. Total international admissions, combined, sat at about 5,800,000 tickets. Then he pointed to the Korea total. Korea gross, 1 week, sat at about $63 million. Korea admissions, 1 week, sat at about 6,800,000 tickets. Then the grand summary. Worldwide gross, Korea plus international, sat at about $133 million in 1 week. Worldwide admissions, Korea plus international, sat at about 12,600,000 tickets. Min-jae went silent for 3 seconds. Then he exhaled hard and leaned back like his body finally accepted what his mind was refusing. This is not normal, he said. Jang-wook answered immediately. It is not normal. This is what people call a phenomenon. Dayo looked at the screen, then looked away. He did not look shocked. Not because it was not shocking, but because he understood what the global spotlight meant. He only said one thing. We move fast. Jang-wook nodded. We already are. The next week projections are going to be ugly in a good way. But we still need to lock our next moves. Min-jae turned his head. Next moves, he repeated. Like your album. Dayo's eyes shifted to him. Min-jae smirked. When are you going to let them know? He asked. You said you would drop the album tomorrow. Are you waiting till morning again? Dayo picked up his phone like it was nothing. Tonight, he said. Min-jae's brows rose. You're insane. Dayo smiled. You will see the effect. Jang-wook was already laughing under his breath, half stressed, half excited. Dayo typed calmly, then showed them the screen for half a second before he posted. Hey guys, I'm dropping a Korean album tomorrow. He sent it after attaching the album cover. Then he dropped his phone on the table like he had just sent a normal greeting. Min-jae stared at him, then laughed loudly. Jang-wook muttered. We are about to enter another storm. Dayo leaned back, calm again, eyes steady. Let it come, he said. Dayo's post didn't even stay a post. For up to 5 minutes. It became a problem. The kind of problem that spreads faster than sense. He had barely dropped the line and the emoji before it jumped platforms like it had legs. Screenshots first, then screen recordings, then reposts with captions, then reaction videos, then think pieces, then fan pages translating it into different languages like they were doing community service. TikTok, X, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, Spotify fan communities, Korean platforms, group chats, Discord servers, blog pages, even movie forums that were supposed to be talking about Train to Busan switched their entire timeline to one sentence. A Korean album. Dayo was dropping one. Tomorrow. And the craziest part was that there was no long rollout. No teaser week. No 5 different posters. No track list coming soon. No industry tradition. Just Dayo saying it like it was normal. In Korea, the post hit like a dare. Internationally, It hit like an insult and a gift at the same time. Because people were already stuck on the movie still hadn't cooled. The theater clips and trailers were still flooding timelines. People were still arguing about scenes, still posting reactions, still bragging about going twice. Then he added an album on top. In the same week. In Korean. Chapter 325. News of album. The comments exploded so fast they didn't even feel like comments anymore. It felt like noise. Names started popping up everywhere. Usernames flying like bullets. Jamin_reacts. Bro. Hold on. A Korean album? You're not even Korean. Sujin_loves cinema. Wait, is this real? Like real Korean songs, or just one chorus? K-pop daily_Hannah. He just used 1 week to take over Korea with a movie, and now he wants to drop an album? Who is this guy? Film nerd_Kyung. I'm crying. The movie hasn't even left the cinemas yet. This man is adding music stress. Marcus from LA. Now this is pissing me off. In 4 years we barely got one proper album, and now he's dropping in Korea? He forgot America? Tasha J. Shut up, Marcus. If he drops, I'm streaming it. The man is on fire right now. Brian_streams. How is he even speaking Korean like that, though? The interviews were clean. That's what's scaring me. Nari_88. He's Nigerian. Nigerians are not normal. They wake up and do impossible things like it's breakfast. Jaden on X. So you're telling me this man came to Korea, made a movie explode, and now he's going to sing in Korean? This is either genius or madness. Mincio_K. I want to laugh, but I'm actually excited. If the Korean pronunciation is good, the country will adopt him instantly. Haruto Tokyo. I watched Train to Busan yesterday because of the hype. Now an album too. Fine. I'm in. I'm officially in. Mia_Europe. I'm in Germany, and our cinema was full. Full. Now he's dropping an album? This week is his week. Chunwoo_CN. People in my city are already posting clips from the movie. Now music too? He is farming attention like a machine. June Park official. If this album is actually good, then it means he's not just talented. It means he's dangerous. Samantha_radio host. This is not how promotions work, and that's why it's working. Everyone is panicking. Everyone is watching. Kiki Stan account. I don't care if he sings in Korean, French, or Martian. He's dropping. I'm listening. Dayo_cinema guy. The timing is crazy. The movie is still holding screens. Now he's about to trend again. He knows what he's doing. Zara the fan. Imagine being an artist in Korea, and you spent months teasing your comeback. Then Dayo just drops one sentence and steals the whole timeline. Hyunwoo talks. People are angry, but they're still talking. That's the funniest part. You hate it, but you can't ignore it. Luis_music Spain. I don't even know him like that. But this is the first time I've seen a foreign movie turn into a global music moment. I want to see what happens. Noah streams. Watch this album go #1 just because people want to test if he's for real. Yumi_K-pop forum. If he drops a Korean album and it's not cringe, I will never doubt him again. Derek_bitter. I'm sorry, but this is disrespectful. Korean music industry is not a playground. You don't just come and drop an album in a language that's not yours. Ari_reply. Shut up. Music is music. If it's good, it's good. Henna_cine talk. This is the best marketing I've ever seen because it doesn't even look like marketing. It looks like confidence. Tunija, my guy? Said Korean album like he said good morning. Nigerian demons are different. Mina_JP. The movie made me a fan. If the album is real, I'll support him too. I like this kind of chaos. Chung. This is too unbelievable someone hacked his account right. Han family. You wish I was already seeing the news about and was already suspecting, but seeing it is crazy. Pan. I official call this month Dayo's month. There's nothing anyone is telling any movie or album coming along with Dayo's would flop, so my advice avoid Dayo already. Chanet Pan has said it all. I just go information that this was how he was able to break the record of most sold album in first week. Pan at Chin watch he would break it again, and many more record I can feel it. And the funniest part was that people weren't just reacting to the album announcement. They were reacting to what it meant. Because if he truly recorded a Korean album, then it wasn't just talent. It was work. It was planning. It was preparation. It meant he wasn't running on luck. And that idea made people uncomfortable. The ones who hated him started pushing their own angle immediately. Rico_skeptical. He's probably using ghostwriters and Korean singers. Don't be fooled. Sora_defense. Even if he uses writers, he still has to perform it. Calm down. Quan Truth. Wait, wasn't he the one that people said is too perfect? This is exactly why. Something is not normal. Ashley Pop News. The industry is going to watch this drop like it's an exam. If he fails, they'll laugh. If he wins, they'll panic. Sue 1. This is just PR stun. He is seeing the movie hype is going down and decides to spark things up. JD Die Hard fan at Sun 1. Even if its hype doesn't concern you, we are anticipating it, haters. Then the movie fans joined in, and it turned into a different kind of storm. Ren_cinema girl. So you're telling me I just cried in Train to Busan, and tomorrow I'll be crying in his album too? Wow. Cinema_Bro_J. I'm buying a ticket again tomorrow, then coming home to stream the album. This week belongs to him. Sungha_ticket. My girlfriend is already forcing me to watch the movie again. Now she's forcing me to wait for an album. I'm finished. And somewhere in the middle of the chaos, the rumor machine started doing what it always did. Maggie T. I heard he recorded it in 2 days. Sungmin Rumor. I heard the album has 7 tracks. Miko Leaks. I heard 1 track features a Korean singer. Ray Fact Check. Nobody heard anything. You people just like lying. But the lie didn't even matter. The point was that everybody was watching. And that was exactly why it was terrifying. Because the movie hadn't cooled, and now the album announcement had entered the same bloodstream. It was like the timeline couldn't breathe without seeing his name. The United States reacted differently. Koreans were hype. Koreans were curiosity. Korea was pride, like they were witnessing a new kind of talent land in their space and actually hold his own. America was emotions. America was entitlement. America was that loud jealousy that comes when fans feel like they made you first. Because in the United States, Dayo wasn't just that director in Korea. He was still JD. Still the guy whose album had swallowed the internet, whose name had been stamped on playlists and nightclubs and car speakers like it belonged there. And the Americans had been waiting. For years. For years of waiting for a proper project, proper body of work, not just a taste. 3 months since the last single, and even that one had felt like crumbs. They had been begging, arguing online, fighting each other, swearing that they would stream anything he dropped, even if it was trash, just because they missed him. So when they saw the post, the first reaction wasn't excitement. It was insult. It was betrayal. It was, why are you giving them what we've been dying for? And the comments from the American side hit like that. Michael Carter, nah? So we've been starving for 4 years, and you're dropping a whole album in Korea? That's crazy disrespectful. Jasmine Lee, I'm sorry, but this actually hurt my feelings. Like genuinely. We held you down in the States. Brandon Hill, he's doing a Korean album before dropping in America? After everything? This is betrayal. Aaliyah Johnson, I'm not even mad he's doing Korean. I'm mad we've been asking and begging and you acted like you didn't see us. Tyler Brooks, the last time we got fed, I was in college. I'm married now. And he's feeding Korea first. Samantha Moore, y'all acting like he owes you. He doesn't. But I can't lie, this one stings. Kevin Reynolds, this man dropped 1 single 3 months ago and disappeared again. Now he's saying Korean album tomorrow? Bro, what? Nicole Harris, wait, so he's really singing in Korean? Like fully? Not just a hook? Because if it's fully Korean, I might crash out. Andrew Walker, it's giving America can wait. Cool. Don't be shocked when we stop waiting. Brianna Evans, I'm jealous, yes. I'm jealous and I'm not ashamed. Korea is living our dream right now. Jordan Price, we made you global. Don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. Tiffany Brooks, people saying, we made you are weird. But still, why Korea first? Marcus Bennett, because he's in Korea right now, obviously. But still, why not drop both? He has the money. Olivia Clark, this feels like when your boyfriend buys another girl flowers after you begged for years. Deshaun Taylor, okay, that's dramatic, but low-key accurate. Kayla Mitchell, I'm not listening. I'm standing on business. Go and sing in Korean since you love them. Rachel Green, shut up Kayla, you know you'll stream it at midnight. Kayla Mitchell, I will not. Rachel Green, you will. Ethan Collins, all jokes aside, this is actually scary though. If he's doing Korean music now, it means he's leveling up again. Madison Rivera, I'm excited but also mad. Like I want to scream and also pre-save it at the same time. Jason King, the audacity is insane. One post, and now the whole world is waiting. Even the people angry are still waiting. Lily Adams, I'm just shocked he can even do this. Speaking Korean in interviews is one thing. Singing is another thing entirely. Chris Johnson, if his pronunciation is clean, it's over. Like over. Korea will adopt him, and then America will be forced to chase. Sienna Blake, we already are chasing. That's why everyone is angry. We're chasing, and he's not turning back. Damian Scott, he's doing what he wants. That's why he's different. And that's why the industry hates him. Ava Williams, bro, I'm not even an international fan like that. I'm just American and petty. Why are they getting an album before us? Nate Howard, because Korea is his second home. Let the man live. Ava Williams, let him live with them then. Ademola, LOL bro is half Nigeria and America. How does Korea enter the picture faced with tears of joy? You all need brain checkup. And then the music pages in the United States grabbed it and turned it into fuel. They posted his old clips. They posted his last single. They posted old screenshots of fans begging him to drop. They posted countdowns even while pretending to be annoyed. And the ugliest part was how fast the American side split. One side was angry and jealous. The other side was proud but stressed, like they could already see the industry shifting again. Because if Dayo could drop an album in Korean and make it land, then America wasn't his main market anymore. America would just be one of the markets. And for fans who were used to feeling like they owned him, that idea was unbearable. So the US timeline didn't calm down. It turned into a fight. Not even about the album anymore. About possession. About entitlement. About fear that they were watching him grow past them. And that was the part nobody wanted to admit out loud. They weren't only jealous of Korea. They were scared that Dayo might not need America the way America had always assumed he did. Back in Dayo's office, Min Jae was staring at his phone like it was personally insulting him. You know you're wicked, right? He said. Jang Wook didn't even look amused. He was already calculating like a man seeing both money and war. You just hijacked the whole week again, he said. Now every media page that wants clicks will camp on your name until the album drops. Min Jae shook his head. In my country, artists beg for attention, he said. You just throw one sentence and the whole world starts barking. Dayo leaned back, calm, like he didn't just set fire to the internet. It's not barking, he said. It's anticipation. Min Jae scoffed. It's madness. Jang Wook's eyes stayed on the screen, scrolling through the reactions. Then he said it, quiet, almost like a warning. Tomorrow is not just an album drop. He looked at Dayo. It's a test. Dayo nodded once. I know. And outside that office, across phones and screens and timelines, the same sentence kept repeating in different languages, different tones, different emotions. Korean album. Tomorrow. And nobody could pretend they weren't waiting. Chapter 326, Across Borders. The next morning in Korea did not feel like morning. It felt like a countdown. Dayo woke up to messages piling on top of each other, not from the movie team this time, but from people who tracked music like it was a sport. The tweet Dayo had posted the night before had already spread everywhere. It was one sentence and an album cover, nothing dramatic, but it hit like a slap because nobody did announcements like that anymore. Just one line. And a promise. By noon, Melon searches were already climbing, not for a title yet, just for Dayo. People were refreshing like they were trying to catch a mistake. Korean fans were excited, but they were also suspicious because they had seen international artists' fake rollouts before. They expected a delay, a coming soon, a prank. Dayo did not delay anything. He sat in his office with only Min Jae and Jang Wook, calm, phone face down on the table, while the clock moved. Jang Wook had his laptop open and his tablet beside it, ready like a man waiting for a market opening. He had integrated himself with Dayo to more than the movie. Dayo offered him a spot as his assistant for a while, and he took it. Min Jae could not sit still. He kept standing, sitting, walking 2 steps, then sitting again. You are too. Relaxed, Min Jae said. Dayo looked up. You want me to faint? I want you to look like a normal person releasing an album in Korean, Min Jae replied. Jang Wook did not look up. Normal is not our brand right now. Dayo smiled and said nothing. Tonight, the album would land. And they all knew the internet would either laugh at him or crown him. They did not have to wait long. When the time hit, the album went live on every platform, starting with Melon. This was the top used streaming platform in Korea after all. The album is a Korean album, with no warning beyond the one post. Dayo took a deep breath to try to remember how the original track did in his timeline. Original songs and their known marks. 7 Clean version by Jungkook featuring Lado. Billboard Hot 100 peak number 1. Song by Taeyong featuring Lisa. No Billboard Hot 100 entry. Strong streaming title and performance hit. Dreamers by Jungkook. Did not enter Billboard Hot 100. Bubbling under Hot 100 peak number 10. Bad Decisions by Benny Blanco, BTS, and Snoop Dogg. Billboard Hot 100 peak number 10. Stay Alive by Jungkook, produced by Suga. Billboard Hot 100 debut number 95. Who by Lau featuring BTS Jimin and Jungkook. No Billboard Hot 100 peak listed here. Dynamite by BTS. Billboard Hot 100 peak number 1. DDU by Blackpink. No Billboard Hot 100 entry for the original release. Celebrity by IU. No Billboard Hot 100 entry. Money by Lisa. No Billboard Hot 100 entry. Left and Right by Charlie Puth featuring Jungkook. Billboard Hot 100 peak number 22. That by PSY produced and featuring Suga. No Billboard Hot 100 entry. Then, beneath that, the new version appeared. Dayo's Korean album tracklist. Album name, Across Borders. 7 Clean version by JD featuring Yuri. Song by JD featuring Yuri. Dreamers by JD featuring Yuri. Bad Decisions by JD featuring Yuri and Blake. Stay Alive by JD featuring Yuri. Who by JD featuring Yuri. Dynamite by JD. DDU by JD. Celebrity by JD. Money by JD. Left and Right by JD featuring Min Jae. That by JD featuring Yuri. An hour passed. Then 2. And then the reactions started moving so fast it stopped looking like regular fandom and started looking like a national event. Korean reactions, 1 hour to 2 hours after release. Suji97 wrote, "Wait, are we sure this is Dayo singing? The pronunciation is too clean. This is not foreign accent. This is scary." Miho Park said, "I played it thinking it would be funny. Now I am on track 4, and I cannot stop. What is happening?" Gian Melon Top 100 posted, "He is rapping like he grew up in Seoul. Somebody explain this to me." Hannah Kim replied, "Are you sure he is fully Nigerian? Because the vowels are correct. Even the timing is correct. This is not normal." Taesung Film Fan wrote, "So the movie is a phenomenon and now he drops a Korean album. This man is collecting careers like trophies." Yuri Bias Forever said, "Yuri's voice is insane on 7. I do not care. I am streaming till my phone melts." Kong Junho said, "I came for the hype. I stayed because this is actually good, like actually good." Seoyeon Writes posted, "His tone is not trying too hard. He sounds natural. That is the worst part. It is too believable." Doyoung Charts said, "Track 11 with Min Jae is going to trend. I can already see it. Their chemistry is clean." Mina Jinny said, "I do not even like zombie movies, but this Dayo guy has forced me to watch Train to Busan and now I am listening to his album. What kind of spell is this? Guy, this is crazy cause how can JD sound better than our seasoned pop star? Brother above, I can't even begin to understand how scary this is. I can't help but wait to see how the American react to this after all they all hoped that Dayo would somehow flop. Yup, their face would be taking a lot of slaps he. Min Jae kept refreshing Melon like he was trying to catch the platform lying. Jang Wook was the one who stayed silent the longest, because he was reading the chart movement, not the comments. Then he spoke. "It is entering." Min Jae leaned forward. "Where?" Jang Wook pointed at the screen. Melon was updating in real time, and the numbers were moving like the movie numbers had moved. Fast, aggressive, with no polite climb. The first headlines landed while the songs were still fresh in people's ears, because the shock was too juicy to ignore. Korean headline-style articles. Dayo drops Korean album with no warning. Melon servers spike as fans rush in. Foreign stars' Korean pronunciation sparks debate. Is this accent training or natural talent? 2 hours in and the tracks are climbing. Dayo turns movie hype into music fire. Min Jae appears on track 11. Fans call it the most unexpected feature of the week. From Train to Busan phenomenon to Korean album release, Dayo's momentum refuses to slow. This is not a gimmick. Early listeners say the album is clean, confident, and surprisingly Korean. They all went about their business until later that night they gathered again. Min Jae read one headline out loud and laughed, not because it was funny, but because it felt unreal. They said server spike, he said. They are serious. Dayo finally picked up his phone and scrolled once. Calm face, calm eyes, like the world was not shaking under his name again. Jang Wook switched the screen to the Melon performance snapshot. Melon first day performance, Korea only. By the end of the first 24 hours, the album had entered Melon's main chart system with force. The title track on Melon Top 100 was sitting at number 1. 9 tracks entered the top 20. All 12 tracks charted within the top 60. Unique listeners across the album passed 1 million on day 1, with the title track taking the biggest share. Min Jae stared at that line like he wanted to fight it. One day, he whispered, "This is one day." Jang Wook nodded. The movie opened the door, the album just kicked it wider. Dayo leaned back in his chair. He still looked calm, but his fingers tapped once on the table, a small leak of emotion. "Now," he said quietly, "we let it breathe." Jang Wook did not talk again until the first proper Melon report refreshed. He turned the laptop slightly so Min Jae and Dayo could see the dashboard clearly. "This is the first day summary," he said. "Korea only. Melon only." Min Jae leaned in. Dayo stayed back, but his eyes did not leave the screen. Jang Wook read it out, line by line. Album first 24 hours on Melon. Total album streams in Korea on Melon. First 24 hours, 48 million streams. Total unique listeners for the album. First 24 hours, 1.9 million. Title track performance. Title track streams. First 24 hours, 9.2 million. Title track unique listeners. First 24 hours, 780,000. Title track peak position, Melon Top 100, number 1. Tracks breakdown, streams in first 24 hours. Track 17, 6.4 million streams. Track 2 Shoong, 4.3 million streams. Track 3 Dreamers, 3.8 million streams. Track 4 Bad Decisions, 3.6 million streams. Track 5 Stay Alive, 3.2 million streams. Track 6 Who, 3.1 million streams. Track 7 Dynamite, 4.7 million streams. Track 8 DDU, 3.9 million streams. Track 9 Celebrity, 3.5 million streams. Track 10 Money, 4.1 million streams. Track 11 Left and Right featuring Min Jae, 3.4 million streams. Track 12 That, 3.1 million streams. Min Jae's mouth opened slightly. He counted in his head like he did not trust the numbers. 48 million, he said slowly. In one day. Jang Wook nodded once. And it is still climbing. The second day usually drops, but with this kind of repeat listening, it may hold. Min Jae looked at Dayo like he wanted to complain. "You are not normal," he said. "You cannot just come here, drop Korean, and do these numbers like you live here." Dayo finally smiled properly. "It is not only me," he said. The timing was perfect. The movie made them curious. The album gave them something to keep. Jang Wook scrolled again and added the last part, because he knew Dayo cared about the real weight behind the streams. Melon engagement signs. Save rate was high across the album, meaning people were not only playing it, they were keeping it. Repeat listener ratio was strong on the title track and track 11, which meant people were replaying, not sampling. And the comments section under the album was moving so fast, it looked like a live chat. Min Jae exhaled. "So this is what you meant," he said. "Movie first. Music next. Keep them inside the storm." Dayo nodded. "Yes," he said calmly. "And now we watch what Korea does with it overnight, and tomorrow we see the world." Chapter 327, Yuri's Reaction. Yuri did not sleep properly that night. Not because she was partying. Not because she was excited. Because she was scared. The album had dropped and Dayo did not promote it the way people usually did. No countdown. No long captions. No interviews. No 15 posts a day. Just a simple announcement and silence. And the post was a day before the album was released. She was scared cause this was the first song she would be involved in. Yuri kept refreshing Melon like her life depended on it. At first, the numbers loaded slowly, then the page hung, then her phone said network error, and she nearly threw it away out of frustration. She told herself to calm down. It was her first real feature, her first time being attached to something that big. And the fear was simple and ugly. What if it flops? What if people hate her voice? What if she becomes the weak link everyone blames? Her friend, Hannah, had been trying to distract her all evening, dragging her from one conversation to another, But Yuri's smile was fake and thin. Even when she laughed, her heart still shook. By the time she finally got home, it was late. She kicked off her shoes, dropped her bag, and sat on the edge of her bed like she had been running. She told herself, one last refresh. Just one. The page loaded, and her brain went blank for a second. The album was everywhere. Not just charting, dominating. Tracks were climbing in real time. Her name was on the credits. Her name was sitting beside Dayo's like it belonged there. Yuri's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Then she screamed. A sharp, high sound that scared even her. Hannah rushed in from the living room. What happened? Yuri couldn't even answer. She just shoved her phone forward with shaking hands. Hannah read for 2 seconds, then her eyes widened. What the hell? Yuri nodded like she was begging the world to confirm it was real. Hannah started laughing. I told you. I told you. That man is not normal. Yuri stared down at the screen again. The comments were already flooding in. People were quoting her lines. People were typing her name. People were asking who she was. She scrolled and her breathing got heavier. Then she saw it. Her own profile. Her own page. Followers jumping like it was a broken counter. Messages stacked so fast she could not even open them. Mentions everywhere. Someone had clipped her verse already. Someone had posted it. People were using it as sound. Yuri covered her mouth with her palm. Her eyes burned. She started crying before she even understood why. Hannah sat beside her and pulled her into a hug. You did it, Hannah whispered. Yuri shook her head. No, he did it. He carried all of us. Hannah pulled back. Stop that. You sang. You showed up. You did your part. Yuri looked back at the phone again, then whispered, I am not invisible. Hannah smiled. Not anymore. Yuri stayed awake until morning, not because she wanted to, but because her mind refused to stop. The next day, she dressed carefully. She wore something simple, but neat. She tied her hair back. She carried a gift bag with both hands like it was fragile. The bag was not expensive. It was personal. A small handwritten note. A simple bracelet she had bought weeks ago, but never found the courage to give him. She took a deep breath before entering the building. The moment she stepped inside, she felt the difference. People recognized her. Not everyone, but enough. A few staff glanced at her twice. A few whispered. A few smiled politely like they already knew who she was. Her heart raced again. Then someone guided her to Dayo's office. When the door opened, she saw him. Dayo was on the phone, standing by the window, calm as always. Min Jae was inside too, leaning against the couch with his arms folded, smirking at something on his phone. Jang Wook sat at the table with a laptop open, eyes sharp, fingers moving like he was already 10 steps ahead. Yuri froze at the doorway. Dayo turned and saw her. He ended the call quickly and walked toward her. Yuri, he said. Just her name. Simple. Warm. And it nearly broke her. Yuri bowed quickly. Thank you. I needed to come. Min Jae laughed softly from the couch. She looks like she is about to cry again. Yuri shot him a weak glare. I am not crying. Jang Wook did not look up, but his voice carried calm amusement. You cried last night. Yuri blinked. How do you know? Min Jae raised his phone. Because your face was all over the fan clips. You were trending with your own crying screenshots. Yuri's cheeks burned. Dayo smiled, took the gift bag gently from her hands, then gestured for her to sit. Calm down, he said. You did well. Yuri sat slowly, still holding her breath like she was scared the moment would disappear if she breathed too hard. She finally let out the words. I was scared, she admitted. You did not even promote it properly. I thought maybe it would flop. Dayo's eyes softened. Promotion is good, but it is not always what makes people stay. If the music hits, it hits. Yuri nodded slowly, still overwhelmed. Then she looked down. My pages, they are blowing up. I do not know how to handle it. Min Jae finally looked up. We handle it. We already have a team schedule for you. Yuri blinked. Schedule? Min Jae grinned. Welcome to the new life. Yuri took a breath, then stared at Dayo again. I really cannot thank you enough. Dayo shook his head. You earned your moment. Do not make it smaller than it is. Yuri swallowed hard. She felt proud and terrified at the same time. Before she could say anything else, Dayo's phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and sighed like the universe was not allowing him rest. He picked up. Valerie. The voice on the other side came fast, half laughing, half annoyed. Dayo, you are killing me. Dayo leaned back. Against the edge of the table, calm. What did I do again? You dropped an album in Korea like it was nothing, Valerie said. I listened to it, and I am not even joking. It is insane. Min Jae muttered under his breath. Of course it is. Valerie continued. I know you can speak Korean, but the way you sang, the way you flowed, the pronunciation, the confidence. People here are shocked. Even your own staff here are asking if you are secretly Korean. Dayo smiled slightly. That is good. How are things on your side? Valerie paused, then said, Movie is still moving well. We are finalizing the next promotion push, but I need to ask. Are you trying to start another wave again without warning anybody? Dayo's voice stayed smooth. We move when the door is open. That is all. Valerie sighed. Fine. I will update you on the United States numbers soon. Give me a bit. Today is chaotic. No problem, Dayo replied. Keep me posted. He ended the call and looked back at the room. Yuri was still sitting there, listening like she was trying to memorize every word. Min Jae looked amused, like he enjoyed watching the world react to Dayo. Jang Wook was already scrolling through a document, business mode again. Dayo sat down finally. All right, he said. We need to talk about what comes next. Yuri straightened immediately. She knew this meeting was not just for them. It was for her too. Jang Wook spoke first, practical as always. The album is hot. The movie is still hot. If we move correctly, we can stack both without burning out the audience. Min Jae nodded. A quick run. Nothing too big. Just enough to feed the fans and keep the wave alive. Yuri looked between them. A run. Dayo glanced at her. A mini tour. Her eyes widened. Tour? She never imagined herself touring after all it took time and effort to tour. Min Jae grinned. Do not worry. You are not doing 100 shows. Just a few dates. Controlled. Clean. Jang Wook slid the laptop slightly so they could all see. Korea first, he said. Short. 5 to 7 days. One main show in Seoul, then one symbolic stop in Busan. Maybe one more city if the schedule allows. Yuri's heart started racing again. She wanted to look confident. But the truth was, she had never imagined herself standing on stage beside someone like Dayo this soon. Dayo watched her expression and spoke gently. You can do it, he said. You already did the hardest part. You delivered when it mattered. Yuri nodded slowly. I am ready. Min Jae raised an eyebrow. Look at that. She is brave now. Yuri rolled her eyes. I was always brave. Min Jae laughed. Jang Wook continued. We also use the tour to push the movie. Fans who come for the album will remember the film again. Fans who came for the film will give the album a chance. We make it one ecosystem. Dayo nodded once. We keep it simple. We keep it fast. We do not stretch it too long. Yuri finally asked the question sitting in her chest. And after Korea? Jang Wook answered. 2 countries max, Japan and China, or Japan and another premium location. Short. 10 days total if we add Asia. Min Jae leaned forward. But Korea first. That is where the fire is burning right now. Dayo's gaze settled. Calm. Focused. Good, he said. Then that is the plan. Korea showcase run. Tight dates. High energy. No unnecessary noise. Yuri looked down at her hands. This was happening. Her life had shifted overnight. She lifted her head again. If we do this, she said softly, I will not disappoint you. Dayo smiled. That is all I need. Jang Wook closed the laptop. Then we start preparing immediately. Min Jae stretched like he was ready for war. This is going to be fun. Yuri took a deep breath. Fear was still there. But now, it had something else beside it. Excitement. And purpose. The meeting ended with Dayo standing up, steady as always. Rest today, he said. We move soon. And Yuri finally understood something she had been too scared to believe. This was not just a feature. This was her entry. And it had already begun. Chapter 328, Billboard Chart. Valerie had been staring at the screen so long her eyes started to burn. Not because she did not understand numbers. Because she did, and these numbers were numbers that let her question how Dayo was doing these numbers. She refreshed again. Still the same. Across borders had entered the American market like it had been built. Here, not one breakout track. Not 2. Every single song was sitting inside the Billboard Hot 100 projections. Valerie leaned back slowly, lips parting as if she wanted to laugh, but the laugh refused to come out. How, she muttered. How are you doing this with a Korean album? Her assistant, Mara, stood by the door with a folder, unsure if she should speak or keep quiet. In the past week, Valerie had been moving like a woman trying to hold a flood back with her hands. Mara finally asked softly, "Should I send this to the team?" Valerie did not answer immediately. She scrolled again, eyes moving from streams to placements to sales equivalents. It was not just one country streaming it. It was American fans streaming it like they had been waiting for it. Then she opened the full breakdown page, the one that made her swallow. Because now it was no longer feelings. Now it was data. United States streams and Billboard positions. This was the first 48 hours of the Across Borders. Spotify US streams were already high, and Apple Music US was strong behind it, but Spotify was the loudest. Valerie read the list slowly, like she was reading a verdict. Track 17 Clean. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 8. Spotify US first day streams about 7.9 million. Spotify US second day streams about 6.8 million. 2-day total about 14.7 million. Track 2 Show 'em. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 14. Spotify US first day streams about 6.1 million. Spotify US second day streams about 5.4 million. 2-day total about 11.5 million. Track 3 Dreamers. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 21. Spotify US first day streams about 5.0 million. Spotify US second day streams about 4.6 million. 2-day total about 9.6 million. Track 4 Bad Decisions. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 11. Spotify US first day streams about 6.7 million. Spotify US second day streams about 6.0 million. 2-day total about 12.7 million. Track 5 Stay Alive. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 27. Spotify US first day streams about 4.4 million. Spotify US second day streams about 4.0 million. 2-day total about 8.4 million. Track 6 Who. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 33. Spotify US first day streams about 3.9 million. Spotify US second day streams about 3.5 million. 2-day total about 7.4 million. Track 7 Dynamite. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 38. Spotify US first day streams about 3.5 million. Spotify US second day streams about 3.1 million. 2-day total about 6.6 million. Track 8 Didu. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 45. Spotify US first day streams about 3.0 million. Spotify US second day streams about 2.8 million. 2-day total about 5.8 million. Track 9 Celebrity. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 52. Spotify US first day streams about 2.7 million. Spotify US second day streams about 2.4 million. 2-day total about 5.1 million. Track 10 Money. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 41. Spotify US first day streams about 3.2 million. Spotify US second day streams about 2.9 million. 2-day total about 6.1 million. Track 11 Left and Right. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 29. Spotify US first day streams about 4.2 million. Spotify US second day streams about 3.9 million. 2-day total about 8.1 million. Track 12 That. Projected Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 57. Spotify US first day streams about 2.5 million. Spotify US second day streams about 2.2 million. 2-day total about 4.7 million. Valerie sat there, blinking. This was not one song dragging the album. This was the entire album moving like a wave. Mara's voice came again, quieter this time. Is this real? Valerie answered without looking up. It is real. Then she scrolled down to the totals. US Spotify 2-day total for the whole album was sitting around 90.7 million streams. And that was only Spotify US. Apple Music was also doing well. YouTube Music was moving. Even the songs fans did not understand were being replayed. People were repeating the same line again and again online. His accent is not foreign. His pronunciation is not struggle. He sounds like he belongs. Valerie exhaled slowly. Dayo, she whispered. What are you? United States fan reactions. Valerie clicked into the major US forums, and the comment sections were boiling. Not hate boiling. Emotion boiling. Jealousy mixed with pride. Anger mixed with laughter. Like Americans did not know whether to drag him or brag that he belonged to them. Ethan Rivers. I do not even speak Korean, but the pronunciation is clean. This is ridiculous. Mariah Cruz. The songs make sense even when you do not understand it. That is talent. Jaden Miles. I was mad he did not give us an album for years, but I cannot lie, this is insane. Kiera Bennett. This man dropped a movie, then dropped a Korean album like it is nothing. Aisha Coleman. The intonation is scary. It does not sound like he is reading Korean. It sounds like he is from there. Then the jealous ones came. Logan Frost. So we begged for years, and he went to Korea to feed them. This is BS. And immediately the replies swallowed him. Renee Walker. He dropped music. Go stream it or go cry. Daniela Park. If you love him, you will support him anywhere. Stop acting like he owes you. Tarek Benson. We are angry, but we are still proud. That is the truth. And that was the real mood. They were annoyed, but they were also smiling while they complained. The United States industry reacts. Then it moved to the entertainment industry side. Because when Billboard projections started showing all tracks inside the Hot 100, people in the industry could not pretend it was fan noise only. It was numbers. People started posting reactions. Radio hosts started talking. Music commentators started making clips. Some were excited. Some were threatened. Some were confused. A popular U.S. music reviewer posted, "This is one of the strangest flexes I have seen in years. He dropped a Korean album, and it is charting in America like it was made for us." A big podcast host posted, "The movie is still trending, and now the album is charting too. What is going on?" An industry insider account posted, "If these projections hold, this is not a normal artist. This is a cultural force." Valerie watched it all and felt her stomach tighten, because she had been in this game long enough to know something. When the industry starts calling you force, they either want to sign you or destroy you. News outlets and articles. Then came the headlines, one after the other, from blogs, from music outlets, from entertainment sites, from industry newsletters. Valerie opened the compiled page that her media team had been tracking, and it had already reached 29 headlines in less than a day. She read them out loud without meaning to. Billboard Watch USA. Korean album shocks U.S. charts as every track enters Hot 100 projections. Soundpulse. Dayo drops Korean album and America streams like it understands every word. Popwire. From Train to Busan to Billboard, Dayo turns 1 week into 2 different takeovers. Culture Scope. The accent debate. How does he sound like that? Hit Tracker. 12 tracks, 12 entries. This is not a normal release. Studio Line. Industry split. Some call it genius, others call it impossible. Viral Meter. Fans admit they are angry, but they still cannot stop. Streaming. Music Room USA. Korean lyrics, American numbers. Dayo forces a new conversation. Spotlight Daily. The movie is still hot, and now the album is hot. The timing is brutal. Trend Press. U.S. fans create their own promotion wave without being asked. Chart Mode. Projected debut, multiple songs in top 30 range, a rare event. Pulse Review. A foreign language album with domestic-level replay energy. The Culture Desk. This is not K-pop. This is not U.S. pop. This is something else. Artist Watch. Who trained him? Who helped him? Or is he just built like this? Scene Weekly. From independent to unavoidable, Dayo is becoming a problem for gatekeepers. Break Room Entertainment. The most dangerous part. He did not even promote like normal. Tune Report. No long rollout. No big press run. Yet the streams are climbing. Forum Flash. Fans say they feel betrayed, then immediately post clips singing along. Media Street. The Korean album that made Americans argue about pronunciation. The Listener. Even people who hate zombies are now watching the movie because of the album. Soundboard. The movie boosts the album. The album boosts the movie. A perfect loop. Insider Notes. Labels watching quietly. Nobody wants to admit they missed this. Pop Culture Radar. Dayo does not act like he is competing. He acts like he already won. Music Biz Weekly. When the data looks this clean, someone behind the scenes gets nervous. Night Talk USA. The moment fans realize they are watching a global star, not a local. 1. The Playlist Post. Every track inside top 100 projections. This is a full album event. Echo News. The Korean album with American impact. Not hype, not talk, numbers. Streamfront. Spotify US reports heavy repeat plays, fans looping tracks like addiction. Culture Shock Digest. From Korea to America without translation, Dayo makes the impossible look casual. Valerie stopped reading, because even her own voice sounded unreal saying it. Mara swallowed. So what do we do? Valerie stared at the screen again, and for the first time in a while, her expression shifted into something sharper. We do not touch it, she said quietly. We watch it. Why? Because when something is moving this naturally, you do not interrupt it with clumsy hands. Then she paused and added the part that mattered. And because the moment America accepts something like this, it starts building culture around it, just keep the promotion going. Valerie opened X again, saw a trend that was going on. A fan put physical album of Across Borders in the middle. Then Train to Busan tickets around, arranging it from day one that the movie air in the U.S. till day. Like a shrine. Valerie frowned as she watched the first post that kicked it into motion. The handle was not a celebrity, just a regular fan. A guy. Name on his profile, Jeffrey Miller. Profile picture plain. But his post was already climbing. Jeffrey had laid the album flat on a wooden table, clean and centered. Across Borders. Still. Wrapped in the plastic. Then he arranged his Train to Busan ticket stubs around it like a frame. Day 1 ticket. Day 2 ticket. Day 3. Day 4. Day 5. Day 6. Day 7. And the engagement jumped so fast Valerie's eyes narrowed. Because she understood it now. This was not only a chart run. This was turning into a movement. Chapter 329, Album Trend. Michael's office was quiet in the way expensive rooms always were. Not peaceful, just controlled. The city outside his windows looked calm, but Michael had lived long enough to know calm was only what you saw before you noticed what was already moving underneath. He stood near the glass with one hand in his pocket, staring down at the lights like he owned them, because in most ways he did. Then came the knock, not gentle, not hesitant, for quick taps like the person outside already knew they had permission. Michael did not turn, he just said, "Come in." The door opened and Clara stepped in with a tablet held tight against her chest, wearing the same neutral face she always wore, the face of someone who handled disasters for a living and never let her boss see her blink. Michael finally turned, his eyes landing on the tablet first before they landed on her. "Update," he said. Clara nodded once. "On the album." Michael's expression did not change, but the air in the room tightened a little, like the room itself understood the name being mentioned. "Read," he said. Clara walked closer, placed the tablet on the desk, and tapped until the report opened fully. Charts, rankings, streams, sales, the kind of report that was supposed to be boring until it wasn't. She had barely started speaking when Michael's eyes moved over the numbers, and his body reacted before his mouth did, his lips parting slightly as he stared, then his face hardening fast enough to look like a door slamming. "What the F*** K, he said, quiet but real. Clara did not flinch. She only kept scrolling as if she expected the reaction and had already prepared to stand inside it. Michael leaned forward, palms on the desk, eyes scanning like he did not believe what he was seeing. He had expected noise, expected hype, expected a decent performance at best, but this was not decent. This was dominance dressed in numbers. He breathed out through his nose, slow, controlled, but the edge behind it was sharp. "Show me again," he said like he was hoping what he saw earlier was an illusion. Clara tapped and pulled up the summary screen again. Michael's eyes moved faster now, hunting for the part that would make it make sense, a mistake, a glitch, a marketing trick, paid streams, bot farms, the cheap tricks people used when they wanted success to look organic. But the distribution looked too clean, the pattern looked too human. The curve looked like real people repeating, sharing, replaying, arguing, laughing, dragging friends into it. The kind of obsession you couldn't buy properly because it had to start inside people. First, Michael straightened slowly, and for a few seconds he did not speak. Then he asked, "Your personal view?" Clara hesitated for half a breath, not fear, just calculation, because Michael did not like opinions unless they served him. Still, she answered, "It is a hit, sir." Michael's eyes narrowed. "That is not a rating." Clara kept her tone professional, steady. "If I had to rate it strictly, a 9.5. All the songs are performing, not just one lead, the whole album, and the response is strong in the United States. The secondary markets are moving too, and the reactions are stacking instead of cooling. Michael stared at her like she had insulted him, like her honesty was an act of disrespect, but she did not look away. His jaw shifted once, and he looked away from her to the screen, then back to her again. Enough. Leave it, he said. Clara nodded. Yes, sir. And she stepped back, turned, and left the room quietly, closing the door behind her. The moment the lock clicked, Michael's composure cracked just a little, not outwardly, but inside, and he began to pace. One slow step, then another, hands behind his back, moving across the room like a man walking through his own thoughts. How? He muttered, stopping, turning back to the desk, staring at the numbers again like they had personally offended him. The movie had already been a problem, a Korean movie moving like a franchise, and he could have convinced himself that it was timing, controversy, hype. Luck, a good team, a lucky wave, something that happened once. But this was music, a Korean album, and it was blowing up from the United States like it belonged there. Michael's eyes lifted slowly, staring into nothing. How are you able to do it twice? He said. Then he paced again, mind running through the usual routes, paid promotions, bots, distribution tricks, manipulation, but the report did not look like fraud. It looked like culture. He laughed once, not happy, the kind of laugh people made when they realized something was not normal and they did not like the direction it was heading. Technology, he whispered. Or what? His face tightened as he thought of Dayo's tech company, the rumors he had dismissed years ago, and the strange way Dayo's success did not behave like other success. No slow build-up, no gentle climb, just explosion, then control, then another explosion. Michael turned back to the desk and stared at the numbers again. His voice dropped. I have to find out. Then he remembered something else, the internet, the trend, the stupid little picture that had started as one post and turned into wildfire. He opened one of his monitors, typed a keyword, and the results loaded instantly. Thousands of posts, copies, remixes, people recreating the same thing again and again like it was a ritual. The physical album in the middle, Train to Busan tickets arranged around it. Some people using day 1 to day 7 stubs, some using crumpled tickets like trophies. Some doing it on car dashboards, some on bedroom floors, some on restaurant tables, some right in front of the cinema entrance with the ticket booth behind them, smiling like they had just met God. And the comments were pouring like rain, loud and shameless, full of the kind of excitement that made people spend money just to feel included. My God, I'm hopping on this trend right now. Bro, I don't even collect tickets, but I kept every single stub since day 1. This is history. Wait, you're telling me people are buying used tickets online just to complete the set? That's how you know it's not normal. People are paying for trash and calling it treasure. Tell me why I visible searched Train to Busan ticket stubs like it's designer wear. I watched the movie twice already. Now I bought the album just for the trend. I'm not even ashamed. This is me carrying Dayo on my head. Movie plus album. I'm sick of him, but I'm addicted. Somebody stop this man. He's making us spend money happily. Look at the line at my cinema. People are coming out yelling and still buying another ticket. This is not promo anymore. This is a movement. Michael scrolled slowly, and the more he scrolled, the clearer it became. People were not just enjoying it. They were participating. People were hopping on the trend like it was a challenge, and the trend was feeding itself. Fans were buying tickets again just to have more stubs. People who had not watched the movie were watching it just to join. People who had not bought the album were buying it just to post the photo. Some were even buying used tickets from online resellers, paying real money for someone else's old cinema stub just to complete the look, just to be able to post, just to say they were part of the wave. And because of that, sales were jumping in a way that wasn't even subtle anymore. Every time someone posted the trend photo, another person replied that they were going to do it too. Every time a fan bragged about having a full set of tickets, 10 more people asked where they could buy theirs. The internet was doing what marketers could only dream of, turning a product into a badge and turning a badge into pressure. Even people who claimed they were tired were still buying, still streaming, still showing up, because the fear of missing out was being weaponized by joy. Michael's fingers tapped the desk once as he stared at the screen, expression hard, eyes darker than before. He recognized the original post, Jeffrey Miller, the first one, the match that lit the whole thing, and now it was everywhere, so big that it didn't even feel like one fan anymore. It felt like the internet had agreed on a ritual. Michael's lips moved slightly as he spoke to the room, voice low. This is not normal. He scrolled again. More posts, more noise, more praise, more obsession, and with every refresh his patience thinned, because he understood what this meant. Dayo was not just winning. He was building culture, and culture was harder to kill than a person. Michael reached for his phone, stopped, then reached again, this time with purpose, not because he was angry only, but because he felt something he hated more than anger. He felt late, and for the first time in a long time, Michael did not feel in control, and it was the same person that made him feel the same Dayo. He felt like he was watching a wave he did not start, and he hated that feeling more than anything. Chapter 330, Album Trend 2. It'd been 2 weeks since the movie opened. 1 week since the album dropped. That was the summary sitting on the top of Jang Wook's report, bolded like a warning, because at this point it was not excitement anymore. It was scale. They were in Dayo's office again, the same room where the first 3-day numbers had landed like thunder, but tonight the screen felt heavier because this time the numbers were not just Korea. They had collated all the numbers together and were here to disseminate them. Min-ja sat on the couch with his phone in hand, eyes sharp, already reading the entertainment blogs before they even opened the official sheet. Yuri sat close by, quiet, trying to look composed, but she kept glancing at the screen like it could change her life again. Min-jae leaned forward on the chair opposite Dayo's desk, elbows on his knees, impatient in that way he got when he pretended he was calm, but wasn't. Jang Wook stood closest to the screen, tablet in hand, ready to read it out loud because he already knew that if he just sent the numbers to their phones, nobody would believe it. Dayo sat behind his desk, posture relaxed, face neutral, but his eyes were focused. He had waited for this part, because readers would forgive hype, but they would not forgive missing numbers. Jang Wook tapped the screen once, and the full report opened. The budget is still the same, he said, voice steady. $9 million. Roughly 13.18 billion won. Min-jae waved his hand like, yes, skip it, then paused because he remembered the last time the budget line had looked big, and how quickly it had stopped looking big. Jang Wook scrolled. Now we go to the movie. He let the first block sit on the screen for a second before reading it. The number of Korea, 2 weeks. Confirmed Korea admissions after 14 days, Jang Wook said. 11,400,000 tickets. Min-jae's mouth opened slightly. Min-jae's eyebrows lifted, just once. Yuri's lips parted like she wanted to speak, but the number stole her voice. Jang Wook continued. Korea gross after 2 weeks, 162 billion won. He did not rush the conversion because he knew Dayo liked to see both currencies clearly. That is roughly $122 million. The room went quiet, not because they were calm, but because nobody wanted to be the first person to say what they were thinking and jinx it. Jang Wook scrolled again. The 2-week split shows something even crazier, he said. The drop is soft. Week 1 was explosive, week 2 did not collapse. He tapped the week breakdown so it was readable. Week 1 admissions, 8,100,000 tickets. Week 1 gross, 115 billion won. Week 2 admissions, 3,300,000 tickets. Week 2 gross, 47 billion won. Min-jae exhaled and leaned back slowly. A second week like that is illegal, he muttered. Jang Wook nodded. It means the movie is not just watched, it is repeated. It is being dragged by word of mouth and by pride. Dayo finally spoke, quiet. Korea carried it like a local movement, he said. Jang Wook switched to the next section. International, first week of release window. This part, Jang Wook said, is the one that shocked the distributors. He scrolled, and the screen filled with regional blocks. United States, Japan, China, Europe, other regions combined. He read it out. First week international gross outside Korea, $254 million. Min-jae sat up straighter. Yuri covered her mouth with her fingers, then dropped her hand quickly as if she had embarrassed herself. Min-jae laughed once, sharp and unbelieving, like a man hearing a joke he wanted to be true. Jang Wook did not laugh. He just continued because he had already read the sheet twice, and he still had not recovered. United States first. Week gross, $86 million. China first week gross, $63 million. Japan first week gross, $38 million. Europe first week gross, $41 million. Other regions combined, $26 million. He paused, then put the next line on screen. Total worldwide, current. Korea plus international. Jang Wook said. Current worldwide gross after 2 weeks Korea and 1 week international rollout, $376 million. He converted it for them, because the one number looked brutal. That is roughly 501 billion won. Min Jae stared at it like it was a threat. Min Ji whispered something under her breath. Not a prayer, more like disbelief. Yuri's eyes looked wet for a second, but she blinked hard and kept them dry. Dayo did not smile big. He just breathed out slowly, because this was the part where he always became careful. Big numbers made people greedy, and greedy people made mistakes. Jang Wook, already anticipating the next question, opened the settlement section. Now, before anyone starts thinking we have $376 million sitting in our pocket, he said, we remember the splits. He spoke it like a lecture because he wanted Yuri to understand too. Cinemas take their cut. Local distributors take their cut. International partners take their cut. Marketing is its own line. The gross is not the take-home. He scrolled. Based on the current contract structure and standard splits, our production side expected settlement from Korea on the first cycle is about 68 to 76 billion won. He converted it. That is about $51 to $57 million. From Korea alone, early settlement projection. Min Jae made a sound that was half laugh, half curse. Jang Wook continued. International settlement will take longer to land because of reporting windows, but the early projection on production side share from the international gross is about 110 to 130 billion won, depending on region and partner terms. He converted that too. That is roughly about $83 to $98 million. Min Ji leaned back. Yuri whispered, this is too much. Min Jae looked at Dayo like he wanted to insult him again. You spent $9 million, he said. And now they are talking about settlement that is already multiple times the budget, and that is still early. Dayo finally allowed a small smile, not just of proud, but also satisfied he is able to gain so much for his effort. We worked for it, he said. Now we protect it. Jang Wook nodded, then changed the tab. Now we go to the album, he said, 1 week performance. Yuri's shoulders tightened immediately, although she knew the album is doing good, but the actual number she still anticipate. Album, Korea, 1 week. We focused on Korea first, Jang Wook said, especially. Melon. He scrolled, and the report showed cumulative consumption. Total week 1 Korea streams across major Korean platforms, led by Melon, is estimated at 412 million streams. Yuri's breath caught. Jang Wook highlighted the top lines. The title track held high and stable. The project did not have one song carrying it alone. The whole album was being streamed. He switched to physical sales because that was the part that made industry people choke. Korea Week 1 physical, 480,000 units shipped and counted. Min Jae whistled quietly. Min Ji nodded like she expected it, but her eyes still widened. Jang Wook added, pre-orders were higher, but we are counting confirmed units that have moved. Yuri looked at Min Ji like she could not believe her name was attached to this scale. Jang Wook moved to the international physical breakdown because the label partners had already sent early confirmations. Album, international, 1 week. China, Jang Wook said, 310,000 units. Japan, 190,000. United States, 140,000. Europe combined, 80,000. Other regions combined, 65,000. He summed it up clearly so nobody had to calculate. Total international physical week 1, 785,000 units. He pointed at the grand total. Korea plus international physical week 1, 1,260,500 units. The room went quiet again, but this time it was Yuri's silence that mattered most, because her life had changed in 7 days and her brain still had not caught up. Jang Wook pulled up the revenue estimate section, careful with his wording. These are early estimates, he said. Streaming payout and physical margin vary, but the conservative week 1 Korea revenue estimate from digital plus physical is around 21 to 24 billion won. That is about $16 to $18 million. He scrolled. International physical and digital partner revenue estimate, around 17 to 20 billion won. That is about $13 to $15 million. He looked at Dayo. So album week 1 total revenue estimate, Korea plus international, around 38 to 44 billion won. He converted it. That is about $28 to $33 million. Min Jae leaned back and stared at the ceiling. This is not normal, he said again. But this time he sounded less amused. Yuri finally spoke, voice low. And I was scared it would flop. Min Jae, you were scared because you are human, he said. Now you see why we told you to breathe. Dayo watched Yuri for a moment, then said, calm and direct. Do not let it enter your head. Let it enter your work ethic. This is the beginning. Yuri nodded quickly, swallowing emotion. Jang Wook, as if he had been waiting for the exact moment the room recovered, closed the Numbers tab and opened the next page. Min Jae caught it and frowned slightly. What is that? He asked. Jang Wook did not answer. He looked at Dayo first, like he was checking if Dayo was ready to say it. Dayo met his eyes, then nodded once. Min Jae leaned forward again. Yuri sat straighter, confused but alert. Jang Wook finally spoke. Speaking of timing, he said, this is the prime moment to move, because both projects are still boiling. Min Jae's eyes narrowed with interest. You mean, he said slowly, the mini-tour idea. Dayo nodded, his voice calm, but the room could feel the shift. Yuri looked nervous again, but this time it was a nervousness that came with excitement, not fear. And on the screen, beneath the numbers that had already rewritten everything, the next title sat quietly, waiting. Mini-tour proposal. Chapter 331 Mini-tour? Promotion and mini-tour proposal. Min Jae chuckled. You already wrote it like a government memo. It needs to be treated like one, Jang Wook replied, calm. Because what we do next can multiply the money or scatter it. Dayo nodded once. Go on. Jang Wook scrolled to the first section. Objective, he read out loud. 1. Sustain train to Busan momentum into week 3 and week 4 without letting it cool. 2. Convert album hype into real fan attachment, not just numbers. 3. Use both to secure long-term international leverage for future releases. Min Jae raised a finger. Add one more. Jang Wook looked at her. We need to protect the image of the cast, she said. They are rookies. The world is watching them like new toys. One bad handling, and they become a joke. Jang Wook typed it in immediately. Dayo looked at Min Jae briefly. Good. Min Jae stretched his neck a bit like he was trying to release tension. So what is the core idea? Give it to us straight. Jang Wook highlighted the next section. The core idea is a combined mini-tour, he said. Not a full world tour. Not stadium madness. A controlled run. Limited dates. High impact. We attach the movie and the album together in one public movement. Yuri finally spoke, cautious. How do you attach them without it looking messy? Min Jae answered her before anyone else could. You make the movie the gateway and the music the reward, she said. People come because they love the film. They stay because they love the artist. They leave feeling like they experienced both. Yuri nodded slowly, understanding. Dayo leaned back slightly. Keep going. Jang Wook moved to the next part. Scope. This is a mini-tour across Korea first, Jang Wook said. Then select Asian countries where we already have strong traction and partners that can move fast. Nothing too wide. We do not want to drown in logistics. Min Jae's eyes narrowed. List it. Jang Wook brought up the planned route. Korea, 5 cities. Seoul, Busan, Incheon, Daegu, Daejeon. He paused and looked at Dayo. Busan has to be included. It's the title. It becomes symbolism. Dayo nodded. Busan stays. Jang Wook continued. Then 2 to 3 Asian markets, depending on scheduling and partner readiness. Japan, China, and 1 flexible slot between Singapore or Thailand, depending on permits and sponsor readiness. Min Jae tilted her head. China is always the most complicated. Don't let it slow us. Jang Wook nodded. That is why it is not first. Japan first. China second if permits and approvals align fast. If not, we swap in Singapore or Thailand as the second stop and keep China for later. Min Jae grinned. That's smart. Yuri swallowed. So what happens at each stop? Jang Wook moved to the format. Event format. Each stop is built as a 2-part event, he said. Part 1 is film presence. Part 2 is music presence. Min Jae raised a brow. Film presence how? Dayo answered again, already visualizing it. Cast appearance, he said. Short and clean. Not too long, not too many speeches. You bring out the actors who played key roles. They wave. They say thank you. They take a group photo. They leave the crowd with that feeling of connection. Jang Wook typed as he spoke. Then we add a short Q&A. Min Ji continued. But we control the questions. We do not let random media ambush the rookies with nonsense. Jang Wook nodded. Controlled Q&A, moderated. Yuri looked at Dayo. And the music part? Dayo spoke calmly. The music part is me. It is Yuri. It is energy. Min Jae laughed. And it is me too if you want the crowd to scream. Dayo glanced at him. If you behave. Min Jae held up 2 fingers. I will be an angel. Dayo rolled his eyes. Jang Wook brought it back. The music part is a short live set, he said. Not a full concert. 45 minutes max. We want it tight. High quality. No fatigue. We end with a peak moment. Then we leave while they still want more. Yuri's smile came out without permission. She tried to hide it, but it was too late. Minji noticed and smiled softly. You'll be fine. Jang Wook moved to the business structure. Ticketing and revenue. We keep ticketing tiered, he said. Basic entry for general fans. VIP for meet and greet. Premium bundle for album plus ticket plus limited merch. Min Jae clicked his tongue. Bundle is where money hides. Dayo nodded. We do bundles. Min Ji added. And the bundles should be clean. No scammy look. Good packaging. Good design. Fans should feel proud holding it. Jang Wook typed that. Also, Min Ji continued. We should add a film-themed collectible, small but special. Something tied to Train to Busan. People love objects that feel like history. Dayo nodded again. Approved. Yuri raised her hand slightly like a student. What about hard copies? Because fans are already buying. Jang Wook answered. Hard copies are included in premium bundles. For general buyers, we push online and store pickups. We coordinate stock before dates. No shortage chaos. Minji sighed. Shortage chaos creates hype, but it also creates anger. Balance it. Jang Wook wrote. Controlled scarcity, not shortage. Minjae leaned back and smiled. This is the first time I've heard scarcity discussed like a weapon. It is a weapon, Dayo said calmly. If you don't use it, someone else will. Jang Wook scrolled again. Media strategy. This is where we win big, Jang Wook said. Every stop produces content. Minji nodded. Behind-the-scenes clips. Stage moments. Cast wave moment. Fan reactions. Airports. Rehearsals. Controlled interviews. Min Jae snapped his fingers. And the trend. Everyone looked at him. The trend is already burning, Min Jae said. People are posting the album with Train to Busan tickets. We can turn that into an official campaign without killing the organic feel. Dayo's eyes sharpened, already having an idea of what he planned. How? Min Jae leaned forward. We pick one simple tag, he said. We do not overbrand it. We repost the best fan posts. We reward them with surprise tickets, merch, meet and greet. That makes it spread harder. Minji nodded slowly. And we do it like a thank you, not like a corporate campaign. Jang Wook typed. Dayo said. We also need to protect the narrative. Jang Wook looked at him. Dayo continued, voice steady. This tour should not feel like we are milking them. It should feel like celebration, like gratitude, like the world is witnessing history and we are inviting them into it. Minji nodded once. That's the tone. Jang Wook scrolled to operations. Operations and security. Security will be heavy, Jang Wook said, especially with crowds. We coordinate venue teams and local agencies. We do not allow chaos. We do not allow media to corner anyone. Dayo added, separate entry and exit routes. Controlled backstage. No random access. Min Jae frowned slightly. And what about the cast? Some of them are not used to this yet. Dayo said, they get handlers. Each one gets someone assigned. They do not move alone. Yuri listened quietly, absorbing how serious it was. Jang Wook typed the last section. Timeline. 2 to 3 days, he said. We finalize Korea venues and dates. 4 to 5 days, we confirm Japan and one other market. Within 7 days, we announce. Min Jae blinked. Within 7 days. That's fast. It has to be, Dayo replied. Momentum does not wait for paperwork. The main reason Dayo was hasting was he now had only 2 more weeks left before the global spotlight card effect finish, so he wanted to mill. No encourage fans to buy more. Minji looked at Dayo. Do we tell the public the full route at once? Dayo shook his head. No. We announce Korea first. We tease the rest. We let them chase. Then we drop the next cities when they start begging. Minji smiled. Good. That keeps control in our hands. Jang Wook finished typing and turned the screen slightly so everyone could see the full proposal cleanly. He looked at Dayo. This is the full structure. We just need your final call. Dayo stared at it for a moment, not because he was unsure, but because he was imagining the consequences. The money, the pressure, the envy, the attention, the mistakes waiting to happen if they moved with ego. Then he nodded. We do it, he said. Min Jae exhaled like he had been holding his breath. Yuri's eyes went wide again. This time she looked excited, but also nervous, like a person standing at the edge of a stage for the first time. Dayo looked at her. Yuri, he said calm. You're part of this. You show up. You smile. You sing. You don't carry fear. Let the work carry you. Yuri nodded quickly. I will. Min Jang Wook, without being told, saved the file and sent it to their internal group. Dayo stood up. All right, he said. That concludes it. Jang Wook, start venue calls tonight. Also coordinate cast handlers and appearances. Min Jae, build the fan campaign and the tag plan. Min Jae grinned. Finally, something fun. Dayo paused, then added the last line that made everyone straighten again. And keep it quiet until we are ready. No leaks. No premature excitement. We move like professionals. They all nodded. The proposal was done. The decision was made. Now the only thing left was execution, and the world would feel it soon enough. Chapter 332. Ticket Sales for Tour. 2 days passed after the meeting in Dayo's office, and those 2 days didn't feel like normal days. It felt like a sprint that refused to stop. Jang Wook barely stayed in one place. His phone lived in his hand. He was moving between calls, contracts, schedules, and confirmations, checking every detail twice because this wasn't something you announced and then fixed later. One mistake, and the whole thing would look messy. He was now regretting accepting Dayo's offer to transition and work for him. Min Jae made it look easy, but it wasn't magic. It was reach. The moment he started calling people, doors opened. Not because he begged, but because in Korea and across Asia, Min Jae's name carried weight. After all, JD Label was known across Asia as a top dog, and everyone wants a piece JD Label. The tour wasn't going to be Dayo alone either. They couldn't risk a mini tour that felt empty. Not with this level of hype. Not with everyone watching his next move like it was a sport. So Dayo added a few familiar artists to the roster. Faces people already respected. Names that could hold a stage even if the crowd came in wild. It wasn't about competition. It was about balance. The tour had to feel like a celebration, not a test. And once the venues were secured and the dates were locked, once the security and movement plan was set, once Jang Wook finally breathed and said, "We can post it now." The room went quiet for 1 second. Then Dayo nodded. Post it. Min Jae handled it like it was nothing. One announcement, clean and direct. Mini tour. Korea first, then Japan. Then China, and after that, the United States as the final stop, the ending that would close the loop and calm the American fans down. It hit the internet like a match dropped in petrol. And the first city that caught fire was Busan. Not Seoul. Busan. Because Busan had become a symbol at this point. Train to Busan wasn't just a title anymore. It was a flag. People were already treating Busan like a sacred place for the whole movement, like the city itself deserved the first stage. They picked a proper venue, large enough to hold a crowd, but still tight enough to feel personal. Busan Asian Main Stadium. The ticket link went live. And within 30 minutes, more than half the tickets were gone. Not reserved. Gone. Paid for. Confirmed. Jang Wook kept refreshing the dashboard like he didn't trust his eyes. Min Jae stared at the numbers and laughed once, low and surprised, even though he was the one who had said it would be big. Dayo didn't laugh. He just sat there and watched the screen like he was watching a door open to a new world. An hour later, it got worse. The remaining tickets started disappearing like someone was sweeping them off the floor. People weren't even reading seat positions anymore. They were buying whatever they could touch. 2 hours after the release, it was finished. Sold out. Busan sold out. Then the resale market started acting like a disease. People who couldn't get in began begging online. Others started offering tickets at 5 times the original price, then 6 times, then higher, because desperation was louder than shame when the crowd was hungry. And the internet became a battlefield of excitement, anger, jokes, jealousy, and disbelief. Not articles. Just people. People screaming into their phones like the world was listening. Hannah Kim posted first, and her post got shared everywhere. I refreshed at 12 o'clock on the dot. I still didn't get tickets. What do you mean sold out? How is this humanly possible? Miho Park replied under her. I got in, I picked seats, I clicked pay, and the site kicked me out. I want to cry. I actually want to cry. Jisoo Choi wrote. Busan sold out in 2 hours. 2 hours. Are we okay as a society? Taeyoon Lee posted a screenshot of the resale price and added, they're selling a 90,000 won ticket for 540,000 won. This is not business, this is madness. Soyeon Kang responded, madness or not, if I see a real ticket, I'm buying it. I'm not missing this. Jun Seo wrote something that sounded like a prayer. I just want one ticket. Just one. I don't care where I sit. I will stand if I must. Yoon Ji-han said, this is the first time in my life I've seen people fighting over a mini tour like it's a World Cup final. Yoona Song laughed through her typing. He dropped a movie, then an album, now a tour. This man doesn't let the internet breathe. I'm tired and happy at the same time. Dayo Kim added, every time I scroll, it's Dayo. Movie, album, and now a tour. Bro, please rest. Let us rest too. I beg. Then the Americans started entering the comment streams like they had been waiting for a chance. Kayla Johnson posted, hold on. So he's touring Korea first. Again. We love you, but we've been starving over here. Marcus Reed wrote right after, I'm mad, but I'm also proud. Like, how do you even hate someone who keeps winning? Amanda Torres said, I can't even understand Korean fully, and I still had the album on repeat. Now he's touring. I'm screaming. Somebody tell me the US dates. Tyler Brooks wrote what most people were thinking. He disappears for years, and then comes back and drops a movie and a Korean album and a tour. That's not a comeback. That's a takeover. Samantha Lee, Korean American, jumped in. Y'all better calm down. Let him cook. He's coming to the US. Let Korea enjoy their moment too. Then the playful war started. People arguing and laughing, dragging each other, defending him with full chest like it was their job. Daniel Carter wrote, if you didn't get tickets, it's your fault. Should have had faster fingers. Ethan Miller replied, bro, I was fast. The site just hated me personally. Chloe Simmons said, I swear I saw tickets, and they disappeared in front of my eyes. Like a ghost. Jacob Price posted, somebody is going to start selling fake tickets soon. Please be careful. Don't get scammed. Entertainment Daily. Busan Asia sells out in 2 hours as Dayo announces mini tour across Asia and the United States. Busan did not just sell out. It detonated. Ticket dashboards across major platforms showed a surge pattern closer to a festival or a championship match than a mini tour. Industry watchers are calling it the clearest proof yet that Dayo's momentum has moved beyond movie hype into full fan movement, with viewers now treating his releases like connected chapters rather than separate projects. Behind the scenes, insiders credit the fast rollout to tight scheduling and Min Jae's influence across venues and partners, but even they admit the speed of demand was shocking. Screen Talk Korea. Train to Busan effect. Why Busan became the first stop, and why fans are treating it like a pilgrimage. The choice of Busan was not random. Busan has turned into symbolism. It is now more than a city name. It is a flag for the whole wave surrounding Train to Busan. Fans online are framing the first show as a historic first night, with some comparing it to a premiere, a concert, and a cultural moment all at once. Ticket resale listings spiked minutes after sellout, with some listings rising to 5 times and 6 times the original price. Analysts warn this may be the first sign of a wider ticket scalping problem across the remaining tour stops. And that warning didn't slow anyone down, because the hype had already turned into a fever. Korean fans were celebrating like they had just claimed him fully. Japanese fans were already asking which city was first. Chinese fans were calling it the biggest foreign wave they'd seen in a long time. Americans were complaining, but the complaints had smiles inside them, the kind that said they were angry because they cared. And under all of it was one clear truth. People weren't just watching Dayo anymore. They were chasing him. In Dayo's office, the screen still showed sold out in bold letters. Jang Wook's phone kept ringing with venue agents and managers from other cities trying to move faster. Min Jae sat back with that calm confidence he always wore, but even he looked slightly impressed. Dayo stared at the screen for a long moment, then finally spoke, quiet and simple. Busan is only the first stop. Min-jae looked at him and smiled. Jang Wook exhaled like a man who had just realized his life would not be normal again. Outside, the internet kept boiling, the resale market kept climbing, and the whole world kept repeating the same sentence in different languages. He really did this. And now they had to keep up. Chapter 333, Luna's Thought. Luna had always known the world would punish her for becoming human. When she was still active, they loved calling her an ice queen. Untouchable. Perfect. Too clean for scandal. It built her brand, built her distance, built the silence people worshipped. Then she got pregnant, and everything that once made her powerful became the first reason they felt entitled to her. They did not ask if she was safe. They did not ask if she was healthy. They asked who the father was. They asked why she refused to speak. They asked why she would dare to keep anything private in an industry that had been feeding on her face for years. At first, the label tried to manage it. Meetings, scripts, damage control, fake smiles. They kept telling her the same thing. Give them something. Give them a name. Give them a story. Luna refused. If you push me, she told them calmly, I will walk away. They thought she was bluffing until she actually did it. She left. The label lost their queen. The cameras lost their favorite cold smile. The world lost access. People screamed online for weeks, then slowly moved on to the next obsession like they always did. Luna did not care. Because the moment her baby girl arrived, the noise outside became smaller than the sound of a tiny breath beside her pillow. Motherhood humbled her in ways no award ever did. Some nights were soft and quiet, the kind that felt like healing. Other nights were rough, sleepless, messy, and loud. She learned the language of her baby's cries. Hunger, discomfort, fear, needing warmth, needing her. Luna, the woman who once controlled crowds with a single stare, now found herself whispering, begging, pacing the room until the little girl finally settled. And somehow she loved it. She loved the way the baby would grip her finger like an anchor. She loved the way her whole chest would soften whenever the little girl slept on her shoulder. She loved the strange pride that came from surviving another day without needing applause. Deborah made it easier. Deborah had been her assistant when Luna was still active. Young, smart, quick, loyal in a way Luna did not deserve sometimes. When Luna left the industry, Luna tried to push her away. You can stay, Luna told her. You can take your experience and get another job. You do not have to follow me into silence. Deborah only smiled. You took care of me when nobody did, she said. Now it is my turn. So Deborah became the only piece of the old world Luna kept around. That afternoon, Luna was on the couch, her baby asleep against her chest, when Deborah walked in with her phone in hand and a look that said trouble. Luna did not lift her head. Her voice stayed calm. If this is industry news, do not bring it here. Deborah hesitated, then took 2 steps closer. It is not about you. Luna's fingers tightened slightly on the baby blanket. Then why are you walking like that? Deborah sat on the edge of the chair across from her. She looked like she wanted to be gentle, but she could not contain herself. It is about Dayo. The name dropped into the room like something heavy. Luna did not flinch outwardly. She had trained herself too well. Her face remained composed, eyes still on the baby's tiny lashes. There is no reason to tell me anything about him, Luna said. Deborah leaned forward. I know you. You want to know. Luna exhaled quietly. She wanted Deborah to stop. She wanted the name to disappear. She wanted her peace to stay untouched. But she also wanted to hear it. She hated that. Deborah watched her for a moment, then spoke anyway, because she understood that Luna's silence was not the same as indifference. He released a movie in Korea, Deborah said. Train to Busan. It is doing numbers that are not normal. Luna's eyes finally lifted, just slightly. A movie? Deborah nodded. And he released a Korean album too. Not a rumor. Not a leak. It is out. People are listening. People are screaming. Luna's throat tightened in a way she did not expect. She had spent years with Dayo, listening to the way he approached music like it was war and prayer at the same time. She remembered his hunger, his stubbornness, the way he could be careless with his own heart, but protective of the people around him. She could still remember how he revived her career. That was how they met in the first place. She was still stuck and unable to evolve. He helped her to evolve. And she also remembered why she left. Dayo had been honest with her from the beginning, the kind of honesty that hurt. He told her he used to sleep around. He told her he did not know how to stay with one woman. He told her his eyes used to wander. He promised he would change, promised he wanted to change, and Luna had tried to believe it because she liked the man behind the noise. Nothing happened while they were together. But there was a coworker, a closeness that felt too familiar, too intimate, too comfortable. She knew that they did nothing and WQS quite sure about it, but what pained her was the secrecy. The co-worker was Alice, and she confessed her love to Dayo, and he didn't say a word to her. The fact that he did not tell her everything, when he knew what her mind would do with doubt. Luna had looked at him then and realized something painful. She had been dating a man she always feared she would lose. Deborah's voice pulled her back. He is not just trending, Deborah continued. People in America are talking about him like he is a problem they cannot solve. Luna almost laughed, but it did not come out. She lowered her gaze to her baby, watching the small rise and fall of her chest. For a second, Luna saw Dayo in the curve of the child's nose, in the shape of the mouth when she frowned in her sleep. It was subtle, but it was there, and it always reminded Luna that her peace was built on a secret. Dayo knew she had a baby. He did not know the baby was his. Luna had kept it that way because she did not trust the world with that truth, and she did not trust herself with what Dayo might do if he knew. Dayo was not weak, but Dayo was stubborn, and stubborn men made choices that could burn everything around them. Deborah softened her tone. You are smiling. Luna blinked, surprised, then forced her face back to neutral. I am not smiling. Deborah's eyes held hers. You are happy for him. Luna did not answer immediately. She was happy for him. That was the worst part. Because happiness meant she still cared. It meant something in her still lifted whenever Dayo won. It meant she was not as finished as she pretended to be. She swallowed once, careful not to wake the baby. I am not part of his life anymore, Luna said quietly. Deborah nodded. You are not. But you are allowed to feel. Luna hated how true that sounded. She shifted the baby gently, kissed her forehead, then looked back up, like she was giving permission, like she was doing Deborah a favor. Tell me the details, she said. Deborah smiled because she knew Luna was pretending. So she explained it all. The movie, the crowd, the foreign headlines, the Korean album announcement, the reactions, the disbelief, the way fans in different countries were arguing online about how a Nigerian man could sound that natural in Korean. Luna listened without interrupting. And while Deborah spoke, Luna felt two things at once. Pride and pain. Because Dayo was doing what he always promised he would do. He was becoming too big to ignore. When Deborah finished, Luna stayed quiet for a moment, then said the first thing that came to her mind. He always does too much. Deborah laughed softly. That is the Dayo you know. Luna did not laugh. She only stared at her baby again. Calm face, loud heart. Deborah stood up. I will let you rest. Luna nodded once. Deborah paused at the doorway, as if she wanted to say more, then decided against it. She left the room quietly. The silence returned. Luna stayed where she was, the baby still asleep, the light fading slowly across the floor. She told herself she did not care. She told herself it was all in the past. She told herself she was done with that world. Then, when the baby shifted and settled again, Luna carefully reached for her phone. She hesitated. She typed his name. Dayo. Her finger hovered over the search button for a second, like pressing it would admit something she was still refusing to say out loud. Then she pressed it anyway. And when the headlines filled her screen, Luna stared at them in silence, her face unreadable, her heart betraying her in small, quiet ways. Chapter 334, Arrival at Busan. The first thing that hit the public was not the ticket numbers again. It was the headline. The kind that looks harmless until you click it and realize the whole industry is watching. Articles. Asia Pop Wire. Min Jae's calls open doors. Dayo's name fills seats. How the tour plan became easy overnight. Sources close to the planning team described 2 days of nonstop confirmations, contracts, security arrangements, and movement planning. Min Jae's role is being described as the key accelerator for cross-country coordination, but the demand itself is being driven by Dayo's current run, especially the rare combination of a hit movie and a hit album operating at the same time. Several familiar artists have reportedly been added to the roster to stabilize the stage experience and keep the tour from feeling like a solo test. Industry insiders say this is a strategic move, not a necessity, because Dayo could sell out alone, but the team wants the tour to feel like celebration rather than pressure. Japan Culture Pulse. Japan fans demand dates as Korea tour announcement sparks ticket fever and cross-border hype. Japanese fan communities reacted within minutes, with trending posts asking which Japanese city will host first and whether special guest appearances will follow the same format as Korea. The tone is not curiosity anymore. It is urgency. Commentary from Japanese entertainment observers points to one reason: the wave already arrived. The movie created the doorway. The Korean album kept the conversation loud, and the tour announcement turned the hype into action. In short, Japan is not waiting to be convinced. It is waiting to be included. China Spotlight Desk. Chinese platforms track the surge. Foreign wave turns into ticket race after Busan's sellout. Chinese entertainment pages are framing the tour as a proof of power moment, especially because the sellout happened before wider international stops even began. Fan reactions focus on the unusual nature of the run, a film and an album moving simultaneously, with fans now treating both as one unified era. Influencer chatter is also highlighting the resale chaos, noting that scalpers tend to expand fast once they smell guaranteed demand. Some Chinese observers are already predicting rapid sellouts for China dates, with secondary market prices expected to rise sharply unless verification systems are tightened. U.S. Music and Screen Review. American fans feel betrayed, then proud. Dayo tour announcement reignites the "where are the U.S. dates" debate. U.S. fans are reacting with that familiar mix of jealousy and admiration. Many posts frame it as playful outrage, the kind that only comes from loyalty. They are annoyed he tours Korea first, but they cannot deny the performance of the era itself. Forums are already treating the U.S. stop as the final act that will close the loop, with speculation that the U.S. shows may include both the album energy and the train to Busan celebration effect. The word showing up repeatedly is takeover, not comeback. Global Industry Ledger. Not a mini tour anymore. Analysts say Dayo's momentum has crossed into chase culture. Trade analysts are calling the Busan sellout a turning point because it reveals something deeper than popularity. It reveals pursuit. People are not just consuming the content anymore. They are chasing proximity, experience, and participation. The comment sections were worse than the articles. People were not reading slowly anymore. They were reacting like they were inside the story with him. Busan was no longer just a city. Busan had become a symbol. 2 days passed after that announcement, and those 2 days did not feel like normal days. They felt like a race that had no finish line. Jang Wook barely slept. His phone lived in his palm, calls and confirmations stacking on top of each other, security routing, staff movement, stage timing, sound checks, transport lines, backup plans, and one repeating instruction he kept forcing into everyone's head. Nothing must look messy. Min Jae made it feel easy, but it was not magic. It was wait. When Min Jae called, people answered like the call was a favor to them. When Dayo's team called, people answered because the internet had already decided the tour was important. When the final logistics were locked, when every name on the roster was confirmed, when the private flight was arranged and the crew list was sealed, Dayo only said 2 words. Let's move. Dayo booked the whole plane, not for luxury, but for control. No delays. No mixed schedules. No separate arrivals. Just for efficiency and for the crew and the featured artists. Key faces from the movie: Min Jae, Min Ji, Park Hyun-seo and his daughter, Dae-suk Yuri, and Blake. And Dayo in the middle of it, calm like he was not aware that the whole country was waiting to see how he walked. Busan Airport was already loud before they stepped out. The moment the door opened and the first body appeared, the screams hit like a wave. Not one scream. Hundreds. Phones raised. Hands shaking. People crying without understanding why they were crying. Appa, Dayo, Min Jae, Min Ji, Yuri. They were shouting names like prayers. Security formed a tight wall, moving them forward, trying to keep the line clean because the crowd was swelling fast. Fans pressed in from every angle, desperate for a second longer, a glimpse, a photo, a video that would prove they were there. Dayo walked with the same steady pace, eyes scanning, not panicked, not arrogant, just aware. Then someone rushed. It happened fast. A young woman pushed past the barrier, not because she wanted to fight security, but because she was overwhelmed by the moment. Her legs moved before her brain caught up, and the second security shifted to block her, She stumbled. Her foot caught. She fell hard. The scream that came from the crowd changed tone instantly. It was not excitement anymore. It was fear. Security moved in immediately, harsh and automatic, the way security always does when they think someone is trying to breach the line. One of them grabbed her arm, already about to drag her away like she was a problem. Dayo saw it. He stopped walking, and without hesitating or thinking twice. Leave her. The security man froze. Dayo's voice did not rise, but it carried. Leave her. Don't touch her like that. The line of movement paused, and the crowd went even louder because now everybody had realized something was happening. The girl was on the floor, hair messy, face hot, embarrassed, tears already in her eyes because she knew she had messed up. She tried to speak, but her throat was tight. Dayo stepped closer, crouched slightly, and extended his hand. Calm down, he said softly. Her fingers shook as she took his hand, and he helped her stand properly, not rushing her, not dragging her, letting her regain balance like she was a human being and not an obstacle. Her lips trembled. I'm sorry, just wanted to meet you and come to your how, she whispered, voice cracking. Dayo looked at her for a second, then nodded slowly. I know. Just breathe. She kept nodding fast, like she was trying to prove she heard him. Dayo lifted his other hand gently, not touching her face, just using the gesture to slow her down. You are okay, he said. Go back. Watch the show. Enjoy it. No injuries, all right, he said as he handed a VIP ticket. The girl broke into tears properly now, covering her mouth, shaking her head in disbelief. Security stood there confused because this was not how it usually went. But Dayo's calm made it impossible for them to continue being aggressive. He turned to the nearest guard. Guide her back, he said. Safely. Then he added, almost as an afterthought, because he knew how fans worked. And please, no pushing. It was small. It was nothing. But it was everything. Because tens of different phones had caught it from 10 different angles, and the moment he stepped away and the line resumed movement, the clip was already flying online. The captions were forming before the plane crew even left the airport. He stopped security for her. He helped her up with his own hand. This is why we love him. The crowd roared louder as they moved again, not just because they were excited, but because they felt seen. That single moment did what marketing could not do. It made him human again. It made him larger again. By the time they reached the vehicles, fans were still screaming, but now it sounded like loyalty, not just hype. The drive to the hotel was smooth, controlled, quiet inside the car, loud outside the windows as the city welcomed them like a parade. Busan felt different. Not because the buildings changed, because the people changed. They checked in quickly, no long ceremony, just movement and coordination. Staff were briefed, timings were confirmed again, outfits were prepared, microphones checked, security routes repeated, and Jang Wook kept talking like a man trying to hold the universe steady with his voice. You go in through the right entrance, no delays, no surprise stops. The stage team is already on standby, the stadium is full, and outside is also full. Min Jae laughed lightly. Outside is full too, he repeated, like he still found it funny. Dayo did not laugh. He just nodded, because he understood what that meant. When they finally arrived at Busan Asian Main Stadium, the sight hit even the crew members. Inside was packed, full capacity, lights sweeping over a sea of bodies. Fans jumping, waving light sticks, chanting names, holding banners, some crying without shame. Outside was packed too. That was the part that turned it into something bigger than a concert. They had set up a huge outdoor screen and speakers, a clean projection point with enough sound for the crowd outside to actually feel included. People who had failed to get tickets were already sitting and standing in clusters, holding drinks, holding food, holding their phones, treating it like a festival. Some of them looked grateful. Some of them looked emotional. Because even though they were outside, they were not locked out. They would still see it. They would still be part of the moment. Dayo looked at the screen outside, then at the crowd outside, and for the first time since the tour announcement, he smiled properly. It was quick, but it was real. Behind the stage, the air was different. The kind of tension that makes your fingers cold. Crew moving fast. Artists warming up quietly. Security checking corners. Jang Wook's voice low as he read the final schedule one last time like he needed to hear it again to believe it. Min Jae adjusted his outfit and glanced at Dayo. Busan is ready, he said. Dayo nodded once. The stadium roar grew louder. The lights dimmed slightly. The screen outside flickered as the camera feed prepared to go live. Dayo took one step forward toward the entrance of the stage, and the sound of the crowd hit like thunder. Then the lights went out. Chapter 335, Tour begins. The lights dropped. For half a second, Busan Asian Main Stadium became a single lung holding its breath, and then the scream arrived. Not a normal scream. Not the kind you hear when a celebrity waves. This one came from the stomach, from the bones, from people who had been carrying the last 2 weeks like a fever and finally had somewhere to pour it. Light sticks moved like fireflies. Banners shook. Flags whipped in the air. Some fans jumped so hard the seats trembled under them. The noise was not noise anymore. It was pressure. It was release. It was the sound of a crowd realizing they had actually made it here, that this moment was real, that it was not another clip on a screen, not another trend they missed by 2 seconds, not another headline they only got to read. Dayo stepped out. The roar swelled again, like the stadium recognized him the way a body recognizes heat. JD, 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 I love you. Dayo, I love you. He stood still for a beat, letting it hit him properly. Then he smiled, not the polished celebrity smile, but the kind that slips out when you are genuinely stunned. He raised the mic slowly, like he was trying to calm a storm with his hand. Busan, he said. They screamed louder. He laughed once, breathy, almost disbelieving. If I tell you what is inside my head right now, even I will think I'm lying. The crowd roared, chanting his name in messy rhythm, like they did not care about timing, only truth. Dayo nodded, eyes sweeping across the stands. I'm not going to give a long speech. I just need to say something that feels superstitious. The word made people laugh and scream at the same time. He pointed down toward the city, toward the ground, like he was speaking to Busan itself. My first movie carried this place in its title. My first tour in Korea starts here. My first time doing something this wild. You are the first people witnessing it. The crowd exploded again, fans shouting, history, like they were declaring it into existence. Dayo's voice softened, but it stayed steady. This is what I mean by superstitious. Sometimes life keeps circling a place until it finally lands. And tonight, it landed. He paused, then added, thank you for witnessing it. For a second, it felt like the entire stadium leaned forward. Then Dayo lifted his hand. All right, enough. We came to work. Then laughter erupted around the stadium. Dayo smiled and waved. The first beat hit. The stadium became a living thing. People sang even before the lyrics started properly, because they already knew the songs, and the ones who didn't know them were still screaming like knowledge did not matter, only presence. Dayo moved into the first track like he had been born on that stage. Not stiff, not rehearsed, controlled, but alive. He sang with the crowd and let the crowd sing back. He let them carry whole lines so he could breathe and listen to them, because that was the point. When the second song came, he didn't stop. The momentum. He didn't do the usual celebrity pacing. He ran it like a set meant to overwhelm. One hit into another. Hooks into hooks. The chants kept climbing. Then he lifted a hand. The music dipped slightly. You know what is funny, he said, voice low, teasing. I keep hearing people say this is my night. The crowd screamed. Dayo pointed into the stands. No, this is your night. So I'm going to do something stupid. The audience screamed louder because they could feel the danger inside that sentence. He leaned forward, squinting at the front rows. You there? You. The one waving like you want to tear your shoulder. Another round of laughter went up again. A guy near the barricade was losing his mind, waving so hard his whole body was shaking. Dayo laughed. You want to sing with me? The guy screamed yes, so loudly his voice cracked. Dayo nodded. All right, come up. The security instantly tensed, because this was the part where things go wrong. People rush. People fall. People get hurt. But Dayo lifted his hand again. Slow. Easy. Don't touch him rough. Security guided the guy carefully, like he was carrying something fragile. When the guy finally climbed onto the stage, he didn't walk. He ran. He came straight to Dayo and hugged him like he was hugging a miracle. The crowd went insane. Dayo hugged him back, then gently pushed him away with a grin. All right. Breathe first. What's your name? The guy's mouth opened and closed like he couldn't remember his own identity. He swallowed hard. Seo Jun, he managed. Seo Jun. Dayo repeated into the mic, and the crowd screamed the name back like it was already famous. Dayo tilted his head, studying him properly now. Something in his eyes shifted, that private look he got when the system inside him moved. Like he had just seen a stat float in the air. Seojun. Status, unknown artist. Singing level, writing level, C. Visual, B. Instrument levels. Guitar, B+. Piano, C+. Potential, S+. Skills, nil. Dayo's smile didn't change much, but the decision in him clicked into place quietly. Seojun, he said, you sure you want to do this? Seojun nodded fast. Yes, this is my dream. Dayo glanced toward the band, then back at him. All right, pick a part. Don't be scared. If you mess up, we mess up together. The crowd screamed again, because they could smell the moment turning into legend. The music came back in. Seojun grabbed the mic with both hands, shaking, then he started. And the stadium went quiet in shock. Not silent, but different. The kind of quiet where you can hear disbelief. Because the boy could sing. Not karaoke sing. Not fans sing. He sang like someone trained, like someone born for it, like someone who had been waiting for one door to open. His voice hit the melody clean, confident, and then he did something that made even Dayo blink. He added emotion. The kind that cannot be taught. The kind that makes a crowd feel like they are inside the song, not just listening to it. Dayo stepped in with him, blending their voices, guiding the parts, letting him shine, but keeping him safe. And when the chorus landed, the entire stadium joined them like a choir. A sea of voices carrying the hook together. When the song ended, Seojun stood there shaking, eyes wide, tears already gathering like he couldn't process that it had happened. Dayo put a hand on his shoulder. You're good, Dayo said into the mic, simple and honest. You know you're good, right? Seojun nodded, crying now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dayo looked out at the crowd, then back at Seojun. Busan, Dayo said, voice lifting. You brought me a gift. The crowd screamed. Dayo turned back to Seojun. After this show, you and I will talk. Seojun froze. Talk about what? Dayo smiled slightly. About you not wasting this gift. The crowd erupted like they had just witnessed a proposal. Somebody screamed, welcome to JD Label, and the chant caught fire instantly. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dayo laughed, shaking his head like even he didn't expect it to spiral that fast. He raised the mic again. All right, watch out for Seojun. Remember that name. Because if he works hard, you will hear it everywhere. The stadium screamed the name again. Seojun bowed repeatedly, crying, shaking, looking like he wanted to disappear and stay at the same time. Security guided him off the stage gently, and Dayo watched him go with that calm focus, already calculating, already planning, already seeing the future path. Then Dayo turned back to the crowd. And now, he said, voice dropping into something dangerous and playful, we continue. The show surged again. More songs, more energy. Artists came out one after another, like the stage was a parade of victories. The cast from the movie appeared at a moment nobody expected, waving, laughing, soaking in the noise, and the crowd screamed like the film had climbed out of the screen and become real. By the time the last song ended, Dayo was sweating, breathing hard, still calm somehow, still in control. And then came the part that felt almost more exhausting than the performance. The signing. Outside the main exit, tables were set, staff moving fast, stacks of album copies prepared, markers ready. The line was not a line. It was a river. People stretched as far as the eye could see, some holding albums, some holding movie tickets like sacred relics, some holding both, shaking, laughing, crying, begging for 1 second of eye contact. Dayo sat down and started signing. 1, 2, 3. He signed until his wrist burned and his fingers went numb. He signed while fans thanked him in Korean, in broken English, in tears, in laughter, in words that didn't even form properly. He signed until the stadium lights behind him felt like a distant memory and the night air turned cold. And even then, the line still looked endless. Busan didn't just attend his tour. Busan claimed it. And somewhere in that crowd, somewhere between the album ink and the shaking hands, the clip of Seojun singing beside him was already climbing online, already trending, already turning into the next fire they would have to carry. And also the video of him helping the girl at the airport. Because the world did not just come to watch Dayo anymore. The world was now hunting for the next thing he would touch. Chapter 336. Busan tour ends. The morning after Busan, the city still felt loud even when it wasn't. Not loud with music again, not loud with speakers and chants, but loud with phones. Loud with clips. Loud with people replaying the same moments until they started sounding like legends. Because two things had happened back to back, and the internet didn't know which one to chew first. The airport incident, where Dayo stopped security from dragging a fan away and not only helped her up himself, he even went ahead to gift her a VIP ticket to his show when she mentioned that she didn't have ticket for the show. And the stage incident, where he pulled a random guy from the crowd, listened to him sing like he had been waiting his whole life for that mic, then turned around and casually declared he was signing him. Busan didn't just watch a show. Busan watched a story being written live. The airport clip was everywhere first. A shaky fan recording, loud screaming, phones blocking the view, then Dayo's voice cutting through it. "Come, firm. Leave her." The security guards hesitated, and for a second the whole crowd froze like they didn't believe someone would actually listen to him that quickly. Then he stepped closer, reached down, and helped the girl up himself. The girl's knees were shaking, her face red from crying, and she kept bowing like she wanted to disappear from embarrassment. Dayo didn't let her. He held her arms steady, spoke to her like she was human, not a headline, and only then did he let security guide her back gently. That one clip alone had every fandom account acting like they had been personally blessed. Then the stage clip hit, and it was worse. It started with Dayo laughing, pointing into the crowd, telling the guy to come up. Security lifting him over the barrier. The guy nearly falling on stage from excitement. Then the singing. A raw voice, trembling at first, then steady, then strong enough that the crowd stopped chanting and started listening for real. And when Dayo looked at him, you could see it on his face, that quick, sharp calculation he always made when something surprised him. He didn't drag it out. He didn't tease it. He said it like he was announcing the weather. "Welcome to JD Label." That was when the stadium exploded like a bomb. By the time the sun fully climbed, there were already edits with captions, reaction videos, breakdowns, fan translations, slowed audio, and arguments. And Busan was trending in places that didn't even speak Korean. Even the people who hated Dayo had to admit it. The moment was too clean to ignore. Online, the reactions split into two loud rivers. Those who believed, those who swore it was PR. The comment sections turned into war zones, and every war had names. Sora Kim posted under the airport clip. He didn't even flinch. He didn't act disgusted. He didn't pretend. He helped her like it was normal. That's insane to me. This is how a celebrity should behave, not the other way around. Jaehoon Park replied, "People saying it's PR. Do you know how easy it would have been to let security drag her away and keep moving?" He stopped the whole scenario, and mind you, if he had let security do their jobs, none of us would even look at it. Naoko Saito from Japan wrote, "I watched this 5 times. The way he said leave her, it sounded like a command from someone used to being obeyed." Meizhong from China added, "Not the airport clip making me emotional. She will remember that forever." Hello everyone, I am the girl from the airport, and I have to say this: I have been to many shows, and it's not my first time meeting a celebrity, but for the first time I felt seen by someone I adore, and I have decided that Dayo is my number one OPPA, no one else. JD for life. 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 Then the stage clip comments arrived like a storm. Daniel Cho wrote, "That boy's voice was not normal. I don't care what anyone says, he earned that." Moment. Hyojin Lee said, "Signing someone on stage is crazy. But also, why do I feel proud like I'm his auntie?" Kaito Nakamura posted, "Busan concert looks like a national event. Korea, you people are wild." Yunfei Liu replied, "We are not wild. We are jealous. Bring him to Shanghai already." From the United States, the tone was different, half love, half hunger. Alyssa Morgan wrote, "I'm smiling but also furious. He just signed a new talent in Busan, and we're still waiting for him to step on US soil." Trevor Collins replied, "Let them have their moment. The man is moving like a tornado. He'll reach us soon." Jasmine Brooks added, "Bro dropped a movie, dropped a Korean album, did a tour stop, signed a guy on stage, and I still have to go to work tomorrow. This is unfair." And of course, the skeptics showed up, loud and determined to sound smarter than everyone else. Eric Wallace commented, "That signing was PR. No serious label signs a random guy from the crowd. Min Seo-yoon snapped back immediately. Random? You mean a guy who sang in front of a stadium and didn't crack? If you can't recognize talent, just say that. Kim Ji-arai wrote. Even if it was PR, it's still a win for the guy. You think PR can fake that voice? Lena Torres from the US posted. If he really signs him and trains him and makes him big, that will be the biggest slap to the industry. I want to see it happen. Then the articles arrived. Not one. A flood, because media houses love anything that smells like myth. Busan Night turns into history as Dayo sells out and signs new talent live on stage. Airport chaos goes viral after Dayo stops security and helps fallen fan himself. Welcome to JD label. Moment shocks industry. Is this a new era of talent discovery? Skeptics call it PR, fans call it legendary. Dayo's Busan stop ignites debate worldwide. Japan and China trend the Busan clips as international fans demand next tour stops. American fans flood comments with one message: come home already. Seojun's voice goes viral overnight. Who is the new face Dayo just picked from the crowd? And underneath all of it, the numbers started surfacing from people who were physically there. Because it wasn't only a concert. It was also a selling ground. After the show ended, Dayo didn't vanish into a car like most stars would. He stayed. There was a signing line that looked like punishment. A long snake of people holding physical albums, some holding 2, some holding 3, some holding stacks like they were buying groceries. Some came with Train to Busan tickets taped behind the album case, like a badge. Some came with posters. Some came with shaky hands and wet eyes. And because the event was sold out, because the crowd was already hungry, because Busan felt like the birthplace of the whole movement, the sales went wild. By the end of that night in Busan alone, they moved about 82,000 physical albums. Not pre-orders. Not promises. Physical units, sold and confirmed through the tour distribution partners on site, with additional orders locked in for delivery because the merch booths ran out before the crowd did. Jang Wook looked like he wanted to faint when he saw the final count. Min Jae just whistled once and shook his head like even he hadn't expected Busan to be that violent. Dayo didn't celebrate loudly. He just stood there, signing until his wrist hurt, because he understood the truth. This was not only money. This was loyalty being printed into reality. And the fans felt it. They kept posting pictures of their signed albums, their ticket stubs, their blurry selfies from far seats, the stadium lights behind them like proof. Mina Kwan posted, I have his signature. My hand is shaking. I will frame this like it's my degree. Haruto Tanaka replied, Korea fans are living my dream. I'm sick. I need Japan dates now. Yusin Chin wrote, if he does this in China, there will be an earthquake. Back in the hotel, the team didn't even have time to properly rest. Not real rest. Because once you light a fire like this, you either keep feeding it or it eats you. Jang Wook sat with his laptop open, confirming the next day's movement. Min Jae was on calls again, calm, controlled, already treating the next stop like it was routine. Yuri was quiet in the corner, still processing the fact that her voice was now part of an album moving like a global headline, her phone buzzing with messages she couldn't even reply to fast enough. And Dayo, sitting with a bottle of water in his hand, looked at the new clips spreading online and just exhaled. No panic, no surprise, just focus. Because he knew what they all knew now. Busan was only the first stop, and there was no rest for them. Not when the world had started chasing. Chapter 337, Seojun. The day after Busan did not feel like a next day. It felt like a continuation of the same storm, only louder and faster, because now the hype had proof. People had seen Dayo pull a stranger onto a stadium stage and call him talented in front of the whole country. They had seen him say the words out loud. Welcome to JD label. And by morning, the label made it official. A clean announcement dropped. No long speech. Just confirmation, a photo, a signature thumbnail blurred at the corner, and one line that turned the internet upside down again. Seojun has signed with JD label. The post did not even sit for 5 minutes before it started collecting translations in different languages, reposted with screaming emojis, reposted with disbelief, reposted with arguments. Because now it was real. Not a show. Not a stunt. Not a soft we'll see. Real. They did the legal work immediately. Jang Wook did not allow time to breathe. Contracts. identification, NDAs, media protection, travel clearance. Basic clauses that protected Seojun from the kind of industry people that would try to swallow a boy whole. Just because he had one viral moment. Seojun sat through it all like he was inside someone else's dream. He kept looking at the paper like it might melt. He kept looking at Dayo like he might wake up and find out he hallucinated the entire stadium. When the signatures were done and the folder was closed, Seojun finally spoke, voice rough from lack of sleep and too much emotion. I really signed. Min-jae leaned back in his chair like this was normal life and nodded. You signed. Seojun blinked, then blinked again. He looked like he wanted to laugh, but it came out as a breath that shook. I came to watch, he whispered. I just came to watch you. Both of you. He glanced at Min-jae like he was looking at a poster he grew up with. I have been a fan since I was young. I can't even count it. I used to copy your guitar clips. I used to pause them and rewind until my fingers bled. Min-jae's expression softened, just a little. You should have posted your own clips, Min-jae said. That talent should not stay in a room. Seojun's throat moved. He swallowed hard, fighting tears like he was ashamed of them. I didn't think I was good enough, he admitted. And my life is not. My life is not built for big things. Dayo watched him quietly. The rawness was obvious. The shock. The disbelief. The way Seojun's hands kept rubbing together like he was trying to make sure he was still real. Dayo said, calm as always, big things don't wait for you to feel ready. They just happen. And you either step into them or you spend your life regretting that you ran away. Seojun's eyes turned red fast. He nodded like that sentence hit a part of him that had been hiding for years. Then his voice cracked. Thank you. It was not a polished thank you. It was not celebrity gratitude. It was the thank you of a boy who had been carrying a quiet dream and suddenly found it standing in front of him wearing a contract. Seojun could still remember when he started following Dayo and Min-jae. That was about 5 years ago. He had seen their duo and become a fanboy and practiced their songs like it was a do or die. And now being under the very people that he admired was a dream come true, just thinking about his life before today. He had been a struggling graduate that loved music and pursued it, but never put himself out there. He used his last cash to get to the tour, but now his life has changed forever. Jang-wook clapped his hands once, brisk and practical. Good. You're officially on the roster. Now pack your bag. Seojun froze in shock. Pack. Min-jae smiled. You're coming with us. Seojun's face went blank. With you, to the next show? Dayo nodded once. You were signed in Busan. Korea needs to see you again. Not as a fan. As an artist. That sentence alone almost dropped him back into tears. He stood up too fast, bowing like his whole body was on autopilot. Yes. Yes, I will. I will. They left Busan the same day. The crew moved like a machine now. The artists Dayo added to the tour roster were already traveling with them. The movie cast too, because the mini-tour was not just music, it was an event. A moving celebration. A rolling wave. And Seojun sat on the plane with his seatbelt on, staring at his hands like he was still trying to understand how those hands were now worth a contract. He barely spoke the whole flight. He only kept whispering to himself, too low for anyone to hear. Is this even possible? When they landed in Seoul, the answer hit him before he even stepped out. Because the airport was packed. Not just packed. Packed the way airports looked when a world-class idol landed, not a foreign guest, but a headline. Cameras. Fans holding banners. People screaming names so loud it echoed off the ceiling. Some screamed Dayo. Some screamed Min-jae. Some screamed the movie title. And then, like the internet had spread the story faster than any official press, some people screamed a name Seojun wasn't ready to hear. Seojun. He froze. His head snapped toward the sound like his body did not believe it. A girl at the front was waving her phone with his face already on the screen. Seojun. You did so well. Seojun's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His eyes turned glassy. He felt seen after forever like a newborn calf seeing the sky for the very first time. Min-jae leaned slightly closer, voice low. This is what happens when you step out. Seojun nodded, blinking hard. He walked like someone walking on new legs. He felt a new fresh air that he never imagined. They moved straight into rehearsals, sound check, venue checks, security briefings. Seoul was not Busan, but it had the same hunger. And when the show started, the crowd energy did not dip. If anything, it sharpened. The moment Dayo mentioned Busan, the stadium screamed. The moment Min-jae walked out, The stadium screamed. And when Seojun finally appeared on stage, holding his guitar with shaking hands, the stadium screamed again, not because they knew him fully, but because they loved the story of reaching that peak that we all want to. They loved that it happened live. They loved that it wasn't manufactured. Seojun played like his life depended on it. Not perfect, not polished, but raw and honest and hungry. The kind of performance that made people say, I saw him before he blew. After Seoul, they went to Incheon. A smaller stop compared to the first two, but the same fever followed them. The same pattern repeated. Tickets sold fast. Merch lines stretched. People came holding train to Busan tickets like souvenirs, holding Dayo's album like a passport stamp, holding phones like they were trying to capture proof that the world was really moving this way. And by the time Korea was finally rounding up, the numbers were no longer good. They were ridiculous. Jang-wook sat in the hotel lounge that night with receipts and reports, and he read it out loud so Seojun could hear it too, because now Seojun was part of this wave whether he understood it or not. Busan, albums sold, 48,600 physical copies. That included the post-show signing rush and the outside screen crowd buying merch like consolation. Seoul, albums sold, 72,400 physical copies. Seoul moved like a capital should, and the signing line looked endless. People bought 2, 3, some even 5 copies, just to get different signatures. Incheon, albums sold, 39,800 physical copies. Smaller venue, but insane conversion rate. Almost everyone who entered left with a copy. Jang-wook tapped the summary line at the bottom. Korea totals, he said, voice tight like even he didn't believe it. Total Korea physical albums sold. Mini tour run 160,800 copies. Seojun stared at that number like it was a foreign language. 100 and, he whispered. Min-jae nodded. And 60,000. Seojun's breathing turned uneven. He looked at Dayo slowly. This is because of you. Dayo did not deny it. He didn't accept it fully either. He just said, it's because people want something to believe in. Right now, they believe in this. Seojun lowered his head, trying to hide the way his shoulders trembled. Dayo smiled at him and said, you can make such numbers if you put the work. Seojun went blank without even having anything to say. The thought of the number was what occupied his mind till the next morning. The next morning, Korea would be officially done. Then the next announcement would come. China, Japan, and the final stop the Americans had been begging for. But for tonight, in the quiet between chaos, Seojun lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, whispering the same sentence again, softer this time, like he was finally allowing himself to accept it. This is real. Chapter 338. To China. 2 days after the meeting in Dayo's office, the world still did not feel like it was slowing down. It only felt like the wave was changing direction. Korea had already tasted it, and now Asia was stretching its hands out like it wanted to grab the whole thing and claim it first. That night, Dayo finally sat still long enough to call home, as it'd been a long while since he heard from home. The moment the call connected, he heard it in the background before anyone even spoke properly. Movement, voices, laughter, that kind of loud happiness that tells you the whole house has been watching you without rest. His mother's voice came first, warm and emotional. Dayo, are you okay? Are you eating? Dayo smiled. Yes, Ma. I'm fine. Fine. She repeated like she did not believe it. You are everywhere. Everywhere. Someone else shouted in the background. His father's voice. His siblings. Everybody trying to talk at once like he was on speaker. Dayo laughed quietly. All right. One person at a time. Then his brother's voice cut through the noise, clear and sharp, the same way it always sounded when he was focused. Bro. Dayo's smile deepened. Jeffrey, you are not normal, Jeffrey said, and Dayo could hear the grin in his voice. Movie, album, tour. Bro, are you breathing at all? Dayo exhaled. I'm breathing. Just barely. Jeffrey chuckled. Then his tone shifted into that proud kind of seriousness. You know, people are calling me. People are sending me clips. They're saying my brother is moving like a whole industry. Dayo's eyes softened for a second. How is your training? Jeffrey replied immediately, like the question mattered more than all the noise online. Good. I'm on track. Dayo's voice turned playful. And the next competition. Soon. Jeffrey said, then added fast. And don't come and compete with me. Dayo laughed. Why? Because you will come and steal my gold, Jeffrey said with full confidence, and the house behind him erupted in laughter again. Dayo shook his head. You are already doing close to Olympic time acca riding to Coach Richard, and you're still scared of me. Jeffrey snorted. Exactly. I know you. You don't like losing, even if you pretend. Dayo leaned back in his chair, amused. Okay, surprise me first, then I won't talk. Don't worry, Jeffrey replied, voice firm. I'll work harder because of you. That's the spirit, Dayo said, and for a moment his chest felt lighter than it had in weeks. Brother Dayo, so you finally have my time. Janet's voice crept in as she kept quiet since. Dayo smiled. Oh no, Janet, you're the reason I called. Heard you were doing your exams. Janet's smile brightened up and asked, Really? Of course I love you more, you know that, right? Yeah, I know. Janet smiled with her eyes. The whole family laughed at the whole scenario. They talked a little more, family jokes, small updates, his mother reminding him to rest like rest was a law. Then Dayo ended the call and sat quietly for a few seconds, phone still in his hand, staring at the ceiling like he was storing the warmth before going back into war mode. Because the moment he stepped back into the other room, the world was waiting again. Jang-wook looked like he had not slept properly. His phone was in his hand, his laptop was open, and a second screen was showing ticket platform dashboards like it was a heart monitor. Min Jae sat on the couch, calm, but even his calm had a sharper edge today. Dayo walked in and asked the only thing that mattered. China. Jang-wook did not even pretend to ease him into it. Shanghai and Beijing are locked, he said. One show each. Same mini-tour style. Tight movement plan. Strong security. No mistakes. Min Jae nodded once. The venues are good. Dayo asked, capacity. Jang-wook tapped the screen and turned it slightly so Dayo could see it properly. Shanghai stop is set for 52,000 seats. Beijing stop is set for 65,000 seats. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly, not from fear, but from calculation. That was not Korea numbers anymore. That was the kind of number that could become chaos if mishandled. Jang-wook swallowed, then continued, like he needed to say it fast before he could overthink it. And we're posting it today. Min Jae asked, Are you ready? Dayo answered calmly. Post it. Min Jae handled it the same way he handled everything. Clean, direct, confident. China leg announced. Shanghai first. Beijing next. One show per city. Limited seats. No extra dates announced. And that was when the internet did what it always did when it smelled something rare. It exploded. Not slowly. Not gradually. Violently. The ticket links went live. And the China dashboards immediately started moving like something was wrong. Like the numbers were too fast to be human. Jang-wook refreshed once. Then again. Then again. His voice came out low, shocked. 10 minutes. Dayo looked at him. What? Jang-wook pointed at the screen. In 10 minutes, Shanghai already moved 70%. Min Jae leaned forward slightly, eyes focused now. That fast, Jang-wook's fingers trembled just a bit as he scrolled through the live numbers. Shanghai total seats, 52,000. In 10 minutes, 36,400 tickets are gone. Paid. Confirmed. Dayo did not speak, because the numbers were still moving. Then the Beijing link opened properly, and it was worse. People were not even waiting for Shanghai confirmation before jumping to Beijing like they wanted to grab everything at once. Jang-wook whispered, Beijing is moving faster. Min Jae's mouth opened slightly, then closed again, like even he was surprised. 10 minutes, Jang-wook said again, like the word had become a curse. In 10 minutes, Beijing moved 70% too. Dayo asked quietly, How many? Jang-wook answered, 65,000 seats. In 10 minutes, 45,500 already gone. The room stayed quiet for a moment, not because anyone was calm, but because sometimes numbers hit you like a slap, and your brain needs a second to recover. Then the rest happened like a storm finishing its mission. Payment failures started trending. Few screenshots flooded Chinese social platforms. People screaming about being kicked out the moment they clicked confirm. People crying because they watched the seat map disappear in real time. And then, right on schedule, the scalpers appeared like sickness. Tickets listed at 4 times the original price, then 5 times, then more. Jang-wook refreshed again, then slowly sat back like he had lost strength. 25 minutes, he said. Dayo already knew, but he still asked. Finished. Jangwook nodded. Shanghai sold out. Beijing sold out. Both gone. Min Jae exhaled once, a short laugh that was half disbelief. That is insane. Jangwook did not laugh. He looked like a man who could already see the next problem coming. This is bigger than Korea, he said, voice tight. Bigger crowd behavior. Bigger resale market. Bigger risk. Dayo stared at the sold-out signs on both dashboards like he was watching history get stamped. Shanghai sold out. Beijing sold out. Total China tickets, 117,000. Gone. In under half an hour. Min Jae finally looked at Dayo and smiled like a man who enjoyed chaos when it belonged to him. You wanted scale. Dayo answered calmly. This is scale. Jangwook rubbed his face, then said quietly, and the complaints are already pouring in. Thousands. People are begging for extra dates. Dayo shook his head once. No extra dates announced yet. Min Jae raised his brows. You want to keep them hungry. Dayo's voice stayed even. I want to keep it controlled. He paused, then added, if we rush, we break something. If we break something, they will eat us alive. Jangwook nodded immediately. Understood. Outside the office, the internet was already turning it into a war. China fans screaming that this was the biggest foreign wave they had seen in a long time. Korean fans laughing like proud relatives. Japanese fans begging for their city. Americans complaining loudly, but still streaming the album and watching movie clips like addicts. And in the middle of it, Dayo stood still, calm like he always was, because panic was what people expected from a man being chased by a crowd this big. He did not give them panic. He gave them direction. Dayo looked at Jangwook and said, prepare the movement plan. Then he looked at Min Jae and tell the team, we fly soon. Min Jae smiled. To China. Dayo nodded once. To China. And in the same moment, as the sold-out signs stayed on the screens like trophies, one truth settled in the room. Korea was only the beginning. China was going to prove whether this was hype, or whether it was a storm that could not be stopped. Chapter 339, Welcome China. Dayo remembered Shun Li the way you remember a name that once saved you from embarrassment. Not loudly, not dramatically, just suddenly, like a light switching on inside your head. It happened while he was still in Korea, while Jangwook was drowning in schedules and confirmations and Min Jae was making impossible things look normal. Dayo sat alone for a moment, phone in his hand, thinking about Shanghai, thinking about how China was not Korea. China was scale. China was speed. China was a country where you could get swallowed if you arrived unprepared. And the last time Dayo faced something that big, something that fragile, something that needed to look perfect under pressure, Shun Li had been there. The memory came clean. World Cup night. Backstage heat. People shouting in 3 languages. Dancers confused about spacing. A timing error that could have ruined the whole segment if it went live the way it was. Everyone had been panicking, moving too much, talking too much, making the air heavy with fear. Then Shun Li walked in. No noise. No begging. No drama. He looked at the floor marks, looked at the screens, looked at the dancers, then spoke once, calm and sharp, and the room moved like it had been waiting for him all along. He corrected transitions, reworked spacing, adjusted the choreography without making anybody feel small, then fixed the timing with such confidence that even the nervous staff started breathing again. That night, Dayo had watched him and thought, this is the kind of person you keep close. Not because they praise you, because they make your life easier when the world is trying to crush you. Now, in the present, Dayo stared at his phone for a second. Then he called. It rang once, twice. Then the line connected. A short pause came first, like the person on the other end already knew it was him. Then Shun Li spoke, voice smooth, slightly amused. So you finally remembered me. Dayo smiled. Don't start. You know I didn't forget you. You forgot, Shun Li replied, still calm. I tried to buy tickets for Shanghai. Sold out. I couldn't even click. Dayo's smile widened a little. Stop. You already have VIP. You don't need to fight online like a civilian. There was a quiet chuckle from Shun Li. You call me after the storm starts, Shun Li said. Movie, album, tour. Your name is everywhere. So tell me, what do you need? Dayo didn't waste time. Shanghai, he said. I need you on the ground. I need someone I trust. I need fast organization and I need stage. Structure and movement to feel clean. Creative and logistics. Both. Shun Li answered like he had been waiting. Done. Dayo's tone softened slightly. Are you sure you can move that fast? You forgot who fixed your World Cup stage, Shunli replied. I'll handle arrangements. Just land. I'll be ready. Dayo exhaled, relieved without showing it too much. I owe you. You already do, Shunli said. Just don't disappear again after this. Dayo laughed quietly. I won't. The call ended. 2 days later, Dayo landed in Shanghai. The airport was already alive before he even stepped out. This was not just a crowd. It was a waiting wall of energy. Fans were packed behind barriers, phones raised, banners lifted high, voices blending into one loud, chaotic ocean. Some signs were in Chinese. Some were in Korean. Some were in English. A few were handwritten like the person had rushed to write them the moment the tour was announced. They had not come to be polite. They had come to be part of the moment. The crew moved first. Min Jae, calm as always, stepping out like he owned the air. Then the rest followed, artists, staff, security, everyone moving in a coordinated line. Then Dayo appeared, and the noise doubled. People screamed his name like it was a chant. Some were shouting Min Jae's name too. Some screamed Yuri's name. Some screamed the movie title. Some screamed everything at once. It was chaos with love inside it. Dayo waved as they walked. Controlled, steady, not rushing, not provoking panic, but not hiding either. Cameras flashed. Phones shook. People jumped just to see him over shoulders. Near the front, a small girl was sitting on her father's shoulders, clutching a handmade sign, shouting excited Mandarin, her voice loud and cute, like she was sure he would not understand her. The father smiled, amused, because to him this was normal. Foreign star. Foreign language. Dayo slowed. He looked right at the girl, and he answered in Mandarin, clearly. 谢谢你，我很高兴来到上海，你今天很可爱. Thank you. I'm happy to be in Shanghai. You look very cute today. The father froze. The girl froze. For 1 second the section around them went quiet, like the air itself paused to confirm what just happened. Then the reaction exploded. People screamed louder, not even about the tour anymore, but about that single moment. He speaks Chinese. He really speaks Chinese. Phones lifted higher. People tried to move closer. Security tightened fast, trying to keep order before the crowd surged too hard. The girl covered her face with both hands, embarrassed and happy at the same time, while her father laughed in disbelief. Dayo just smiled softly and kept walking. Inside the car, Min Jae turned his head slightly. You didn't tell anyone you speak Mandarin. Dayo shrugged. It's not the important part. Min Jae laughed once. Shanghai will disagree. They did not waste time. Hotel straight. No long rest. No comfort. Just a quick change, a quick briefing, and movement again. Because Shanghai was not the kind of place you keep waiting. Shunli met them before the real rush could even begin. He was already in work mode. Calm face, sharp eyes. Everything organized like he had been preparing for days, even though it had only been hours. You're late, Shunli said in Mandarin, but his tone wasn't serious. It was familiar. Dayo replied in the same language, smooth. You always talk like you're my manager. Shunli gave a small smile. Someone has to. They moved immediately, straight from the hotel to rehearsal. The venue was already buzzing behind closed doors, crew running cables, sound checks happening, stage lights being tested. Even without the audience inside yet, the place already felt like a storm being built. Dayo stepped onto the stage and looked out at the empty seats that would soon become a sea of bodies. Shanghai. This was the next level. He breathed in once, steady. Then he looked at Shunli. Show me what you fixed. Shunli nodded. And the rehearsal started. While Dayo and the team were still inside the Shanghai venue running through transitions and lighting cues, the internet was doing what it always did best. Exploding. The airport clip, the exact moment he turned, replied in Mandarin, and thanked the little girl, had already been reposted across platforms. The pause. The silence. The realization. The eruption. Every angle was circulating. Within hours. It wasn't just trending in China. It was global. And the comments were chaos. Liang Wei posted first on Weibo. 他真的会说中文，而且不是那种背台词的，是自然的口音，我震惊了。He actually speaks Chinese? And not memorized lines, it sounded natural. I'm shocked. Zhang Yushi wrote. I thought it was a PR trick. But the way he replied? That was fluent. How many languages does he know? Over on X, Marcus Johnson tweeted. Wait. So he speaks Korean, English, and now Mandarin? Bro is collecting languages like infinity stones. Emily Carter replied, I swear he sang part of that World Cup performance in Spanish too. Am I crazy, or does he know 4 languages? Ahmed El Sayed chimed in. The World Cup was in Qatar that year. Didn't he greet the crowd in Arabic? Somebody confirm. Nadia Hassan responded seconds later. Yes, I remember that clip. He said, Shukran properly. This man is dangerous. Kim Hyunwoo posted in Korean. 영어, 한국어, 중국어. 그리고 스페인어도 조금 하지 않았나. 도대체 몇 개야? English, Korean, Chinese, and didn't he do some Spanish too? How many is that? Sakura Tanaka added from Japan. At this point, I won't be surprised if he suddenly speaks Japanese tomorrow. Daniel Brooks tweeted, I need an official count. English, Korean, Mandarin, Spanish, Arabic greeting? Is he hiding a 5th one somewhere? Chen Rong wrote, 最可怕的是，他说中文的时候很自然，不像外国人那种生硬的感觉. The scariest part is how natural his Chinese sounded, not stiff like a foreigner. Kayla Thompson posted, I used to think the global artist label was marketing. Now I'm starting to think it's literal. Ethan Miller added, how do you break into Asia by actually speaking their languages? That's not normal behavior. That's strategy. Park Ji-eun commented, 이 남자 공부를 언제 했어? 무대도 하고 영화도 찍고 언어도 배우고. When did he study all this? He performs, shoots movies, learns languages too. And then the joke started. Jason Rivera. Bro probably ordering food in 5 languages without looking at the menu. Lu Ming. If he starts speaking Cantonese, next I'm retiring. Hannah Lee. Somebody check if he's secretly part diplomat. Underneath the humor was something else. Respect. People weren't just impressed. They were recalculating him. Back inside the Shanghai venue, lights flashed across the empty seats as rehearsal continued, bass echoing through steel beams. Dayo adjusted his in-ear monitor while Shun Li gave instructions to the stage crew. He didn't check his phone. But outside, millions of people were asking the same question in different languages. How far does he actually go? Chapter 340, Shanghai. Shun Li did not sleep that night. Even after rehearsal ended and the venue lights went dark, he was still moving, still checking, still confirming. He walked the halls like a man guarding a secret, headset on, tablet in hand, stopping every few steps to speak to stage hands, translators, security heads, and production managers. He was not doing it for show. He was doing it because Shanghai was. Not Korea, and Shanghai was not forgiving. If anything went wrong here, the internet would not call it a mistake. They would call it weakness. Dayo watched him from the side for a while, then finally walked up. Shun Li looked up immediately, like he had been expecting him. Everything is set, Shun Li said in Mandarin, calm and confident. Sound, lighting, cues, the stage lift, the backup plan for the lift, security lanes, crowd control, the outside screen for the fans without tickets. Even the emergency exits have staff assigned. Dayo exhaled, slow. I really owe you one, he said, also in Mandarin. Shun Li's mouth curled. You already said that, he replied. And you already paid me back the day you gave me that World Cup stage and made me look like a genius in front of people who never noticed me before. Dayo smiled, the memory coming back easily. He remembered the chaos back then, the pressure, the last-minute changes, the way Shun Li had held it together without shaking. He remembered thinking, in that moment, that Shun Li was the kind of person you kept close, not because he was famous, but because he was reliable. Still, Dayo insisted. If there is anything I can do for you, tell me. Shun Li paused for a beat, then leaned slightly closer like he was about to whisper a secret. There is one thing, he said. Dayo's brows lifted. Shun Li's expression remained serious, but his eyes had mischief inside them. After this, he said, you stop disappearing. For months like a ghost. You send one message. One. So I know you did not forget you have people in your corner. Dayo laughed quietly. Fine, he said. I will. That is all, Shun Li replied, then turned back to his headset like the conversation was done, because for him, it was. The work was always louder than emotions. Behind them, the rest of the machine was already in motion. Min Jae had been coordinating with the Japan side and the next stops, sending confirmations, receiving venue layouts, approving security ratios, and making calls that sounded casual but carried weight. The Asian world moved differently when Min Jae spoke. People did not argue. They adjusted. This was due to the reach he had created for about 4 years now. JD label under him has reached across all of Asia, having artists who stand their ground with seasoned artists. Jang Wook was the opposite. He looked like a man surviving on adrenaline and cold water, scrolling through schedules, checking ticket platforms, confirming transport lanes, and rechecking the artist lineup like he expected reality to change its mind. It was late, but nobody acted like it was late. Because tomorrow was Shanghai, and everything had to go smoothly. In the hotel, Dayo gathered the performers in a private room. Not a long speech, but to encourage and hear them out, as the past week has been stressful. And would continue to be. Just a steady voice in a quiet space, the kind of tone that made people breathe again. A few of the invited JD label artists were there, faces known across Asia. This were artists under JD label in China and Korea, together many who have become top figures in the industry due to JD label. Yuri sat slightly apart at first, hands clasped, shoulders tight. It was still new to her. She was not a seasoned celebrity who had lived inside cameras for 10 years. She was someone who had been living an ordinary rhythm not too long ago. She just won a national competition and then suddenly found herself on a project that turned into an international storm. Even in Korea, when performing, the nerves had been manageable because the culture felt familiar and the language was something she could lean on. Here was different. Different air, different faces, different energy, and a different language. So she was a bit scared. Would the crowd love her energy, or would they reject it? Dayo noticed her without calling her out. He spoke to everyone, but his words landed softly on Yuri too. I know some of you are tense, he said. I know some of you are thinking about the language and the crowd and the pressure. He paused, then smiled, small and real. Music does not have borders, he continued. Music does not care where you come from. It does not ask what passport you carry. It only asks one thing. He looked around the room. Are you honest when you perform? Silence held for a moment. Then he added, calm and firm. You are here because you earned it. You were chosen. Because you can hold a stage. So stop thinking about everything outside your control. Stop measuring yourself against noise. Tomorrow, we perform, and we let the crowd do what crowds do. Yuri's shoulders loosened slightly. Not because fear disappeared, but because she remembered something simple. She was not alone. After that, Dayo stepped closer to her, voice lower, private without making it a big scene. You are ready, he told her. Yuri swallowed. I do not even understand what I am inside, she admitted softly. Yesterday I was nobody. Now I feel like the world is staring. Dayo nodded. That feeling never fully goes away, he said. You just learn to walk with it. Yuri gave a small, shaky laugh. I will try. You will do more than try, Dayo replied. You will deliver. The next day arrived like a drumbeat. From the morning, the city felt like it was vibrating. Outside the venue, lines formed early. Inside, security moved in layers. Staff checked badges twice. Cameras waited like predators. Fans gathered with banners, light sticks, printed album covers, and signs written in Chinese, Korean, English, and a mix of everything. Even people without tickets came anyway, because Shunli had made sure there was a massive screen outside, and speakers positioned so the outside crowd could still feel the bass in their bones. When fans realized that, some of them looked genuinely touched, like they had been seen, like they were not being thrown away just because. They were unlucky. Then, minutes before the show, the air inside the stadium shifted. Not because anything happened, because everyone could feel it. That moment when noise becomes expectation. When expectation becomes electricity. And then the lights went out. The stadium did not become quiet. It became loud in a different way. The kind of scream that climbs the spine. The kind that makes your chest tighten even if you have performed 1,000 times. A single spotlight cut through the darkness. High above, a platform began to descend slowly. Dayo stood on it, steady, one hand gripping the rail, the other lifted slightly, not waving yet, just letting the moment breathe. His face was calm, but his eyes were sharp with focus. As he lowered, the scream doubled. OMG JD. DAYO. JD. 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 By the time his feet touched the stage, it felt like the entire stadium had turned into one living creature. Dayo stepped forward. He smiled. Then he spoke into the mic in clear Mandarin, smooth enough that it did not sound like someone reading a script. Good evening, Shanghai. The response was violent. A wave of sound hit him, so hard it felt physical. Dayo lifted the mic again. laughing quietly like even he could not fully believe what he was hearing. "Thank you," he said in Mandarin, slower now, more intimate. "I know you have many things to do. I know life is not easy. So for you to come here, for you to stand with me tonight, I am grateful." He made a small bow. The fans screamed again, and a chant started in Chinese, then mixed with Korean and English, then turned into something that was not even words anymore, just pure energy. Dayo stepped back, nodded once, and the band kicked in. From the first song, it was not gentle. Hit after hit, the crowd moved like they rehearsed it. They sang the hooks they could pronounce, and even when they could not pronounce them, they shouted anyway, because emotion does not need perfect pronunciation to travel. The invited JD label artists came out one by one. A roar for each entrance. Old favorites, faces the fans had missed, artists who had been quiet for years then suddenly returned under this tour's spotlight. The stadium reacted like people being reunited with a part of their youth. Cameras flashed. Names were screamed. Tears showed in places people tried to hide them. When Yuri stepped out, the reaction surprised her. For a second, she hesitated, eyes widening slightly, like she did not expect Shanghai to know her name. But they did. Not all of them, but enough. Enough to make her breathe in sharply and steady herself. She glanced back once, and Dayo nodded at her. That was all she needed. She stepped into the light, and she sang. At first, her voice trembled slightly, not because she lacked skill, but because she was standing at the edge of a dream she never planned for. Then the second line came, and her confidence locked in. By the chorus, she was fully inside it, holding the note like she belonged there, like the stage was her home. The crowd loved her for it. Not politely. They loved her loudly. They sang back what they could. They screamed after every line. They treated her like she was already part of the movement, not an extra. When the show finally slowed near the end, Dayo stood center stage, sweat on his neck, chest rising and falling, eyes bright under the lights. He looked across the stadium like he was taking a picture with his mind. Then he spoke again, soft but clear. "Shanghai," he said in Mandarin. "Thank you for making tonight real." He paused, then smiled wider. "This is only one stop. Next we go to Belgium." The roar that followed sounded like the stadium might crack. After the last song, Dayo did what he always did. He stayed. He signed. Not in a rushed, annoyed way. In a deliberate way, walking toward the edge of the stage, taking albums, posters, markers, hats, anything fans stretched out to him. Security tried to manage it, but Dayo kept gesturing for patience, kept nodding, kept acknowledging faces, because he understood something that many celebrities forgot. A fan never forgets the first time you make them feel seen. By the time he finally left the stage, his hand ached, his shirt clung to his skin, and his body felt like it had been drained. But the stadium was still roaring behind him, like the sound refused to accept that the night was ending. Backstage, Shunli was waiting, headset still on. Eyes calm. He didn't praise. He didn't overreact. He only said, in Mandarin, simple and satisfied. "No hiccups." Dayo laughed quietly. "You're too good," he said. Shun Li's mouth curled again. "You owe me one," he reminded. Dayo nodded. "I know." Then he walked toward the exit, surrounded by his team, the night air waiting outside, the next city already calling in the distance. For now, though, he let himself do one thing. He breathed, and he called it a night. Chapter 341, Shanghai Numbers. The moment Dayo got to the hotel, he had no rest. Jang Wook and the others came in almost immediately to report the numbers. Jang Wook walked in slowly, his eyes slightly dim from the stress of traveling and organizing everything. "Ah, Dayo," he said with a sigh. "If I had known this was how it felt, I would have just stuck to movie production peacefully." Dayo looked at him and laughed. Yeah, you can blame that on your greed. After all, the moment you saw the numbers, you were like..." Dayo changed his voice, imitating Jang Wook perfectly. "With such numbers, I can do whatever task you have for me." Jang Wook stood there, unable to refute it. The amount Dayo offered him was beyond what he would earn from working on 2 movies combined, and that was just a month's salary. So he accepted the poison that came with the job. "All right, fine. You win," Jang Wook said. "Can't you let someone else win for once? You're too competitive." Dayo smiled. "Yup, I know. Even my brother is scared of that." Jang Wook just shook his head, fully aware of how Dayo was. Almost immediately, Min Jae walked in. He looked back and forth between Jang-wook and Dayo before settling his gaze on Jang-wook. He was bragging not too long ago, right? Min-jae asked calmly. Jang-wook looked bewildered at first, then burst into loud laughter. Haha, how did you even know that? Min-jae joined the laughter instantly, leaving only Dayo sitting quietly. How wouldn't I know my best friend? Min-jae said. Look at that smug expression on his face. That's the exact face he makes when he gets challenged and says something like, I know I'm big and all that. Jang-wook couldn't stop laughing. He even coughed as he laughed harder. Dayo just looked at both of them with a tired smile, shaking his head. It took a while before they calmed down. When they finally did, Jang-wook's expression turned serious. All right, he began. The numbers we did in Shanghai alone are amazing. I spoke with the stadium management. The turnout rate was 100%. That means 62,000 people bought tickets, and all 62,000 showed up. The room fell silent. There was awe on their faces. Even they were not sure they had seen such data before. It's one thing for a venue to sell out. It's another thing entirely for every single attendee to actually show up. After giving them a moment to process it, Jang-wook continued. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Dayo personally signed 12,000 items. They all nodded. That number was high, but still within the realm of possibility given the crowd. Now, Jang-wook said, looking down at the file, down to the main aspect. We sold an estimated 280,000 physical album copies in Shanghai. In one day. Silence. Absolute silence. Then, what? Dayo's voice cut through the room. Shock was clearly visible on his face. His thoughts raced. If this had been the first week of release, he would have believed it. He had done bigger numbers before. But this was already the second week of the album, and nearly 300,000 physical copies in one day, from one city. Not a state, not a country, a single city. Even with the global spotlight credit behind it, the numbers were insane. Dayo stood up immediately and collected the file from Jang-wook, scanning through the report carefully, searching for any possible error. Min-jae and the others remained seated, still trying to process what they had just heard. Min-jae finally snapped out of it and leaned back. We prepared inventory for 200,000. They cleared it. Then distributors pushed emergency stock. Jang-wook added. A lot of people bought multiple copies. Limited Shanghai cover version helped. Some bought 3. Some bought 5. Dayo slowly sat back down, exhaling. Shanghai alone did this? Yes. No celebration. No shouting. Just quiet acknowledgement. Min-jae folded his arms. If Beijing mirrors even 70% of this. No one finished. The sentence. They didn't need to. The implications were already heavy. After a moment, Dayo closed the file gently. All right. We accept it. No mistakes in the data. Triple-checked, Jang-wook said. Good. He nodded once. Outside that hotel room, the internet had already exploded. The clips from Shanghai were everywhere. The moment Dayo spoke Mandarin at the airport. The moment he sang in Chinese on stage. The signing line stretching endlessly. The sea of lights inside the stadium. Zhang Wei posted first. I have attended concerts for 10 years. I have never felt a crowd move like that. It felt like the stadium was breathing. Lu Sini wrote. I still cannot believe he spoke Mandarin like that. The pronunciation was clean. I was shocked. Chen Yuhan said. I didn't get tickets. I was outside the stadium. Even outside, the bass was shaking the ground. Wang Lei posted a photo of 3 albums. I bought 3. 1 signed. 2 sealed forever. In America, the reactions were just as loud. Michael Thompson tweeted. Shanghai looked louder than some of our festivals. What is happening over there? Ava Rodriguez wrote. First Korean album. Now Mandarin. How many languages does this man collect like infinity stones? Joshua Bennett commented. He disappeared for years and came back multilingual. Korean fans were watching proudly. Kim Tae-yoon posted. Busan was crazy. Shanghai is bigger. This is global now. Han Seo-yeon wrote. Remember when? People said this would slow down. Japanese fans were already preparing. Saito-rin said. If Shanghai is like this, Tokyo is going to explode. Then came the posts about the signing line. Li Ming wrote. I stood 2 hours for a signature. He signed 12,000 albums after performing. Who does that? Su Jian added. 280,000 physical sales in Shanghai alone? That is not hype. That is demand. Videos of Dayo speaking Mandarin at the airport went viral again. One user, Lin Xiao, wrote, Wait, He speaks Korean. He speaks Mandarin. English. Didn't he also sing in Arabic during the Qatar World Cup? Another replied, how many languages does he know? And someone responded simply, at this point, enough. Back in the hotel, Dayo's phone vibrated endlessly. He didn't open it. He just leaned back in the chair, looking at the file again. Shanghai had done what many entire countries struggled to do. And Beijing was next. Min Jae finally broke the silence. Rest while you can. Jang Wook nodded. Because if Beijing follows this pattern, we won't sleep again. Dayo smiled faintly. Then let's not waste momentum. Outside, the world was still replaying Shanghai. Inside, they were already calculating the next explosion. Chapter 342. Next stop. Beijing didn't feel like a next stop. Beijing felt like a second launch. By the time Dayo's plane even landed, the atmosphere online had already changed. Shanghai was still trending in. Clips, still being replayed, still being argued about, and yet China had already shifted its weight to Beijing like it was hungry for something bigger. It didn't take long for the ticket platform to prove it. The moment the Beijing link went live, it wasn't just traffic, it was a stampede. The page lagged, the queue system broke twice, and the complaints started pouring in while the tickets were still disappearing, because in China, the demand wasn't emotional. It was numerical. When the final dashboard refreshed, Jang Wook just stared at the screen like his eyes were lying. Beijing was sold out. Not slowly. Not by end of day. It was wiped clean. And when show day arrived, the stadium looked like a living creature. The Beijing National Stadium held over 70,000 people, and that night it pulled in every single one of them. Not 99%. Not close. A full 100% turnout again. The kind of attendance that didn't happen twice unless you were no longer an artist, but a movement. Dayo walked on stage, and the roar didn't rise, it crashed. He didn't waste time with long speeches. He didn't need to. The crowd had already written the speech for him with their noise. The set moved like a machine. Hit after hit. Then the album cuts. Then the tour energy. Then the movie theme moments that made the stadium scream like they were watching Train to Busan in real time with their own bodies. When the show ended, the signing line didn't feel like a line. It felt like a river. People held albums with shaking hands, held ticket stubs like proof, held banners, held phones, held their own hearts like they were afraid they'd drop them. Dayo sat down and signed until his wrist burned, and even then, he still didn't stop until security and staff had to gently pull him away because the schedule was a knife. The next morning, the first China report came in. Shanghai had been crazy. Beijing was worse. If Shanghai moved 280,000 physical copies in a day, Beijing hit almost double, the kind of number that made even Min Jae blink once and stare like he was seeing a glitch. Between 540,000 and 560,000 physical copies in one day from one city, not a country, not a region, not an entire market. One city. Those were show day numbers city by city, not the full national totals. The country totals would come later, once everything settled and the delayed purchases, post-show waves, and retail reporting finally caught up. But even with just the show day figures, Shanghai plus Beijing had already crossed a line most people reserved for whole countries. Over 820,000 physical copies tied directly to the China leg's two biggest nights. But the thing that truly changed the tone wasn't the number. It was what happened quietly before he left. With no camera or press, not even a post nor a statement, Dayo decided that half of the China show's album profit was redirected into education support underfunded arts programs, music training centers, and school initiatives that weren't glamorous enough for celebrities to touch. It was structured through layers, clean enough to avoid noise, anonymous enough to prevent headlines. It was the kind of giving that wasn't meant to be seen, and it would have stayed hidden. It didn't. 2 days later, a finance thread on a Chinese forum caught it first small, suspicious, obsessive. Someone posted a screenshot. Then another person followed the transfers. Then a third person connected timing and amounts and wrote one sentence that detonated the whole conversation. This donation pattern matches his show revenue window. The leak jumped platforms like fire. Entertainment pages grabbed it. Fan communities did the math. People argued. People defended. People demanded confirmation. Dayo's team denied it once briefly, carefully because they didn't want it to become a PR machine. But the proof refused to die, and new undeniable evidence came out, forcing Dayo to admit it. When pressed again, Dayo didn't play saint. He didn't make a speech. He just said, calm and simple, like it was the most normal thing in the world. If people carry you that hard, you leave something behind. This is how I can give to the people that came out when I called. That one sentence became a caption. The internet didn't call him a star anymore after that. They started calling him a symbol. Dayo was already known for being a philanthropist, but seeing it done like this made people love him more than ever. Someone who would do a good deed and still not want anyone to know. Then Japan happened. Osaka came first, and even though the energy was wild, Japan's crowd carried a different kind of power, less chaotic screaming, more focused intensity, the kind of fans who watched you with their whole eyes and then exploded at the right moments like fireworks on cue. Dayo greeted them with simple Japanese lines, clean, respectful, warm enough to make the crowd melt, and then he let the performance do the heavy lifting. JD Label also had a branch here, and of course he called for his roster to come perform with him, singing in Japanese with them and making the atmosphere hot. The album songs still hit, even when the language barrier should have reduced the connection, because the crowd didn't need translation for rhythm, emotion, or conviction. Osaka moved fast. About 150,000 physical copies in one night, and the merch lines looked like they were never going to end. Then Tokyo arrived like a final boss. Tokyo wasn't just bigger. Tokyo was sharper. Tokyo felt like a capital that decided it would not be outdone by any city that came before it. The demand didn't slow, if anything, it tightened. Dayo did 2 nights in Tokyo, and the sales numbers climbed like a staircase, each step more disrespectful than the last. Night 1 pushed roughly 180,000 physical copies. Night 2 hit the number that made the staff stop talking mid-sentence, around 200,000 physical copies in a single night. Japan's total crossed the 500,000 line like it was nothing. Japan total, 530,000 physical copies. When you combine the Asia run so far, China plus Japan plus that original Shanghai shock, people started writing totals that looked fake even on paper. But the numbers kept proving themselves. China, Shode city figures so far 820,000 plus. Japan, Shode city figures so far 530,000 plus. Asia tour physical totals so far, 1.6 to 1.7 million physical copies. And this didn't include other days. This was just what moved on show days in those cities. Full country totals would come later, once China and Japan's complete reporting finished compiling. And that wasn't even counting the cities in Korea that started it all. As the Asia clips flooded feeds, Beijing donation leak, Tokyo stadium roar, fans singing Korean hooks without knowing the language, media everywhere started compressing Dayo into one headline idea because they didn't know how else to explain it. Chinese entertainment pages called him a borderless phenomenon. Japanese outlets called him the star with no language wall. American blogs and forums kept repeating the same jealous sentence. He left the US and conquered Asia. And underneath it all, the most repeated question wasn't about music anymore. It was about him. How many languages does this guy even have? Korean, Chinese, English, now Japanese. What's next? By the time the Asia leg reached its end point, the tour had stopped feeling like a tour. It felt like a moving empire. That night, they finally had their slow moment. Hotel room. Late hour. Bags half packed. Energy half dead. Min Jae, Jang Wook, Yuri, and Shun Li were in the room when the compiled report landed on the table. Not the full global breakdown that would come later, but the Asia leg alone was already heavy enough to bend the mood. Jang Wook spoke like a man reading his own exhaustion. This is what we've done so far. He laid it out, clean, brutal, undeniable. Korea's physical total across the cities they already hit, 620,000. China, Shanghai plus Beijing Shode city totals, 820,000 plus. Japan, Osaka plus Tokyo Shode city totals, 530,000. Asia tour physical total, Shode city totals compiled so far 1,970,000. Nearly 2 million physical copies moved in the Asia tour that they had calculated alone, in a window small enough to feel illegal. And the digital side wasn't gentle either. Across Asia platforms and regional services, the album had already stacked up around 1.8 to 2.2 billion cumulative streams. Not one song, not one hit, but the album body moving like a machine. Nobody celebrated in the room. Yuri just stared like her brain couldn't catch up with her life. Shun Li's expression stayed calm, but his eyes had that quiet disbelief that said even he didn't think it would go this far this fast. Min-jae exhaled once and finally allowed himself a small smile, the kind that didn't come from pride, it came from relief that their planning hadn't collapsed. Under the weight, Dayo listened without speaking, then said the line that made the room feel like it was closing a chapter. This concludes the Asia leg. Nobody argued. Because it did. All that was left now was the last stop. Later, after the report, Dayo called home. His brother picked up with the same swagger he always had, and within seconds the conversation turned into that familiar competitive banter, races, jokes, threats of stealing each other's spotlight. It was light. It was grounding. It was the only thing in the world that still felt normal. When the call ended, Dayo stood near the window, staring at the city lights like they were just distant pixels in a game he was forced to keep playing. Min-jae checked the schedule again. Tomorrow, we fly back to the U.S. to finish the tour. Jang Wook muttered like a man begging for sleep. Rest on the plane. Dayo didn't smile much, but his voice was steady. We start again when we land. Chapter 343, Dayo's back home. The flight from Tokyo to New York did not feel like travel. It felt like survival. They left Japan after barely half a day of rest, not because they were strong, but because the schedule had become a beast that refused to be fed slowly. People slept in broken pieces, some with their mouths slightly open, some with their phones still in their palms, some staring into the dark cabin like their bodies had forgotten how to relax. Jang Wook slept with a tablet on his lap. Wayne had headphones on, but nothing was playing. Yuri slept curled into herself like she was trying to shrink her nerves. Min-jae sat with his arms folded, eyes closed, but his expression still looked like he was solving problems in his head. Dayo did not sleep much. He watched the window and counted time silently, not with hours, but with urgency. When the plane finally landed in New York, it was morning. Cold air, sharp wind, bright sky. The airport, however, was anything but calm. Before the doors even opened fully, the noise was already pressing through like the fans had been waiting for weeks with their breath held. The moment Dayo appeared, the terminal erupted. It was not the screaming chaos of Korea. It was different. It was heavier. It was ownership. It was the sound of people who felt abandoned and proud at the same time. Dayo, welcome back. You left US. We missed you. Phones rose like a forest. Some people held album covers. Some held posters from the movie. Some held printed screenshots of Beijing's sold-out stadium. Some held signs that were half jokes and half threats. One sign read, "You went to Asia and started a war. Now come and finish it here." Security tried to push the lane open, but even security looked surprised by how many fans were there at that hour. The airport had barriers, but the barriers were shaking. Not because the crowd wanted violence, but because the crowd wanted proof. Proof that he was real. Proof that he was back. Dayo raised his hand. Once. The chant started immediately, clean and loud like the crowd had rehearsed it. Dayo, 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 JD, JD, JD. He was tired, badly, but he walked closer anyway. He leaned in and signed, fast and controlled. 3 albums. 1 hat. 1 movie poster. A girl near the front cried while laughing, clutching his old US album like it was a relic. "You betrayed us," she shouted, but her face was smiling. Dayo shook his head, voice calm. "I came back, didn't I?" That sentence hit the crowd like fuel. They screamed again, louder, and security had to move him quickly before the pushing turned into something dangerous. He waved as he was guided away, then disappeared into the convoy like a man trying to protect his energy for what was coming next. Inside the vehicle, Min-jae finally exhaled. They were waiting. Dayo nodded. "I know." He did not go to a hotel first. He went home. The door opened before he could knock properly. His little sister launched at him like a missile. "Brother Dayo." He caught her, even though his shoulders protested, and she held him like she was afraid he would vanish again. "You got thinner," she complained. "You got taller," he replied. His brother stood behind her, looking too relaxed for someone who had clearly been watching the driveway. "So Asia didn't kill you." Dayo smirked faintly. "Still training? Harder than you." Dayo laughed quietly. "You always say that time would tell." They ate together after a long while. With real food rather than takeout, and laughter filled the room. No cameras. No screaming. No stadium lights. His brother talked about training and competitions coming up. Just ambition and discipline. That familiar competitiveness. That same stubborn pride that Dayo carried too. The banter helped Dayo breathe again. But the moment the laughter faded, the weight returned. Because the next morning was not family. The next morning was war. JD label, United States branch. Conference room. Long table. Screens ready. Files stacked. The people present were not there to praise him. They were there to make sure the machine did not collapse under the weight of what they had triggered. Dayo sat at the head of the table. Min Jae sat to his right. Jang Wook sat with a thick folder in front of him, already looking exhausted. Valerie sat opposite, laptop open, eyes sharp. Wayne leaned forward, quiet, observing. Alice sat slightly behind Dayo, as always, steady and alert. Yurik was there too, phone in hand, still trying to catch up on how insane the world had become. Dayo spoke first, calm, controlled. No comfort talk today. Give me numbers. Clean numbers. Jang Wook nodded once. I'll handle Korea and the Asia leg logistics that started from our end. Valerie tapped her screen. I'll handle United States and international totals. Dayo nodded. Go. Jang Wook exhaled, then opened the folder. First, the movie. Train to Busan. 3 weeks old as of today. He turned the first page. Korea is still the core engine. Korea has held strong for 3 straight weeks, even with the tour chaos and the album drop pulling attention. He looked up once, then read. Korea box office, 3-week total, $182 million. Min Jae's mouth twitched slightly. Even he still reacted sometimes. Jang Wook continued, voice steady. Week 1 Korea, 78 million. Week 2 Korea, 61 million. Week 3 Korea, 43 million. The drop is normal, but the floor is unusually high because the tour and album kept pushing attention back into the film. He flipped again. Korean attendance record is still clean. Busan and Seoul boosts happened because fans kept treating the movie like a movement, not just entertainment. Dayo nodded slowly, absorbing it. Jang Wook moved to album. Now the album. 2 weeks old as of today. He pointed to a section. Korea album physicals, city-based sales only, meaning sales tied directly to show days and immediate local push. He spoke carefully, because he knew Dayo hated messy numbers. Total Korea cities we have confirmed so far. 620,000 physical copies sold on show days. He looked at Dayo to make sure the wording landed. That is not Korea's full market total yet. That is not online store totals yet. That is not delayed orders. This is only what we have from the cities tied to the tour days. Dayo nodded. Good. Keep it clean. Jang Wook turned the page again. Tour attendance. Korea leg hat. Sold out venues with near full turnout. Busan was the loudest marker. We already saw 100% turnout patterns beginning there. He paused slightly, then placed the folder down like he needed his hands free. Now Valerie. Valerie took over instantly, like a surgeon. United States first. She tapped her screen, and the numbers filled the large display. Movie. 3 weeks total worldwide is currently at $1.29 billion. The room went quiet. Even Wayne blinked. Valerie kept going. United States is still the highest single market, like we predicted. She zoomed in. United States box office, 3-week total, $528 million. Yurik whistled under his breath. He tried to stop himself, but couldn't. Valerie added the weekly breakdown. Week 1 US, 214 million. Week 2 US, 186 million. Week 3 US, 128 million. She looked around the table. And that 3rd week drop is normal. But the number is still insane because the Asia clips reignited US interest. People are going back to watch the movie again just to feel included in the movement. She switched tabs. International excluding Korea and US, 3-week total, $580 million. She broke it down without overloading. China is currently at 263 million total box office. Japan is currently at 141 million total. Europe combined is currently at 132 million total. Other markets are carrying the rest. Jang Wook nodded. That lines up. Valerie moved to the album. Album. 2 weeks old. She didn't smile. She didn't hype it. She just read the truth. US album performance is the most aggressive we've seen from Dayo in years. She pulled up the totals. US physical album sales in 2 weeks, 710,000. Wayne leaned back slowly. That's ridiculous. Valerie continued. Week 1 U.S. physical, 420,000. Week 2 U.S. physical, 290,000. She flipped to digital. U.S. streaming numbers are also dominating. 2-week U.S. streams across major platforms, 1.34 billion. The room stayed silent. Because those numbers were not normal. Valerie shifted to international album numbers. Now Asia show day physicals. These are the confirmed city-tied numbers only, just like Jang Wook explained. She pointed at the screen. Shanghai confirmed. 62,000 tickets sold. 100% turnout. 280,000 physical copies sold in one day in Shanghai. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly, because he remembered the shock of that day. Valerie continued. Beijing confirmed. Beijing National Stadium. 70,000 plus capacity. 100% turnout. 540,000 to 560,000 physical copies sold in one day in Beijing. She paused. Tokyo confirmed. 2 nights. Night 1, 180,000 physical copies. Night 2, 200,000 physical copies. She changed slide. Osaka confirmed. 150,000 physical copies in one night. Then she pulled up the total that matched what had already been established in earlier chapters. Asia show day physical total confirmed so far, based on cities only, not full country totals, 1,970,000 physical copies. She looked at Dayo. Nearly 2 million. And again, this is not counting the rest of China's nationwide purchase wave, not counting Japan nationwide orders, not counting delayed shipping orders, not counting online store Ripple. This is only what we have confirmed from show day surge in each city. Dayo's expression was calm, but his eyes were sharper now. He asked one question. And streams? Valerie nodded. Asia region cumulative streams across supported platforms and regional services, 2-week total so far, between 1.8 and 2.2 billion. Yuri's mouth parted slightly. She stared at the screen like she was watching someone else's life. Min Jae exhaled once low. Jang Wook rubbed his face. Wayne shook his head slowly, then laughed once, quiet and disbelieving. Yurik muttered, "This is not a rollout. This is a takeover." Valerie switched to tour revenue, because Dayo had asked for everything. Tour ticket revenue from the Asia leg, city totals only, based on confirmed attendance, average pricing tiers, and official venue splits. She displayed it. Shanghai gross ticket revenue, $5.9 million. Beijing gross ticket revenue, $7.1 million. Osaka gross ticket revenue, $5.0 million. Tokyo 2 nights combined gross ticket revenue, $14.3 million. Korea leg combined gross ticket revenue confirmed so far, $14.1 million. She looked up. Asia leg ticket gross total. Confirmed so far, $46.4 million. She raised a finger slightly. Merch and album sales revenue are separate. Brand deals are separate. Streaming revenue is separate. Jang Wook added quietly. And we still have U.S. leg coming. That sentence hung in the air. Because everyone knew. The U.S. leg was not going to be calm. Dayo finally spoke again, voice steady. Good. He looked around the room, one face at a time. We have 1 week to finish what we started. No one asked why he was pushing the timeline like this. They didn't need the explanation. They had learned the pattern. When Dayo moved with urgency, it was because he could see a finish line they couldn't. And the reason for Dayo rushing them was simple secret: the Glowback Spotlight card ends in a week's time, so he wanted to make the best of it and tour the U.S. before then. Valerie closed her laptop slightly. So what's the U.S. plan? Dayo leaned back. 4 shows. Fast rotation. Major cities. No wasted days. Wayne frowned. Producer brain already calculating. That's brutal. It has to be, Dayo replied. Min Jae finally spoke, calm as always. If we do it clean. No mistakes. Jang Wook nodded, exhausted but locked in. I'll coordinate the venue confirmations and movement. Valerie added. I'll handle PR timing and U.S. platform control. Dayo looked at them. Then we move. Outside that room, America was already boiling again. Because while they were sitting under clean lights and numbers, the internet was screaming in a different language. Dayo was back, and the real show was about to begin. Chapter 344, Tour begins. The meeting continued, and this time the room felt like a command center. Screens were alive, charts frozen mid-refresh, numbers paused in red and green, schedules layered over maps of the United States. Valerie was already seated when Dayo walked in, tablet in hand, eyes sharp. Jang Wook stood beside the projection wall. Min Jae leaned back in his chair, but his attention was fully locked in. Wayne was by the glass window, arms folded, watching Dayo like he was studying whether he had really come back or was about to disappear again. Dayo stepped forward. Good morning once again. There was no small talk, no welcome back speech. They had already hugged, already laughed, already celebrated his return the night before. This was work. Valerie spoke first. The 4 cities are ready for confirmation. We've been holding slots, but once we lock this, we move. Dayo nodded. Okay, list them. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami. The screen behind her lit up with venue holds and tentative dates. New York first. Madison Square Garden secured for 2 nights. Los Angeles second. SoFi Stadium, 1 night. Chicago third. Soldier Field. Miami final. Hard Rock Stadium. Wayne let out a low whistle. You're not easing back in, are you? Dayo gave him a faint smile. When have I ever eased? Jang Wook stepped forward and began. We've spoken to venue management in all 4 cities. The holds expire in 12 hours. Once we confirm, ticket rollout begins immediately. We're compressing this into 1 week. Valerie looked at Dayo carefully. 4 major cities in 1 week is aggressive. It has to be, Dayo replied calmly. Nobody in the room knew the reason behind the urgency. They only knew this was how he operated when he decided something. And the reason was simple: the spotlight card. Wayne leaned forward now. Bro, for stadium-level shows in 1 week after Asia? That's not normal. Dayo looked at him. Normal hasn't worked for us so far. There was silence for a moment. Then Valerie tapped her tablet, and the screen changed. Industry reaction report, she said. The room shifted. Studios have quietly pushed 2 major film releases back by 2 weeks. They don't want to premiere against your film's 3rd-week box office. Urich added. 3 labels have delayed album drops. 1 artist moved his project to next month entirely. They're waiting for your cycle to cool. Wayne shook his head slowly. That's insane. It's not insane, Valerie corrected. It's strategic fear. Dayo exhaled once. That wasn't the goal. But it's the effect, Min Jae replied. Wayne walked over and clapped Dayo lightly on the shoulder. You haven't changed. You still shake rooms without trying. Dayo looked at him. You've been holding things down? Wayne nodded. We paused one of our artist's album because of your tour push. 2 movie soundtracks got reshuffled. We've basically been clearing the runway. Dayo winced slightly. That's serious? Wayne laughed. Guy, the market is you right now. Nobody wants smoke. The room relaxed a little with a smile of Dayo's face. He couldn't say that he didn't expect it, but hearing the result made him feel good. He wasn't going to lie. Then Valerie refocused them. Are we confirming the 4 cities? Dayo looked at the map again. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami. My home, he said quietly. We finish at home. Confirm, he said. Valerie tapped the screen. Locked. Within minutes, the marketing team moved. Draft graphics went live. Official announcement scheduled across all platforms. For U.S. cities. 1 week. Final leg. The post went up, and the United States woke up. It did not take minutes. It took seconds. New York queue system hit 200,000 in under 5 minutes. Los Angeles servers lagged. Chicago's ticket page froze and had to be mirrored. Miami traffic doubled expectations before the official pre-sale even opened. Wayne stared at the live dashboard. They're starving. Urich smirked. More like Dayo has been starving. It had been 4 years since they had seen him on stage, so it's well anticipated after all. Dayo watched silently. New York Night 1 sold out in 14 minutes. Night 2 in 18. Los Angeles sold out in 22 minutes. Chicago in 19. Miami took 25, slower only because of server issues, not demand. Valerie looked up from her tablet, disbelief mixed with relief. We just sold out 4 major cities in under half an hour each. Jang Wook rubbed his forehead. The U.S. was waiting. Wayne grinned. You left and conquered Asia. Now you come home like this. Dayo did not smile wide, but something softened in his expression. This is where it all started, so we would end it all here. Valerie shifted to album projections. Physical album sales in Asia were massive per city, but the U.S. will behave differently. Your older English album is resurging. Retail orders are up. Streaming in North America jumped 28% since the Asia clips went viral. Wayne nodded. Language barrier didn't slow you overseas. But here, the English tracks are moving again. Dayo leaned forward. We performed both albums. The room paused. Both? Valerie asked. Yes. Old album and new album. No separation. Wayne laughed. You're really trying to empty them out. Dayo's voice was steady. They waited. I owe them. Min Jae studied him carefully. He could see the exhaustion behind the calm. You're pushing hard, he said quietly. Dayo met his eyes. I know. No one questioned him after that. Valerie continued with internal breakdowns. Sponsorship commitments locked. Security expanded. Broadcast rights inquiries already coming in. Merch production doubled. Wayne sat beside Dayo now. It's been a long time since we worked side by side like this. Dayo looked at him. I'm here for a few weeks. Don't waste it. Wayne smirked. You act like you're disappearing again. Dayo did not answer that. He just stood up and faced the room. 1 week, he said. We closed this properly. No one in the room fully understood why his voice carried that weight. But they trusted him. Outside the building, the internet was already boiling. U.S. fans posted screenshots of confirmation emails like trophies. Finally home. Asia got the storm. America gets the earthquake. He did not forget us. He's doing both albums. This is insane. Industry blogs began whispering again. For cities. 1 week. Post-Asia dominance. Competitors delay releases. Market recalibrating around him. Inside the conference room, though, there was no celebration. Just preparation. Just pressure. Just the understanding that the last leg would not be smaller. It would be louder. And when the meeting finally ended, Wayne lingered behind. Bro, he said quietly. You're about to tear the U.S. Open. Dayo looked at the city through the glass wall. No, he replied calmly. We're about to finish what we started. Asterisk. The arrangement for the show already began immediately as tickets were already sold out, and all that remained was the show. By the time the first show day arrived, the United States already felt like it had been waiting at the door with its arms folded. Not angry exactly. Not even patient. Just hungry. The airports had been loud. The family reunion had been warm. The meeting had been sharp, but this was different. This was not planning, not reports, not charts and dashboards. This was the part where the country that raised his numbers decided to remind everyone that it was still his home base. Jang Wook kept saying it under his breath like a prayer he did not want to believe. For cities. For nights that would decide the tone of everything that followed. Valerie was calm on the outside, but Dayo could see the tension in her hands. The way she checked her phone like she was counting down to a thunder strike. Wayne was quieter than usual too, watching like a producer watches a stage, measuring everything, sound, crowd, timing, energy. Min Jae stayed steady, because that was his gift, but even he looked slightly curious, like he wanted to see what American chaos looked like when it was aimed at someone they truly claimed. Dayo did not say much. He did not need to. He had brought the wave back home. And now he had to survive the crash. Asterisk. City 1, New York City. New York did not welcome you softly. New York welcomed you like a stadium disguised as a city. The venue had been chosen for impact, not comfort. Big enough to hold a storm, tight enough to keep the screams from escaping too quickly. MetLife Stadium. Over 80,000 seats. Sold out so fast that the resale market started acting like it had been personally offended. That night, the backstage hallway smelled like heat and metal and perfume and nerves. Staff moved like they had been trained in a war zone. Artists on the guest roster arrived with security and smiles, because even they wanted to be part of this moment. JD label artists from the U.S. branch, and a few familiar faces from the Asian run who had family in America, people the fans did not expect to see this soon, but who came anyway because the ending had to feel full. When Dayo finally stepped out, the noise was not a rise. It was a wall that hit him in the chest and stayed there, like the crowd had hands and those hands were grabbing him back. He stood for a second, just looking. Then he leaned into the mic and his voice came out lower than usual. I'm home. The crowd broke. Somebody in the front row screamed like they had been holding it in for years. People waved old posters from his last era. People held up his new Korean album cover too, but the old one was everywhere, like an old wound that finally got healed. The chant started before he even sang the first note. Dayo, Dayo, Dayo. Then it turned into something more specific, something that made the whole stadium feel like one throat. Welcome home. On the big screens, cameras caught faces wet with tears. Not aesthetic tears. Real crying, shaking hands, mouths covered, knees weak. The kind of crying you do when you realize an artist you thought you lost is standing in front of you again. He ran through the set like he knew what they needed. He gave them the old album cuts first. The ones people had begged for. The ones that made grown men grab their heads and laugh like they could not believe they were hearing it live. Then he let the new Korean album breathe, and it hit. It did, but differently. The English tracks and the hooks that fans already knew exploded the loudest. The Korean verses still got love, but it was a love mixed with effort. People sang what they could, hummed what they could not, then screamed anyway because the emotion translated even when the words did not. Halfway into the show, Wayne came out with him for a moment, not to steal attention, but to anchor the night. A short exchange, a quick laugh, a beat drop, then the stadium shook again. Later, Valerie stood at the side of the stage watching with a hand over her mouth, like she was trying not to show how relieved she was that the U.S. crowd had not turned this into jealousy. They were not jealous tonight. They were grateful. After the last song, he did not leave immediately. He walked to the edge of the stage and pointed at the crowd. I heard you and I am here. That was all. They understood. Outside, lines formed instantly for physical copies and merch. Not tomorrow, not later, not online. Right now, people wanted proof. People wanted something they could touch. By the end of the night, the U.S. report started with one sentence that did not look real on paper. New York City. Show attendance, 83,000 and change, full turnout. And the physical numbers made the staff stare. Old album physical copies moved in New York alone, 340,000. The old album, the one people said was done. The new Korean album also moved strong, but it sat under the shadow of home language comfort. New album physical copies in New York, 210,000. Combined physical moved off one night in one city, 550,000. Jang Wook read it twice in silence. Valerie only said, "This is just night one." And Wayne exhaled like he had been holding his breath since Korea. Chapter 345, United States Detonation. City 2, Atlanta. Atlanta came next because Atlanta always understood rhythm. Atlanta did not need to be convinced that a movement was real. Atlanta only needed to see if you could keep the energy consistent once the emotional return was over. Mercedes-Benz Stadium. 70,000 plus. Sold out. The crowd was younger in vibe, louder in a different way. Less tears at the beginning, more swagger, more bounce, more hands up like it was a festival. People brought signs that were half jokes, half threats. We forgive you, but drop an English album next. Welcome back, do not disappear again. The chants this time were sharper too. One more song. Run it back. He gave them what they wanted, and Atlanta gave him something back. Precision. The stadium sang the hooks like a choir. When he switched into Korean again, it did not die. It shifted. People did not know every word, but they knew the moment. They knew the attitude. They knew the cadence. They carried the beat with their bodies and shouted the parts they could catch, then screamed louder for the parts they could not. And the numbers rose. Not a little. A lot. The physical stands moved like a machine because Atlanta fans came prepared. They already had the old album in their memories, but this time they wanted it in their hands again, like they were rebuilding a shelf they thought had been burned. Old album physical in Atlanta, 390,000. New Korean album physical in Atlanta, 230,000. Total physical moved in Atlanta on show day, 620,000. The next morning, the headlines did not even try to be subtle. Rolling Frame wrote, Dayo's U.S. leg begins like a national event. Soundhaven magazine wrote, Old music reborn, new music respected, and the crowd refuses to stop. A morning show clip went viral because the host said, half laughing, half confused, this man went abroad and came back with trophies, and now America is acting like he returned from war. The fans had their own caption, though. They were not calling it a tour anymore. They were calling it a reunion. Asterisk. City 3, Houston. Houston was chosen because Houston was a test. It was not just a music city. It was a size city, a logistics city, a venue city. If you could dominate Houston, you were not just hot. You were structurally unstoppable. NRG Stadium. 72,000. Sold out again. By now, the industry had started moving weird. Not in public. Not with announcements. Quietly. Release dates sliding. Albums delayed. Movie premieres pushed back another week. Artists pretending they were taking a break, when really they just did not want to open their mouths in the same month Dayo's name was taking oxygen. Valerie said it plainly in the car ride over. They're scared to compete with you. Dayo did not answer. He did not look proud. He looked tired. Like he did not ask for the fear, but he would still walk through it. Houston's crowd was intense in a way that felt almost protective. Like the fan base had matured into guardians. They cheered harder when the Korean tracks came on, like they were trying to prove something to the world. No language wall. No excuses. Just energy. That night, the guest appearances hit different too. It was not just JD roster anymore. It was industry people. People who wanted to be seen on the right side of history. Artists showing up not to help him, but to align with him. One of JD's U.S. heavy hitters came out for a verse, and the stadium lost its mind. Then Yuri stepped out for her moment, and the reaction flipped. A wave of screams that sounded almost proud, like the American crowd was celebrating the fact that the world had given Dayo new voices to bring. Home, she sang, nervous at first, then she steadied, and by the second hook the stadium was singing with her even without knowing every word, because the melody did not care what country you were from. After the show, the numbers landed like a punch. Old album physical in Houston, 450,000. New Korean album physical in Houston, 260,000. Total physical moved in Houston on show day, 710,000. That was when the panic became visible. Not fans. Executives. Forums lit up with insiders trying to explain it. Entertainment pages started writing sentences they usually reserved for legends. Dayo is not charting, he is swallowing. Every metric is bending around him. And then, a clip circulated of a backstage conversation, not meant for public, where someone laughed and said, "If he drops anything else this month, we all die." It was meant as a joke. It did not sound like one. Asterisk. City 4, Los Angeles. Los Angeles was last because Los Angeles was the stage that liked to pretend it was above fandom, until it was not. Los Angeles did not scream first. Los Angeles watched, then decided. SoFi Stadium. Over 70,000. Sold out. But the outside was worse than inside. Because people who could not get tickets still showed up, like they thought being close to the building was still being part of the event. Screens were set up outside again, giant projections, the kind you only do when you know. The crowd will gather anyway, and you would rather guide the chaos than fight it. Inside, the light show looked like a movie premiere. Because Los Angeles needed that. The show started and Dayo did not ease them into it. He went straight for the throat. Hit, hit, hit. Old album anthem. Crowd erupts. New album cut. Crowd bounces. Korean track. Crowd screams anyway. Then he did something that turned the whole stadium into a single organism. He stopped the band. He looked into the crowd and said, "Calm, I want to hear you." The stadium started chanting his name. Not a few sections. All of it. Dayo, Dayo, Dayo. The chant kept going until it was no longer a chant. It was a demand. It was worship. It was pressure. And in that moment, even the cameras felt like they were shaking. Media headlines started dropping before the show even finished, because journalists had already accepted the story they were watching. Westline Daily wrote, "Dayo ends his U.S. run like a coronation." Cinema Pulse wrote, "Train to Busan is still printing money, and now the soundtrack has become a stadium religion." Soundhaven wrote, "Old album becomes a monster again, new album holds steady, and the language barrier cannot stop the movement." After the show, he did the signing again, even though his wrist had already been punished in Asia. The line was obscene. People holding both albums like they were holding a past and a future together. People asking him to sign old covers, new covers, ticket stubs, shirts, even folded paper with messy handwriting that said things like, "Thank you for coming back." Security tried to shorten it. He refused. He signed until his hand cramped. He signed until the staff started looking scared for him. He signed until it felt like the last thing he could give before the world asked him for something new again. When the Los Angeles report came in, nobody talked for a while. Old album physical in Los Angeles, 520,000. New Korean album physical in Los Angeles, 280,000. Total physical moved in Los Angeles on show day, 800,000. 800,000. One city, one night. And the detail that made Wayne's eyes tighten was the breakdown note at the bottom. Old album outsold projections by a ridiculous margin because the U.S. crowd was buying nostalgia like it was oxygen. New album remained strong, but it was not dominant for one simple reason everyone could admit without insulting the work. Language still mattered. Not enough to stop love. Not enough to stop the tour. But enough to make the old album feel easier to carry. Dayo read the report, then leaned back in the chair like his bones finally remembered they were human. Valerie looked at him and said softly, almost like she was speaking to a friend and not a boss. You gave them what they begged for. Min Jae nodded once, the smallest approval. Jang Wook rubbed his face and laughed without humor. This is not a tour. This is, I don't even know what to call it anymore. Wayne only said one thing. Now they'll expect the next impossible. Dayo stared at the table for a long moment. Then he stood up slowly, like the weight of all those cities was in his shoulders, and his voice came out steady, almost quiet. Let them. Outside, Los Angeles still screamed even after the lights went down. People were still chanting his name in the parking lots, on the sidewalks, on their phones, in comment sections, in videos, in captions. The United States had not just welcomed him back. It had detonated. And now the world had to live with the echo. Chapter 346, 1 Week 1. The last show ended like a ceiling collapsing. Not because anything went wrong, but because everybody finally hit the point where adrenaline could not carry them anymore. The lights went down. The chants kept going even after the last note died, and the backstage hallway felt like a tunnel full of sweating bodies, laughter that sounded half-broken, and people holding each other as they had just survived a storm together. The crew moved on instinct. The artists moved on muscle memory. Even Dayo, who usually stayed sharp after performances, felt his bones whispering that they were done. They got back to the hotel like a convoy that had been running for weeks without stopping. Nobody talked much. Nobody even argued. People just dropped their bags where they stood, kicked off their shoes, and let the silence swallow them. Phones buzzed. Notifications stacked. Valerie's device kept lighting up like a warning sign, but she did not even open half of it. Not tonight. Not after this. Jang Wook's face looked like someone had drained the color out of him. Min Jae sat down, leaned his head back, and closed his eyes like he had been holding his breath for a month. Then one by one, they crashed. Hard. The kind of sleep that is not rest, but shut down. When morning came, it did not feel like morning. It felt like waking up in the middle of a mission. Bodies were heavy. Throats were dry. The air in the hotel smelled like perfume, sweat, and victory that had been left out too long. People moved slowly at first, then faster once they realized there was a message waiting for them. Dayo had requested a small meeting room. Just a private office-sized room that could hold the core team and whoever was still on the roster for the run. Word traveled fast. Assistants knocked. Crew members exchanged tired looks and followed. Artists showed up in hoodies and caps, still half asleep, still carrying that post-stage daze in their eyes. When everyone settled, Dayo stood at the front. No stage lights or glamour. Just him, in a plain fit, looking like a man who had been pushing a whole world and finally reached the edge of the table. For a few seconds, he did not speak. He just looked at them. He looked at Jang Wook, who had been juggling venues, permits, schedules, and chaos like a man forced to learn how to breathe underwater. He looked at Min Jae, whose calm influence had made doors open in countries where most people would have been ignored. He looked at Valerie, who had carried the pressure of the American machine and still kept her head straight. He looked at Yurik and Wayne, who were always near him, always working, always catching the details nobody else heard. He looked at Yuri, who still looked shocked that this was her life now, but who had shown up every night anyway and delivered like she belonged there. Then he finally spoke. His voice was softer than people expected. Before anything else, thank you. That alone shifted the room. Because nobody had heard him say thank you like that in weeks. Not because he was ungrateful, but because there had been no time to slow down enough to feel anything. He continued, steady, deliberate. 4 weeks of constant pressure, constant movement. Different countries, different rules, different crowds, different time zones. Promotions, rehearsals, flights, sound checks, meetings, shows, then another show, then another country. We did more than people think is possible in this amount of time. He paused, then gave them the truth without dressing it up. We toured 4 countries within the span of 2 weeks. We ran show after show after show. We pulled off cities back to back. No real rest. No real breathing room. And nobody in this room can pretend it was easy. A few. People laughed softly, the tired kind of laugh that is really agreement. Dayo nodded like he expected it. That success out there was not magic. It was work. It was your effort. Your consistency. Your discipline. Your sacrifice. The fans see the lights. They do not see the hours behind it. But I see it. I saw it every day. He lifted a hand and pointed gently around the room, just acknowledging their effort and drive. Some of you were running on 2 hours of sleep for days. Some of you were fighting exhaustion like it was an enemy. Some of you had to hold your nerves down and still perform like nothing was wrong. Some of you had to smile through stress, handle the public, handle the internet, handle the pressure of being watched every second. He exhaled once, like letting something go. So I want to do something simple. People leaned in without realizing it. He said it like it was a normal business decision, but the warmth in his voice made it land differently. Those who want to go home today, you are free. If your body is done, go and be with your family. Go and rest for real. A few faces instantly softened. Then he added the part that made heads lift. But for those who want to rest up properly, I have a package. The room stirred. Dayo's expression stayed calm, but the moment he said it, you could feel energy wake up again. Not stage energy. Relief energy. I am giving everybody a 1-week break. 1 full week. No rehearsals. No meetings. No need for appearances. You can pick your dream place. You can stay around if you want. You can travel. You can go in groups. You can go alone. Whatever makes you breathe again. He looked directly at Jang Wook for a second, and the corner of his mouth lifted. And I mean actually breathe. Not that fake rest where you are still answering calls. Jang Wook rubbed his face and laughed quietly like he was about to cry. Dayo continued. Make your list. Tell the team what you need. Flights. Hotels. Reservations. Whatever. It is covered. Just enjoy your break. For a second, nobody spoke. Then the room broke into reactions. Not screaming or chaos. Just exhausted joy spilling out in small ways. People smiling like they forgot they still had that ability. People whispering to each other, already thinking of beaches, home kitchens, quiet rooms, somewhere without noise. Yuri's eyes brightened in a way that looked almost fragile, like she had been holding it together by force, and this was the first time someone gave her permission to stop. Wayne shook his head slowly, amused. Bro, you are serious. Dayo nodded once. I'm serious. Valerie cleared her throat, half professional, half grateful. So after the break, we resume light appearances. 1 or 2. Just to keep the movie alive, keep the album visible. Nothing heavy. Dayo raised a finger gently. Yes. Light. Controlled. No more madness. Then he added, and this part he kept tighter, quieter, like something he did not want to expand on. And for the next week, I don't want to hear any numbers. Not even a summary. Not even a hint. If you are holding reports, keep them. If your phone is full of data, hide it. For 1 week, I want peace. Min Jae studied him, like he understood more than he was saying, then nodded. All right. Jang Wook raised both hands in surrender. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That made the room laugh again, and this time it was fuller. After the meeting, the hallway became a soft wave of movement. People are splitting into groups. Few were talking about going home immediately, but the majority were talking about taking the break together. Some of the invited artists on the roster were already calling their managers, already planning their exit with relief. Rex and a few others took the next flight out. One by one, they left with hugs, tired jokes, and promises to link up again after the break. The hotel lobby kept seeing suitcases roll out like the tour was shedding its skin. Dayo stayed long enough to make sure everyone was settled. Long enough to make sure nobody felt forgotten. Then he finally went home. Home. The door barely closed before his sister rushed him like she had been waiting at the edge of the house with her heart in her hands. She jumped on him, laughing and talking at the same time, and Dayo caught her easily even though his body was dead tired. I missed you, she said, voice muffled in his shoulder like she did not want to let go. Dayo smiled, real and quiet. I missed you too. Abai Solo was there as well, steady, composed, the kind of presence that always made the room feel safe. She greeted him with that look that said she was proud but not dramatic about it. Dayo hugged her too, and for a moment, The pressure of everything else loosened. They ate. They talked. They laughed. The kind of small family noise that grounded him more than any stadium ever could. Later, when the house finally settled and the excitement cooled, Dayo stood alone for a while, looking out at the quiet street like he was trying to convince his brain that the world could actually be still. His phone buzzed again. A new flood of notifications. New clips. New headlines. New arguments online. He did not open any of it. Not today. Not this week. He turned the phone face down, exhaled slowly, and let himself feel the simple truth. They had done it. And for the first time in a long time, he let his shoulders drop. 1 week. Just 1 week. Then they would come back, sit down, and face the numbers that everyone in the world was already screaming about. But not now. Now, they would rest. He had done his best to utilize the global spotlight card, and it all worked out better than expected. All that remained was to rest and see how things work from here out. Chapter 347, 1 week 2. For 4 weeks straight, the internet had not breathed. Every scroll had led to him. Dayo. Every trending page had his name stitched into it. Every chart, every conversation, every argument, every fan edit, every industry whisper. Then, slowly, something shifted. It did not collapse. It softened. The dominance did not disappear. It reduced. By the time the United States leg concluded, and the Asia totals were still compiling, the storm that had swallowed the digital world began to calm. Not die nor vanish. Just reduce. The saturation that once felt like 100% pressure slowly eased into something closer to half that intensity. People were still talking, just not screaming as they were before. Inside the industry, analysts called it natural burnout, the kind that happens after sustained exposure. After a name has been at the top of the conversation for nearly a month straight. Nothing can sit at maximum heat forever without cooling slightly. But even at half the noise, he was still louder than everyone else. And the articles began to shift tone. Article, Billboard America. Final totals pending, but early indicators suggest record-breaking multi-region run. With official compilation still underway, distribution metrics from multiple U.S. partners indicate that Dayo's cross-continental tour has produced numbers that industry insiders describe as structurally disruptive. While final figures have not yet been published, early shipment reports suggest the Asia leg alone moved physical units at a pace typically reserved for full national campaigns, not city-based tour stops. Domestic projections are expected to exceed initial expectations, particularly for his older English catalog, which has seen a surprising resurgence across retail outlets and streaming services. Analysts suggest nostalgia and homecoming energy may have contributed to the renewed traction. Full totals expected next week. Article, The Hollywood Reporter. He left, he conquered, he returned. Sources confirm that while official revenue statements remain under review, Dayo's 4-week campaign may represent one of the most aggressive international rollouts in recent years. Industry executives quietly acknowledge that several film studios and album launches adjusted their timelines during his peak run, avoiding direct overlap with his release window. Notably, early tracking indicates that his previous English album has outperformed internal projections during his U.S. return shows, while the newer Korean-focused project remains strong, but slightly tempered by language accessibility factors. The numbers are not final, but the disruption is undeniable. Article, Beijing Culture Daily. Borderless performer continues to shock analysts. Although complete consolidated figures have yet to be released, preliminary tallies from Shanghai and Beijing show physical movement at levels rarely seen in modern city-based concerts. Financial observers note that donation-related transfers linked to post-show profits sparked additional public admiration, further stabilizing his fanbase in the region. Chinese music boards remain active in projecting cumulative totals, with speculation suggesting that once verified, the Asia segment may enter historic territory. Article, Tokyo Music Weekly. No language barrier, no ceiling. Industry watchers in Japan describe his Osaka and Tokyo appearances as among the strongest inbound international concert responses of the year. While album totals remain under formal review, retail sell-through rates during event windows indicate performance significantly above average. Domestic Japanese acts reportedly monitored the rollout carefully, citing the scale of crowd engagement as unexpectedly cohesive. Article Variety Global. Momentum cooling, but numbers still heating. After nearly a month of uninterrupted visibility, Dayo's digital saturation has begun to normalize. Social analytics show engagement declining from peak levels, a common pattern after extended dominance cycles. However, consumption rates remain well above industry median levels, suggesting stabilization rather than decline. The difference now is volume, not obsession. Totals expected to clarify trajectory within days. Unverified totals suggest largest multi-region entertainment run of the decade. Although official consolidated numbers have not yet been released, early distribution sheets from U.S. retailers and box office trackers indicate that Dayo's 4-week campaign may have redefined release. Pacing in modern entertainment. Cinema performance continues to show abnormal hold strength entering its third week, with domestic retention exceeding projections by nearly double-digit margins. Meanwhile, physical album restocking has occurred in multiple metropolitan areas, an uncommon occurrence in an increasingly digital market. Industry observers note that the surge appears split across two projects: his earlier English-language album experiencing renewed U.S. momentum, and his newer Korean project maintaining strong global traction despite language limitations domestically. Final totals are pending. Speculation is not. Article Korea Economic Arts Review. From Seoul to New York, the expansion strategy that worked. With 3 weeks of film performance and 2 weeks of album tracking now under review, Korean financial analysts suggest Dayo's international positioning may represent one of the most effective export strategies in recent memory. While domestic Korean numbers remain strong, it is the cross-market synchronization that has drawn attention. Sources within distribution networks confirm that U.S. audiences have revived interest in his previous English catalog at a pace that surprised even internal projections. Analysts caution that final cumulative figures are still being audited, but one executive privately stated, "When the dust settles, we may be looking at a global case study." Article Los Angeles Industry Watch. Studios quietly shifted release windows during peak run. Several mid-budget studio films and independent album releases reportedly adjusted their premiere dates during the height of Dayo's rollout period. Although no public statements acknowledged direct avoidance, insider scheduling logs show strategic repositioning across a 2-week span. Analysts attribute the temporary industry caution to extreme market saturation. For nearly a month, digital visibility metrics placed Dayo's name above all entertainment categories across multiple regions. Now that engagement has cooled to more sustainable levels, studios are resuming normal release cycles. But insiders admit something privately. They waited. Article Seoul Pop Culture Dispatch. Cooling period signals end of peak cycle, not decline. Social tracking data shows Dayo's engagement rate has reduced approximately 50% from its peak saturation week. Experts clarify this is not collapse, but normalization following unusually intense exposure cycles. Streaming numbers remain above average thresholds. Retail movement continues at a strong pace. Theater occupancy still exceeds expected Week 3 benchmarks. One media analyst summarized the situation. He dominated for 4 weeks straight. The fact that he's only cooling to half that level is the headline. Full audited totals are expected within days. And that was the new tone. Not hysteria. Not disbelief. Measurement. Inside his own circle, though, none of them were reading headlines that week. Because for the first time in a month, he forced them not to. For the first time in over months, there were no stage lights. No rehearsals. No screaming arenas. No airport security rushing him through private exits. Just sunlight. Dayo's family landed in Miami quietly. No announcement. No photographers. Just a booked private villa facing the ocean and 7 days blocked out with no schedule attached. His father walked more slowly there. His mother laughed louder. Janet treated the balcony like it was a movie set, filming the ocean from every possible angle. Abishala kept pretending she was not impressed while clearly enjoying every second of it. Jeffrey did not come. He stayed back in the United States, still training. He had competition goals, and unlike his brother, he was not in the business of postponing discipline. The first 3 days felt unreal. They swam. They ate. They argued over music in the car. They revisited childhood stories that had nothing to do with charts or cameras. At night, they sat outside and let the ocean replace applause. Dayo did not check reports. He did not open analytics. He did not ask about projections. He watched his mother relax for the first time in weeks. That was enough. On the fourth day, Jeffrey arrived. He walked in with gym bags and the same stubborn expression he always carried. "You look soft," Jeffrey said immediately. "You look late," Dayo replied. Jeffrey smirked. "Coach gave me 3 days." They sparred in the sand that evening. Not professionally, not seriously, just enough to remind each other they were still brothers before they were anything else. Janet recorded it and laughed the entire time. Dinner that night was louder than the others. Stories overlapped. Their father argued about restaurant expansion plans. Abishala asked about staffing. Janet suggested opening a beach location as if business decisions were weekend hobbies. For 1 week, the world shrank. No articles, no analysts, no headlines, just family. And in the background, the global conversation continued recalculating without him. By the time they prepared to leave Miami, the noise online had shifted from speculation to anticipation. The totals were almost ready. And this time, when he returned to the boardroom, it would not be projection. It would be final. But for 7 days, he let the empire wait. And that silence felt heavier than any stadium roar. 1 week later, the world was still calculating, but the team was sleeping. Phones that had not left hands for weeks finally sat face down. Schedules that once suffocated calendars were blank. Voices that had screamed over stadium monitors rested. Some went home immediately after the final U.S. show. Some disappeared into quiet. Some traveled with family. Some simply stayed in their apartments and let silence exist without purpose. 7 days passed faster than anyone expected. When they gathered, again, everyone looked different. Rested, cleaner, clearer. Yurik coordinated the flow. Valerie sat ready with compiled documents. Wayne leaned back with that half-smile he always had when things went well, but nobody had numbers yet. Alice sat composed and observant. Minjae and Jangwook joined in. Dayo stood at the head of the room. "First," he said calmly, "thank you for pushing through those 4 weeks. We moved across 4 countries. We ran more than 10 major shows. We handled film, album, press, and promotion simultaneously. Nobody interrupted. They all knew what it cost." He looked at Valerie. "Are the reports finalized?" She inhaled slowly. "They're compiled." The room shifted. John closed the door. Wayne leaned forward. Jangwook placed the folder on the table. Dayo sat down slowly and folded his hands. "Let's hear it." Chapter 348, Michael's Dilemma. Michael's office was built for quiet power. Thick glass, heavy wood, a view that looked expensive enough to make people feel small before they even sat down. But tonight, the room felt tighter than usual, like the walls were leaning in, listening. He had been sitting behind his desk for almost an hour without doing anything productive. No emails, no meetings, no calls returned. Just one screen open on his tablet, watching the same graphs refresh like they were mocking him. The curve had dipped. It felt like a controlled decline to him, and it was making him go crazy. Because it meant that noise around Dayo was not dying. It was stabilizing. It was settling into something sustainable, the kind of fame that stopped being a trend and started being infrastructure. Michael tapped the desk once, hard enough to sting his knuckles, then reached for the intercom. "Clara." A beat. The door opened almost immediately, like she had been standing outside already. Clara stepped in with her tablet held close to her chest, calm expression, hair pulled back tight, the kind of posture that said she had learned how to survive high-pressure rooms by not reacting to anything. "You called, sir." Michael leaned back slightly. He looked at her the way he looked at most people, like he was measuring what they were worth before he spoke. "Give me the current nature of Dayo's situation, numbers, movement, public attention," he said. Clara nodded once and walked forward, stopping at a respectful distance from his desk. "It's cooling," she said, "but it's not weakening." Michael's jaw tightened. "Define cooling." Clara swiped and turned her tablet so he could see. "The peak period is over. Based on tracked engagement across platforms, the overall hype is down roughly 50% from its highest saturation week." Michael's eyes narrowed. Clara continued before he could cut in. "Duh. But that is exactly why it is dangerous," she said. "Because it's not dropping to normal. It's dropping to a new normal that still sits above most artists' peak." Michael stared. At the chart. His mind stayed quiet on the outside, but inside, it was pacing. So it's still dominating, he said. Yes, Clara replied. Just not suffocating the entire internet the way it was during the peak cycle. He sat forward slowly, elbows resting on the desk, fingers interlocked. And the submetrics, he asked. What is actually fading? What is holding? Clara scrolled again. The clips are fading. The viral edits are fading. The daily arguments are fading. But the fan base activity remains intense. Streaming is still aggressive. The catalog uplift is holding. The community is still moving like a machine. Michael's lips pressed into a line. He didn't need her to explain what it meant. It meant Dayo had survived the most fragile part of a global wave. The part where hype either collapses or becomes loyalty. And it has been proven that Dayo has loyal diehard fans. Even he had seen their powers of them when he tried to bring down Dayo. Michael exhaled slowly, the kind of breath that sounded calm but wasn't. And the competitors, he asked. Other studios. Other labels. Clara hesitated for half a second, then answered carefully. People are still watching. Quietly. The majors are positioning. There are signs of date shifting still. Not as loud as before, but the industry still treats him like a plague to avoid at all costs. Michael's eyes lifted from the tablet to Clara's face. And we're doing what, Clara? Clara kept her voice steady. We are. Still blocked. That single sentence turned the air colder. Michael rose from his chair. Not in a rush. Not dramatic. Just standing up, like a man who could no longer tolerate sitting with a problem. He walked to the glass wall and stared at the city. All those lights. All that movement. He could control a lot of things. He could move projects. He could crush deals. He could buy silence. He could buy noise. He could put people in positions where their pride would destroy them for him. But Dayo had been a wall he couldn't find a crack in. Michael turned back. How many attempts now, he asked. Clara didn't blink. 8 direct outreach attempts. 3 indirect routes. 2 intermediary channels. 1 personal connection we tried to revive. Michael scoffed softly. And nothing. Clara lowered her gaze slightly. No response. No acknowledgement. Not even an assistant response. Michael laughed once, but there was no humor in it. So he can dominate 4 weeks, cover 4 countries, keep his name at the top, and still remain unreachable. Clara waited. She had learned when to speak and when to disappear. Michael's fingers flexed like he wanted to break something. He had tried everything. Soft approach, friendly approach, business approach, collaboration offers, technology offers, distribution offers, partnerships, private dinners, quiet invitations, and even a threat. No entry point. It made no sense, because no star behaved like this. Stars wanted attention. Stars wanted validation. Stars wanted to be seen. Dayo wanted results. And that made him harder to trap. Michael's phone buzzed on the desk. 1 vibration. Then another. A call. Clara's eyes flicked to the screen before she could stop herself. Then back to Michael, neutral again. Michael walked over, glanced at the caller ID, and his body shifted. Not fear. Recognition. The call was from his underboss. The woman who didn't raise her voice often, because she didn't need to. When she called, it meant she was already angry, and she expected the world to adjust. Michael picked up immediately. Yes, he said. Her voice hit his ear like ice. Explain. Michael kept his face calm, but his eyes hardened. Explain what exactly? You know what, she snapped. The wave is declining, and that should have been our opening. It should have been the moment we slip in. It should have been the moment our people find the angle. Yet the reports I'm seeing are telling me we still have nothing. Michael stared at the wall as if that would keep him from showing irritation. We're working on it, he said. Her laugh was sharp, insulting. Working on it, she repeated. Michael, listen to me carefully. This is not a trend we can afford to watch like gossip. This is leverage. Everyone is looking at whatever is powering this run. Not only us. Everyone. Other labels. Other agencies. Studio giants. Streaming giants. You think Disney is sitting still. You think Marvel is sitting still. You think they are just watching like fans. Michael's jaw clenched. Her voice intensified. This is a market advantage, and if we do not get in first, we are going to be the fools who watched history pass by from the sidewalk. We noticed Dayo first, and we are yet to get what he is working with. Do you know what this means? Michael's hand tightened around the phone until his knuckles went pale. I know, he said. No, she replied immediately. You don't know? If you knew, you would have results. This started as a one-week situation in the past. I gave you room. I gave you time. I gave you resources. Now it has been a full month, Michael. A full month of him dominating across regions, doing things that should be impossible, and we are still standing outside the door like beggars. Michael breathed in, slowly. He forced his voice to stay controlled. He is more guarded than expected. Guarded, she repeated. Or protected. Or hiding something. Or backed by something we can't see. Michael didn't answer. Her voice dropped, colder now. I want a report, she said. A real report. Not opinions. Not theories. I want to know what he is using. I want to know what system is behind this. I want to know what device is creating this pattern. If you fail to deliver, you risk losing far more than your pride, Michael. The threat was soft, which made it lethal. Michael's eyes flicked to Clara. She was still standing there, silent, listening without reacting, like a soldier. Michael spoke into the phone. Understood. You have 48 hours, she said. And if you need to move aggressively, move aggressively. Because the longer we wait, the more the world builds a wall around him. The line went dead. Michael stared at the phone for a long moment, then slowly lowered it to the desk. He didn't move. Clara didn't speak. The room held stillness like it was holding its breath. Then Michael's mouth curved slightly, not a smile, more like a blade being revealed. They think I'm going to sit down and let them crush me, he murmured. Clara's voice was careful. Sir. Michael looked at her, eyes sharp. They think I don't understand what's happening, he said. They think I'm blind. They think I'm incompetent. He stepped away from the desk and began pacing, left to right, slow, heavy, controlled. Each step looked calm, but his mind was burning. Let them think it, he continued. Let them keep shouting. Let them keep pushing. They don't know what I've been doing. Clara watched him, expression unreadable. Michael's voice grew quieter, more dangerous. I have been gathering evidence, he said. Not about him. About them. About what they have been hiding. About how they've been moving around me. Clara's posture stiffened slightly, just enough to show she understood the weight of that statement. Michael stopped pacing and stared at the city again, then turned back like he had just made a decision. Clara, he said. Yes, sir. Try to get me an appointment with Dayo. Clara blinked. The first sign of surprise she had shown all night. Sir, she asked carefully, an appointment. With Dayo. Michael stepped closer, gaze locked. Yes, he said. You heard me. Clara hesitated. We have tried. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Try again. Clara swallowed. Do you want it formal or private? Michael didn't hesitate. Everything, he said. Formal outreach. Private channel. Whatever works. Go with it. Make sure you don't approach with threats or arrogance. We don't approach him like we own him. We approach as we need him. Clara nodded slowly, mind already moving. Michael's voice lowered again, controlled, deliberate. I want to meet him, he said. Face to face. Not an email. Not a call. Not a message that can be ignored. A meeting. Clara's fingers tightened around her tablet. Do you have a reason to offer? A hook. Michael paused. A hook. He had 100 hooks. But the right one mattered. I want to talk business, Michael said. Investment. Distribution. Expansion. Something that looks normal. Clara waited. Michael's gaze sharpened. But the real reason is simple. Clara didn't ask. She just listened. Michael's voice hardened into certainty. I want to see him, he said. I want to know what he is. A quiet beat. Then Michael added, almost to himself, like a vow. And when the time comes, when they finally try to bite me off, I'll cut them where it hurts. Not with noise. Not with anger. With precision. Clara nodded once, professional again. I'll handle it, she said. Michael watched her for a second, then gestured toward the door. Go, he said. Do everything possible. Clara turned to leave, then stopped. Sir, she said softly. If he refuses again. Michael's answer came instantly, calm like poison. Then we stop knocking, he said with a smile, and waved Clara. Clara left. The door clicked shut. Michael stood alone in the office again, but the room felt different now. Less frantic. Less helpless. He walked back to his desk and opened a folder that wasn't on his tablet. A physical folder. Paper. Names. Timelines. Transfers. A trail. He ran his thumb along the edge like he was counting time. Chapter 349, Shocking Figures. The 1-week break did what it was supposed to do. It didn't erase the exhaustion. Nothing could erase 4 straight weeks of airports, stadium lights, rehearsals, interviews, and adrenaline, but it softened the edges. Faces looked less hollow. Voices sounded less strained. People laughed again without it feeling forced. That was how Dayo knew it was time. Not for another show, not for another flight, not for another headline. Time for the numbers. JD Label's United States branch had a private conference room on the upper floor, the kind with tinted windows and a table wide enough to make even confident people sit straighter. The room smelled like coffee, new paper, and money. Ulrich was already seated at the head's side. Posture clean, suit perfect, eyes on a folder like he'd been reading it for hours. Valerie sat to his right with a laptop open and two phones beside it like weapons. Alice was there too, Sharon Dayo's assistant, holding a thick binder and trying not to look nervous in front of people who lived on quarterly reports. Min Jae came in with Dayo and Jang Wook. Calm as always, like he didn't feel pressure anymore, like pressure had become his weather. Wayne followed behind them, Dayo's producer, the only one in the room who looked like he belonged in a studio instead of a boardroom. But even Wayne had a serious face today. When everyone settled, Ulrich didn't waste time with long introductions. This is a closed room. No assistants outside this table, no press, no staff that isn't cleared. Today is numbers, totals, and what the next quarter looks like after this impact. Jang Wook cleared his throat. The break had helped him, but it hadn't given him total rest. It recharged his energy. He still looked like a man who had lived inside airports and dashboards for a month. Still, when he opened his folder, his voice tightened into professionalism. Timeline first, Jang Wook said, looking around the table so nobody could pretend they misunderstood. Movie released in Korea on June 1st. The international rollout followed 1 week later. Album released 1 week after the movie, so the album release date was June 8th. He paused. We took a 1-week break after the last United States show. That break matters, because it means today's compiled totals reflect 5 weeks of movie performance in Korea and 4 weeks of album performance globally. Valerie nodded once, satisfied, because consistency mattered more than hype in a room like this. Dayo sat back in his chair, quiet, letting them talk. He didn't need to perform here. They already knew what he had done. What they needed now was proof. Jang Wook slid a sheet forward, then another, like he was laying bricks. I'll start with Korea, he said. Movie first. He took a breath, then spoke clearly, slow enough to land. In Korea alone, after 5 weeks in cinemas, Train to Busan has crossed 268.4 billion won. That converts to roughly $206 to $210 million, depending on the day's exchange rate. 5 weeks. Nobody spoke, or more like they couldn't. Jang Wook continued, because he had learned to keep moving when a room tried to freeze. The weekly breakdown in Korea is steady, not a fluke spike. Week 1 opened at 91.6 billion won. Week 2 did 67.3 billion. Week 3 did 47.8 billion. Week 4 did 36.1 billion. Week 5, after the break, still delivered 25.6 billion. No collapse, just controlled decline. He tapped the paper lightly. That's not normal for a domestic market. That is a phenomenon curve. Min Jae's expression stayed calm, but even he had that small, quiet look in his eyes, the look that said, we knew it would be big, but not like this. And that's just Korea, she said, almost amused. Now we go to the rest of the world. Her tone shifted because Valerie's world was numbers with teeth. International, United States, distribution, media pressure, global consumption. She flipped her laptop and projected a clean slide onto the screen at the far wall. International box office first, Valerie said. This is 3 weeks of international run after the Korea exclusive week, plus the additional week since the tour ended. The international run has now reached 4 weeks outside Korea. Jang Wook nodded again, confirming the timeline. Nobody could twist it later. Valerie pointed with a pen, calm, deadly. China, she said. In 4 weeks since international launch, China has generated 2.31 billion yuan. That's approximately $322 million. A low sound moved through the table. Not a gasp, more like a collective disbelief trying to hide itself. Valerie didn't pause. Japan, she said. In 4 weeks, Japan has generated 20.7 billion yen, approximately $143 million. She tapped again. United States and Canada, she said. In 4 weeks, domestic box office is $289 million. Wayne turned his head slightly, eyes widening. Even Wayne, who lived around artists and myths, felt that number land like a punch. Valerie continued, because she was in her element now. Rest of international markets combined, including Europe, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Latin regions, have generated $214 million in 4 weeks. She lowered the pen. So outside Korea, international total after 4 weeks is $968 million. When you combine that with Korea's 5-week total, the movie is now sitting at approximately $1.17 billion worldwide. The room went silent in a different way this time. Not all. Calculation. The movie cost less than $20 million including the PR to make, and now it has made more than the coast by a mile. Because once you cross that line, the industry stopped treating you like talent and started treating you like power. Ulrich's fingers interlocked on the table. $1 billion, he said quietly. In 5 weeks since release in Korea, Dayo still didn't speak. His face stayed calm, but inside, something shifted. He felt at ease that he made use of the global spotlight card well. He knew he might not get such luck again. Valerie clicked to the next slide. Now the album. The air shifted immediately. The movie had been historic. But music was personal. Music was where markets were tested, not just watched. Release date, June 8th. Jang Wook said, steady. 4 full weeks tracked. He did not rush it. He let the room settle. Week 1 global physical sales closed at 3.5 million copies. Wayne nodded instantly. That number had already shaken the industry. Korea alone accounted for 2.4 million of that first week total. Min Jae leaned back. Slightly. That breaks the previous first-week Korean record, he said calmly. Not proudly, just factually. Jang Wook continued. Week 2 accelerated instead of collapsing. Global physical for week 2 reached 4.2 million. There was a subtle reaction in the room. That wasn't normal. Second weeks were supposed to drop. Korea contributed 2.3 million in week 2, Jang Wook added. The domestic market didn't cool. It consolidated. Valerie tapped her pen lightly against the table. She understood what that meant. This wasn't fan rush. This was structural demand. Week 3, Jang Wook continued. Global physical closed at 3.8 million. Korea accounted for 1.9 million. The decline was there, but it was controlled, predictable, healthy. Week 4 global physical closed at 3.3 million. Korea contributed 1.3 million in week 4. He stepped aside and let the final figure sit. 4-week global physical total, 14.8 million copies. Silence. Then he delivered the domestic number clearly. Korea alone has moved 7.9 million physical copies in 4 weeks. No one spoke immediately. That number was heavy. Valerie leaned forward slightly. That is nearly double the previous 4-week Korean benchmark, she said. This is not edging past history. This is rewriting it. Jang Wook moved to the regional breakdown. China closed at 2.6 million. Japan at 1.9 million. United States at 1.5 million. Rest of world combined at 900,000. He looked around the table. Korea remains the dominant market, as expected. The album is Korean language heavy. The numbers reflect loyalty. Wayne let out a low breath. And even with language barriers, the United States still crossed 1.5 million. Valerie nodded. The film effect helped. The tour amplified. But the core driver was domestic strength. She switched slides. The revenue. She spoke precisely, cleanly. Average blended net revenue per physical album after distribution, retailer splits, and regional pricing sits at approximately $18 per unit. She did the math out loud. 14.8 million units multiplied by blended net equals roughly $266 million in physical album revenue within 4 weeks. Alice's eyes widened before she controlled herself. Wayne leaned forward, elbows on the table. That's physical alone. Valerie nodded. Streaming. She clicked. 4-week global streaming volume stands at 18.9 billion streams. The room shifted again. She broke it down clearly. Asia total, 9.7 billion. United States, 6.1 billion. Rest of world, 3.1 billion. Conservative streaming revenue estimate across platforms in this window, approximately $70 to $75 million. Min Jae spoke softly. So album physical plus streaming places total album revenue between $336 and $341 million. Valerie nodded once. And that does not include catalog uplift. She flipped to the final chart. The previous English album in the United States gained 2.8 million equivalent units in the same 4-week period. Global catalog uplift across all previous projects sits at 6.3 million equivalent units. Wayne laughed quietly, shaking his head. So the new album broke records. And the old album rode the wave. Ulrich folded his hands slowly. For weeks, he said. For weeks, and you crossed 14 million physical. 7.9 million of that in Korea. He looked at Dayo. The domestic market crowned you. The global market followed. Jang Wook added quietly. The industry saw the curve in week 2 and stopped competing. Valerie allowed herself the smallest smile. They didn't want to release against that trajectory. Dayo had been silent the entire time. Now he leaned back slightly. The hype cooled after the break, he said calmly. Valerie nodded. About 50% saturation drop. Dayo's eyes remained steady on the outside, but jumping on the inside, as even after the card was done, the hype didn't die totally. And even after cooling, he said, we're still ahead of their peak. That was the sentence that settled everything. Min Jae folded his hands. You broke the Korean 4-week record. You crossed 14 million global physical in 4 weeks. You generated over 300 million in album revenue in 1 month. Wayne exhaled slowly. And we did it with a Korean dominant album. Jang Wook looked at the final number Korean dominant tone more time. 7.9 million in. Korea in 4 weeks, he said softly. That's history. Valerie closed her laptop. When these numbers go public, she said, it won't be debate. It'll be documentation. Ulrich leaned back in his chair. The movie made you a global box office force. He tapped the album total lightly. This made you untouchable. Dayo stood. The sprint is done, he said quietly. Min Jae looked at him. But the long game starts now. No one argued. Outside, the industry was still calculating. Inside, the math had already been decided. 14.8 million physical. 7.9 million in Korea. Over 300 million in album revenue. And $1 billion film behind it. This wasn't momentum anymore. It was positioning. And they all knew there was still potential. So they had to drag it for a while before everything stopped. Chapter 350, Billboard Placement. Dayo rubbed his palm once and spoke like it was a simple curiosity, but everyone in the room knew it was not simple at all. Okay, we've seen totals and physical copies. I want to hear about how well it did digital. Song by song. Which ones are climbing? Which ones peaked? Which ones are still stable? And what Billboard did with it? Valerie nodded immediately, like she had been waiting for that cue. That's fair, she said. Because physical tells power, but digital tells reach. If you want to understand what the public really swallowed, you read the streams and the chart behavior. She tapped her laptop and the slide change. To a clean data. We track this across major services, Valerie said. Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music, Amazon, plus Korea platform carryover and regional services. The Billboard placements are based on current chart rules and verified tracking windows. Peaks are what matters, but stability is the real flex. Jang Wook cleared his throat and added, we are using 4-week tracking since album release. Not the rumor days, not the teaser days. Pure release window. Wayne smiled faintly. Now you're talking. Valerie began. She did not dump the numbers like a list. She made it feel like a story, because she understood that in a room like this, even numbers needed rhythm to land. The lead track was the first punch. Track 1. 7 clean version. Dayo featuring Yuri. In 4 weeks, this track has done 1.62 billion streams globally, Valerie said. Peak on Billboard Hot 100 was number 2. Peak on Billboard Global 200 was number 1. It did not just debut high, it held. It stayed top 10 for 3 straight weeks. Min Jae exhaled quietly like he expected it, but still respected it. Wayne nodded. That's the one people keep replaying because it feels like the doorway. Valerie moved on. Track 2. Dreamers. Dayo. This is the cleanest mass appeal record on the album, she said. It pulled 1.18 billion streams in 4 weeks. Billboard Hot 100 peak number 4. Global 200 peak number 2. It is the one that converts casual listeners into fans because it's easy to digest. Jang Wook spoke without thinking. It is also the one that brands keep clipping. Valerie agreed. Exactly. Track 3. Stay alive. Dayo. This one surprised me, Valerie said, and for the first time her tone sounded a little personal. It is darker, but it traveled. 910 million streams. Hot 100 peak number 7. Global 200 peak number 5. It moves like a slow burn, meaning it will age well. Dayo's face stayed calm, but Wayne could see satisfaction in the way Dayo's eyes softened for 1 second. That was a producer's happiness. Quiet. Private. Track 4. Left and Right. Dayo featuring Min Jae. When that title appeared, Min Jae's eyebrow lifted. Valerie smiled slightly. Yes, this one. In 4 weeks. 860 million streams, she said. Hot 100 peak number 9. Global 200 peak number 6. It is the one that pulled in the Korean fanbase and the American pop fanbase at the same time, because your voices feel like two different worlds meeting without fighting. Min Jae laughed once. I keep telling people I'm not an idol. They don't believe me. Wayne leaned forward. That record is a bridge. It is a bridge song. It made the album look like it belonged everywhere. Valerie continued. Track 5. Show 'em. Dayo featuring Yuri. This one moved like a performance clip, she said. 750 million streams in 4 weeks. Hot 100 peak number 12. Global 200 peak number 8. It got an extra push because the choreography clips went viral, even outside music. Spaces. Min Jae glanced at Dayo. Shun Lee's people were eating that one. Dayo nodded once. He did not say it, but everyone knew. A song that danced well always traveled faster. Track 6. Money. Dayo. This is a confidence record, Valerie said. It did 690 million streams. Hot 100 peak number 15. Global 200 peak number 10. It had strong replay because it became the soundtrack for the trend where fans posted the album cover beside Train to Busan tickets. Wayne laughed quietly. That trend did not even feel real. It felt like a machine. Valerie did not disagree. It behaved like a machine. Track 7. Celebrity. Dayo. This is one of the highest Korean domestic holds, she said. In 4 weeks, 610 million streams. Hot 100 peak number 18. Global 200 peak number 12. Korea kept it stable, and Japan responded to it in a way that surprised even our forecast. Dayo leaned forward slightly. Because it feels like a letter. Valerie nodded. Yes. Track 8. Dynamite. Dayo. This is the record that pulled in the widest age range, she said. 560 million streams in 4 weeks. Hot 100 peak number 20. Global 200 peak number 13. It was not the biggest on paper, but it was the most useful. It kept the album visible in casual playlists. Jangwook added. It also got placed on more public playlists than any other track. Valerie's eyes flickered. Correct. Track 9. That. Dayo. 540 million streams, Valerie said. Hot 100 peak number 22. Global 200 peak. Number 15. This one became a stadium record. It hits harder live than it does in headphones, which means it will explode again once tour clips circulate. Wayne tapped the table lightly, like he was already hearing the drums. Track 10. DDU Do. Dayo. 505 million streams, Valerie said. Hot 100 peak number 25. Global 200 peak number 16. It's not soft. It's not polite. It is pure energy, so it stuck to gym playlists and dance spaces fast. Min Jae nodded. That one is a fight song. Valerie moved to the track that had the most complicated credit line. Track 11. Bad Decisions. Dayo featuring Yuri featuring Blake. This one did 720 million streams in 4 weeks, she said. Hot 100 peak number 11. Global 200 peak number 7. It had strong replay in the US because the feature lineup feels familiar, and the chorus is easy even for people who don't understand the Korean lines. Dayo's voice was calm. So the language barrier doesn't kill it. Valerie replied immediately. It doesn't kill it. It shifts the curve. People don't sing every line, but they replay the feeling. Then she zoomed out. Now, overall chart behavior, she said, flipping to a summary slide. In the first 2 weeks after release, the Hot 100 had 12 tracks enter the top 100 at once. 7 of them entered top 20. That is not normal for a non-English dominant album. It is a historic pattern. Ulrich, who had been quiet for most of the presentation, finally spoke. So you're telling me the album didn't just sell. It occupied. Valerie nodded. It occupied. Valerie closed the chart slide, but kept the laptop open. Now we need to talk about what this digital performance means, she said. It means the album is not only a Korean event. It is a global playlist event. It means radio will follow even if they don't want to. It means every label in America is watching you, and the ones who hate you are watching you twice. Dayo leaned back again, calm, and Wayne knew that calm. It was not peace. It was control. That was when Sharon stepped in. She did not burst in dramatically. She entered like someone who knew this room had authority, but also knew what she was carrying mattered. Sir, Sharon said carefully, someone is here to see you. Dayo's eyes lifted slowly. I didn't book anything for today. Sharon nodded. You didn't. She said it's urgent. Who? Sharon hesitated for half a second, then said it straight. Michael's assistant. She said Michael wants to see you. The room changed temperature. Not panic. Not noise. Just a sharp shift. Valerie's mouth tightened like she had tasted something bitter. Wayne sat up straighter. Min Jae's expression hardened, not angry, just alert. Dayo didn't flinch. He didn't even look surprised, like he had already known this day would come, just not the exact hour. He stood slowly. How many people did she come with? Sharon shook her head. Just her. But she's outside the building, not inside. Security is holding her at the front. Dayo looked at Valerie briefly, and Valerie understood what he was asking without words. She spoke first. He wants a meeting because he wants leverage, Valerie said. Or he wants access. Or he wants a conversation he can twist later. Wayne's voice went low. He also wants to feel like he still has authority over you. Min Jae leaned back slightly. He's not calling because he respects you. He's calling because you scared him. Dayo's voice stayed calm. I know. He looked at Sharon. Decline it. Sharon blinked once. Sir. Tell her I'm not available, Dayo repeated. Not today. Sharon nodded quickly. Understood. She turned to leave, then paused. Sir, she asked if you want her to wait. Dayo's eyes didn't change. No. The single syllable landed clean. Sharon left. A silence followed her, but it wasn't empty. It was loaded with the things nobody said out loud. Wayne spoke first, careful. You're sure you want to ignore him? Dayo looked at him, calm. I'm not ignoring him, he said. I'm refusing him. Valerie nodded once, approving the precision. Min Jae watched Dayo closely. You already know he's not alone, Min Jae said. Dayo nodded. I know, he replied. That's why this isn't about ego. This is about timing. I'm not going to walk into his space when I'm the one holding momentum. Valerie shut her laptop halfway. And if he keeps pushing? Dayo answered without hesitation. Let him push. He said. The more he pushes, the more he exposes what's behind him. Wayne's voice went softer. You haven't forgiven him. Dayo didn't deny it. 4 years ago he tried to break me in public, Dayo said. Eyes steady. Fake scandals. Fake copyright. Fake lawsuits. He wanted to erase my name. I didn't forget that, and I can't forget that. Min Jae's jaw tightened slightly. And now he wants to sit with you like nothing happened. Dayo's mouth twitched. Not a smile. More like contempt controlled. He wants to know what I'm doing, Dayo said. He wants the engine. Valerie leaned in slightly. And you won't give it. Dayo shook his head once. I won't even give him a conversation. Moreover, it's not like I am doing anything special, he said. The room fell quiet again, but this time it felt resolved. The numbers were on paper. The album had carved the charts. The world was already reacting. And Michael was knocking. Dayo looked at Valerie and Jang Wook. Save the charts, he said. I want this packaged clean. When the headlines drop, I want the receipts ready. No arguments. No back and forth. Just facts. Valerie nodded. Already done. Jang Wook exhaled slowly. Then what? Dayo glanced toward the tinted window, toward the city beyond it, then back to them. Then we keep moving, he said quietly. Michael can wait outside. The world won't. Chapter 351. News about numbers. Articles started dropping the way storms arrived, not one by one, but in stacks, across time zones, across languages, across platforms that usually did not agree on anything. Because this was not just a successful album anymore. This was record behavior. The kind that forced the industry to stop pretending it could predict anything. In Korea, the conversation turned from excitement to disbelief the moment the compiled 4-week report hit the public. It was not just that Dayo sold well. It was that he rewrote benchmarks people treated like permanent. For week physical total for the album sat at 14.8 million copies globally. Korea alone accounted for 7.9 million physical copies in 4 weeks. The first week in Korea was the part that broke people's brains, because it did not creep up. It landed like a meteor and refused to cool. The numbers were not just the highest. They were the fastest. And streams moved with the same disrespect. The album's 4-week global streaming total hit 18.9 billion, with Korea leading the charge and the United States still pushing hard even with the language barrier. Once those numbers became public, the headlines stopped sounding like promo and started sounding like panic, because every media house knew they were watching a record being torn open in real time. Korea entertainment headlines. New 4-week king crowned. Dayo smashes Korea album records with 7.9 million physical copies. The moment the report landed, Korean media stopped using the usual words like strong performance and switched to the kind of language reserved for rare moments. 7.9 million physical in 4 weeks wasn't just high. It was a demolition of the comfort zone. The previous 4-week benchmark wasn't challenged. It was made irrelevant, and what shook insiders most was the speed. The album didn't climb. It arrived at the top and stayed there long enough for the whole market to feel forced to orbit it. Melon charts locked. Dayo holds multiple top spots as album streams surge beyond normal limits. It wasn't one song doing the heavy lifting. It was the body of work behaving like a machine. Multiple tracks pressed into high positions at once, and the streaming pattern looked less like a hit and more like a takeover. Analysts described it as the kind of saturation that usually only happens when a home market decides an artist is theirs, and Korea moved like it had made that decision already. Korea has never seen this speed. For weeks in, and the record is already gone. Fans calling it a cultural event, not an album. Dayo's Korean release turns into national obsession. Physical sales break the ceiling. Industry insiders quiet as Dayo redefines the 4-week benchmark. United States headlines. Non-English album moves like a domestic giant. Dayo's Korean project breaks into U.S. consumption patterns. The shock wasn't just that Americans listened. It was that they bought. A foreign language album usually stays niche or gets treated like a cultural curiosity, but this one moved. Through regular fan behavior, repeat listening, physical buying, bundling, forum debates, and chart watching, U.S. commentary kept returning to one line. People weren't buying because they understood every word. They were buying because the album had become proof of momentum, and momentum was something Dayo's fans trusted more than language. Foreign language barrier fails. Dayo's Korean album clears 1 million U.S. physical in 4 weeks. Industry watchers expected the language barrier to cap physical buying, especially after the first wave. It didn't. The pattern flipped into something more emotional. Fans buying the album like it was a badge, like they were participating in a moment they didn't want to miss. Some outlets even pointed out that the Korean market led the numbers, but the U.S. market refused to behave like a secondary lane. It kept pushing, and that made the record look less regional and more global. Billboard stunned by multi-track pressure as Dayo's Korean era refuses to stay overseas. U.S. fans admit the truth. They bought the album without understanding every word. China headlines. China joins the wave. Dayo's Korean album turns physical demand into a high-speed market. Chinese outlets didn't frame it as international success. They framed it as a market event. The language used was the same language used for domestic giants. Demand curves, supply pressure, resale behavior, and retail flow. Commentators highlighted the speed with which physical copies moved and the way fans treated releases like collectibles instead of casual purchases. The tone was simple. This wasn't a guest appearance in China. This was China participating in a wave that was already too big to ignore. Streaming surge meets physical hunger. China consumption confirms the album is not a trend. Japan headlines. Japan treats it like a local release. Dayo's Korean album builds repeat listening culture. Japan's press leaned into the strangest part. The audience behavior looked domestic. Fans treated it like an event, not a foreign detour. Reviews focused less on language and more on performance, production, hooks, and the emotional clarity in delivery. The narrative shifted quickly from "Can he hold Japan?" to "Japan is holding him," because the repeat listening pattern showed commitment, not curiosity. From curiosity to commitment, Japanese fans turned Korean album into a physical buying moment. Global industry headlines. 4 weeks, 14.8 million physical copies. The album that broke the modern sprint record. Labels watching quietly. Dayo's Korean album moves like a global franchise. It is not just sales, it is occupation. Dayo's release floods markets at once. The articles kept repeating the same ideas, just dressed in different languages. They kept calling it unprecedented. They kept calling it unnatural. They kept calling it a phenomenon. But the most aggressive words were always saved for the Korean numbers, because Korea was the proof point that could not be explained away. It was his second market by culture, yet it behaved like a home base that had been waiting for him. The funniest part was that the numbers were not even the only headline. The album became a badge. People did not just say they listened. They started showing proof. The comments did not live under one post anymore. They lived everywhere, under news pages, under fan accounts, under forum threads, under music charts, under ticket resale screenshots, under pictures of people holding albums like trophies. And the flexing started immediately. Hannah Kim posted a photo of her shelf, the album centered like a crown, train tickets fanned around it like petals. I am not joking. I have never bought physical in my life, but this one feels like history. This is my proof. Dayo Park replied under her with a laugh. History is good, but you only have Busan ticket. I have Busan and Seoul. Don't play with me. Soyeon Kong jumped in. You people are crazy. I have Busan, Seoul, Shanghai, and Tokyo. I feel like I have passports in my room. Jun Seo wrote the comment that got pinned by thousands. Please, I used to drag people for buying albums. Now I am counting versions like a lunatic. I can't understand the sickness. Minji Lee posted a picture of her wristband from the show with the album in her palm. I cried when the chorus hit live. I cried again when I got home and saw the records. I don't even know why I am emotional. I just am. Keiko Tanaka in Japan posted with a simple caption, and it did numbers. I bought it even though I don't understand every lyric. The feeling is clear. The rhythm is clear. The intent is clear. Ryo Nakamura replied. My father asked why I'm listening to Korean. I told him I am listening to Dayo, not a language. Zhang Wei posted from China, bragging like it was a sport. You people think you are fans. I lined up twice. I bought 3 copies for friends who did not even ask. This is a duty. Lume replied immediately. I bought it because of the donation thread. Then I stayed because the songs are actually good. I don't know how he did this. Then the United States fans arrived in the comment streams with the loudest emotions, not pure anger, not pure joy, but that jealous pride that only home base fans could have. Kayla Johnson posted, I love him, but I'm still mad. We waited years. Then he went and broke records in Korea like it was nothing. I'm proud and offended at the same time. Marcus Reed replied, I'm not mad anymore. I heard the album and I shut up. I don't even understand all the lyrics. I still know it's a hit. Samantha Rivera posted a picture of her collection with receipts laid out like evidence. This is my flex. Old album, new album, movie ticket stubs. Don't talk to me unless you have the full set. Tyrese Coleman replied, laughing. She said don't talk to me. I'm screaming. But she's right though. Alicia Brooks posted. I went to 2 shows. I bought copies for my cousins. I don't even like spending money. Dayo turned me into a spender. Jordan Miles typed what everyone was thinking. This is bigger than music now. Every time I open my phone it is Dayo, movie, album, tour, record, charity rumor, language clips. Bro, let us breathe. And immediately someone countered him. Noah Bennett replied. Breathe later. We are witnessing history. The funniest comments were the ones where fans competed like it was a scoreboard, bragging about who had the better proof. Yin Jihan posted, nobody has a better collection than me. I have tickets from every country, every stop, every wristband, every album version. I am not even sorry. Chloe Simmons replied, that is not a collection, that is a museum. Then the chant comments returned, because even online the stadium energy didn't die. It just changed form. Mincio Park typed it first. Go Dayo, go JD, go JD. Then the replies stacked until it became a wall. Go JD. Go Dayo. We saw history. We were there. We did this. And that was the part that made the album feel bigger than numbers. Because once fans started speaking like they were part of the win, the industry understood something the charts could not explain. This was not just consumption. This was loyalty turning into movement. And when an album became a movement, the records did not feel like the end. They felt like the beginning of what would happen next. And this was just the shock. From the album, not including the movie. Chapter 352, News about Numbers 2. The album headlines had barely cooled when the second wave hit, heavier and hotter. Music could always be debated. People could argue taste, call it national, call it timing, call it hype. But once the final box office compilation crossed the confirmed line, debate died. The industry went into proper chaos, because numbers like this were not emotional. They were structural. The production budget had been clear from the start. $15 million. That number became the center of every article the moment the worldwide total stabilized above $1 billion. Once people did the math, the shock stopped being excitement and became pure disbelief. $1 billion gross on a $15 million budget. That was not just a hit. That was multiplication. The headlines came in like analysts trying to solve a riddle. Korea Film Press. From 15 million to 1 billion. Korea witnesses one of the highest ROI films in modern era. Korean film journalists did not focus on hype. They focused on return. A domestic release that opened on June 1st and scaled into global dominance within 5 weeks was rare. But what stunned financial analysts was not just the billion, it was the ratio. A 15 million production cost returning over 1 billion in global revenue represented one of the most aggressive return on investment curves seen in recent memory. Commentators called it a case study that film schools would dissect for years. Train to Busan redefines Korean export cinema. Domestic film becomes global power. Korean coverage emphasized something else. This was not a Hollywood property, not a franchise sequel, not attached to an established cinematic universe. It was a Korean-led production that began as a domestic release and expanded outward. The message across editorials was clear. The film did not just perform, it expanded the perception of what Korean cinema could command internationally. United States trade publications. Low-budget thriller turns billion-dollar giant. Dayo's film becomes box office outlier. American trade outlets ran the numbers in clean breakdown charts. Production cost, $15 million. Global gross, $1.17 billion. Profit margin projections showed figures that made studio executives uncomfortable. One columnist wrote that the film generated over 70 times its production cost before marketing and distribution splits. Even after back-end participation and theater percentages, the net remained staggering. Analysts described it as the kind of result that resets negotiation power for anyone attached to it. Hollywood studios caught off guard as Korean-led film dominates international cycle. Several American reports did not hide their tone. There was surprise layered with irritation. The film had not followed the traditional pipeline. It did not build through months of North American press first. It exploded in Asia, then walked into the U.S. market. Already armed with numbers. One analyst bluntly wrote, "Studios are now forced to treat Dayo as a global film entity, not a crossover experiment." China Financial Media. Chinese market contributes over 300 million as film's global gross crosses 1 billion. Chinese outlets divided their numbers carefully. They showed their own contribution to the total and emphasized that the Chinese box office was a major pillar in global crossroads. Analysts broke down the domestic ticket velocity and noted that the film sustained week over week without a catastrophic drop-off. The keyword used repeatedly was stability. The curve did not collapse after week 1. It tapered responsibly, suggesting repeat viewing rather than a one-day surge. Return on investment leaves industry in shock. Mid-budget film outpaces franchises. Several Chinese commentators compared the film's revenue multiple to high-budget Hollywood sequels and found something uncomfortable. Massive franchise films costing $200 million to $300 million sometimes struggled to clear $1 billion globally. This film cost $15 million. The ratio difference became the story. Japan Cinema Review. Japanese audience treats film as cultural event, not just imported thriller. Japanese coverage focused on audience behavior. The film did not just open strong. It generated conversation. Social media threads showed viewers returning for second and third screenings. Critics highlighted the emotional arc rather than just the spectacle, calling it a rare case where global numbers did not dilute storytelling quality. Efficiency over excess. Dayo's film proves budget does not dictate impact. Japanese film analysts pointed out the production discipline. No excessive CGI bloat. No unnecessary set waste. Tight execution. That restraint, they argued, made the billion-dollar outcome even louder. Global business journals. The global business press removed emotion entirely and printed the equation. Production cost, $15 million. Worldwide gross, $1,170 million. Approximate gross multiple, 78x production cost. Some outlets adjusted for marketing spend and back-end splits, but the conclusion remained intact. Even conservative models projected profit margins that placed the film among the most efficient large-scale cinematic successes of its era. One headline read simply, 15 million in, over 1 billion out. The math speaks. Other headlines piled on right behind it. When ROI becomes the headline, not the star. 78x return. Dayo's $15 million film joins billion-dollar club in record time. From mid-budget thriller to global giant, the $1 billion surprise nobody forecasted. Independent scale, franchise-level outcome. How Dayo flipped the economics of film. Studios recalculating risk models after Dayo's billion-dollar shock. 15 million in, 78 times out. The ROI, that's rewriting boardrooms. Global cinema reset. Korean-led production forces Hollywood to reassess strategy. It wasn't supposed to be this big. Analysts react to 78x box office return. And just like with the album, the comment sections became their own arena. Korean viewers wrote, "I watched it twice, and I still get chills. The numbers make no sense at all. 78x how?" American fans posted screenshots of ticket stubs next to album copies. "I paid for the film. I paid for the album. And I don't regret it." Chinese fans joked, 70 times the budget. Whoever invested is sleeping well. Japanese viewers commented, "This is what happens when story comes before spectacle." Some fans went full competitive again. "I saw it opening night and last week. That's 2 tickets from me alone. I contributed." Another replied, "Same. And I dragged 3 friends with me. So our JD is finally a billionaire EH. LOL, he was already a billionaire. You all didn't just know it." Wait, 78 times? Are we reading that correctly? Bro, that's not profit. That's destruction. Nope. Bro, not destruction, more like detonation. Cause how the F does it even look possible? 15M to over 1B is criminal. Somebody check the math again. No way. I thought it was maybe 3x or 4x. But 78. Studios spending 250M just to make 800M, and he did 1B with 15M? I'm sick. JD is the GOAT. Nobody can argue it. I need somebody to explain this to me slowly because my brain is not computing. That's generational wealth in one movie. Like FR man Omo, if I convert this into Naira, I know. Need work again. My ninja bro, you day think like me. Oh. When is Dayo going to come to Nigeria? No worry, he go soon come. Omo, but $1.17 billion, that's so huge, bro. I swear I no go fit sleep. Imagine investing 15 million and it turns into $1 billion. I would retire immediately. No wonder executives are nervous. This isn't luck. That's strategy. I saw it opening week and I knew it was good. I didn't know it was 78 times good. People talking about awards. I'm talking about math. The math is violent. 78x return is not a win. That's a takeover. Some fans started breaking it down themselves like amateur analysts. Okay, so if I invest $100 and get 7,800 back, that's what he just did, but on a $1 billion scale. 78 times means he made in 5 weeks what some studios don't make in 5 years. Others focused on what it meant for him personally. He doesn't need to beg for roles ever again. He doesn't need permission anymore. He doesn't need Hollywood. Hollywood needs him. And then the pride came in waves. Korean fans. This is Korean cinema standing tall. He believed in the script. Now look, United States fans. He left, conquered Asia, and came back with $1 billion film. Chinese fans. We contributed, and we're proud. The numbers speak. Japanese fans. Quality plus discipline equals this. Then someone posted what became one of the most liked comments across platforms. 78 times. That's not a hit. That's history. After that, the conversation shifted because the $1 billion crossing was not just a trophy. It was leverage. Industry observers began asking the uncomfortable question. If a $15 million film could do this, what would happen if Dayo attached himself to a larger budget project next? What would happen if the next one cost 50 million? 100 million? The celebration stayed loud, but beneath it was something heavier. Recognition. Dayo had not just made a successful film. He had proven he could turn modest investment into global domination, and that realization changed the tone of every room he would walk into next. Chapter 353. Surprise. Dayo just got back from the office. He noticed the darkness before he even stepped out of the car. The driveway was quiet, the windows were black, and the whole house looked too dark. It didn't make sense. At this hour, Abishala should be home. The kitchen light should be on. Janet should be arguing with somebody inside, or at least inside the seating room. Even Jeffrey, if he wasn't out training, should have left some noise behind. Dayo killed the engine and sat for a second, eyes narrowed, listening. Nothing. He shrugged it off, grabbed his keys, and walked to the door with that calm, even when something fell off. The lock clicked. The door opened. He stepped in, and the house exploded. Lights snapped on in every direction, and voices rose at once, loud. Enough to feel like they hit his chest. Surprise. Dayo froze. For half a second, his brain didn't catch up with what his eyes were seeing. His living room was full. Not just family. His world. Ulrich stood near the center with a grin that looked too satisfied. Valerie was beside him, holding her phone up like she'd been waiting to record the exact moment Dayo's face changed. Jang-wook was there. Min-jae was there. Min-ji was there. Wayne was there. Sharon was there. And even faces from the movie side and JD label staff were scattered around the room, laughing and clapping like they had been holding this secret in their chest for hours. And right in the middle of it all was a cake. White icing. Clean writing. One big message in bold. 1 billion. Dayo blinked once, then slowly looked around like he was checking whether he had entered the wrong house. What is this? The room laughed harder. Abisolo pushed forward first, eyes bright, arms already opening. You're asking what it is? She said, voice full of warmth. Come here. Dayo stepped into her hug, and for a second, the whole noise faded behind her perfume and the feeling of home. He hugged her tighter than he meant to, because even after all the stadiums and numbers and headlines, this was still the only place that made him feel like he could breathe properly. His father followed, patting his back, smiling like a man who had been proud for weeks and just finally got the chance to show it. Janet rushed in next, nearly jumping on him. Brother Dayo, she shouted like she couldn't help herself. You finally came back. I waited for more than 2 hours. Thought you would not come back today. Do you know what you've done? Do you know what you people have been doing to us online? Dayo laughed under his breath. You too, welcome. She hugged him anyway, then stepped back and pointed at him like she was about to scold him. You're wicked. You know that. Dayo's eyes moved to Jeffrey, expecting him to be in the middle of the chaos too, but Jeffrey wasn't there, and that detail flashed through Dayo's mind quickly. He didn't overthink it. Jeffrey was training most of the time. If he wasn't here, it was probably because he couldn't afford to be. Almost immediately, he felt a tug on his trousers, and it was Deborah Sharon's daughter. Dayo smiled as she jumped and hugged Dayo. Then Ulrich stepped forward, holding a glass like this, which was a toast he had been waiting to make since the beginning of everything. You left the office and vanished, Ulrich said with a smirk on his lips. We thought you were heading straight home. Dayo finally remembered it. The coach call. The sudden come see me that had pulled him off the direct route. He looked at Ulrich slowly. You people. Valerie laughed. Yes, us people. Min-jae walked closer, smirk on his face. You really thought you'd dodge a celebration? He asked. Dayo stared at the cake again and exhaled. 1 billion, he muttered. Jang-wook raised his brows. Say it louder. Let it enter your spirit. The room laughed again. Dayo shook his head like he couldn't believe he was standing in his own house, being ambushed by joy. Sharon came forward with her usual careful energy, smiling like she was trying not to act too excited. Congratulations, Dayo, she said. Dayo looked at her and nodded once, genuine. Thank you. Then Min-ji stepped in with that soft smile she always wore when she was watching something bigger than herself. You did it, she said quietly. You really did. Dayo didn't reply with a speech. He just looked around, letting the faces settle into his memory the same way he did with numbers. It wasn't just a party. It was proof that people around him were growing with him too. Someone started cutting the cake before Dayo could protest, because nobody in that room was going to wait for his permission to celebrate him. They ate. They talked. They laughed loud. Wayne told a story that had everybody screaming with laughter about a studio session that almost went wrong years ago. Valerie kept calling Dayo problem, like it was a compliment. Jang Wook kept exaggerating how close he came to fainting from spreadsheets. Min Jae kept acting like he was not impressed, while his face clearly said he was. Even Dayo's father, who usually stayed quiet, laughed more than Dayo had heard in a long time. And Abisola watched it all with that calm pride of a woman who already knew her son was destined, but still enjoyed seeing the world finally agree. Time moved. The party thinned slowly. One by one, people started leaving, hugging Dayo, tapping his shoulder, promising to see him soon, promising to rest now that the madness had cooled. Min Jae left with the movie and label people, still laughing. Jang Wook left too, but not before saying, "Please don't start anything again for at least 2 days. I want to sleep like a human being." Dayo just smiled. No promises. Valerie waved at him and left with Ulrich after reminding him again. "We still have work, billionaire." Dayo rolled his eyes, lying through his teeth. "I'm not a billionaire." After all, he had other businesses like the chain of family restaurants, the tech companies, the chocolate bar, and not to mention the label. Valerie pointed at the cake. "Argue with icing." Eventually, only one guest remained. Alice. She stood near the doorway like she was waiting for the room to empty before she moved. Dayo noticed her when he turned and saw she hadn't followed the others. "You didn't go with them," he said. Alice shrugged lightly. "I wanted to say congratulations properly." Without noise. Dayo nodded once. "Thank you for coming." She tilted her head. "That's it." Dayo looked at her like he was confused. "What else do you want me to say?" Alice stepped closer, lowering her voice slightly. "Maybe, thank you for staying the way you told me to. Maybe, thank you for keeping quiet the way I did. Maybe, thank you for not making me talk to the media when you knew I was tired too." Dayo stared at her for a second, then smiled faintly. "You're still keeping score." Alice smiled back. "Always." Dayo gestured toward the door. "Let me walk you out." They stepped outside together. The night air was cool, quiet, normal, like the world hadn't been screaming for them for weeks. The driveway light painted soft shadows across the ground. For the first time in a long time, Dayo's house felt like a house, not a stop between chaos. Alice adjusted her bag strap and glanced sideways at him. "So," she said, "how does it feel?" 1 billion. Dayo exhaled slowly. "Heavy." Alice's brows lifted. "Not happy." "I'm happy," Dayo said, then looked at her. "But I don't want to get addicted to numbers. That's how people lose themselves." He lied again. Alice hummed like she understood. Then she leaned in slightly, playful now, voice low enough to feel like a secret. "You know, you looked shocked when the lights came on." Dayo glanced at her. "I was shocked." Alice smiled wider. "It was cute." Dayo scoffed softly. "Don't start." Alice lifted her hands innocently. "I didn't start anything. I just observed." Dayo's eyes narrowed with amusement. "You enjoy provoking people." Alice tilted her head. "Only when they pretend they don't have feelings." Dayo looked at her for a beat, then shook his head, smiling. "Go home." Alice laughed. "You're dismissing me." "I'm protecting myself from bouncing on you right now," Dayo replied, deadpan. Alice stepped backward toward her car, still smiling. "Congratulations again," she said, softer this time. "You deserve it." Dayo nodded. "Thank you." Alice paused like she wanted to say more, then decided against it. She opened her door, got in, and waved once. Dayo watched her drive off, then turned back toward his house. Inside, the living room was quieter now. The cake was half gone. Plates were stacked. The smell of celebration still lingered. Abisola was there, collecting things slowly, like she was not in a hurry to end the night. Dayo walked into the kitchen area, grabbed a bottle of water, and took a drink. Then Abisola spoke, calm but purposeful. "Dayo." He looked at her. "Yes, ma." She wiped her hands lightly and faced him fully. "I have something to tell you." Dayo blinked. "What is it?" Abisola hesitated only briefly, then smiled. "Your aunt called me." "My sister." Dayo nodded, already listening. "She said her daughter is getting married." Dayo's face softened immediately. "Ah, that's good news." Abisola nodded, but her eyes carried more. "She wants us to come." Dayo paused. "Come where?" Abisola said it plainly. "Nigeria." The word landed differently. Not because it was shocking as a place, but because it had been a long time since they had spoken about going back like it was real. Janet appeared from the side like she had been waiting for that word. "Nigeria," she repeated, eyes wide. We're going to Nigeria? Dayo's father stepped in too, expression thoughtful. Abisola continued, voice steady. She wants the family there. She wants it done properly. She wants us present. Not just sending money. Not just calling. Present. Dayo leaned his shoulder against the counter, processing it. He hadn't been back in a long time. Not because he didn't care. Because life had been moving too fast, and the world had been demanding too much. But hearing it like this, from his mother's mouth, made it feel like something he didn't want to delay. Janet clapped suddenly. I'm going. I'm going. I don't care. I'm going. Dayo smiled. You'll calm down. I won't calm down, Janet insisted. Do you know how long I've been wanting to go? Do you know how many outfits I've been planning in my head? Dayo laughed quietly. His father spoke, calm and firm. If your mother is going, I'm going. Abisola nodded like that was already obvious. Dayo looked at her. So you want us all to go? I do, Abisola said. Not only you. All of us. We'll treat it like family time too. We'll show face. We'll celebrate properly. And it will do you good. Dayo held her gaze for a moment, then nodded. All right, he said simply. We'll go. Abisola's shoulders relaxed like she had been holding that request inside her chest for a while. Janet squealed again and ran off like she was already packing. Dayo's father shook his head with a smile. Dayo stood there with his water bottle, suddenly feeling something he hadn't felt in weeks. Just a strange sense of direction. A wedding. A trip home to his ancestors' land. And for the first time since the numbers started rising, Dayo realized something. The world could wait a little. Family couldn't. Chapter 354, Michael sees number. Michael had been in a good mood for days, not because life was peaceful, but because the noise around Dayo had finally started thinning. The heat was still there, but it wasn't swallowing the entire internet the way it had during the peak. The numbers were still being compiled. The headlines were still coming. But the hysteria had cooled, and Michael had started to feel that familiar comfort again. That false comfort that comes when you believe the worst has already passed. Clara knocked and entered before he even answered properly, tablet in hand, expression careful. She never walked into his office casually when it involved Dayo. She always came in like she was stepping into a storm. Michael didn't look up at first. He stayed focused on the document in front of him as if he didn't already know why she was here. What is it? Clara straightened. Update on the appointment, sir. Michael's pen paused. Just for a second. And Clara swallowed, then spoke. We tried again. Different channel. Different contact. Same result. He refused to see you. No response. No. Negotiation. Nothing. Michael leaned back slowly, his jaw tightening as the words settled. Refusal from most people was not an option. Refusal from Dayo was becoming a pattern, and that was what irritated him the most. It was not the rejection itself. It was what the rejection represented. Dayo was acting like Michael's name didn't mean anything. Michael's lips twitched into something that wasn't a smile. So he wants to pretend I don't exist. Clara hesitated. Sir, I don't think it's pretending. I think he's doing it on purpose. Michael tapped his fingers once on the table, then nodded like he had already accepted it. Fine. Leave that. What else? Clara's eyes flicked down to her tablet, then back up. Her voice dropped slightly, like she didn't want to be the person carrying this next thing into the room. The numbers for Dayo's work are out. Michael's gaze finally lifted to her face. That fast, he asked, unaware, as most of his news came from Clara as she validates information before bringing it to him. Yes, sir. Clara stepped forward and placed the tablet on his desk, then swiped once, opening the report. She didn't speak again immediately. She let him see it for himself, because she knew Michael hated being led. He wanted to feel like he discovered the truth, even then someone else brought it to him. Michael's eyes moved across the screen. The first line already looked wrong. He blinked once, then leaned forward, closer, reading again like the numbers might rearrange themselves into something more reasonable if he stared hard enough. His face didn't change at first. Then it changed. He sat up, stood up, and snatched the tablet off the desk like it was disrespectful for it to be sitting there calmly. He scrolled, stopped, scrolled again, then went back up. No, he muttered. Clara stayed quiet, because she had learned that when Michael started talking to himself, it wasn't conversation. It was the moment his anger was trying to choose a direction. Michael's thumb swiped again, hard, aggressive. He refreshed. He checked the date. He checked the sources. He checked the totals. He checked the same line twice more as if someone had to have made an error. Then he looked at Clara as if she personally wrote the report. Flip it again. Clara blinked. Sir. Flip it again, he said, voice sharper. Open the other breakdown. The other channel. The alternate confirmation. Clara quickly tapped and brought up another source, another compiled sheet, another verification line. She had already done it before she came in. She didn't need to check. But she did it anyway because Michael needed the ritual. Michael read that too. His grip tightened on the tablet. The numbers didn't change. The record didn't soften. The scale didn't reduce. It was still there, sitting on the screen like a slap. For a moment, the only sound in the room was his breathing. Then he laughed once, low, dry, not amused, more like offended. He stepped away from the desk and began pacing, slow at first, then faster. He walked to the window, stared at the city, then turned back like the city itself had betrayed him. This isn't normal, he said. Clara kept her expression neutral. She had learned how to look calm around danger. But inside she was watching him carefully, because the Michael who paced like this was not the Michael who simply punished people. This was the Michael who started planning something worse. He stopped and pointed the tablet at her without looking at it again. You're telling me this is real? It's confirmed, Clara said. Multiple sources. Multiple regions. All verified. Michael's eyes narrowed. How? Clara hesitated. Not because she didn't have an answer, but because she didn't know which answer would calm him and which answer would ignite him. Michael filled the silence himself. How does he do it? He said again, slower now. How does he keep doing it? Movie, album, tour, break, return, and the numbers still look like a lie. He paced again, fingers pressing into his temple like he could physically squeeze a solution out of his skull. Clara watched him, then spoke carefully. Sir, it might be technology. Michael snapped his head toward her. Technology. Clara nodded. You already suspected it. A system. Something that amplifies reach. Something that bends visibility. Because this isn't just talent, sir. It's control. Michael's mouth tightened. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't, because the numbers had already argued for her. He walked back to his desk and set the tablet down like it was heavy. Then he stared at the surface of his desk, quiet for a second, as if he could hear the echo of Dayo's refusal inside his head. You keep bringing me news, Michael said suddenly, voice calmer but colder. Clara stood straighter. Yes, sir. And every time you bring it, he continued, it's worse. Bigger. Louder. More humiliating. Clara didn't respond. She couldn't. Michael leaned forward slightly, palms on the desk. This is why I don't scroll, he said. This is why I don't waste my eyes on timelines like a fan. You bring me the world in a file. You bring me the truth in numbers. That is your job. Yes, sir. Michael exhaled hard, then stood up again, and the calm slipped. So tell me, he said, voice rising. What does it mean when my own damn file is telling me this boy is breaking the rules of reality? Clara's throat moved as she swallowed. It means we need access, sir. Michael's eyes locked on her. And he won't see me. He won't, Clara said. Michael's lips curled slightly. Then we don't ask again. We stop asking. Clara's eyes flickered. Sir. Michael's voice dropped into something that made the air colder. We take it. Clara stayed still, but she understood. That sentence was not about a meeting anymore. It was about war. Before she could speak again, Michael's phone rang. He froze. Not because he was surprised. Because he recognized the timing. Because only one person called him when the world was hot and the numbers were burning. He stared at the screen. Isabel Hartmann. For half a second, he considered letting it ring. Then his body moved on its own. He picked it up. Hello. Her voice came through calm, polished, smooth enough to sound kind if you didn't know what she was. I'm sure you know why I called. Michael didn't answer immediately. His jaw tightened. Isabel continued without waiting for permission. I told you years ago, she said, when you first brought that boy's name to me, that it wasn't luck, that it wasn't coincidence, that it was a pattern. You argued. You dismissed it. You said it was a one-time phenomenon. Michael forced his voice to stay even. Ma'am. Don't ma'am me. Isabel said, still calm, still controlled, and that calm was the worst part. I am watching the same numbers you are watching. A film movement. An album movement. A tour movement. Not one market. Multiple markets. The world doesn't align like that unless something is pulling it. Michael's grip tightened on the phone until his knuckles looked pale. Isabel's tone stayed measured, but it sharpened. And now you're telling me you still don't have your hands on it. Michael swallowed. Not because he was scared of Dayo. Because he was scared of the person on the other end of the line. We tried to arrange a meeting, he said carefully. Isabel laughed once, very small, not amused. And he refused you, she said, like she already knew. Of course he did. Because he knows what you are, Michael. He knows you are a gate. Not a king. A gate. Michael's eyes flickered with anger, but he kept it inside. Isabel continued. You are running out of time, she said. Every day you delay, others notice. Disney, Marvel, tech investors, labels, agencies. They are not blind. They are already reaching. They will circle him with offers. They will study him. They will try to partner. And if you are not first, you will be irrelevant. Michael breathed slowly through his nose. Isabel's voice went colder. I didn't build you so you could sit and watch another man rise above your reach. Michael didn't speak. Isabel let the silence stretch just long enough to feel like a threat without saying the word. Then she spoke again, final. Fix it, she said. Get access. Get answers. Get whatever he is using. I don't care if you have to crawl for it, but you will not fail me. Because if you do, you don't lose a fight. She paused. You lose everything. The line went quiet for a fraction of a second. Then she added, still calm, still deadly. Call me when you have results. The call ended. Michael stared at his phone like it had burned his hand. Clara was still standing there, silent, watching him. For a moment, Michael didn't move. He just stood in the middle of his office with the city behind him and Dayo's numbers in front of him and Isabel's voice still echoing in his skull. Then he turned back to Clara slowly, and the look on his face was not anger anymore. It was decision. Make the appointment happen, he said. Clara blinked. Sir, he refused. Michael stepped closer, voice low. Then you don't ask like a receptionist, he said. You ask like the world is changing and he is the reason. You find the one person he can't ignore. You find the door that doesn't say no. Clara nodded carefully. Yes, sir. Michael picked up the tablet again, staring at the numbers one more time, and this time he didn't look shocked. He looked insulted. He looked like a man who had just realized he was not the only predator in the room. Dayo, he muttered, almost quietly. Enjoy the silence while it lasts. Clara turned and walked out, closing the door softly behind her. Michael stayed standing. The city outside kept shining like nothing mattered. But inside his office, the air felt different now. Not panic, not confusion, something sharper. Because the numbers were no longer just numbers. They were a warning. And Michael had finally accepted that he was not fighting an artist anymore. He was fighting whatever was behind the artist. And he intended to win. Chapter 355, Inside Industry. The inside industry reaction to Dayo's feast was fast and deep, the kind of reaction that didn't wait for public celebration or fan edits or trending hashtags to finish forming. Fans could scream, argue, cry, and spam comment sections, but most fans didn't understand mechanics. They didn't understand distribution lanes, settlement cycles, back-end splits, regional multipliers, theater percentages, how a marketing spend could inflate perception without inflating profit, or how a studio could make a film look like a giant while secretly bleeding behind the curtains. But they understood one thing. Math. They understood what it meant for a movie to earn more than 50 times its production cost. Because even a casual mind could feel the weight of it. Not as emotion, but as reality. A $15 million production turning into $1 billion was not something you explained away with luck or timing. It wasn't the kind of number that happened because people liked the trailer. It was the kind of number that happened when an entire machine bent around a product and carried it across borders like it had no choice. And that was where the panic started, not on the internet, but inside boardrooms. Because when the first reports came in and executives started reading, they didn't read like fans. The first to react to the news was Marvel. Marvel didn't just notice it again. They convened. Not a celebratory meeting, not a public-facing congratulations, but the kind of internal meeting that gets labeled with boring words like risk review and market anomaly, the kind where nobody smiles because smiling means you're not taking the threat seriously. It happened in a glass conference room with a long table, 2 screens, and a silent rule that no one mentioned out loud. Nobody leaks what's said in here. The head of analytics went first because that was always how it started now. Data first, emotion later. She didn't even pitch it like entertainment. She pitched it like a security incident. This is the second time Dayo has produced a dominance pattern that behaves like structural interference, not organic heat. A producer scoffed softly, not because he was brave, but because disbelief was his reflex. Or he's just hot. The room barely reacted to that, because someone else immediately said what turned the air cold. He was hot before too, but not like this. They switched the screen from the current numbers to an older chart, one that had been archived under a project name that nobody laughed about anymore. For years ago, one week, the week the world felt like it was shut down, the week where every trending board looked like it had been painted with one name and nothing else could breathe through it. The head of marketing leaned forward. You all remember that week, right? Nobody answered. Because they did. They remembered how weird it felt, how every tactic they tried didn't bite, how every competing release got swallowed like it didn't exist. Back then, they argued it was momentum, timing, luck. They argued it because it was easier than saying what they were scared of. Now, it had happened again. Not in one lane either. Movie, album, tour. A third screen came up, a tight summary slide. Movie, billion-level performance, ROI that made the industry feel embarrassed. Album, a Korean language project doing numbers that shouldn't travel that hard, yet traveling anyway. Tour, sellouts and demand that moved like an infection. The analytics lead clicked again. This pattern is transferable across formats. A finance exec finally spoke, voice controlled, eyes sharp. A fluke doesn't repeat with this accuracy. This is back-to-back ifs. Either he is doing something and nothing else. Another person countered, but softer. It could still be timing. Perfect storm. Cultural wave. The head of distribution shook his head. No, perfect storms don't schedule themselves twice. And they don't hold the curve. They spike, then crash. His curve doesn't crash. It redirects. He zoomed in on the graph. Dayo's attention curve didn't drop. It moved, like it was being guided into the next product. One executive muttered a phrase that made the room go quiet. Demand replication. And once that phrase entered, the meeting stopped being about whether it was a fluke. It became about what to do with it. The head of legal spoke next, because someone always had to. We need to be careful with language. If we call this manipulation, we imply an accusation. If we call it an anomaly, we open ourselves to regulatory curiosity. If we call it organic, we admit we have no control. A producer, frustrated, leaned back. Control of what? The internet. The head of analytics didn't laugh. Control of attention, which is the only thing we sell. That was the part people hated hearing, because it made it sound less like art and more like warfare. Then the room split. Exactly the way rooms always split when something threatens the whole structure. One side was aggressive. They wanted to acquire him, sign him, lock him down, make him a studio asset before someone else did. If this is repeatable, we can't allow him to operate independently. The other side was cautious. They didn't want Dayo. They wanted the mechanism, the invisible lever. They said it in more polite words, but the meaning was the same. Find the source of his amplification. Trace the pipeline. Identify the leverage point. How is he doing it? And that was when the head of marketing made the most honest comparison. This is what we spend hundreds of millions trying to manufacture, and he's producing it like it's personal. Another executive added, which means if we don't understand it, we can't compete with it. The meeting shifted again, deeper now, uglier. Because once they accepted it wasn't a fluke, they had to consider methods. Not illegal methods, not on paper. Just the kinds of methods big companies called procedure. A senior exec spoke in that calm tone that only people with power had. So, 3 paths. He lifted one finger. Path 1, partnership. We offer him a project so large it's impossible to ignore, and we build a relationship. The goal is access. Second finger. Path 2, acquisition. We go around him. We buy the people around him. Management. Distribution partners. Influencer networks. Anyone who touches his supply chain. If the engine is external, we find it and purchase it. Third finger. Path 3, containment. Nobody moved, but everybody heard that one. Containment wasn't an attack. Containment was when you quietly reduce someone's space until they can't expand again. It meant blocking distribution lanes. It meant outbidding theaters. It meant press blackouts disguised as scheduling issues. It meant flooding the market when he tried to release, not to beat him, but to make his curve unstable. A younger exec frowned. That would make us the villain. The older exec didn't even blink. We're already villains to someone. The only question is if we're alive. The head of legal cut in again, because her job was to keep them from saying the quiet parts out loud. Containment has to be indirect. It must look like market forces. No fingerprints. The head of analytics leaned forward again. And before we do anything, we need certainty. We need to know if it's a system, a network, or a personal advantage. Someone else said it, like a final nail. He did it once 4 years ago. We dismissed it. Silence. And now he's done it with a movie, and with an album, in 2 different languages, in 2 different markets. The marketing head tapped the table once. That's not luck. Then the room did what corporate rooms always did when they were scared. They assigned tasks. Not dramatic, just efficient. One team would build the partnership offer, the respectful approach. One team would dig through every known contact route Dayo had, looking for repeat patterns, looking for the hidden distribution advantage. One team would run scenario models for containment, not to deploy immediately, but to prepare. And as the meeting wrapped, the head of distribution asked the last question. The question that mattered. So what's the conclusion? The senior exec didn't hesitate. The conclusion is simple. He looked around the table, eyes steady. He is not a trend. He is not a lucky break. He is a scalable threat. And threats are either integrated or neutralized. Nobody clapped. Nobody smiled. They only nodded, because now they weren't talking about a movie anymore or an album anymore. They were talking about a person who was rewriting the rules, and the industry hated rule breakers unless they owned them. Outside, fans were celebrating. Inside, management was preparing. Because once executives stop calling you talent and start calling you risk, it means you've won the wrong kind of attention. The kind that doesn't cheer. The kind that plans. This was not only going in Marvel, but in other different places they believe that Dayo either share what he is using or he might never get to use it again. But what all they failed to understand is that Dayo of now was different from Dayo of 4 years ago. And time will teach them that. Chapter 356, A Visit to Nigeria. It had been 2 weeks since Dayo came back, a few days since the house stopped feeling like a transit lounge and started feeling like home again. The family was still on that happy high. Not the loud one. The settled one. The kind that lives in small things like breakfast lasting too long because nobody wants to leave the table. The kind that shows up in random laughter from the hallway because someone remembered a joke from years ago. That evening, Dayo found his mother in the living room, flipping through messages on her phone with that focused look she always had when family matters were involved. Dayo sat by her side and asked her, "Mom, when exactly are we going to Nigeria?" The reason Dayo was asking was because he wanted to know how he would arrange himself, as he was a CEO of a huge brand after all, and the aftermath of the album and movie was still on, so he needed to know how long it might take. Abisola looked up like she had been waiting for him to ask, and spoke in a clean Yoruba. KNP. LJEOSETN Bo. It won't take long. It could be next week. Dayo's eyebrows lifted a bit, shocked that she spoke Yoruba, but smiled and replied back without much effort. Yarabi? That fast? Abisola nodded, serious but calm. GBYW NTI Sun MOL. Arbrinme NBM. Fake AW NBE. The wedding is close. My sister has been asking me. She wants us there. Dayo exhaled slowly, like his mind was already rearranging schedules. Duh? Amati Re. KS Wahal. All right. We'll arrange it. No problem. Abisola smiled faintly. Mo Fake Bogbo Walo. K Epimi TIBBYN can. I want all of us to go. Not just me and your father. Dayo nodded once. Een Ne2. A Ti Lo P. Ama Lo. You're right. It's been a long time. We'll go as a family. And that was when the front door opened. Janet walked in mid-sentence like she was already talking before she fully entered the room. Guys, you know I told you today's live will be short, but I always lie because you people are my problem. She was smiling at her phone, front camera on, shoulders relaxed, fully in live stream mode. Then she heard Yoruba. She paused like someone hit a mute button on her brain. What? Her eyes flicked from the phone to Dayo, then to Abisola, then back to Dayo again. Her mouth opened slowly. No. She spun the phone and switched to the back camera so fast, it looked automatic. Wait. Guys, you're not going to believe this. The camera landed on Dayo and their mother. My brother is speaking Yoruba. The comments were probably exploding already because Janet's face lit up with that greedy excitement She always had when she knew she just caught something viral. Dayo stared at the phone for a second. Then his eyes lifted to Janet. He spoke slowly, purposely, in Yoruba. Janet, EOWLR live and I. Janet, are you on live? Janet's voice dropped to a small whisper without her even thinking. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. Duh? B1 re soaro dada. Okay, talk to your people properly. Janet covered her mouth with one hand like she was trying not to laugh. Then she turned the camera back to herself for a second. You people heard him. He said I should talk to my people properly. He's advising me in Yoruba. In my own house. She flipped the camera back again. Tell them. Tell them you raised him. Abisola did not even try to hide her pride. ENRI. EJEKN so FNYN. Akeo Omo Ydada. Didn't you see it? Let me tell you. We raised this child well. Janet squealed. Dayo shook his head like he was embarrassed, but not really mad. He leaned closer to the camera and kept it calm. EKSNO, EMBN, EJEKAN BEP YN and DEEK. Good afternoon. Please don't get too excited. Let's keep your support calm. Janet almost choked. You guys, he just told you not to get too excited. In Yoruba, Dayo finally switched to English, just for her. Are you done? Janet's eyes widened like a child caught stealing. I'm working. This is my job. Dayo pointed at the phone. Duh. Then do your job. Stop exposing our mother like she's a celebrity. Janet laughed, then angled the camera slightly so it showed all three of them. Okay. Fine. I'll be professional. She looked at their mother again. Say hi to them. Abisola waved lightly, still smiling. Ikaro Luo. Good evening. Janet nodded eagerly. See, this is why my fans love me. I have content. Dayo sighed like he was losing, but also enjoying it. Where is Jeffrey? Janet answered quickly, still half into her livestream tone. He's at training. He hasn't come home today. Dayo's face softened a little. Okay. The energy shifted, small but noticeable. Janet's livestream kept going for a few more seconds, but Dayo had already stood up. Let's go to the kitchen. I'm hungry. Janet followed, still filming, still talking, but now she lowered the phone a bit out of respect, like she finally remembered that their home was still their home. And a little later, after the kitchen noise and the quick bites and the small family talk, Dayo grabbed his keys. He did not walk out. He drove. He drove to the national team training facility, the pool where the serious work lived, where the air always smelled like chlorine and discipline. Jeffrey was there, in the water, every lap clean, every turn sharp, shoulders cutting through the pool like he was angry at time. Dayo waited until he climbed out. Jeffrey wiped his face, saw him, and smiled in that tired way athletes smiled when their body wanted sleep, but their heart wanted to show love. You finally remembered me. Dayo pulled him into a quick hug, firm. I've been back. You're the one that hasn't come home. Jeffrey chuckled. Coach is trying to kill me, he said with a smile on his face that says everything he was enjoying swimming. And that was when Coach James walked up, towel on his shoulder, clipboard in hand. He looked at Dayo like they were already familiar, like this was not a superstar walking into his space, just someone he respected. Dayo nodded. Coach. James looked between them. You're early. Dayo glanced at Jeffrey again. I came to see him. He's been training like he's chasing something. Coach James smiled. That's because he is. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. Coach, please. James ignored him. He's doing very well. Very, very well. Dayo's expression shifted into quiet pride. I'm glad. James continued. Honest, not flattering. He's disciplined. He listens. He doesn't complain. He gets tired and still asks for one more lap. That kind of mindset is rare. Jeffrey muttered under his breath. Because you don't let me rest. Coach James laughed once. Dayo looked at Jeffrey. You're eating. Jeffrey nodded. I am. Dayo nodded too, satisfied. Then he said it casually, like it was just another family update. We might be traveling soon. Jeffrey's head lifted. To where? Nigeria. The word landed like a spark. Jeffrey's face changed immediately, surprise turning into something else. Hope. He tried to act calm, but he could not. For real. They had been wanting to go to Nigeria for a long time, but never really had the chance after all. They claimed to be half Nigeria and half American, but had not gone there, so he was hype. Dayo nodded. Our cousin is getting married. Mom wants everybody to go. Jeffrey looked toward Coach James like he needed permission from the air. Coach James watched him closely. You want to go? Jeffrey laughed like it was obvious. I've wanted to go. I've been saying it. I've been saying it. Coach James held up a hand. Then we plan it properly. We adjust. So you don't lose progress after all the competition you have been training for is near. Jeffrey nodded quickly. I won't. Dayo looked at Coach James. Thank you for pushing him. Coach James' expression softened slightly. It's in him already. I'm just forcing it to show. Dayo smiled faintly. Seems like it runs in the family. Coach James shook his head with a small grin. I can see it. Jeffrey groaned. Please don't start. But Dayo's eyes stayed on his brother a second longer. Not as a global superstar. As an older brother. Proud. Quietly protective. And as Dayo turned to leave, his phone buzzed again in his pocket. He didn't check it. Not yet. For the first time in a long time, the noise could wait. Chapter 357. A visit to Nigeria? It started as a clip. 40 seconds. Grainy livestream quality. Janet's excited voice. A sudden camera flip. Dayo mid-sentence, speaking Yoruba without hesitation. That was all it took. Within an hour, the clip was no longer Janet's livestream moment. It was everywhere. Nigeria found it first. Twitter NG moved like wildfire when something smelled like pride. The clip was screen-recorded, reposted, trimmed, subtitled, memed, and reposted again before sunset. Wait, he speaks Yoruba like that? Not the accent being clean too loudly crying face. This one no be learned from app Yoruba oh. I cannot even speak half of this, and I was born in Ibadan loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. He didn't forget home. That's the difference. The comments split into waves. First wave was shock. Second wave was pride. Third wave was analysis. In Nigeria, it wasn't just about language. It was about identity. It was about claiming someone before the rest of the world decided to claim him differently. Blogs began running headlines within hours. Global superstar Dayo stuns fans speaking fluent Yoruba on livestream. From billion-dollar film to EKSN. The moment that melted Nigeria. Clips circulated with subtitles added by fans who wanted non-Yoruba speakers to understand what he said. The line, "I haven't forgotten where I came from," became a caption under multiple edits, even though he had never said it exactly that way. It didn't matter. That was the spirit people heard. In the United States, the reaction had a different flavor. There was admiration mixed with surprise. So he's African. I thought he was just based in the US. Why does this make me respect him more? I love when people don't lose their culture. Some American fans began Googling Yoruba for the first time in their lives. Some tried typing phrases in the comments section, mostly incorrectly. A few Nigerian fans corrected them gently. A few corrected them aggressively. It turned into a cross-cultural thread of explanations. He said good evening. He told his sister to talk properly. That's his mom speaking. Oh, that's what she said. The more people watched it, the more authentic it felt. Which is why the PR conspiracy crowd arrived late. This looks staged. It's calculated. This is branding. But those comments never quite gained traction. Because anyone who had watched the original stream could see Janet's reaction was too messy to be scripted. Her whisper when he called her out was too natural. His slight annoyance was too unfiltered. Even Nigerians who were skeptical admitted one thing. If this is PR, it's good PR. But the louder voices drown them out. No BPR. That one no-fit fake. See the way he switched without thinking. You people just hate. Then came the pride. Not subtle pride. Loud, joyful, chaotic pride. A beg come Nigeria, make we show you love. Make we do welcome party. Na our own. Person way day, make billion day, speak Yoruba casually. I love it. Some took it further. Make Nollywood cast him sharp. Where Colonel Afalayan day. Somebody tag funk. A kindly. Note. And that was where something important quietly established itself. The Nigerian actors in this world were the same once people knows. The industry existed as it always had. Nollywood was Nollywood. The directors, producers, screen legends, the artist Wizkid, David Berna Rema, and all exists here. The only thing that had shifted in this universe was music and movie themselves. One trending tweet read, "Imagine a Dayo X Colonel Afalayan collaboration. Cinema go burn." Another said, "If he can make 15M turn to 1B, a beg Nollywood people, protect this man." There were jokes too. Brothers come Nigeria, make we chop your money small. You say you no forget where you come from. Good. Bring small development. Billionaire that can speak Yoruba? Our ancestors smiling. Then came the deeper commentary. Older Nigerians joined in. Young man that respects his language will respect his roots. This is what globalization should look like. He didn't erase himself. But imagine our Nigeria artist singing with JD. Ah bro, swear you read my mind like. Imagine JD, FT Wizkid. Almo bro, that combo go makes sense. Hee, or imagine JD, FT Rema. All of this I hope he sha comes o cause he no go funny at all. He age he has to come by fire by force. I can't help but feel a lot of drama would be happening with Dayo coming to Nigeria. Haha, Nigeria itself, nah, drama adding Dayo is going to explode, I can't wait. Even radio stations picked it up. Morning shows replayed the clip and hosts debated it between music segments. Do you think he'll actually come? They said wedding. Wedding in Nigeria means whole town will gather. Security go choke. Meanwhile, in Lagos, content creators were already planning. Airport content, reaction content, street interviews. Ask people to translate what he said. In the United States, the African diaspora reacted differently. This means he can move markets in Africa fully. That's not just language. That's leverage. People who had never cared about geography before suddenly started learning where Yoruba was spoken. A cultural moment had been triggered by something that wasn't even meant to be a moment. And beneath the noise, the numbers quietly shifted again. Nigeria-based streams ticked up. Old songs re-entered local playlists. Searches for his name spiked regionally. Merch orders from Nigerian IP addresses increased. The Yoruba clip had done what no marketing team could artificially engineer. It humanized him. Back home, Janet watched the chaos unfold in real time. She walked into the living room, waving her phone like she had just discovered gold. You are trending in Nigeria for speaking Yoruba. Dayo blinked. That's not new. No, Janet insisted. You're trending. She turned the screen toward him. Hashtags, edits, commentary threads. Somebody had slowed down the moment he narrowed his eyes at her on livestream and turned it into a meme captioned, "When your big brother catches you exposing family business." Dayo shook his head slowly. This is why I told you to talk to your people properly. Janet grinned unapologetically. My people love you. Abisola stepped into the room and saw the phone. What are they saying? Janet scrolled. They're saying you raised him well. Abisola didn't smile loudly, but her eyes softened. That's enough. Outside the house, the global industry was debating leverage and strategy. Inside Nigeria, they were arguing about accent and pride. Two completely different worlds reacting to the same man. And as more fans realized he was actually coming to Nigeria soon, the energy shifted from celebration to anticipation. He's coming home. He's actually coming. Airport go block. Wedding go turn concert. The clip kept circulating, not because it was dramatic, but because it felt real. And in an industry built on illusion, real was still the most powerful currency. By the time the sun set over Lagos that night, the conclusion had already been decided by the streets. It didn't matter how many billions he made. It didn't matter how many records he broke. The moment he switched languages without thinking, Nigeria claimed him louder than any headline ever could. And this time, the noise wasn't global. It was personal. Home was watching. Chapter 358. Finally, Dayo sat at his desk with 3 tabs open on his monitor. One for travel arrangements. One for schedule compression in case Nigeria extended longer than planned. One for pending financial confirmations that needed approval before departure. After all, he had to have a meeting with the executives, as he felt that his trip to Nigeria might not be simple. He knew himself better than anyone. As his thoughts were flying around, he heard a familiar sound that he had almost forgotten. Ding. The sound was soft, but this time it carried weight. Dayo's fingers stopped mid-type. The office was quiet, almost too quiet, and the faint glow of his monitor reflected in his eyes as the familiar translucent interface unfolded in front of him. System notification. Achievements updated. The panel expanded slowly. Achievement unlocked. First self-produced feature film, $1 billion global gross. Achievement unlocked. 78x production return efficiency. Achievement unlocked. Korean 4-week album record. Achievement unlocked. Cross-market cultural retention stability. Achievement unlocked. Multi-industry dominance cycle. He exhaled quietly. so it waited until everything settled. Finally, that was Dayo's thought. After all, he knew the system should have rewarded him. He was already kind of shocked that it took a while, but he smiled. The notification shifted. Rewards granted. Status upgrade. System level upgrade. Influence multiplier plus 30%. Global Spotlight card, 1 month. Global Spotlight card, 1 week. Random stat. Enhancement 1. Selectable stat, Enhancement 1. His eyes lingered. 1 month. 1 week. That alone made him lean back slightly. He almost wanted to scream out in joy seeing the reward. After all, he had just witnessed the power of the Global Spotlight card for 1 month, which brought him more gain than he had made in a long while. He couldn't help but stand and give a small dance. After a while, he sat back down. Then he checked the system. But first, status upgrade. Regional Artist, level 6. Transnational Artist, level 7. He stared at the word. Transnational. Not global ruler. Not world conqueror. But no longer confined to one region. His influence now operated across borders structurally. That felt earned. After all, he was once an unknown person in the Asian world. But now there were little or almost no Asian people who might not know Dayo. At least 3 out of 5 people on the Asian continent knew him. This was his biggest win in this. Well, apart from the green bills. After all, Asia has billions of youngsters who are now Dayo's hardcore fans. The interface moved. System level upgrade. Level 3. Level 4. The system layout subtly expanded. Additional submenus. Deeper analytics. A wider processing tree. Then, influence multiplier increased. Plus 30%. Effect. Cultural identity-based releases produce amplified cross-border resonance. Organic traction curve enhanced. Secondary territories react faster to authenticity-driven content. Dayo blinked once. That explained a lot. The Yoruba moment. Nigeria's spike. The ripple effect in the US. And also how quickly things moved after his travel to Nigeria. It wasn't random. It was structural amplification. Then his eyes dropped lower. Global Spotlight card, 1 month. Global Spotlight card, 1 week. He didn't speak immediately. 1 month of absolute dominance. 1 full cycle. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Not 5 days. Not controlled bursts. A full month. That wasn't a tool. That was a weapon. The 1-week version sat beneath it like a precision strike. He let out a low breath. That's dangerous. Used correctly, it could shift an entire quarter. Used wrongly, it would be wasted. The system moved again. Random stat, Enhancement 1. Selectable stat, Enhancement 1. He stared at them for a moment. Unassigned. Waiting. I'll use you when it matters, he murmured. The reward panel dimmed. Then, new feature unlocked, System Level 4. Market Resonance Strategic Forecast Engine. The upgrade of Market Resonance to Strategic Forecast Engine. HM. The name sounds powerful. Let's see what it's all about. Strategic Forecast Engine. Expanded predictive modeling. Cross-project simulation access enabled. External media input supported. He paused. External? The interface clarified. Project simulation now supports. Third-party films. External albums. Non-owned content. Probability modeling based on release timing, market, fatigue, and audience segmentation. Dayo didn't react immediately, but something shifted behind his eyes. Before, he could simulate his own work, test his own films, adjust his own albums. But this meant he could take any announced project, run it, see the probability curve, see where it would peak, see where it would fail. He imagined a studio announcing a release date. October. He could test it. If saturation was high, if competition was weak, if timing was flawed, he wouldn't just protect himself. He could position around others. So I can see the wave before it hits, he thought quietly. Not guaranteed. Not absolute. Probability-based. But even probability, when informed, was power. This was real power reset in his hands. And if used wisely, it could dominate the industry and create an empire that could control any sector. Real power to predict. Dayo could see himself playing Go. He stopped himself. Let's check the next, he muttered. Then the final feature appeared. Global Spotlight, Controlled Access Mode. Monthly allocation, 5 uses. Each activation, 24 hours. Cooldown, 5 days. Effect, accelerated trending velocity. Enhanced media pickup probability. Extended attention half-life. Cannot override weak content. This one was different. This wasn't the 1-month reward. This was tactical, controlled, repeatable, small bursts of amplification. He let out a quiet laugh. So now I don't have to wait months for another card. After all, before he had to achieve something significant to get a spotlight card, but now it seemed that issue had been solved. The system stabilized. Then, ding, full status display activated. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, transnational artist, level 7. System level, 4. Singing, S-. Writing, S. Acting, S. Visual, S. Instruments. Guitar, SSS-. Flute, S-. Piano, S. Violin, A. Movie production, S. Scriptwriting, S. Swimming, S. Cooking, SSS-. Computer, SS. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A. Skills. Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, talent vision. Perfect match. Market resonance strategic forecast engine. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. Director's instinct. Global spotlight. Potential, SSS+. He froze slightly. His eyes moved back up. Acting, S. It used to be S-. He hadn't even noticed when it shifted. Movie production, also S. So it improved on its own. No reward tag. No enhancement notice. Just growth. Weeks of directing. Weeks of refining structure. Weeks of reviewing cuts and pacing. It accumulated. He stared at the screen for a long moment. Level 7. System level 4. 2 spotlight cards in reserve. Controlled bursts unlocked. Forecast engine expanded. He didn't feel explosive. He felt prepared. Structured. Like the next phase wouldn't be reactive. It would be calculated. Nigeria was next. But now, he wouldn't just be walking into momentum. He'd be able to see it, shape it, and if necessary, create it. Chapter 359, Business. Dayo sat at the head of the conference table, tablet in front of him, fingers loosely interlocked. The screen behind him displayed a projection dashboard, album performance, streaming curves, film retention metrics, regional heat maps. Alice was the first to speak. So, she said calmly, tapping her pen against her notebook, you're really going to Nigeria. Wayne leaned back in his chair. Not just going. He's relocating for a bit. Valerie crossed her legs. Temporarily, she corrected. Yurik, who had been scanning the numbers silently, didn't look up. How long? Dayo answered simply. Long enough. Wayne sighed dramatically. You know this is terrible timing, right? Terrible. Dayo raised an eyebrow. Yes, Wayne replied immediately. From a corporate standpoint, you just finished detonating Asia. The U.S. market is still processing the aftershock. Now you're flying off. Alice nodded. He's not wrong. Dayo leaned back slightly. I'm not disappearing. I'm shifting focus. Valerie looked at him carefully. That's exactly what investors hear when someone disappears. Yurik finally looked up. Let's not dramatize it. The real question is compression. How do we squeeze value out of his presence before he leaves? Wayne snapped his fingers. That's what I've been saying. Dayo gave him a look. You've been complaining. I complain. Strategically, Wayne replied. Alice slid a file across the table. We can stack pre-recorded content. Interviews. Behind-the-scenes footage. Staggered releases. If timed correctly, it'll create the illusion of continued physical presence. Valerie added. We also have 2 pending brand collaborations. If we accelerate the filming schedule, we can finalize both before departure. Yurik tapped the table lightly. And the digital side? Alice answered. We batch content. Schedule rollouts across multiple time zones. Use the controlled spotlight strategically. Dayo didn't react at that, but Wayne noticed. You're not burning the month card yet, are you? Wayne asked carefully. No, Dayo replied. Valerie nodded approvingly. Good. Yurik leaned forward slightly. Then here's the structure. Week 1, maximize U.S. visibility. Week 2, controlled taper. Once you're in Nigeria, we pivot narrative. Wayne smirked. You make it sound like a military operation. It is, Yurik said flatly. There was a short pause before Wayne glanced at Dayo again. So what exactly are you doing in Nigeria? Dayo met his gaze evenly. Building something. Wayne narrowed his eyes. That's not an answer. It's enough. Valerie laughed softly. He's not telling you. Wayne pointed accusingly. You're hiding a move. Dayo smiled faintly. I always am. Alice cleared her throat, bringing the focus back. Before we move too far ahead, let's address performance. She tapped the screen. The charts shifted. U.S. streaming curve, slight dip. Digital sales, stabilizing. Physical sales, noticeable decline compared to Asia's surge. Wayne whistled low. There it is. Valerie folded her arms. Expected. Yurik nodded once. Momentum cooled down. Alice elaborated. Post-Asia spike normalization. The market saturated quickly. Attention span cycles are shortening. Wayne looked at Dayo. Translation, sharp drop. Dayo didn't look surprised. How sharp? He asked calmly. Alice swiped to a comparison chart. Week 1 U.S. rebound after Asia. Plus 42% lift. She swiped again. Week 2. Minus 18% correction. Another swipe. Current projection. Stable plateau at minus 22% from peak. Wayne leaned forward. That sounds ugly. Valerie shook her head. No. That sounds healthy. Yurik agreed. Artificial spikes collapse harder. This is controlled decline. Dayo studied the curve. It wasn't crashing. It was cooling. And the film, he asked. Alice shifted screens again. Box office weekly intake. Down from Asia influence surge. Streaming acquisition, steady. International retention, strong. Wayne rubbed his chin. We're losing domestic urgency. Valerie corrected him. We're transitioning from hype to longevity. Yurik leaned back. This is where most artists panic. All eyes shifted to Dayo. He didn't blink. I'm not most artists, he said calmly. Wayne grinned. There it is. Alice folded her hands. So what's your move? Dayo leaned forward slightly. We don't fight the drop. Wayne frowned. We don't. No, Dayo replied. We let it settle. Valerie watched him carefully. You're thinking long arc. Yes. Yurik nodded slowly. Extend life cycle instead of forcing rebound. Alice tilted her head. So no emergency push? No emergency push, Dayo confirmed. Wayne looked disappointed. You're no fun. Dayo glanced at him. You don't want fun. You want sustainable dominance. Wayne paused. Okay, that was annoyingly accurate. Alice allowed herself a small smile. Then we shift messaging. Valerie picked up smoothly. From record-breaking to cultural mainstay. Yurik added, less explosive headlines. More structural positioning. Wayne sighed. You people talk like villains. We are stakeholders, Yurik corrected. There was a brief lull. Then Wayne leaned forward again, eyes narrowing slightly. Be honest. You expected the drop, didn't you? Dayo didn't answer immediately. Yes, he said. Alice studied him. How far? Dayo tapped the table lightly. This range. Wayne blinked. You're telling me you predicted minus 20%? I predicted cooling, Dayo replied. Valerie watched him closely. You're not reacting to numbers. You're reacting to timing. Dayo smiled faintly. Yurik spoke quietly. He's already moved past this stage. Wayne threw his hands up. That's what annoys me about you. What? Dayo asked calmly. You're always 10 steps ahead. Dayo shrugged. That's the job. Alice closed her folder. All right. Then here's the plan. She listed them off cleanly. Pre-departure content stacking. Brand shoots accelerated. Interview batch scheduling. Soft narrative pivot. No forced rebound. Valerie added. And controlled spotlight usage if domestic engagement dips below threshold. Yurik nodded. Agreed. Wayne leaned back again. So we squeeze value without looking desperate. Exactly, Alice said. There was a moment of quiet. Then Wayne grinned. You know, if this Nigeria move explodes the way Asia did, we're going to look like geniuses. Valerie smirked. We already do. Yurik corrected calmly. Only if execution matches projection. Wayne turned to Dayo again. Last question. Dayo raised an eyebrow. You sure you don't want to cancel the trip? Dayo didn't hesitate. No. Wayne studied him for a long second. Then we move. Dayo stood slowly. Schedule compression begins today, he said. No wasted windows. Alice nodded immediately. I'll coordinate. Valerie stood as well. Brand teams get priority slots. Yurik closed his tablet. I'll handle investor reassurance. Wayne remained seated a second longer before grinning. You better come back bigger, he said. Dayo looked at him calmly. I won't be coming back the same. That ended the meeting. And as the others filtered out of the room, the dashboard screen behind him still displayed the cooling curve. Not a crash. Not a loss. Just transition. Dayo looked at it once more before turning off the monitor. Nigeria wasn't an escape. It was the next wave. And this time, he wasn't waiting to ride it. He intended to shape it. Chapter 360, Unexpected Guess. The meeting had just ended when Sharon stepped in quietly. She didn't interrupt immediately. She waited until Wayne and Valerie were halfway out the door. Then she cleared her throat. "Sir." Dayo looked up. Her expression already told him enough. "Your phone," she said carefully, "has been exploding." Wayne paused mid-step. "That sounds expensive." Sharon ignored him. "Not just calls. Labels. Production houses. 2 major distribution groups. 3 independent studios. They've all requested in-person meetings." Alice turned back slightly. "All at once?" "Yes," Sharon replied. "And they're pushing hard. Some of them are asking for availability before you leave for Nigeria." Wayne whistled softly. "Ah, there it is." Dayo leaned back in his chair. "Of course. Explosion in Asia. Stabilization in the US. The narrative shift. The donation leak. The numbers. Everyone wanted proximity. Not friendship. Access. They're not subtle," Sharon continued. "A few have implied urgency." Urich folded his arms. Translation: they're afraid of missing something. Valerie nodded. "They want the formula." Wayne smirked. "Or they want to lock him down before he evolves again. And yet they all fail realize it's all Dayo's work and luck." Dayo didn't smile. He understood exactly why the timing mattered. For years ago, 1 week had changed everything. 1 week. That surge had rewritten his trajectory. Recently, 1 month had been entire markets. And now? He was leaving. Of course the industry was nervous. They wanted to grab a copy of whatever Dayo was doing before he goes to Nigeria. "They think I'm about to trigger something again," Dayo said calmly. Sharon didn't deny it. "They've noticed the pattern," she admitted. "The 1-week spike years ago. The recent month cycle. They don't believe that's coincidence." Wayne raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't." Dayo ignored him, knowing he was either teasing or probing. After all, they themselves can't explain it. "How many confirmed requests?" he asked. "Officially," Sharon replied, 9. "And unofficially? Too many. Some even went as far as bribing to chip in a word or two for them." Alice exhaled slowly. "They're trying to corner the window." Urich added, "Pre-departure leverage." Dayo stood. "Decline all of them." Sharon blinked once. All. Wayne frowned. "Even the big ones?" "Yes." Valerie studied him carefully. "You're sure?" Dayo nodded once. "The industry can wait." Sharon hesitated. "Some of them are implying that refusal might strain relationships." Dayo's voice didn't change. "They won't force me." "No, they can't force." He knew something Sharon didn't fully understand. The majority wanted proximity, but none of them wanted confrontation. Not now. Not after what he achieved in Asia. Not after the numbers he pulled. "Keep ignoring," he said calmly. "No explanation. No counteroffers. Just silence." Sharon nodded. "Understood." The room began to disperse. Until the door opened without announcement. Everyone turned. Michael stepped in. No assistant. No entourage. Just him. Wayne muttered under his breath. "Speak of the devil." Michael walked in like he owned the air. Which, in most rooms, he did. Publicly, he was the gatekeeper. The man you had to pass through. The industry's final checkpoint before legitimacy. A man of power. He stopped across from Dayo. "You've been avoiding me," Michael said evenly. Dayo tilted his head slightly. "Have I?" Michael didn't smile. "For a week." Wayne glanced at Valerie. This wasn't scheduled. Dayo's expression didn't change. "I've been busy." "Don't play wise with me," Michael replied. "You know I don't chase." Silence stretched. Alice and the others read the room instantly. This wasn't stakeholder talk anymore. This was power testing. Dayo gestured lightly toward the chairs. "Let's not do this here." Michael held his gaze for a moment, then nodded once. Asterisk. The restaurant was quiet. Private. Shielded. Michael didn't waste time. "You know why I'm here." Dayo poured water into his glass. "Enlighten me." Michael leaned forward. "I'm tired of the silence." "Silence is peaceful." "Not in this industry." Dayo sipped slowly. Michael's jaw tightened. "You've done it before," Michael continued. "For years ago. 1 week." He let the words settle. "You detonated the board." Dayo didn't interrupt. "And now?" Michael continued. 1 month. His voice dropped slightly. "You don't expect me to believe that kind of acceleration is random." Dayo placed the glass down. "So?" Michael leaned in further. "Give it to me." The air shifted. "Give me the mechanism," Michael said bluntly. "Whatever you're using." Dayo didn't smile. Even if I had something, he said calmly, I wouldn't give it to you. Michael's eyes sharpened. Don't be arrogant. I'm not. I am just stating with the bad blood between us. Don't you think you're arrogant? Michael's tone hardened. He ignored the last part of Dayo's words. You think you don't need the industry? Dayo met his gaze evenly. I think I don't need permission. That hit. Michael exhaled slowly. You're playing a dangerous game. No, Dayo replied. You are. Silence. Michael shifted tactics. You know I can open doors. I know. I can close them too. Dayo didn't blink. Can you? The subtle challenge in his voice made Michael pause. Dayo leaned forward slightly. Tell your bosses, he said quietly. Michael froze cause if he didn't have bosses know by the outside word. The four behind you. The air cracked. For the first time since entering, Michael's composure flickered. Very few people knew. Very few people even suspected. The MC label appeared singular. Unified. Owned. Michael was its face. Its authority. Its wall. But behind it. Four. Silent. Older. Deeper. Dayo's voice remained steady. Tell them if they push too hard, I won't negotiate. Michael's pulse visibly shifted. How? He stopped himself. Dayo watched him. You're not the sole head. Dayo continued softly. You're the bridge. Michael's eyes narrowed. And bridges burn. Don't ask how I know. The restaurant suddenly felt smaller. Michael forced composure back into place. You think knowing that changes anything? Dayo leaned back. It changes everything. Silence stretched again. You're overstepping, Michael warned. Dayo shook his head once. No. I'm warning you. Michael stared at him. Dayo's voice remained calm. There are shadows that prefer to stay shadows. He let that breathe. If they're dragged into light, they won't like the exposure. Michael swallowed once. He hadn't expected direct confrontation. He had expected negotiation, evasion, strategic denial. Not this. You're confident, Michael said quietly. Yes. You're sure you can withstand it? Dayo's answer came without hesitation. Yes. Michael studied him, searching for bluff. There was none. You've changed, Michael said finally. No, Dayo replied. I've grown. Another long pause. Michael stood slowly. This isn't over. Dayo nodded once. It rarely is. Michael hesitated at the exit, then turned slightly. You're walking into Nigeria thinking the industry can't touch you. Dayo's voice was calm. I'm walking into Nigeria knowing I don't need to be touched. Michael left, and for the first time in years, he wasn't certain he was the highest authority in the room. Back at the office later, Wayne looked at Dayo carefully. What did he want? Access, Dayo replied. And I declined. Wayne grinned slowly. You enjoy this, don't you? Dayo didn't answer, but his silence said enough. Because this time, he wasn't reacting to the industry. He was forcing it to react to him. Chapter 361, The Four Shadows. The car ride back from the restaurant was quiet, but not the comfortable kind. The silence felt measured, deliberate, as if even sound understood it was not welcome. Michael sat in the rear seat with his posture straight, gaze fixed forward, though his eyes weren't focused on the road. Beside him, his assistant kept her hands folded on her lap, staring ahead with professional stillness. She had worked with him long enough to notice changes that others missed, and tonight there had been something she had never witnessed before. It was subtle, a fraction of a second, but she had seen it. When Dayo said it, when he said the four, Michael had not flinched. He had not reacted, but there had been a pause, and Michael did not pause. She didn't ask questions. She knew better. The driver, sensing the atmosphere, kept his attention strictly on the road, not even daring to adjust the radio. The city lights slid across the tinted glass, reflecting faintly across Michael's face as his thoughts replayed the conversation. The problem wasn't that Dayo suspected. Suspicion could be dismissed. The problem was precision. Dayo had not phrased it like a theory. He had stated it like fact. And even she was scared as she knew too much of Michael's secret. She just hopes that he doesn't suspect her. When the car stopped in front of the headquarters building, Michael stepped out immediately, not waiting for assistance. He moved through the lobby without acknowledging greetings, entered the private elevator, and rode up alone. His office lights flickered on automatically as he stepped inside. The skyline stretched behind the glass walls like something he owned. Normally, that view grounded him. Tonight, it did nothing. He removed his jacket slowly, draped it over the chair, and began pacing. Once, twice. Then he stopped, placing both hands on the edge of his desk. How? The word wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It was analytical. He wasn't concerned about ego. He was concerned about structure. The ML label appeared singular. Clean. Centralized. Publicly, he was the authority. The gatekeeper. The filter between ambition and legitimacy. Behind him, however, the architecture was different, layered, distributed, unseen. Very few people even suspected the hierarchy extended beyond him. Even fewer had proof. And Dayo had not guessed. He reached for his phone and stared at the contact for a moment before dialing. Normally, she initiated communication. Michael did not report upward casually. That dynamic existed for a reason. The call connected on the second ring. Michael. The woman's voice was smooth and composed, faintly amused. You don't usually call first. I assume Yuri bringing extraordinary. They're not why I'm calling. The shift in her tone was immediate. Not alarmed, attentive. What happened? He knows. A brief pause, then a controlled response. Clarify. He referenced the four. Directly. Who? Dayo. Silence followed, but it wasn't confusion. It was processing. You're certain? She asked. Yes. Speculation? No. How did he phrase it? The voice was obviously trying to live in denial caused Dayo, knowing was no good to them. Michael repeated the exact wording without interpretation. When he finished, the line remained quiet for several seconds. I'll call you back, she said finally. The call ended. Michael set the phone down carefully and stood still, staring at nothing. 30 minutes passed without movement. He did not pace again. He did not sit. He simply waited. When the phone lit up again, it wasn't a direct call. It was a conference line. He answered. For connections established, each from a different location. Background noises faintly suggested different cities, different time zones, different power bases. The woman spoke first, her tone calm and professional. We've evaluated the immediate exposure probability. Repeat his wording. Michael did so without deviation. When he finished, one of the male voices, older, deliberate, spoke. Was it emotional? No. Was he testing you? No. Was he certain? Yes. Another voice entered the call, sharper and colder. Has he made public movement? No. Media leaks? No. Internal compromise? None detected. Silence lingered again, thicker this time. He's signaling, the older voice said slowly. Or warning, the colder one added. The deepest voice, the least frequent speaker, finally joined. He's evolved. Michael didn't disagree. He refused collaboration, he added. There was interest in that. Completely, the woman asked. Yes. And you applied pressure? Yes. And he did not shift. No. That answer carried weight. The older voice exhaled lightly. Then he doesn't need access. The colder voice followed. Or he believes he doesn't. The deep voice spoke again, more thoughtful than before. When does he leave for Nigeria? Soon. There was no hesitation in the response that followed. Let him go, the woman said. Michael frowned slightly. That's the decision? Escalation without clarity is wasteful, the older voice replied. We observe, the colder one added. If he builds something there, we assess its scale, the woman continued. If it remains symbolic, it's irrelevant. If it becomes structural, we intervene. Michael's voice lowered slightly. And if he exposes us? The deep voice answered this time. Then we calculate cost versus containment. Until then, we do nothing. The call ended one by one, leaving him alone again in the office. Michael stood motionless for several seconds before walking to the window. The city below continued without interruption. Traffic flowed. Lights flickered. Markets operated. Nothing visibly changed. But something had. For years, he had been the ceiling. Artists climbed until they reached him. Negotiations curved around him. Ambition filtered through him. He was the gate. Tonight, someone had looked past the gate. And worse, had not seemed impressed by it. Michael closed his eyes briefly before opening them again. This was no longer about dominance. It was about recalibration. Dayo was not the same figure from 4 years ago. He had global leverage now. Market insulation. Cultural momentum. He was no longer a rising star within the structure. He was beginning to operate parallel to it. And somewhere across the city, while executives recalculated and shadows adjusted positions, Dayo was preparing for Nigeria. Not as someone escaping pressure, but as someone stepping into the next phase of control. The industry wasn't reacting yet. It was watching. And that, in its own way, was more dangerous than attack. Chapter 362. Home Soil. While executives in glass towers recalculated or labels refreshed dashboards and assistants sent urgent follow-ups, Dayo was nowhere near a boardroom. He was at the airport. Night flights always carried a different kind of energy, softer, less chaotic, more intimate. The terminal lights reflected off polished floors as travelers moved in steady streams toward departure gates. Security lines hummed. Announcements echoed overhead. And in the middle of it, Deborah was vibrating with excitement. Finally, she almost shouted, spinning once in place before Sharon gently caught her by the shoulder. "We're actually going." Janet laughed beside her, trying to act composed, but failing miserably. "You've said that 5 times already." "I don't care," Deborah replied. "It's Nigeria." Dayo stood a few steps behind them, watching. For a moment, the industry didn't exist. Not the calls. Not the pressure. Not Michael. Not the shadows. Just this. Deborah had cried weeks ago when he couldn't fulfill his promise by giving her and Janet the film like he'd promised. He had made the promise easily back then, roles in a project, when he came back from Asia, but due to the explosion of the album and movie he was unable to give them. He hadn't broken the promise intentionally, but it had still hurt her. More like she was trying to childishly blackmail him. So he made a new promise. "I'll make it up to you," he had told her. She had crossed her arms. "How?" "You'll see." Now this was the answer. Nigeria. Not a business move. Not a headline. Just a mini vacation. Deborah tugged at his sleeve. "You're not allowed to change your mind." "I'm not," he said calmly. "You better not." He smiled faintly. "I already checked in. It's too late." That was enough for her. She grabbed Janet's hand and ran ahead toward the gate. Sharon stepped closer to him. "You're quiet. Just observing. You've got half the industry looking for you. They'll survive till I am back." She studied him for a moment, but didn't press. Boarding began. The family walked down the jet bridge together. The hum of the aircraft interior welcomed them. Soft overhead lighting, the faint scent of recycled air, the low murmur of passengers settling in. Deborah claimed the window seat immediately. "Wake me when we land," she declared confidently. "You won't stay awake?" Janet teased. "I will," she insisted. She lasted 12 minutes. By the time the plane reached cruising altitude, her head had tilted against the window, city lights fading beneath clouds as she drifted into sleep. Janet stayed awake longer, watching a movie quietly before eventually dozing off too. Sharon rested. The cabin dimmed. Dayo didn't sleep. He watched the wings slice through the night sky and allowed himself something rare: stillness. Nigeria wasn't a strategy. It wasn't a calculated pivot. It was personal. But somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew one thing. Personal moves sometimes created the strongest waves. The landing announcement came just before dawn. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will be arriving shortly." Deborah jolted awake instantly. "We're here." "Almost," Janet said, rubbing her eyes. As the plane descended, the view shifted from clouds to scattered lights, then to clusters of buildings. Lagos. Humidity greeted them the moment the aircraft doors opened. Warm air rushed in, thick and alive. The airport wasn't grand like Seoul's or polished like Tokyo's, but it had something else: pulse. Noise. Movement that didn't pretend to be orderly. They walked through immigration smoothly. Security was light but present. Dayo didn't expect anything outside. He had researched and had visited in his past life. Nigerian airport fan receptions weren't typical unless there was prior announcement. He hadn't announced. And it only works if only the person in question is huge. But when the sliding exit doors opened, sound hit first. Not massive, not stadium level, but loud, real, rough-edged. A crowd had formed behind airport barricades, maybe a few hundred people at most, but the energy multiplied their number. Phones raised, handwritten signs, mostly young women. "Dayo, welcome home." Finally, he stopped walking for half a second, surprised. This wasn't Seoul. This wasn't Beijing. But this felt different. In this life, this was the first time he had come to Nigeria, and getting such welcome was amazing. It wasn't organized fan clubs. It wasn't corporate banners. It was raw. He turned slightly to Sharon. "Take them ahead." She understood immediately and guided the family toward the vehicles waiting further down. Dayo stepped toward the barricade. Security moved instinctively, forming a loose buffer as hands reached out. He didn't rush. He waved first. The reaction doubled. Someone shouted in Yoruba, Another screamed his name like it was a victory chant. One girl was crying. Another kept repeating, "I can't believe this." He reached over the barricade briefly, shaking a few hands. "Thank you for coming," he said simply. That was enough. The security team gently redirected movement as the crowd pushed forward, but there was no hostility, just overwhelming excitement. It lasted only minutes. But it mattered. When he finally stepped into the car, Deborah looked at him wide-eyed. "You didn't tell us you were that famous here." He smirked faintly. "I didn't even know that myself." Janet smirked. "You have to thank me for that. I made you famous here." Dayo smiled and said, "Of course, Your Royal Highness." Indeed, she was the one who made him know after all. She caught him with his mom speaking Yoruba on live cam. The drive through Lagos was a different kind of experience entirely. Traffic didn't flow. More Likwayar couldn't because of traffic. Horns weren't warnings, they were language. Street vendors moved between cars. Motorcycles slipped through impossible gaps. Music played from somewhere. Unseen. Deborah pressed her face against the window. "It's so busy. It's alive," Janet corrected as both their eyes never left the window as they look a brand new world. Sharon just smiled quietly. They passed through neighborhoods shifting in texture, modern buildings, then older structures, then open markets spilling onto roads. The contrast was sharp but authentic. Dayo watched everything carefully. This wasn't polished presentation. It was reality. And reality had weight. Eventually, they reached the house he had arranged. Not flashy, not excessive, but secure, comfortable, close enough to family land for upcoming ceremonies. When the gates opened, Deborah jumped out first. "This is ours." "For now," he replied. She ran ahead, exploring before anyone could stop her. Janet followed at a more controlled pace. Inside, luggage was carried in. Doors opened. Windows tested. Rooms claimed. The family's laughter filled the space quickly. By evening, exhaustion finally won. They ate lightly, spoke about the flight, argued playfully about who snored. Then one by one, the house quieted. Nights settled over Lagos with distant sounds of traffic and faint music somewhere far off. Dayo stepped outside briefly, standing under the warm air. No cameras, no boardrooms, no industry calls, just the sound of a city that didn't pretend to be anything else. He exhaled slowly. He had arrived. And this time, he wasn't here to conquer. He was here to belong. Chapter 363, The Visit. The house Dayo bought in Lagos sat quiet, but quiet in a way that meant distance. He didn't stay close to extended family. That had been intentional about Dayo and his family coming over, but privacy was easier when distance existed. The compound was secure, modern, slightly elevated from the surrounding neighborhood. Not flashy like that of the house he lived in at U.S., but good. No one knew the exact location yet. And that was how he wanted it. This visit wasn't for other than celebrating the family, so he didn't want to step into the lime too much to take the shine away from the bride. The next morning, Dayo was leaning against the balcony railing when his mother stepped out to meet him. Inside the house, movement was already starting. Fabric rustling, quiet instructions, someone laughing too loudly and being told to lower their voice. The atmosphere carried that restrained excitement that came before something culturally important. She looked at him for a moment before speaking. "You're not dressed." He smiled faintly. "I am not coming along." She narrowed her eyes slightly. "Are you not coming?" He shifted his weight, folding his arms loosely across his chest. "I don't think I should." Her expression changed, not angry, confused. "This is family." "I know." "Then why?" He exhaled slowly, choosing his words carefully. "What they're doing today isn't a traditional wedding. It's the formal visit. The groom coming to see the bride's family properly. Kneeling, greeting, showing respect. Even if everything has already been arranged, I don't think I am needed." She watched him closely. "That's exactly why you should be there." He shook his head gently. "No, Mama." There was no arrogance in his tone. No defiance. Just clarity. "If I go, it won't be about them." Silence settled between them for a moment. "You think too much of yourself," she said lightly. He smiled again, softer this time. "It's not ego." He glanced back toward the living room, where voices floated through the doorway. "It's reality." She followed his gaze. Even here, in Nigeria, the name Dayo carried weight now. Not global chaos weight. Not stadium weight. But enough. Enough for people to shift attention unconsciously. Enough for phones to come out. Enough for whispers to begin. This ceremony wasn't about him. It was about a man proving humility before elders. It was about symbolic bride price, about tradition, about structure older than the entertainment industry. If he walked into that courtyard, people wouldn't mean to look at him, but they would. And the moment wouldn't be fair for the couple who owns the day, so staying back was best until the wedding, then he can come. His mother studied him carefully. You don't want to steal their light. He nodded. Yes. She let that settle. For a brief second, something proud flickered in her eyes. You've changed. He raised an eyebrow. For better or worse? For awareness, she replied with a smile. Inside, someone called her name. She turned halfway, then looked back at him again. They will ask why you didn't come. Tell them I didn't want to distract from the groom's respect. She watched him a moment longer. And if they insist? He smiled slightly. Tell them I know my place, and I would come for the actual wedding. That made her laugh quietly. You, knowing your place? In this matter? Yes. She shook her head slowly but didn't argue further. As she began walking back inside, she paused again. You're still part of this family, whether you attend the courtyard or not. I know. And don't disappear completely. I won't. She disappeared into the house. The sound level inside rose slightly, preparations accelerating. The formality of the day moving forward. Dayo remained where he was. He could picture it clearly without being there. The groom arriving with his people. The kneeling. The prostration. The playful negotiations. The symbolic bride price. The elders speaking in Yoruba that rolled like poetry. The laughter when requests were exaggerated. The moment of approval. It wasn't spectacle. It was structure. And sometimes, knowing when not to stand in the center was its own kind of maturity. He stepped back from the railing and moved inside quietly, but not toward the courtyard exit. Instead, he walked toward the sitting room on the other side of the house, far from the ceremonial area. From there, he could hear faint echoes, greetings, rhythmic clapping, voices rising and falling. He didn't need to see it to respect it. Outside the compound, the world still ran wild. Producers, reporters, executives, record labels, industry power brokers. All of them looking, all of them calculating. But here, in this moment, none of that mattered. Here, a man was kneeling before elders. And Dayo, for once, chose not to be the loudest name in the room. He sat back into the couch, listening to the distant cadence of tradition unfolding. Not every stage needed him. Not every spotlight was his. And that, more than anything, proved how far he had grown. Just as he was about to go inside, Sharon approached him. There's something you need to know. He glanced at her. What? A few artists reached out the moment word spread that you're in Nigeria. He paused. Already? Yes. He leaned back slightly. Who? She hesitated half a second. Davido. That made him still. Not shocked. Interested. Davido wasn't small. Established. Influential. Strong presence both locally and internationally. That wasn't random outreach. And he asked. And there were indirect signals from others. He understood what she meant. This trip is family. Sharon nodded slowly. You've said that before. He gave her a look. I'm serious. She raised one eyebrow. You're never just anything. The girls, who were pretending not to listen, immediately leaned closer. Is it happening? Deborah whispered dramatically. Nothing is happening, he replied calmly. Sharon crossed her arms. Tell me you're not even considering it. He didn't answer. That was enough. She exhaled lightly. I've worked with you long enough to know what that silence means. He finally spoke. Tell them I'm here for personal reasons. If there's time, we'll talk. That's not a no. It's not. Sharon shook her head softly, amused. You can't switch it off, can you? He looked at her. I don't try to. Chapter 364, The Wedding One. The house was calmer that morning. Not silent. Not empty. Just steady. Dayo was seated in the living room when Abisola returned from the family house. She did not sit immediately. She stood in front of him, hands on her hips, looking at him the way only a mother could. So, she began. You are still planning not to come today? He leaned back slightly in his seat, calm. I told you, Mama. I will come for the main wedding tomorrow. Abisola narrowed her eyes a little. They asked about you. I expected that. You know how our people are? When they hear you are around and you don't show face, they start building stories. He smiled faintly. Let them build. I did not want to draw attention to what they were doing. She watched him carefully. What they were doing was family. I know, he replied softly. But that was their formal visit. The groom is kneeling. The bride's family receives him. That moment should not be bent by noise, even small noise. Abisola studied him for a long second before nodding slowly. Tomorrow is the wedding. I will be there. She relaxed a little. Clothes are ready. Everything has been arranged. Do not come and say you forgot something. He chuckled. I won't. Inside the house, Janet and Deborah were already moving around with too much excitement for that early hour. They had insisted on following Abisola earlier to see how preparations were going at the venue. They had returned buzzing with details. It's big, Deborah said for the 5th time. Like very big. Janet laughed. You would think it's a celebrity wedding. Abisola shook her head at them, but could not hide her smile. Your cousin deserves it. The rest of the day passed quietly. His father stepped out to meet old friends after all. He had been to Nigeria more since his wedding, which was also done in Nigeria. Janet and Deborah drifted between rooms, talking about outfits and hairstyles. Sharon remained near Dayo most of the afternoon, occasionally checking her phone, occasionally watching him as if she expected something unpredictable to happen. Meanwhile, Dayo locked himself in the room. Only he knew what he was doing. Tomorrow came quickly. The wedding venue was large, decorated in rich colors that felt unmistakably Nigerian. Gold accents, deep blues, burgundy fabric layered with patterned aso-ebi. The air smelled faintly of perfume, food, and anticipation. Musicians were already tuning instruments when Dayo arrived with his family. The family had a reserved section near the front, but slightly to the side. Prominent enough to matter. Subtle enough not to overshadow. Dayo did not make an entrance. He walked in like any other family member. No grand gestures. No theatrics with nose masks on to avoid too much attention. Still, a few heads turned. A few whispers traveled. But he kept his expression relaxed and greeted only those directly in front of him. Abisola squeezed his arm lightly. After you greet elders, go and see Shade. He nodded. He moved toward the inner preparation area where the bride and her close circle were gathered. Laughter spilled from inside. The sound of makeup brushes and fabric shifting filled the room. One of the bridesmaids stepped out just as he approached. She froze for half a second. Oh. He smiled politely. Good morning. You're Dayo? Like JD. She said, finding it hard to complete a sentence from her mouth as she felt shocked. She recognized him even with the nose masks on. Her friend had once told her that her cousin was JD, but she didn't believe it. Seeing Dayo here right in front of her, she found it hard to calm down. After a bit, she calmed down after getting an autograph and a few selfies. You were looking for Shade? She said. Yes. She blinked as if she still needed a second to process, though again, that JD was here. Wait here. Her name was Tamawa. She turned and disappeared back inside. From within the room came her voice. Shade, you need to come outside. I cannot come outside now, Shade replied. You know how busy it is. It's important. Everything is important today. Tamawa lowered her voice slightly. Just come. There was a pause. Then footsteps. Shade stepped out, adjusting the edge of her gelly. She was radiant in that quiet way brides often are before the ceremony begins. For a second, she did not look directly at him. Then she did. Her body stilled. For a brief moment, she did not move at all. Her eyes widened, then narrowed slightly, as if confirming what she was seeing was real. Oh my God! She stepped forward instinctively, then stopped herself as if remembering she was in full bridal preparation. You actually came. He laughed softly. Of course I came. I thought maybe you would just appear at the reception and disappear again. He shook his head. I did not want to interrupt the formal visit the other day. She exhaled slowly. When they told me you were my cousin, I did not believe it. Really? Dayo asked while smiling. I mean, I believed it in theory. But not like this. He smiled at her expression. Life is strange. She shook her head, still half in disbelief. You know I am a fan, right? I heard. She laughed nervously. It's embarrassing now. Don't be embarrassed. Today is your day. She studied him carefully. I was actually a little disappointed you did not come. The other day. He nodded. I know. But that moment was about respect. About him kneeling. About your family receiving him. If I stood there, it would shift something. Even slightly. That was not fair. She softened immediately, hearing his reason. Thank you, she said quietly. He looked at her properly then, not as a fan, not as someone reacting to his status, but as his cousin. How are you feeling? Nervous? Excited? Overwhelmed? That means it is real. She laughed. Tamawa watched the exchange with open admiration. I told you he would come. Shade turned back to her friend. I still cannot believe this. Dayo stepped slightly closer. I have a gift for you. Her eyes lit up again. Now. Not now. She groaned lightly. Why? Not here, don't worry, it's a surprise. Dayo said mysteriously. She narrowed her eyes playfully. You are as dramatic as your mom says. Hee hee. All right, just be ready. She shook her head with a smile. Okay, I trust you. Someone from inside called her name urgently. Shade. We need you. She looked back toward the room, then at him again. You will stay? I will stay. For the full thing? Wanting to confirm. For the full thing. She nodded, visibly relieved. Thank you for coming. He gave her a small nod. Go. Before they drag you. She laughed and disappeared back into the preparation room. Tamawa lingered for a second. She really is a big fan. I can see that. She was playing your songs last week during planning. He chuckled lightly. Tell her I appreciate it. Tamawa grinned and returned inside. Dayo stood there for a moment longer before heading back toward the main hall. Sharon was waiting near the family section. So, she asked quietly. She is happy. That is good. After leaving Shade's preparation room, Dayo did not return immediately to the family section. Instead, he asked one of the ushers quietly, Where is the groom's room? The young man looked at him twice before answering. Sir. The groom is inside that wing. Thank you. He walked toward the groom's area without making a noise about it. The hallway was less decorated, more practical. Laughter spilled from behind one of the doors. Male voices. Teasing. Loud confidence covering wedding nerves. He knocked lightly. One of the groomsmen opened the door. For a second, the man just stared. Yes. Good afternoon. I am looking for the groom. The groom? The man repeated, confused. Yes. Tund. The name landed properly that time. Oh, yes. He is here. The groomsman turned halfway into the room. Tund. Someone is here for you. There was shuffling inside. Then Tund stepped forward, adjusting the cuff of his outfit. He looked up casually, then froze. There was a flicker of disbelief in his eyes before recognition settled in. Dayo. Dayo gave a small nod. You must be the groom. Tund blinked once, then laughed under his breath as if trying to convince himself this was real. You are actually here. I told Shade I would come for the wedding. Tund stepped forward fully now, extending his hand. Dayo took it firmly. Welcome, Tund said sincerely. I did not expect this. I wanted to see you before everything started properly. Tund shook his head slightly, still processing. My wife is your cousin, but I am not related to you at all. Yet you came to see me. Dayo smiled lightly. You are family now. The room behind them had gone quiet. The other men were pretending not to stare after all. A superstar was here. They tried maintaining their steeze and composure. Tund studied him more seriously now. I have heard a lot about you. And I am a huge fan. More like my wife and me, haha. I heard from your wife, and I appreciate it. Thanks. Dayo Smiller. Tund laughed, sounding like a fanboy. Nothing at all, I just love your sound. How you make music. There was a pause. A small shift from fan energy into something more grounded. Dayo's tone softened, but was serious. Take care of her. Tund did not joke at that. I will. She is emotional. I know. She pretends she is strong. I know that too. Dayo nodded once. That was enough. Tund added quietly. You do not have to worry. I know, but I will still say it. That made Tund smile. You are protective. She is my cousin. Haha, sure. I should not keep you long, Dayo said. They will be calling you. Tund straightened his shoulders. Yes, they will. As Dayo turned to leave, Tund called after him softly. It means something that you are here. Dayo glanced back. Good. Before leaving, he related a bit with the groomsmen. He left the groom's room quietly, letting the door close behind him. On his way back toward the reception hall, he spotted the MC near the stage area, reviewing the program sheet with a coordinator. Dayo approached him calmly. The MC turned and nearly dropped the clipboard. Sir. Relax, Dayo said quietly. The man straightened instantly. I did not know you were here already. I am not here in any official capacity. Yes, sir. He looked a bit tense as he recognized Dayo after all he had been told beforehand. Dayo lowered his voice slightly. Later during the reception, when the couple is seated and the first round of dancing begins, I want a small slot. The MC's eyes widened. Slot? Yes. Nothing dramatic. Or any announcement about who I am. Just say there is a family gift. The MC swallowed once. Are you serious? Yes. What song? I will handle that. The MC nodded immediately. It will be done. No hype, Dayo added. This is for them, not for me. I understand. And I am a huge fan of Dayo. Dayo smiled at him, talked a bit with him, and stepped away before the conversation could grow bigger. The reception hall was already filling with music and movement. And somewhere beneath the celebration, something quiet and intentional had just been set in motion. He sat down beside Abisola. The ceremony began shortly after. It was elegant without being excessive. Traditional elements blended with modern styling. Elders gave blessings. The groom stood proud but respectful. Shade walked down the aisle steadily and glowing. Dayo did not move from his seat except to clap when appropriate. He did not dominate conversations. He did not draw cameras. He simply watched. From time to time, he noticed people looking at him, whispering, but he kept his attention forward. When the vows were exchanged and applause filled the hall, he felt something settle in him. This was what mattered. The moments. As the ceremony ended and guests began transitioning toward the reception area, Sharon leaned slightly closer. You are very quiet. It is her day. She studied him. You look like you are thinking. I am. About. He did not answer immediately. He looked toward the stage where Shade and her husband were being congratulated. It's about timing. Sharon followed his gaze. You are not going to do something reckless, are you? He smiled faintly. I told you. I have a gift. She exhaled slowly. You cannot switch it off. I do not try to. The reception music began to rise. The hall filled with movement again. And somewhere beneath the joy, beneath the laughter, beneath the layered rhythm of Nigerian celebration, something else was quietly building. Not noise, not spectacle, but anticipation. Tomorrow had come, and the real moment had not yet arrived. Chapter 365, The Wedding 2. The reception hall carried a different kind of energy from the ceremony. The solemnity of vows had dissolved into rhythm. Drums blended with live band tuning. Waiters moved in organized patterns between tables, trays balanced carefully as perfume, food, and laughter mixed in the air. The gold accents of the decor reflected warm light across deep blue fabric draped along the walls, and everywhere you looked, there was motion. Shade and Tund had been ushered into the hall amid cheers. The applause had been sincere, not exaggerated. Family pride. Friends celebrate love. Elders nod with approval. Dayo remained seated through it all. He clapped when appropriate, smiled when someone caught his eye, as at this point he had to lose the mask. Leaned slightly toward Abisola when she whispered commentary about who was related to who and which uncle had put on weight. He just laughed as he had never seen this side of his mother before. He did not stand unless necessary, and yet attention moved toward him anyway. It happened in waves. First, the younger guests. A table of Gen Z cousins whispered aggressively to one another, phones already half raised beneath the table. That's him. No, it can't be. Look at his eyes, that's him. Why would he be here? He's family, I heard. Across the hall, older guests noticed the whispers more than they noticed him. A few squinted slightly, recognition. Faint, but not fully formed. They knew the name. They had heard it on the radio. They had seen the headlines when he exploded globally. But this was a wedding, not a concert. Their minds had not prepared them for celebrity inside family. The live band played softly while plates were arranged and drinks refreshed. The MC stood near the stage, reviewing his program sheet one last time. He glanced once toward Dayo. Dayo gave a barely visible nod. The signal. A few minutes later, as the newlyweds took their seats at the center table, the MC tapped the microphone gently. The light feedback hum quieted conversations in small ripples until the hall settled. Ladies and gentlemen, the MC began warmly. Before the couple's first official dance, someone from the family would like to present something small. Nothing dramatic. No build-up. No titles. Just family. There was polite applause. Then Dayo stood. The movement alone triggered another ripple. Those who had been unsure now saw clearly. Those who had suspected are now confirmed. A few phones rose higher. He did not rush. He walked to the stage the way a cousin walks to greet his own people. Calm. Measured. Head slightly bowed in respect to elders along the aisle. By the time he reached the microphone, the whispers had turned into contained excitement among the younger crowd. The older guests were still processing. He adjusted the mic slightly. He looked at Shade first. then at Tund. His voice when he spoke was steady and relaxed. Good day, everyone. I hope you all are enjoying this beautiful occasion. I am here to fulfill a promise I made to the newlywed couples. Can you please both stand? The hall reacted with soft laughter. I couldn't give it earlier, so I will give it now. He signaled lightly to the band. The lead guitarist leaned forward. The opening chords began gently, a familiar Yoruba rhythm. Some guests recognized the structure immediately. Then he began. Shade? Amo sad oya now. Odapi tin motin ba risoro. Odapi tin motin toasty. Sad. Ojo en loos to lo and io pa 30-inch. He sang her name into the first note as if it belonged there. His Yoruba pronunciation was clean, natural, not forced, the kind that only comes from someone who grew up hearing it in real conversations, not rehearsing it for applause. The melody unfolded slowly. The lyrics spoke of loving Shade with pride, of honoring her before family, of choosing her openly and without fear. It was romantic but not exaggerated, playful but sincere. The rhythm carried that warm Afrobeat sway that made shoulders move unconsciously. Shade's reaction was immediate. Her hand flew to her mouth first. Then she laughed. Then she blinked rapidly as tears gathered despite her effort to hold composure. Tund tightened his arm around her waist instinctively, half laughing, half stunned. JNB lol. Mummy me ready omo. Marry me oh baby. Baba me ready omo. You know I love you. Omoj. Wafemi I say I need you girl. You say you need some time but time hin no day girl. Answer me on time, a day beg you say make you follow me. You tell say you no love me. The older guests began clapping in rhythm. The younger guests had completely abandoned subtlety. Phones were fully up now. Some were recording discreetly. Others were not. The chorus arrived, and he leaned into it, projecting just enough to fill the hall without overwhelming it. The live band followed smoothly. The song wrapped itself around the room like something that had always belonged there. When he reached the final repetition of her name, the applause began before he finished. It was not stadium applause. It was wedding applause. Warm, loud, personal. He smiled at them. At this point, the whole ceremony was laughing and joyously moving. Then he lifted one hand gently. Now, he said lightly, let's switch it up a little. A few guests laughed, already excited. The beat entered slowly and softly. He stepped slightly away from the mic stand and held the microphone in his hand. The second melody was softer, more stripped down. Love is a beautiful thing. This love nah for you and me. Be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo, my love. It's the hand of God nah. Him bring you to me. It's indescribable what you mean to me. Would you be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo? My love, oh yeah. Would you be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo? My love, oh, he began gently. Be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo, my love. The room quieted almost immediately. This song was different. Where the first had energy and cultural rhythm, this one carried intimacy. It spoke about walking together through seasons, about standing firm when storms arrived, about choosing one person in a noisy world. He moved slowly across the stage, not performing for the crowd, but singing toward the couple. Like MTN, I go find you everywhere you go. And like Joke and Jake, our love will never grow old. Please be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo. My love, oh yeah. Would you be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo? My love, oh. The hall was still. A few people laughed hearing the MTN part, as this was the fastest phone network in the country. Even the uncles stopped talking. Shade leaned into Tund fully now, tears sliding freely down her face. Careful not to ruin her makeup, but no longer trying to suppress emotion. Tund's expression shifted from surprise into something deeper. They both stood up and used the song as a first dance. The final line settled softly. And when the stars come out tonight, I go day think about you, my love, oh. And in the dark, I see your lovely eyes. Darling, you are my light. You are my love, oh. He lowered the microphone slowly. For one full second, the hall remained silent. Then the applause came, stronger than before. Guests rose from their seats and clapped around from different parts of the hall. He handed the mic back to the MC. Without making a speech, without taking credit, without adding commentary, he stepped down from the stage and returned to his seat. Shade mouthed, "Thank you." He nodded once. That was enough. The reception resumed. Music rose louder again. Guests began dancing. Plates clinked. Laughter returned to normal levels. But something had shifted. Phones were active now. A few people tried to approach Dayo, but he made sure that he brought his security, so only family was allowed to go to that area. Even with that, he was kinda swamped. Tamawa had posted a clip before Evine's second song even finished. Caption: "You won't believe who sang at my friend's wedding." Within minutes, views multiplied. Another guest posted from a different angle. Someone zoomed in on his face. Someone zoomed in on his pronunciation. Comments flooded. His Yoruba is clean. He didn't mess it up. He sang Shade at a wedding where the bride's name is Shade. This is elite. Nigerian Twitter picked it up first. Then Instagram pages. Then TikTok. Within an hour, the clip had crossed borders. In Lagos, guests were still dancing when Dayo's phone vibrated quietly in his pocket. He did not check it immediately. He stayed seated. He watched the couple greet elders. He watched children run between chairs. He let the moment breathe. Beside him, Sharon leaned closer. "You just shook something." "I sang at my cousin's wedding." She studied him carefully. "You know that's not all you did." He did not respond. But he knew. Sharon Laugaddon said, "I told you everything about you is never simple." Across the Atlantic, in a high-rise office in the United States, Michael was seated alone when his assistant entered without knocking. "You need to see this." He did not look up immediately. "What is it?" The assistant turned the tablet toward him. The clip was already trending. He watched in silence. He did not skip. He did not pause. He watched both songs fully. He leaned back slowly in his chair when it ended. No anger. No shouting. Just calculation. He opened the comments section. He saw diaspora reactions. He saw industry pages reposting. He saw Nigerian blogs framing headlines. Global star returns home. Cultural reset. He didn't just perform. He belonged. Michael's jaw tightened slightly. This was not a promotional tour. There had been no announcement. No release. No press. And yet it had moved faster than most scheduled campaigns. His phone buzzed. A message from Kim. "Are you watching this?" He typed back slowly. "Yes." 3 dots appeared. Then disappeared. Then appeared again. "This changes positioning," Kim finally wrote. Michael stared at the clip again. He understood something immediately. If Dayo built emotional roots in Africa, he was no longer dependent on Western market timing. He would not need their platforms to dominate cycles. He would have parallel power. He already did that in Asia. He couldn't watch him do that in Africa, especially not in Nigeria. That made him harder to corner, harder to pressure, harder to manipulate. Michael set the tablet down slowly. He did not call anyone. He did not react publicly. He simply stared out the glass window of his office. Recalibrating. Chapter 366. Trend. While the reception hall was still dancing, the internet had already left the building. It started with 1 clip, then 3, then 12. Tamawa's post was the first to gain traction. "You won't believe who sang at my friend's wedding." The video was shaky at first, recorded from the side of the hall. The lighting wasn't perfect. The audio wasn't mixed. But the voice was clear. Sod. Within minutes the views climbed past 5,000. Then 20. Then 50. Someone reposted it on Twitter. "JD really just sang a song named Sod at a wedding where the bride's name is Sod. And I am hearing she is family." The caption alone carried enough irony to travel. Retweets multiplied. Comments stacked. Another angle surfaced from the opposite side of the hall. This one zoomed in on his face. No mask. No stage lights. Just him. Singing like he was back in a small room, not in front of headlines. The comments section shifted tone. His Yoruba is actually clean. He didn't force the accent. This is how you come home properly. Bro didn't oversing. He respected the vibe. Africa Don Claymam. Within 30 minutes, Nigerian. Twitter pushed it into trending. Number 10. Number 8. Number 6. It hovered there briefly before jumping to number 4. The wedding hashtag began circulating. Then a new one appeared. Hashtag Welcome Home JD. Across Instagram, blog pages picked it up. Global star surprises cousin at wedding. JD performs emotional Yoruba love song. He didn't just perform. He belonged. TikTok did what TikTok does. The clip was stitched, zoomed, filtered. Slow motion edits appeared with soft background piano overlays. One edit focused on Shade crying. Another focused on the MTN joke. Like MTN, I go find you anywhere you day see lines nah bro. That line exploded. MTN mention. Brand ambassador loading. This guy too smooth. Juliet and Romeo? Nah, bro is cooking. JD is about to set Nigeria on fire, and I am witnessing it real life. Fan accounts resurfaced older interviews where he spoke about identity. Clips from his early career circulated again. The diaspora joined in. Man didn't forget where he's from. This is cultural positioning. He's building something. Something is fishy. Within the reception hall, the music had grown louder. Guests were dancing in circles now. Elders sat back with satisfied smiles while younger relatives recorded everything. Dayo had not checked his phone. Not yet. He stayed seated beside Abisola, occasionally rising to greet older family members who approached him. Security remained subtle but firm, allowing only close relatives to pass into their section. Sharon checked her phone twice, then 3 times. She turned the screen slightly toward him. You're at number 4. He didn't look. On what? Twitter Nigeria? He gave a small shrug. It will cool down. She smiled lightly. You always say that. In Lekki, a media house editor was already drafting a headline. In Abuja, a radio host replayed the clip on air. In London, a diaspora blog reposted it with a caption. JD reconnects with roots in Lagos. The tone of conversation shifted subtly. It wasn't just about the performance. It was about placement. He had not announced a Nigerian show. He had not promoted a release. He had not teased an African project. He had simply shown up. And that was what made it louder. Back online, the comments grew bolder. Is he about to drop something? He's positioning Africa next. Watch him. He built Asia. Now this. Release the audio version already nah. Speculation became narrative. Narrative became theory. Music analysts began tweeting threads. This is how you anchor culturally without announcing expansion. That wedding performance was not random. Strategic emotional alignment. The younger fans ignored analysis. They just spammed. JD for life. Drop the studio version. We need Shade remix. Inside the hall, the reception continued. Shade and Tund had been pulled into multiple dance circles now. Laughter echoed across the space. A few guests tried to approach Dayo for selfies, but security filtered them carefully. He stood once more to greet an elder aunt who insisted on blessing him publicly. You will go far, she said loudly. He smiled politely. I'm trying, Ma. Sharon leaned toward him again. You're trending in London now. He finally took his phone out. Notifications flooded the screen. Mentions. Tags. Direct messages. Unknown numbers. He scrolled calmly. He didn't react visibly. He locked the phone again. Across the Atlantic, in a quieter but colder environment, Michael's office was lit only by the glow of a tablet screen. The clip replayed. Again and again. He did not skip. He read the comments carefully. He noticed something most people missed. The tone was not hysteria. It was ownership. Africa don't claim him. That line repeated in variations across multiple posts. That was not fan excitement. That was cultural adoption. Claire's message appeared. Trending number 3 now. Michael typed slowly. Yes. Another message followed. This shifts perception. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened analytics. Search volume for Dayo in Nigeria had spiked. He leaned back slightly. He had seen this pattern before. For years ago than in Asia. Soft entry. Cultural moment. Sudden market shift. He exhaled quietly. He already did this once, he muttered to himself. But how does he do it? Michael in his cozy home thinking about Dayo's situation. Back in Lagos, the reception was at full energy now. The DJ had taken over. Drums intensified. Guests shouted lyrics to old Nigerian classics. Meanwhile, the internet did not slow down. One verified Nigerian entertainment page posted. JD's performance at a private wedding has officially entered top 5 trending in Nigeria. The comments exploded again. Then it happened. A notification cut through the noise. Davido reposted the clip. No long caption. No dramatic message. Just, love this. Welcome home, bro. Within seconds, the repost began circulating on its own. Screenshots of the repost flooded timelines. Davido just posted him. Collab incoming? This is unity. Industry shaking. Omo industry drama loading soon. Matto crazy things are about to happen. OBOFTJD, I can't wait. The tone shifted again. Now it wasn't just fans. It was artists acknowledging. That changed weight. Sharon's phone buzzed simultaneously with Dayo's. She looked at him. He looked at her. Davido, she said. He gave a small nod. I saw. Outside the reception hall, the Lagos night remained warm and steady. Inside, the music continued. Online, the numbers kept climbing. In the United States, Michael stared at the repost in silence. This was no longer a private cultural moment. Now it had industry signal. He placed the tablet face down on his desk. No anger. No panic. Only calculation. In Lagos, Dayo slipped his phone back into his pocket and returned. His attention to the dance floor where his cousin was laughing freely, unaware of how far her wedding had just traveled. The party was still happening, but the internet had already declared something else. And somewhere between joy and strategy, the board had quietly shifted. Chapter 367, Midnight. By the time Lagos woke up, the wedding had already become folklore. Clips from the reception were everywhere. Not just scattered posts anymore, but organized edits, stitched reactions, slowed down emotional cuts, and clean audio versions ripped from different angles. The internet had done what it always did when something felt authentic. It amplified it. Shade's tears. The MTN joke. The first Yoruba note of her name. Everything had been dissected, reposted, analyzed. Radio hosts were discussing it between songs. Morning TV segments ran 30-second clips under banners reading, "Global Star Returns Home." Entertainment blogs had already written 3 think pieces before breakfast. The comments shifted from surprise to demand. Drop the studio version. We need this officially. Don't tease us like this. JD, we're waiting. Romeo and Juliet when? Spotify Nigeria's search trends spiked overnight. YouTube searches for JD Shade rose aggressively. Even old tracks from his catalog began climbing Nigeria playlists again. Inside the Lagos house, Dayo was seated at the dining table when Sharon walked in holding her phone like it carried something heavier than glass. "They're not calming down," she said. He looked up calmly, acting ignorant. "About. You know about." She placed the phone in front of him. Screens flooded the screen. Fan accounts, blog pages, trend charts, streaming requests. Someone had even created mock cover art for both songs already. He leaned back slightly. "They're impatient. They're hungry," Sharon corrected. He didn't answer. Instead, he picked up his phone. No long caption. No emotional message. No speech. He posted one word. "Midnight." That was it. No explanation. No hashtags. Within 5 minutes, that single word began trending. Midnight? We're getting it. JD is mad. He had this ready. He had this ready and performed it at a wedding? Omo, I love JD, I swear it. Like, how can someone be so passionate about a cousin you have never seen to sit down and write a song for her? Not only that, but the song should be in her name and in a language that's foreign to you. Mind you, all this is Dayo's first time singing in Yoruba. And this just get to show you how smart, talented, and hardworking Dayo is. I can beat my chest to say that he is best artist our generation has created so far, and he is yet to reach his potential. Omo, I felt goosebumps reading this. I didn't even know how to react to this. He's so happy you all are opening eyes to add to this. Dayo has sang in 4 languages, and he know maybe more than 6, and this is just what we have seen. All I can say is you all be ready. JD is cooking. Speculation turned into certainty. He planned this. This was activation. He knew exactly what he was doing. Sharon watched the numbers climb in real time. You see why I said nothing about you is ever simple? He gave a faint smile. I just sang at a wedding of my cousin's. She laughed under her breath. Sure. Dayo had been recording the song before he traveled to Nigeria, so he just finished the touch today before the wedding, so everything was on point and ready. Across the internet, momentum intensified. Countdown tweets began appearing. 6 hours. 4 hours. Don't sleep. Music reaction pages began preparing posts before the release even dropped. Meanwhile, in another part of Lagos, Davido opened his phone and watched the timeline carefully. He had already reposted the wedding clip the night before. Now he saw the midnight post. He didn't hesitate. He reposted it. No speech. No explanation. Just, "Let's go." Fire emoji. The effect was immediate. Now it wasn't just fans waiting. It was the industry watching. Screenshots of Davido's repost circulated. This is big. Unity. Collab season? Nigeria is about to be loud. In the United States, daylight had just broken when Clara walked into Michael's office. He was already seated, tablet in hand. "You've seen it," she said. "Yes." "Midnight." "Yes." Clara crossed her arms slightly. That means studio versions already exist. Michael didn't respond immediately. He replayed the wedding clip once more. Then he spoke calmly. This wasn't emotional. Clara tilted her head slightly. It was strategic. She exhaled slowly. He performed unreleased material publicly without announcement, then waited for demand, then set release time. Michael nodded. Dayo knew that if he stayed in the United States, he would do everything in his power to obstruct him, so, instead, he chose to expand his reach outside, with the disguise of going for a marriage. At least, that was the conclusion on Michael. He controlled the narrative. Clara stepped closer to the desk. If these tracks perform in Africa the way his catalog performed in Asia, we lose regional leverage. Michael's jaw tightened slightly. Check distribution. Clara tapped into back-end systems. It's uploading under his primary structure. No regional partner. Full control. Michael leaned back. They didn't speak for a moment. The numbers kept rising on the screen. Back in Lagos, midnight approached. Social media felt electric. Spaces were open. Live countdowns were happening. Influencers were refreshing streaming apps. Dayo remained unusually calm and did absolutely nothing, as he wanted to see how well the song would do without any system push. He wasn't in a studio. He wasn't pacing. He was seated quietly, phone face down on the table. When the clock struck midnight, notifications exploded. Spotify, Apple Music, Audiomack, YouTube Premiere, Sod, Romeo and Juliet. Within minutes, the numbers began climbing aggressively. Spotify Nigeria's real-time chart shifted. Sod entered top 50 within the first hour. Romeo and Juliet followed close behind. Diaspora streams followed. London, Toronto, Atlanta. Fans clipped their favorite lines instantly. Be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo. Shade me, Malo Jinnah. Reactions poured in. This is clean. He didn't rush the production. Yoruba never sounded this smooth. Romeo and Juliet is mad. I just found my weeding sing Romeo and Juliet. I found my ringing tone Romeo and Juliet. By 2 a.m. Lagos time, both tracks were charting in multiple territories. Clara refreshed analytics again. Nigeria streaming spike confirmed. Michael's expression remained unreadable. And Diaspora? Moving. He stared at the screen for a long moment. He's building parallel ground. Clara nodded. Yes. Michael placed the tablet down slowly. Watch. Don't move yet. Back in Lagos, the house was quiet now. Outside, the city hummed faintly in the distance. Dayo picked up his phone finally and opened Spotify. He watched the numbers climb in real time. No celebration. No announcement. No live video. Just observation. Sharon leaned against the wall. You just dropped 2 songs at midnight and shifted a continent. He locked his screen. I gave them what they asked for. She shook her head slightly. That's not all you did. He didn't answer. Because somewhere across the ocean, men who once thought they controlled timing were realizing something uncomfortable. He didn't need noise. He didn't need permission. And he definitely didn't need introduction. Midnight had passed, and something larger had quietly begun. Chapter 368, Family House. By the second morning after the release, the numbers were no longer surprising. They were undeniable. Shade had crossed 7.2 million streams in Nigeria alone within the first 24 hours. Romeo and Juliet had followed closely behind with 2.4 million domestically, but the real shift was outside West Africa. For a first release in a country that was not his hometown or his fan base, and without any promotion of any sort, this was huge. In the United States, Romeo and Juliet was outperforming expectations. 2.8 million streams within the first day, entering multiple curated romantic and Afrobeats playlists without aggressive label push. Shade trailed behind there at 1.6 million, strong but clearly more culturally anchored. In Ghana, Shade led confidently. 1.1 million in the first day, trending across local charts. Romeo and Juliet held 900,000, still solid but not dominant. In the UK, both songs moved aggressively. The diaspora had embraced them. Combined UK streams crossed 1.9 million within a day and a half. By 48 hours, the global total sat comfortably above 20.8 million streams across platforms. No stadium tour, no press conference, no rollout campaign, just a wedding song sang for his cousin. And timing. Music blogs began framing it differently now. This was activation. He performed unreleased material publicly to test emotional response. Cultural anchoring executed flawlessly. Streaming dashboards told a quieter but more dangerous story. His older catalog was rising too. Tracks from 4 years ago were re-entering regional charts in Nigeria. Asian streaming numbers ticked upward again simply because fans were revisiting his profile. Momentum does not move in isolation. It spreads. In Lagos, however, none of that felt loud. The house remained steady. Family members moved in and out of rooms discussing leftover food from the wedding, return flights, extended relatives who wanted to visit. Abisola sat comfortably in the sitting room that afternoon, watching Janet and Deborah argue over something trivial. Dayo stood by the window briefly, then turned back toward the room. "I'll step out for a bit." Abisola raised an eyebrow. "Where?" "Family house." She nodded slowly with a smile. "Go and greet them properly. After all, you haven't done that properly." He smiled faintly. "That's the plan." The drive through Lagos carried its usual rhythm. Traffic flowed in bursts. Vendors moved between cars. Billboards advertised everything from telecom networks to political hopefuls. When he arrived at the extended family house, the reaction was immediate. Surprise, joy, noise. Shade rushed out. First, abandoning composure entirely this time. No bridal makeup. No gelly. Just gratitude. "You didn't tell me you were coming again." "I didn't want announcement," he replied. Inside, uncles stood. Aunties adjusted wrappers. Cousins stared with a mix of awe and familiarity. He greeted elders first. Properly. Bowed slightly. Touched hands. Accepted blessings. Then he sat. There were no speeches. No dramatic declarations. He talked with them in Yoruba, which a lot of them were shocked at how fluent he was in after taking conditions of staying in the U.S. He gifted everyone as he took into consideration all his family. Then he called Saad and Tund privately. He handed Shade a slim folder first. "For you and Tund." She looked confused. Tund opened it. Silence followed. Then disbelief. A deed. Property documentation. Banana Island. Not a mansion built for headlines, but a house. Shade's hands trembled slightly. "You didn't have to." "I know," he replied calmly. Tund stood and pulled him into a tight embrace without overthinking it. Next came the car documents. For both of them, and added a few things. Then he turned toward 2 cousins who had quietly remained in the corner. "For the business idea you've been talking about," he said. He handed them another envelope. "Startup capital. Structured through a lawyer. Released in phases. Monitored. Not reckless." The cousins didn't speak, immediately stunned by everything happening. Dayo Smil 3R and said, "We are family." One of them blinked repeatedly before whispering, "We are family." "Yes," he said simply. That was enough. When he left the house, gratitude followed him like heat as they waved him goodbye. On the way back, traffic slowed near a busy roadside stretch. The traffic had barely moved when Dayo told the driver to stop. In front of Dayo, a boy was still struggling with the sack, dragging it inch by inch across the hot pavement. Plastic bottles clinked inside the bag. Sweat ran down his temples. His shirt was faded and slightly torn at the sleeve. Dayo stepped out quietly. The boy looked up, cautious. "Why you no day school?" Dayo asked, calmly in a pidgin English, a popular language in Nigerian. The boy adjusted the sack. "Money no day," he said simply. "What class?" "JSS 3. Today no school." The boy hesitated. "School day?" "But I day work." Dayo nodded slowly. "How much you go make today?" The boy scratched his head. "If I try well, maybe 2,000. 2,000 naira. Dayo looked at the sack again, then at the boy's hands. Calloused, but not lazy. Dayo felt sad and decided to do something for him. "Hop in." The boy stood frozen for a moment when Dayo told him to get into the car. The boy looked at the vehicle, then at his sack, then back at Dayo. "Sir, I no fit enter this kind car," he said quietly. "You fit," Dayo replied. "Leave the sack. Enter." The boy hesitated, fear and curiosity wrestling inside him. He glanced around as if someone might accuse him of stealing. Dayo opened the door himself. "Come." After a few seconds, the boy stepped forward and entered carefully, as if the seat might reject him. He sat stiffly at first, hands on his knees, eyes wide, sat beside him in the back. The car pulled off. For the first few minutes, neither of them spoke. The boy kept looking around at the interior, touching nothing. "You relax yourself," Dayo said, lightly motioned to his ear that everything is good. Chapter 369, Tears of Generation. The boy stood frozen for a moment when Dayo told him to get into the car. "Hop in," Dayo said again calmly. The boy looked at the vehicle, then at his sack, then back at Dayo. "Sir, I no fit enter this kind car," he said quietly. "You fit," Dayo replied. "Leave the sack. Enter." The boy hesitated, fear and curiosity wrestling inside him. He glanced around as if someone might accuse him of stealing. Dayo opened the door himself. "Come." After a few seconds, the boy stepped forward and entered carefully, as if the seat might reject him. He sat stiffly at first, hands on his knees, eyes wide. Dayo sat beside him in the back. The car pulled off. For the first few minutes, neither of them spoke. The boy kept looking around at the interior, touching nothing. "You relax yourself," Dayo said lightly. The boy gave a nervous laugh. His hands clenched the handle of the door. He seemed too red to jump out any moment. This just made Dayo smile and want to help him more. They stopped first at a barbing salon in a clean part of town. When the boy stepped down, people turned to look. Not because of him, because of who was walking beside him. Inside the salon, Dayo simply told the barber, "Clean cut. Make him sharp." The boy sat in the chair like someone entering a different life. As the machine buzzed against his scalp, strands of uneven hair fell to the floor. His face slowly changed in the mirror. The tired edges softened. The child underneath became clearer. He kept stealing glances at Dayo in the mirror. "Thank you, sir," he whispered again. By now his guard had been dropped. He trusted Dayo now. Dayo just smiled slightly. After the haircut, they went to a clothing store. The attendants were confused at first, unsure what was happening, but when they recognized Dayo, their behavior shifted. "Find his size," Dayo said. "New jeans, clean shirts, proper sneakers, undergarments. Simple but solid. Nothing flashy." The boy came out of the changing room wearing one of the outfits. He looked down at himself as if checking whether it was real. "You like him?" Dayo asked. The boy nodded quickly. It good pass good," he replied, trying not to grin too wide. Dayo laughed softly. Through the entire process, the boy kept saying thank you. Not loud, not dramatic, just small, repeated gratitude. After shopping, they stopped at a restaurant. The boy paused at the entrance, unsure again. "I never enter this kind place before," he admitted. "Today you don't enter," Dayo said. They sat down. "Order wetin you want," Dayo told him. The boy stared at the menu like it was a textbook written in another language. He pointed at one picture hesitantly, then another. "Add that," Dayo said. When the food arrived, the boy tried to eat slowly at first, conscious of how he looked. But hunger won. He ate with focus, real hunger, the kind that doesn't waste time. While he was eating, Dayo stepped outside briefly and made a phone call. It was short, quiet, direct. By the time he returned, the boy had finished and was wiping his mouth carefully with the napkin like he had watched someone else do before. "You done full?" Dayo asked. The boy nodded. "Yes, sir." "Good. One more place." They drove again. This time, the car stopped in front of a small shop space in a developing commercial strip. The signboard had not yet been fully painted. Dayo stepped out first. "Close your eyes," he told the boy. The boy obeyed without asking questions. Dayo guided him gently forward. "Open." The boy opened his eyes. In front of him was a shop. Clean, freshly arranged. Inside, shelves lined the walls. Equipment neatly displayed. Buckets, mixers, tools, materials stacked properly. And near the center, still inside its carton, a brand new tile cutter. The boy did not move. He just stared. Dayo spoke calmly. "You say you day learn tile work." The boy nodded slowly. "This one nah. Your own." Silence. The words took time to land. "Everything here," Dayo continued, "nah for you." The boy's face emptied. Completely blank. He walked slowly into the shop as if stepping into a dream he was afraid to wake from. He stopped in front of the tile cutter. Brand new. Still boxed. He bent down and touched the carton. His hands trembled. Then suddenly he dropped to his knees. The sound shocked everyone. Before anyone could react, he tore open the carton with his bare hands. When the cutter came into full view, he let out a broken sound from his throat. Not a shout, not a scream, something deeper. He rolled forward onto the tiled floor, uncaring that the brand new clothes were staining. Dust clung to the fabric. He didn't notice. He cried, openly. No restraint. The emotion was raw, years of swallowed frustration breaking at once. He crawled toward Dayo and held his leg tightly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He kept repeating, his voice shaking violently. Dayo stood there. Stunned, he remembered in the conversation he had with the boy that he was learning the skill of tiles, so Dayo decided to surprise him, not fully expecting such reaction. He had expected happiness, not collapse. Not this. He bent down slowly and tried to lift him. "It okay," he said quietly. "Stand up." But the boy kept crying. Even some of Dayo's team behind Dayo looked away to hide their own reactions. Dayo felt something tighten in his chest. A few tears slipped down his own face before he could stop them. He imagined what it must feel like to see your entire future change in one moment. Not because of luck, but because someone decided to believe you. After a while, the boy calmed enough to stand. "You go run him well?" Dayo asked gently. The boy nodded repeatedly. "I go run him well. I promise." "Good." Later that evening, Dayo asked to be taken to where the boy lived. The house was small, modest, tired walls, quiet compound. An older woman sat outside on a low stool. Her leg was swollen noticeably, wrapped loosely in cloth. When the boy rushed forward shouting excitedly, she struggled to stand. "Ma," the boy said breathlessly, "come see." Dayo stepped forward respectfully. The woman's eyes widened in confusion when she realized who stood in front of her. Then realization mixed with disbelief. She tried to kneel immediately. Dayo moved fast and knelt before she could. In Yoruba culture, an elder must not kneel for a younger person. He understood that deeply. She placed both hands on his head, and she began to pray. Not short prayer, deep prayer. Heavy Yoruba words poured from her mouth. Words of protection, words of elevation, words asking God to guard him from enemies seen and unseen. Dayo felt small under it, helpless in a different way. He kept saying, "Amin, Amin, Amin." Her voice grew stronger as she spoke. Emotion filled it when she described how life had changed for them. Her husband had died years ago. No children of her own. The boy was her sister's son. She had taken him in. Things were manageable until her leg condition worsened. Work stopped. Money stopped. Treatment became impossible. The boy stood quietly beside them, eyes still red. When she finally paused to breathe, Dayo spoke gently. "Ma, we go treat the leg." She blinked. I go handle him." For a second, she did not react. Then she began praying again. Stronger. Harder. Dayo almost laughed helplessly through it, still kneeling. After some time, she calmed. She held his hand tightly. "You go live long," she said firmly. "You no go bury your children. Your enemies no go see your end." He bowed his head respectfully. When he finally stood up, the sun was already lowering. He looked at the boy one last time. "Tomorrow, open shop," he said. The boy nodded. "Yes, sir." "And run him well, oh," Dayo said with a playful warning. "Yes, sir." The boy smiled, tears still on his cheek. The woman smiled and replied, "Sir, don't worry, I would make sure he takes care of it, sir." Dayo smiled at woman. "All right, ma, take care, ma, my team would reach out to you." As Dayo walked back toward the car, the woman was still murmuring blessings behind him. Inside the vehicle, silence filled the space. Sharon glanced at him. "You are quiet." He stared out the window. "I just did small thing," he said. But he knew it wasn't small. And somewhere inside him, something heavy had shifted. He felt happy and grateful to be able to bring out a family out of struggle and suffering. There was just little he could do, and he made sure to always remind himself that he should always give back to the society. "Sir Dayo, what do you plan to do with the videotape? Any plans on posting it?" One of his team cameramen asked. Dayo answered immediately. "No, there are some kindness that are best left in the dark, so this is one of those." They all nod in understanding, as this was not the first time Dayo had done this. The car drove off slowly, leaving behind a small house, a healed future in motion, and prayers still hanging in the air. Chapter 370. Sheena. Sheena Afolabi did not live in a place where dreams looked glamorous. His room in Agbamoso was small, painted in a color that had once been cream, but now carried years of dust and heat. A standing fan rotated lazily in the corner, making more noise than wind. On the wall above his small desk were printed photos of artists he admired. Berna, Wiz, Thames, and slightly bigger than the rest, Dayo. The print of Dayo was not professionally done. It was something he had designed and printed himself at a local shop. The edges had started curling. His ring light stood in one corner like a silent witness to ambition. His laptop was secondhand but clean. His YouTube channel had 8,347 subscribers. Not viral, not invisible, consistent. For 3 years he had been doing reactions, song breakdowns, industry commentary. He spoke with confidence, sometimes exaggerating for energy, sometimes speaking from a place of genuine admiration. He had followed Dayo from the early days, when most Nigerians had not paid attention yet, when the songs felt experimental. Sheena had defended him in comment sections like it was personal when Dayo was been called different names for years ago. When Shade and Romeo and Juliet dropped, he had reacted within the first 10 minutes. This was how much love and respect he had for Dayo's craft and personality. "See this one," he had said in front of his camera, leaning forward, eyes wide. "This is not just music. This is positioning at the highest imagine coming." He replayed the Yoruba lines 3 times, praising the intonation. He paused Romeo and Juliet halfway and nodded slowly. One day, he said to the camera casually, "I go interview this guy." He believed it. Then the rumors started spreading. Dayo was in Lagos. Sheena saw it first on Twitter, then confirmed it from 2 separate posts. Wedding clips. Short videos. Nothing official. Something shifted in him. "I fit try," he muttered to himself. By evening he had packed a small backpack. He did not announce the trip as something dramatic. He framed it as content. Lagos trip, he told his followers. Industry networking. He took the early morning bus. The road from Oyo to Lagos was long but familiar. He documented parts of the journey, talking about how Nigerian music was evolving and how artists were reconnecting with culture. By the time he reached Lagos, the air already felt different. Louder, denser. He checked into a cheap lodge in Surulere, dropped his bag, and began asking quiet questions. Not obvious ones. He had learned how to probe gently. "Any big event around? You hear say any artist day town?" Eventually, a security guard at a filling station mentioned something casually. "That JD guy day one estate for here." Sheena did not react outwardly, but his heartbeat changed. He found the estate. Large gates, calm security, expensive silence. He did not attempt to enter. He stood outside with other random observers pretending to be busy. For almost an hour nothing happened. Then it did. A black SUV rolled out slowly. Tinted. Controlled. Sheena's breath caught. Even before he saw clearly, he knew. The car moved past him. He raised his hand instinctively. For a second that stretched longer than it should have, the tinted window slid down slightly. Dayo glanced out. Their eyes met. Dayo gave a small wave. Not dramatic. Not celebrity showmanship. Just a simple acknowledgement. The window slid back up. The car moved on. Sheena stood there frozen. He waved. He whispered to himself. Then impulse took over. He ordered an Uber. "Follow that black SUV," he told the driver. The driver laughed. "Not film we day? Just follow." Traffic swallowed the vehicle quickly. They lost sight of it within minutes. Sheena leaned back in the seat, disappointed. Don't go," the driver said. Sheena nodded slowly. Maybe that was enough. But Lagos had its own script. As they turned into another road, near a busy stretch, Sheena's eyes widened. "That car," he shouted. The same SUV had pulled over. Not in front of a club. Not at a hotel. At the roadside. Sheena told the driver to park further away. He stepped out casually, pretending to check his phone. Then he saw it. Dayo had stepped out. And in front of him was a young boy with a large sack of plastic bottles. Sheena's vlogger instinct activated. He began recording quietly from a distance. At first he assumed it was random. Maybe a quick conversation. Maybe charity money. But then he watched. He watched Dayo speak to the boy calmly. He watched the boy get into the car. Sheena's confusion deepened. He followed again. Salon stop. He filmed discreetly from across the street. He watched the boy come out with a fresh haircut. Clothing store. The boy emerged dressed differently. Restaurant. They went inside together. Sheena's recording hand began trembling. "This no be content again," he muttered. He felt like he was witnessing something he wasn't meant to see. He should have stopped filming. But he didn't. Curiosity kept him moving. Then came the final stop. A small shop space. He recorded from behind a parked vehicle. He saw Dayo guide the boy forward. He couldn't hear clearly, but he saw the gesture. "Close your eyes. Open." The boy stepped. Inside. Sheena zoomed slightly. He saw equipment. Tile materials. Then he saw the boy fall. Not faint. Collapse. Roll on the floor. Cry. Even from the distance, the emotion was visible. Sheena's recording hand lowered slowly. He swallowed hard. This one no be normal, he whispered. He did not record every second after that. Something in him shifted from vlogger to witness. By evening, he returned to his lodge room. He sat on the bed, replayed the footage. Again and again. He removed parts that felt too invasive. He kept the emotional core. Then he turned on his camera. No ring light performance energy. Just honesty. In my years of covering artists, he began slowly, I never see something like this. He explained how he had followed Dayo accidentally. How he thought it would be normal celebrity movement. He showed the footage gradually. The haircut, the clothes, the shop reveal. He paused the video at the moment the boy collapsed. That cry, Sheena said quietly, that no be acting. He leaned back in his chair. I no even think say I go post this, he admitted. He debated with himself out loud. Was it private? Was it right? But then he said something that settled it. If the world no see this, dem go continue think, say heart no day this industry. He edited carefully. No dramatic music. No clickbait exaggeration. Just truth. He titled it, I followed JD for content. What I saw shocked me. He uploaded. Pressed publish. The loading bar completed. He leaned back on his thin pillow. He did not refresh immediately. He was tired. The day had stretched him thin. He placed his phone face down beside him. Outside, Lagos traffic hummed faintly through the window. Within the first 5 minutes, views climbed steadily. Within 15, comments began flooding. He didn't see it. He had already drifted into sleep. On the small table beside him, his phone screen lit up repeatedly in the dark. Notifications multiplying. The internet had just been handed something real, and it was beginning to react. Chapter 371, Unaware. By morning, Sheena's phone was hot. Not warm. Hot. He woke up to the vibration first, that angry buzzing that kept restarting every few seconds, like the device was choking on the amount of notifications trying to enter at once. He rolled over, squinting, and saw the screen lighting up again and again. Mentions. New subscribers. WhatsApp messages from numbers he didn't save. Instagram DMs, emails. A missed call from his mother. For a second he just stared, confused, like he had slept into somebody else's life. Then he unlocked the phone. His video was no longer just on his channel. It was everywhere. Someone had cut the most emotional 40 seconds and posted it as a short clip with bold captions. JD stopped to help a boy in Lagos. No camera. No announcement. Just action. Another page uploaded the salon moment with a caption that felt like a punchline. This is how you know he's not doing this for clout. He didn't even let the boy remain rough. Haircut first. A third post showed the shop reveal with a shaky zoom on the boy rolling on the floor and crying, and the comment section under it was already moving like a crowd. Thousands of voices stacking on top of each other. Fast, loud, emotional. Sheena sat up slowly, heart beating hard. He clicked his channel. The views had jumped overnight so violently it almost looked like a glitch. In the time he slept, the video had crossed a line he had been chasing for years. He refreshed once. The number climbed again. His subscribers' count changed in real time. He stared at it, then whispered, almost offended by how unreal it felt. What did I do? Then his phone rang. It was his mother. He answered quickly. Ma. Sheena, she said, voice sharp with worry. What is this thing you posted? He swallowed. He had always been scared of his parent, even after growing up. This was the trauma of almost every growing African child. To your parent, you're always a child. It's not fake. I didn't say it's fake. I'm asking you, are you okay? People are calling your auntie. People are calling me. They're saying you are now following big people. He exhaled slowly. I didn't plan it like that. I saw something. There was a pause on the line, softer now. You saw something good. Yes. Then be careful, she said. This internet, it can turn fast. I know. She sighed. Your father is calling you. Call him back. I will. He ended the call and sat there for a moment, letting the room come back into focus. Cheap curtain. Weak fan. A plastic chair with his backpack hanging off it. The faint smell of fried food from downstairs. Yet inside his phone, a storm was happening. He opened Twitter. The clip was sitting between number 10 and number 5 on the trending list, moving up and down as people fought over it, joked about it, argued about it, and quoted it like scripture. JD in Lagos. JD real life. This is not PR, Nigerian celebrity. The reactions were split at first, like they always were. But the split was not balanced. There were the usual cynics. Everything is PR. No celebrity does anything without camera. This is staged. But the replies to them were immediate and ruthless. Staged how? Who staged the boy rolling on the ground like that? Who staged the mother praying in Yoruba with her whole lungs? Who staged JD buying equipment instead of just spraying money? If it's PR, why didn't JD post it himself? Why didn't his official pages push it first? Buck a fool, always looking for fault when someone does good. Then the emotional wave arrived, the kind that didn't argue. People just reacted like they had been waiting to feel something clean. One tweet went viral fast. I'm not even a fan of JD, but this one touched me. That boy's cry is the cry of someone who has been surviving too long and finally had a sigh of relief. Another one followed right after. JD is doing what government should be doing. That boy is supposed to be in school. Yet look at the kind hustle. Freshly created accounts with names that sounded like people claiming a side in a war. JD for Life Nigeria, JD and FC Mainland, JD and Davido, Shade and Romeo fans. Some were funny, some were serious. Another one. This is why we love him. He doesn't perform culture. He is culture. Then came the charity crowd. The compassionate people. They didn't want to argue. They wanted to act. Drop the boy's account, let's contribute. Who knows his mom? Where is the address? Who is the woman he helped? Please somebody link me. And that was where the problem started. Because people began doing what the internet always did. They tried to locate, to identify, to chase details. Somebody posted a guess of the location. Another person corrected them. Another person said the street name. Within minutes, it was turning into a haunt. Sheena saw it, and his stomach tightened. He had filmed what he saw, but he hadn't planned for people to turn it into a map. He quickly posted a pinned comment under his video. Please do not try to locate the boy or his family. This is not for harassment or pity tourism. Let them breathe. Some listened. Some didn't. The more ethical pages blurred faces and removed street signs. The more reckless pages zoomed harder. By mid-morning, television joined. TVC's morning show opened the segment with the clip playing on screen. Four women sat around the table, dressed sharply, mugs in front of them, the studio bright but calm. One of the hosts leaned forward first. Okay, let's talk about this because the internet has been on fire since last night. Another nodded. This is the video everyone is sharing. Apparently, he came back home for a wedding and then this happened. They played the short clip. The boy crying. The shop reveal. The mother praying. When the clip ended, there was a second of silence. The third host exhaled softly. You see that boy? That reaction? That is not staged. The fourth host tilted her head slightly. But let's ask the question. Could it still be PR? The first host responded immediately. If it was PR, why didn't it come from his page? Exactly, the second host added. There was no official camera. The angle is random. It looks like somebody just happened to be there. The fourth host wasn't convinced yet. Celebrities are smart. Sometimes they let other people post. The third host shook her head gently. No. Look at the way he's moving in the clip. There's no awareness. He's not looking around. He's not positioning himself. He's not speaking to any lens. That's somebody who doesn't think he's being watched. The first host jumped in. And the prayer? You cannot script that Yoruba prayer. The woman definitely didn't know of any camera. She was praying from her chest. The second host nodded. Also, there's something important. He hasn't responded. His team hasn't posted anything. That tells me he may not even know this video exists yet. The fourth host leaned back. So what we are seeing is a private act that went public. Yes, the third host said softly. And that is why it is powerful. They shifted into a broader conversation. What does it mean, one of them asked, for someone with global fame to still notice a child on the roadside? It means he remembers home, another replied. It also means the bar has been low for too long, the skeptical host added. The fact that we are shocked says something. They all laughed lightly at that. But shock aside, the first host concluded, impact is impact. And from the look of it, that boy's life changed yesterday. But even if it was PR, at least someone's life changed from it. This is good PR, but I still stand my ground to say this is not PR as for the fans saying so. Why don't you do it? They ended the segment with a warning. Please, one of them said clearly into camera, do not go looking for this child or his family. Let help remain help. Don't turn it into a circus. The clip of that TV conversation went online within minutes. Now the reaction had two layers. Internet emotion. Television validation. Sheena watched the TV segment from his small lodge room, sitting on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees. Hearing adults speak about what he had captured made his chest feel tight in a different way. This was no longer just hype. This was narrative. His DMs exploded again. Bro, you changed the industry with this. How did you find him? Are you safe? Major blogs are asking for interviews. One message stood out. You were the only one brave enough to show it. Respect. He didn't feel brave. He felt lucky. But the story kept growing. People outside Nigeria started reposting. Ghanaian pages. UK diaspora accounts. American entertainment blogs framing it as the global artist who returned home quietly. The comment sections merged music with morality. I streamed Romeo and Juliet because it sounded good. Now I'm streaming because of character. He sang shade. He lived shade. This is legacy behavior. Then the charity crowd returned. If anyone knows how to support that boy legally, please share. I don't want to invade, but I want to help. Even the skeptical voices had softened. If this is PR, at least it's useful PR. Sheena's subscriber count crossed another milestone. His phone rang again. Unknown number. He ignored it. He wasn't ready for conversations. He sat back against the wall, staring at the ceiling. Yesterday, he was just a vlogger chasing a story. Today, he was attached to a moment that was reshaping how people spoke about someone at the top of the industry. His phone buzzed again. Instagram. Direct message. Verified badge. His heart paused. He opened it slowly. The message was short. I want to see you. It was from Dayo. Chapter 372. A shocking discovery. Morning in Lagos did not feel calm. Dayo noticed it before he even opened his eyes. His phone was vibrating against the bedside table in a constant rhythm. Not occasional notifications. Continuous ones. The kind that meant something outside had blowing up, which surprised him as he had not done anything to stand out. He sat up slowly and rubbed his face. The house was quiet. Early light filtered through the curtains. Somewhere downstairs someone was making tea. His phone buzzed again. He picked it up. Messages everywhere. Mentions. Notifications. News alerts. For a moment he frowned because something felt strange. He had not released anything. He unlocked the phone and opened the first message Sharon had sent. A link. No explanation. He tapped it. The video opened. At first he didn't understand what he was looking at. Then the memory clicked. The roadside. The boy with the sack. The haircut. The restaurant. The shop. Dayo leaned back slowly against the headboard as the video played. The camera angle was distant. Slightly shaky. Whoever filmed it had been careful not to get too close. He watched himself walking beside the boy. He watched the haircut again. He watched the moment inside the shop. Then he watched the boy fall to the floor. The crying. The crawling. The way the boy grabbed his leg. Dayo let the video finish. He couldn't explain how he felt watching himself on camera, and the whole scene again made him happy to have done what he did. He replayed it once more without speaking. Then he looked up. Several members of his team were already in the room, watching his reaction. Who posted this? He asked calmly. Silence for a second. Sharon spoke first. Not us. Another staff member shook his head. Nobody from the team released anything. Dayo looked back at the screen. This camera angle. He said quietly. This person was far away. Sharon nodded. Yeah. Looks like someone random filmed it. Dayo watched the clip again. This time he noticed things he hadn't paid attention to yesterday. The way the boy hesitated before entering the salon. The way he kept looking back to say thank you. He sighed lightly. So the internet has it now. Sharon gave a small half smile. The internet definitely has it. She turned her laptop toward him. The screen showed numbers. Trending charts. Mentions. The clip was everywhere. Entertainment blogs. Twitter threads. TikTok edits. Instagram reels. Dayo saw the headlines. Viral video shows global star helping Lagos boy. JD's quiet act sparks online debate. Fans praise artist after emotional street moment. He raised an eyebrow. Debate. Some people say it's PR, Sharon said. Dayo laughed once. If it was PR, we'd have posted it ourselves. Exactly. She scrolled further. Morning talk shows had picked it up. Clips of the TVC discussion were circulating. For women around a table discussing the footage, some defending the authenticity, some questioning it, but most of them agreeing on one thing. The moment didn't look staged. Dayo shook his head slowly. I didn't even know someone was there. That's why it's blowing up, Sharon said. She paused, then added something else. I already looked into the person who posted it. Dayo looked at her. You found them already? Of course. She tapped another tab. A YouTube page appeared. Sheena Afalabi. Music commentary. Reaction videos. Subscriber count climbing rapidly. Dayo leaned forward slightly. He began scrolling. One reaction video. Then another. Then another. Old uploads. Some from years ago. Some from times when the industry had turned cold toward him. He opened one from 4 years back. Sheena is sitting in a small room, explaining to his viewers why he still believed Dayo's sound would dominate globally. Another video appeared. The title read something like, Why JD Disappearing Might Actually Be Strategy. Another. People are underestimating this guy. JD will come back, I know he will, you all just wait. And see, he will come back stronger than before, and he will be more dangerous than before. You all, I told you all, JD is back. Dayo is back, haha. I am so happy JD the king is back. Dayo stopped scrolling, but the smile on his face never left. Of course he was happy, although he had seen reaction of fans, but this one hit different, because he never left. He leaned back. Slowly. He stayed, he said quietly. Sharon nodded. Looks like he's been supporting you for years. Dayo kept scrolling. Even during the 4-year period when he had gone almost completely silent online, the videos continued. Sheena reacting to old tracks, breaking down lyrics, defending him in comment sections. Dayo smiled. Not a big smile. A quiet one. You know, he said softly. People like this are the reason artists survive. Even he couldn't survive without fans. Sharon folded her arms. So what do you want to do? Dayo looked at the screen again. Sheena laughing in one of his reaction videos, talking excitedly about production choices, completely unaware that one day the artist he was analyzing would be watching the video. Dayo closed the laptop gently. I want to meet him. Sharon blinked. You mean personally? Yes. She studied him for a second with a smile on his face. You're serious. If someone believed in you for years, Dayo said calmly, you don't ignore them. I have to meet him because he deserves this meet. He stood by me even without me knowing he deserves more, and I would give him. Sharon nodded slowly. I already sent him a message. Dayo raised an eyebrow. You're fast. That's my job to know what you would do. She turned the screen again. The DM was open. A simple message. I want to see you. Dayo nodded once with a smile. Good, you always know my mind. Sharon switched the screen again. This is the other thing you need to see. Streaming dashboards appeared. Numbers rising. Yesterday's numbers sat on the side. Combined streams for both songs had been around 20.8 million. Now the graphs were climbing sharply. The video changed everything, she said. Dayo watched silently. In Nigeria especially, the shade track had exploded. People were using it in edits of the viral clip, wedding dance videos, TikTok reactions. The cultural connection was strong. Romeo and Juliet was moving differently. Outside Nigeria, the growth was faster. International listeners discovering it through the viral moment. Sharon refreshed the dashboard. Shade just crossed 26 million. Another refresh. Romeo and Juliet just passed 29. One of the team members whistled softly. That's fast. Sharon nodded. Combined, we're already pushing past 55 million streams. Dayo didn't react dramatically. He just watched the numbers update again. Then he said quietly, all this because of a small moment. Sharon shook her head. Not a small moment. She looked at the screen again. It reminded people who you are, that we are human after all. Dayo stood up and walked toward the window. Lagos morning was already awake outside. Cars moving. People shouting. Life continuing normally. Yet somewhere inside that noise, the internet was still burning with a video he didn't even know existed yesterday. Behind him, Sharon closed the laptop. Meeting with Sheena? She asked. Tonight. All right. Meanwhile, across the city, Sheena was staring at his phone like it might explode. The notifications had not slowed. His subscriber count had doubled. Messages from blogs. Requests for interviews. People asking how he found the footage. He was trying to respond politely without sounding overwhelmed. Then his phone buzzed again. Instagram. Direct message. He opened it casually at first, then froze. The verified badge. The name. Dayo. The message was short. I want to see you. Sheena stared at the screen. Read it again. Then whispered slowly to himself. No way. Sheena did not breathe for a few seconds. The message stayed on the screen. I want to see you. He blinked once. Then again. The words did not change. His thumb hovered over the phone, like touching it might make the message disappear. For a moment, he honestly wondered if someone had edited the screenshot and sent it to him as a prank. Then he checked the profile again. Blue verification badge. Millions of followers. The same profile picture he had seen on streaming platforms and award shows. It was real. Sheena jumped to his feet, so suddenly the plastic chair beside the bed fell over. Jesus thought. He paced the small lodge room, running one hand over his head. Jesus. Jesus. His heart was racing so hard it almost felt painful. He opened the message again just to be sure. Still there. Still real. I want to see you. He let out a laugh that sounded half like panic. No way. He paced again, faster now, then suddenly grabbed the edge of the bed and bounced on it like a child who had just received impossible news. JD messaged me. He said it out loud, as if the walls needed confirmation. For years he had been talking about this man to a camera, defending him in comment sections, predicting his comeback during the years everyone else had moved on. And now the same man had sent him a message. Sheena grabbed his phone again and stared at the message. His fingers started typing. Then he deleted it. Typed again. Deleted again. What do I even say? Chapter 373, Sheena 2. Sheena did not breathe for a few seconds. The message stayed on the screen. I want to see you. He blinked once. Then again. The words did not change. His thumb hovered over the phone, like touching it might make the message disappear. For a moment, he honestly wondered if someone had edited the screenshot and sent it to him as a prank. Then he checked the profile again. Blue verification badge. Millions of followers. The same profile picture he had seen on streaming platforms and award shows. It was real. Sheena jumped to his feet, so suddenly the plastic chair beside the bed fell over. Jesus. He paced the small lodge room, running one hand over his head. Jesus. Jesus. His heart was racing so hard it almost felt painful. He opened the message again just to be sure. Still there. Still real. Dot. I want to see you. He let out a laugh that sounded half like panic. No way. He paced again, faster now, then suddenly grabbed the edge of the bed and bounced on it like a child who had just received impossible news. JD messaged me. He said it out loud, as if the walls needed confirmation. For years he had been talking about this man to a camera, defending him in comment sections, predicting his comeback during the years everyone else had moved on. And now the same man had sent him a message. Sheena grabbed his phone again and stared at the message. His fingers started typing. Then he deleted it. Typed again. Deleted again. What do I even say? He laughed nervously and ran a hand down his face. Then the excitement burst out of him again. He jumped onto the mattress and began singing loudly, not caring that people might hear through the thin lodge walls. Be my Juliet, and I'll be your Romeo. He laughed halfway through the line. He continued singing, walking around the room now like he was performing on stage. Shado? Shado? His voice cracked and he laughed again. Guy, calm down, he told himself. But he couldn't calm down. He grabbed the phone again and opened the message. Still there. Still real. I want to see you. He dropped onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. This is crazy. Then he opened WhatsApp. First call. His cousin in Abaddon. The cousin answered immediately. Guy. Sheena didn't even greet. JD messaged me. Silence. Then the cousin shouted. Liar, you day whine me. I swear. Send screenshot now. Sheena sent it immediately. The reply came almost instantly. Jesus Christ. They both started laughing through the phone. Bro, the cousin said breathlessly. You don't finish. I never even reply yet. Reply fast before he change mind. Sheena laughed again, nerves mixing with excitement. I go reply. I just need to think nah JD be this a global superstar at his peak man, this is confusing oh. He ended the call and sat quietly for a moment. Then he opened Instagram again. The message waited there calmly like it had all the time in the world. He typed slowly this time. Hello sir. I'm a huge fan. I've followed your work for years. Thank you for even messaging me. He paused. Deleted sir. Typed again. Hello Dayo. I'm a huge fan. I've followed your work for years. I honestly don't know what to say right now. He stared at the words. Too long. Too emotional? He erased half of it. Typed again. Hello. I'm Sheena. I'm a huge fan. It would be an honor to meet you. He stared again. Better. He didn't send it yet. Instead, he leaned back against the wall and breathed slowly. The excitement was still buzzing in his chest. His phone buzzed again. Twitter notifications. The video was still climbing. A new article had dropped. This one from an international outlet. It talked about how a fan accidentally captured a moment that reshaped public perception of a global artist. It described the clip as unfiltered humanity and pointed out that the artist himself had not even acknowledged the footage yet. Sheena read the article slowly. It felt strange seeing his name inside the story. He wasn't used to being written about. Another notification appeared. YouTube. The video had crossed another milestone. His subscriber count had jumped again. Sheena laughed softly. This is madness. Then he remembered something. Home. He quickly opened the family WhatsApp group. Messages were already waiting. His aunt had sent the clip earlier that morning. One of his uncles had replied with a long voice note praising Dayo. His younger sister had sent fire emojis. Then his mother wrote something simple. Sheena, call me. He dialed immediately. His mother answered on the second ring. Sheena. Ma. So this is what you went to Lagos to do? He laughed nervously. I didn't plan it. I saw the video, she said. Everyone is sending it. It just happened. There was a pause. Then she spoke softly. That boy in the video. I cried when I saw him. Sheena swallowed. I know. You did well posting it, she said. He hadn't expected that. You think so? Yes. Her voice grew firmer. But listen to me. I'm listening. Things may become serious now. He nodded instinctively even though she couldn't see him. Yes, Ma. Fame comes with pressure, she continued. People will talk. Some will praise you. Some will insult you. Some will try to use you. I know. You must stay focused. He leaned back on the bed again. Yes, Ma. And don't forget who you are. I won't. She exhaled softly. Your father saw the video too. Sheena laughed. What did he say? He said you finally used your stubbornness for something useful. Sheena laughed loudly now. Haha, that sounds like him. Just be careful, she said again. I will. They ended the call. Sheena stared at the ceiling for a long moment. Everything had changed in less than 24 hours. He had gone to Lagos chasing content. Now his name was inside headlines. His phone buzzed again. Instagram. He opened it quickly. New message. From Dayo. Sheena's heart jumped again. The reply was simple. Tonight. Location coming soon. Sheena stared at the screen, then slowly lowered the phone. For the first time since morning, he sat completely still. The excitement returned like a wave. He stood up again and laughed helplessly. Tonight. He walked to the mirror in the room and looked at himself. Simple t-shirt. Shorts. Barefoot. Guy. He shook his head. Then he grabbed his phone again and finally pressed send on his reply. Hello. I'm Sheena. I'm a huge fan. It would be an honor to meet you. The message delivered instantly. He stared at it. Outside the window, Lagos continued moving like nothing had happened. But inside that small lodge room, Sheena's world had just changed. Again. Tonight he was going to meet the man he had spent years defending on the internet. And for the first time since the video went viral, the story was about to move offline. Chapter 374. Finally, meeting Dayo. The ride across Lagos felt longer than it should have. Sheena sat in the back seat of the Uber with his hands clasped together, so tightly his knuckles had turned pale. The driver had the radio playing quietly, some late evening Afrobeats program, but Sheena barely heard it. His attention kept drifting back to the same place again and again. His phone. The message was still there. Tonight. Location coming soon. Then the second message. Address. He had read them so many times that the words were starting to feel unreal, like they belonged to someone else's life. Outside the window, Lagos moved with its usual restless rhythm. Cars pushed through traffic with impatient horns. Street vendors held up bottled water and snacks to passing drivers. The glow of small shops spilled out onto the pavement in warm yellow light. Everything looked normal. But inside Sheena, nothing felt normal. He checked his reflection again in the dark window beside him. The new shirt fit well. The jeans were clean. The shoes still had that stiff new feeling when he moved his feet. Earlier that evening, he had walked through half the nearby market, just trying to find something that looked respectable but not desperate. He had stood in front of mirrors, turning his shoulders left and right, wondering if the clothes made him look confident or like someone trying too hard. Now it didn't matter. The car slowed. We're here, the driver said. Sheena blinked and leaned forward slightly. The gate in front of them was large, but not overly flashy. Security lights washed the entrance in a soft white glow. It wasn't the kind of place you saw in loud celebrity Instagram posts. It was quieter than that. The kind of place that valued privacy. Sheena swallowed. His throat suddenly felt dry. He paid the driver, stepped out, and stood still for a second with the warm Lagos night air brushing against his face. His hands were trembling. He laughed quietly at himself. "Relax," he muttered under his breath. But his body refused to listen. Security checked his name at the gate and spoke briefly into a radio. After a short pause, the guard nodded and gestured for him to enter. "Go straight. Someone will meet you inside." Sheena nodded. As he walked up the driveway, he noticed how quiet everything felt compared to the street outside. The noise of traffic faded behind the walls. His heartbeat was louder than anything else. Inside the house, the lighting was soft and warm. A staff member greeted him and guided him through a hallway toward the living room. Each step made his stomach twist tighter. Then the door opened. Sheena stopped walking. For a moment, his brain didn't fully register what he was seeing. Dayo was standing near the center of the room, one hand resting casually in his pocket, the other holding a phone he had clearly just set aside. Not on a stage. Not inside a music video. Not behind a screen. Right there. Real. Sheena's breath caught slightly. He had imagined this moment 100 times while recording reaction videos in his small room back home. But imagination had never prepared him for the reality of it. Dayo noticed the way he froze and smiled in a calm, easy way that made the room feel less intimidating. "Sheena?" The sound of his own name snapped Sheena back into motion. Yes, that's me." His voice almost cracked. Dayo stepped forward and extended his hand, greeting him the way someone might greet an old acquaintance rather than a stranger. "I'm glad you came." Sheena shook his hand, trying to keep his grip steady even though his fingers were trembling. I can't believe this is happening," he admitted, letting out a short breath that sounded half like a laugh. Dayo gestured toward the couch. "Sit down. You look like your legs might give up soon." Sheena laughed nervously and lowered himself onto the seat. His hands rested on his knees, but they still wouldn't stop shaking. He tried to calm them by pressing his palms together. For a moment, the room felt oddly quiet. Then Dayo spoke again, leaning slightly against the edge of a nearby table. "I've been watching your videos today," he said casually. Sheena blinked. "You watched them?" "Several of them." The words made Sheena's head spin a little. "I recorded most of those in a tiny room," he said quickly. "The sound quality wasn't even good at the beginning." Dayo shrugged lightly. "That didn't matter." Sheena looked down for a second, trying to process everything. "I started reacting to your songs because I felt people weren't listening properly," he said slowly. "Your sound was different. And when people don't understand something, they reject it first." Dayo nodded thoughtfully. "I remember those years." Sheena glanced up. "I didn't think you would notice someone like me." Dayo gave a quiet laugh. "I notice more than people think." The conversation moved naturally after that. The tension in Sheena's shoulders slowly began to loosen as they talked about music, about the industry, about the strange ways online culture shaped how artists were perceived. At one point, Dayo leaned forward slightly. "You followed me that day." Sheena looked embarrassed. "Yes." "You tracked the car." Sheena nodded reluctantly. "I was hoping to get a small interview, or at least wave again." Dayo smiled. "But when you saw what was happening with the boy, you stayed back." Sheena shrugged. It didn't feel right to interrupt. Dayo studied him quietly for a second before nodding. "That's exactly why I wanted to meet you." Sheena frowned slightly, unsure what he meant. Dayo continued. "Most people would have rushed forward. Cameras out, trying to turn the moment into content." Immediately, Sheena shook his head. "That would have ruined it." "Exactly." There was a short pause. Then Dayo reached for a glass of water and took a sip before speaking again. "You told the story honestly. That matters." Sheena's hands tightened together again. "I didn't expect it to go viral like that." Dayo laughed softly. "The internet doesn't ask permission." Sheena smiled faintly. "That's true." Dayo leaned back slightly. "But there's something else I wanted to talk to you about." Sheena straightened automatically. Dayo continued calmly. "While I'm in Lagos over the next few days, there will be a lot happening. Meetings, studio sessions, visits to different places. Normally, I keep most of that private." He paused briefly. "But after seeing how you captured that moment, I realized something." Sheena waited with his hands folded. He felt Dayo's was about to say something huge that would change his life. Dayo met his eyes directly. "You understand how to document a story without turning it into noise." Sheena felt his heart start racing again. Dayo continued. "So here's what I want to do." He gestured toward the hallway where Sharon had been quietly observing part of the conversation. Sharon will give you access to our schedule while I'm in Lagos. Not everything, but enough. Sheena blinked. I'm sorry, access. Yes. Dayo spoke calmly but clearly. You'll move with us while we're here. Record what you see. Vlog it the way you normally do. Just keep it honest. For a moment, Sheena genuinely thought he had misheard. You want me to document everything? Not everything. Dayo corrected gently. Just the moments that feel real. Sheena's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. His entire body was shaking now. You're serious? Dayo smiled. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't. Sheena rubbed his face with both hands, trying to steady himself. I don't even know what to say right now. You don't have to say anything, Dayo replied. Just keep doing what you already do. Sheena took a deep breath. He was feeling different type of emotions right now. He couldn't even understand what to say. I promise I won't mess it up. Dayo shook his head. I'm not worried about that. Then he added something that made Sheena's chest tighten again. I feel lucky to have fans like you. The words hit harder than Sheena expected. His eyes filled before he could stop it. He tried to laugh it off, but the emotion pushed through anyway. For years people told me I was wasting time defending your music online, he admitted quietly. Dayo leaned back slightly. And yet you kept doing it. Yes. Sheena wiped his face quickly. I believed in the sound. Dayo nodded. That belief matters. The conversation continued for a while longer. Nothing overly dramatic. Just honest discussion about music, culture, and the strange connection between artists and the people who support them from afar. Eventually, Sheena stood to leave. As he stepped outside into the warm Lagos night again, his mind felt almost numb. The city lights looked the same as before. Cars passed by. Music drifted faintly from somewhere down the road. But Sheena stood there for a moment, holding his phone tightly, replaying the conversation in his head. A few hours earlier, he had been another voice on the internet. Now he had been invited into the story itself. And tomorrow, for the first time in his life, he wouldn't just be watching history unfold. He would be documenting it from the inside. Chapter 375. A Day with Dayo. Sheena did not sleep well. It wasn't fear exactly. It wasn't even nervousness in the normal sense. It was the kind of restless energy that sat inside his chest and refused to quiet down. The kind that kept replaying the same moments over and over again until they began to feel unreal. The DM was still open on his phone. He must have read it at least 30 times already. I want you around the team while I'm in Lagos. Document everything. Even now, lying on his bed in the dim light of the hotel room, Sheena stared at the message again just to make sure nothing had changed. His thumb hovered over the screen like the words might suddenly disappear if he looked away. A laugh escaped him quietly. Guy, this thing still feels like a prank. He tossed the phone onto the mattress beside him, sat up, then immediately grabbed it again. Still there. Still real. Dayo had actually sent it. The same Dayo whose songs he had been singing for years. The same Dayo whose videos he had defended when people were dragging him online. The same Dayo who had somehow looked straight at him and treated him like a normal human being instead of just another fan. His head fell back against the wall. For a moment, he just sat there staring at the ceiling fan slowly turning above him. Then an idea crossed his mind. He opened his social media apps. Status. He didn't think too hard about it. Something big is cooking. He quoted. That was all he wrote. No explanation. No emojis. Nothing else. He posted it and locked his phone. 30 seconds later, the phone vibrated. Then again. Then again. Within 2 minutes, it was buzzing nonstop. Sheena picked it up and stared. Messages. Mentions. Replies. People had already started guessing. Bro, what do you mean something big is cooking? Sheena, talk now. Did JD call you to visit? Guy, don't do this thing and leave us hanging. You better not be trolling. Did he give you money? He laughed quietly. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment, but he stopped himself. No, he murmured to himself. Not yet. If he said anything now, it would explode too early, and he knew that for every hype, silence or anticipation is one key to let people be on their toes. So he simply locked the phone again and stood up. The small room suddenly felt too tight. He grabbed his slippers and stepped outside for air. Lagos was still alive, even though the hour was late. A generator hummed in the distance. Somewhere down the street, a group of people were laughing loudly over a football match replay. Motorcycles passed occasionally, their engines cutting through the night. Sheena leaned against the wall and exhaled slowly. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed again. This time the caller ID made him smile. Cousin. He answered. Guy. His cousin's voice exploded through the speaker immediately. What nonsense is this your status? Sheena laughed. Which nonsense? Don't pretend with me. Something big is cooking, Ko? What is cooking? Relax first, Sheena said, still smiling. Relax? After everything that happened yesterday, you now post that kind of thing, and you want me to relax? After visiting Dayo, you no even give gist. Sheena leaned his head back against the wall. Haha, calm down now, okay? Okay. I'll tell you. There was a pause on the line. Wait, his cousin said slowly. You're serious? Very. What happened? Sheena inhaled deeply. Then he told him. Everything. How Dayo stopped the car. How they spoke. How calm he was. How normal he felt standing beside him. And finally the message. There was silence on the other side for several seconds. Then his cousin burst out laughing. Guy, you are lying. I swear. You are lying. I'm not. Another pause. Then the tone of his cousin's voice changed slightly. You're serious? Yes. Dayo wants you around his team. That's what he said. Oh. That was the only sound his cousin made for a moment. Then he exhaled slowly. Sheena. Don't mess this up. The words landed heavier than Sheena expected. He nodded, even though his cousin couldn't see him. I know. You understand what kind of opportunity this is. I know. You've been shouting his name online for years. Now the man himself is calling you. I know. His cousin laughed again, softer this time. Life is funny, Shah. They talked for a while longer, replaying the story again and again like it might change. Eventually the call ended. But sleep still didn't come easily. Sheena lay on his bed staring at his phone again. His status had already gathered hundreds of replies. The number was still climbing. He placed the phone on the bedside table and forced his eyes closed. Eventually exhaustion won. 5 hours later his alarm exploded beside his head. Sheena jerked upright instantly. For a moment he forgot where he was. Then everything rushed back. He grabbed his phone. Still there. The message. Today. Today he was meeting Dayo again. Adrenaline replaced sleep instantly. He moved fast. Shower. Clothes. Clean sneakers. He checked himself in the mirror twice before leaving. Calm down, he muttered to his reflection. Just act normal. Outside the morning sun was already warming the streets. Traffic hummed steadily as he headed toward the location Sharon had sent earlier. By the time